needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
The World's game doesn't end when the tournament does. On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy. It's NorCal versus SoCal. Timo Werner versus Marco Royce. The first 10,000 fans through the gates get a Quakes Americana jersey presented by El Camino Health. Then stay in your seats after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Quakes versus LA Galaxy, Saturday, July 25th at 7:30 at Stanford Stadium, presented by El Camino Health. Tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is on now. 25% off store-wide through August 3rd. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Partly cloudy in San Jose, high temperature 77.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man.
And the umpire's saying he pushed him. He did not push him.
He just fell. There was no push.
That's come on, man. That's Mike Estabrook out there saying he pushed him. No, he did not push him. You're allowed to tag the guy.
Vitello, you got to get in there and, they're going to discuss. So they're at least getting them to have a talk. And maybe one of the umpires realized that there was no push. He just fell off his momentum. So Jung-Hoo comes in and he hits his cutoff, gets a good read on the carom, and just a full fall.
What are you talking about, Mike Estabrook, saying he pushed him?
But was the tag on him as he came off?
Now that part I don't know. But don't start yelling at the Giants saying he pushed him when that was the play.
And he might have had the timing of that tag just right, so...
Alfonso Marquez, is he telling Vitello he can't challenge? I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous.
That's pretty bad.
That is one of the worst ones I've seen in a long time. If I were Tony Vitello, I'd just be getting kicked out of the game because I'd lose my mind.
I probably would have lost my mind, and he's pretty livid, but he's got to get out there.
That is absurd. And now he is getting tossed out of the game. That's just a complete and total failure by the umpires. Ridiculous.
Oh, hello there, and good morning to everybody out there. Welcome into the Morning Roast on this fabulous Thursday, July 23rd. No, this is not Joe Spadoni. This is Sam Lubman filling in for Spadoni today. He's getting some much-needed time off, and that was Dave Fleming on the call, along with Hunter Pence, courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. Vinny Pasquantino doubles down the line, gets to second, falls off the base. Willie puts the tag on him. Was he pushed? Was he not pushed? Doesn't really matter. You heard the call there. Mike Estabrook says he was pushed. That makes it a judgment call. Can't get it reviewed. Tony gets angry, gets tossed. And stop me if you heard this before. Then the Giants lost the baseball game. And such as it is here in the year 2026. Good morning, everybody, and good morning to my co-host this morning, Joe Shasky. How you doing today, Joe?
There are some moments in life that are a little bigger than others. You know, the day you're married or your child is born, the day someone close to you passes away, for a manager, the day that Bruce Bochy became the manager is etched in everyone's head. It was the night with Don Mattingly going to the mound multiple times. And then there are nights where you know that guy is not the guy. And yesterday felt like a seminal moment. And I want to have an adult, legitimate conversation regarding Tony Vitello.
All right, as we are coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco, coming off a 5-4 loss. Giants swept at the hands of the Royals in Kansas City yesterday. And I agree with you, Shasky. When Tony Vitello goes out to have a conversation, not even an argument with not really any one umpire in particular. He talked to a few of them. I think he talked to Lance Barrett, who's at third base, Alfonso Marquez, who I believe was at first base, and then Mike Esterbrook, the second base umpire who made that call. Didn't really get into it that aggressively with any of them. It wasn't even Esterbrook who tossed him out. It was Lance Barrett, who's the third base umpire. The hot mics picked up Barrett saying, hey, I told you twice to stop. You didn't stop. Then Tony gets run out there, and Fleming saying on the broadcast, Tony, you got to get tossed here. It just seemed like a moment where, I don't know, maybe you want a little bit more fire from Tony in that situation, a little bit more animation getting into it with the umpires in that situation. But I agree with you, Shad. Something felt like it shifted yesterday in that loss.
So Willy Adames does not push him. I don't think he's out because I think he stayed on the bag by the time he was tagging him, but he didn't push him. And it doesn't matter. There are times and places for everything, right? One day you'll understand when you get married, you get the nothing fight, okay? And the nothing fight is your significant other or yourself exploding over nothing. But really, it's a culmination of 50 other things that have led up to this, which then becomes the nothing fight, which is like, you didn't put the fork away in the dishwasher. And it's like, whoa.
It wasn't about the fork.
Where is this coming from?
This isn't about the fork. This is about something else.
It's about the 50 other things leading up to the fork. And so I look at yesterday, and my phone was blowing up. And I want to lay this out. Like, I want to have a legitimate conversation. I had a hand, I felt like, in my small, tiny little way, of running Bob Melvin out of town. I crush this guy every single day. Hey, it's a mediocre, boring hire. This is somebody who has no energy. The team didn't respond to him. They were fundamentally lacking in a variety of areas. We had Windmill Williams, who I love, Matt Williams, at third base. It just didn't feel like he made the team better, and I thought the team could do better than Bob Melvin. You know what? I apologize. Bob, it's not on you. Now, we can have different conversations on different days about Zach and Buster because they are included as well. But today I want to talk about Tony Vitello. I pounded the table for the guy. I wanted them to think outside the box. I wanted them to go out and get someone who was younger with more energy, more motivation, just something different. I wanted something different. And it has been an absolute nightmare. And yesterday was symbolic of me, of everything that has gone wrong with the Tony Vitello hire and just how lackluster everything is. It's not about, is he safe? Is he out? Did he push him? Did he not? It was like, dude, fight for this team.
Yes.
Now, do I believe him getting ejected is going to change the season in the way the Red Sox have gone and ripped off 15 or 16 in a row? No, I don't. Okay, I'm not that naive. But come on, Tony, fight for something. Fight for something. Willy Adames, and I've got my own issues and my own grievances with Willy Adames, was looking into the dugout, begging for somebody to come out there and have his back. All right? And you left him wanting more. You kind of like, you took the trash out begrudgingly. That's the analogy that I would use here. You cleaned your room after being yelled at 17 times. That's not cleaning your room, right? And I'm using these as analogies. You got to go out of your way. You got to lose your mind. So after this whole sequence happens, okay? And again, I'm not here to say that throwing a third base or getting in a guy's face and spitting and this and that is going to change the outlook. But show me you care. I thought you were brought in to have some fire. How does Dave Fleming in the moment have more anger for the situation and the rubble that is the Giants season than you, the manager? Fight for your guys. Fight for your job. Fight that you care for us, the fans. Show me something. And it's not about this play. It's about the symbolism and what it metaphorically means for everything. I am not scapegoating Tony. There is so many issues. I just want to talk about Tony today. I'm just going to identify him today. Buster, I'm coming for you another day. Zach, I'm coming for you another day. This roster, I've destroyed this roster every day. I want to get to Tony. My phone blew up after that moment, Sam. All my boys are like, dude, this guy can't come back next year. And it wasn't just about this moment. It's about the big picture. And they were all saying, like, how can this guy come back? They're 1,000 games under. You know, he hasn't disciplined everyone. I wrote down all the stuff, and we'll get to it. And they're not responding to him. This is awful. Give me the argument on why this guy should come back. All my boys are firing at me. Come on, Joe. Come on. You're the expert. Tell me why this guy should come back.
You were the highest on Tony, I think, at this whole station here, Joe. I think you were the guy who identified him at this station before he was even on the Giants' radar, at least in a public sense. You said this guy could be an option. And, you know, I kind of, when you brought that up, was like, you know what? I'm at a point where I'll try anything. It's after the 2 years of Bob Melvin, and you and I had a lot of animated and respectful conversations about Bob Melvin. I was a little bit higher on him than you. I looked at what he did in Oakland in his time with the A's. I had a lot of respect for the success they had there. I thought he could bring some of that success to the Giants. It was just such a blah product. And you talked about, you know, you running Bob out of town over the last 2 years.
I don't think I solely did it, but looking back on it.
Listen, because I had a part in it too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the one who asked the question, you know, what's the message to the team? And he's the guy who did the long rambling answer that ended with, unfortunately, we got to go out there and play baseball tomorrow. And that was my moment. It's like, oh, Bob, I'm sorry, but I don't think you're the guy here. And so it was understandable to want to go in the other direction, find something more fiery. And I thought they had that in Tony Shasky.
But he hasn't been himself. Where's the fire? Where's the passion?
You see it. You had an opportunity to see it yesterday.
And what he did, you know what he did yesterday? Was disingenuous. You got thrown out barely. Like, dude, go all the way. Do some. And it's not about yelling at an umpire. It's about show me something. Show me something. When the announcer, Dave Fleming, is like, Tony, come on. And 100% is like, come on, Tony, you got to get in there. It's not about just getting thrown out and motivating. It's about, like, God, show us a pulse. You were brought in to show a pulse. Show me a pulse. And so, like, yeah, I owe Bob Melvin an apology on behalf. But, Tony, I had no rebuttal to the variety of my boys that were bombarding me with texts saying, make the argument. What has this guy done to deserve to come back? I had no argument. Well, other than this, Sam, well, it is year one. I mean, it is year one.
It is that bullpen.
Look, I will get to the team, and I'll make an argument.
It's
and all this.
It's a part of the factor, too. We're not leaving anything out.
Show me something. Look, I'm just going to write down. And again, I loved Vitello's hire. I was enthusiastic.
I'm
wanted
right there
it.
with you. I have enjoyed the guy a lot this year. He's been fun to talk to. He's been fun to get to know a little bit.
Because I haven't.
Well, no, I mean, when the game starts, it gets not as fun.
Sam, spring training day one with the media. He had grievances going back to Tennessee and when he was hired. Robbie Ray, day one, checking him in the Yankee series. All right,
that.
Multiple Adamas, clueless plays, no reprimand the next day. Not one. No, I get it. You got Christian Koss behind him, but still nothing. All right. The Schmidt-Chapman situation where he basically said that actually there was more friction and no one followed up on it.
That was kind of, yeah.
All right. Logan Webb, are you in or are you out of the game? I'm not even sure. And we crushed Logan Webb. He might have been caping up for the manager. All right. He didn't distinguish between lefty and righty coming out of the bullpen. Never seen that before.
Pirates that Saturday night, yep.
Eric Haas is pushing back on him. Eric Haas, we know the Pride Night situation is organizationally a fiasco, top to bottom. Tony's a part of that. The Malley pitch count where he gets hurt. How about Keaton Wynn? Similar situation. His third base coach, because he has no ties to Major League Baseball, the Buster gives him some guy, Hector Borg, who's the worst third base coach we've ever seen. Now, thankfully, they brought in Gary Pettis, and he's been a lot better. How about putting Will Brennan in multiple times ahead of Bryce Eldridge?
That's good. Probably, I think, a big sticking point to a lot of people is how he slow played Bryce in the lineup. I think for a lot of people, Joe, that was a moment where you started to see a lot of sliding off the Tony Vitello bandwagon.
Look, he had a Friday night back and forth from the catcher and the manager going back and forth. The next day, the catcher's gone. And the catching position has been weakened because of it. Even if I didn't love Bailey, I acknowledge he's a way better defensive catcher and handles our pitching staff way better than young Susac and Eric Haas and whoever you want to put back there. Kavanaugh now. We had the Rafi Devers situation, which was a nightmare. No reprimand, no nothing. You're seeing a pattern here, all right?
Not a lot of accountability.
The worst situational hitting we've ever seen. And now that's been a 2 or 3 year deal, but still, again, that carries over. Defense, lackluster. Been absolutely lackluster. Guys have been playing out position all year. We're in July. Guys, we're in July. We're 1,000 games under. Just to give you an idea, there have been 27 managers in Giants history who have managed 100 games. He has the 26th best winning percentage. Now, is it all on him? No, it's not all on him. But what is he doing good?
What is he doing to reverse this trend and turn things in the other direction? Because bring it back to Bob Melvin, a big problem that we discussed was that, is Bob doing anything to really make the team worse? No, probably not. But he's not doing anything to make the team better either. That was part of the frustration there. When you look at what Tony's doing this year, yeah, there's a lot of maybe behind the scenes stuff that you could find that's positive. I do think players have gotten along with him. I've seen it. I've seen the interactions. They look positive. But then when the games start, though, there seems to be a disconnect there. Like that, we can be friends off the field. That's fine. On the field, it needs to click too. You're not just seeing that. And you're trying to make the case, how do you bring him back in for next year? For me, it starts with, I knew there would be growing pains this year. I didn't think they would last this long. I think we'd be in July and we're still talking. We're pulling our hair out over simple miscommunication errors and stuff like that. An example, you brought up the Tyler Mahle thing. That was a couple weeks ago. That weekend, the Giants were playing the Braves. And before the game, I asked Tony, what are the things that you've learned this year in your first year as manager? And he talked about a few things, dealing with the length of the season, the length of the days. But he mentioned, like, on game days, everyone's so spread out. No one's in the same spot. So when it comes to communication, that can be difficult. And he ended the explanation by saying, it's part of his job is making sure that everybody is on the same page.
No one's on the same page.
And then to your point, so that was, I believe, Saturday is when I asked him that question. That next Tuesday or Wednesday is when Tyler Mahle said he didn't know he was on it. So it's like, and this is where it's like, listen, I know you're going to make mistakes. I'm okay with the fact that Tony was going to make mistakes this year. I was prepared for that. And it's why I said at the beginning of the year, playoffs, I don't know. Just make sure you're comfortable at the end of the year so we can go forward.
Shame on us for even saying the P word.
No, it's not even that.
No, shame on us for even... No. Shame on us for suggesting playoffs. Shame on us. This is one of the worst Giants teams ever, Sam, we suggested playoffs. Yes, shame on us. It's okay. Yeah. We make mistakes.
No, again, I'm saying it's okay. I've moved off of the fact that we were in on the playoffs. I was never really in on this team making the playoffs. I just wanted Tony to be locked in as the manager, feeling good, comfortable managing this team at the end of the year. One of the signs I would be looking for is that the mistakes you make in April and May need to be gone by July and August.
They're not.
It's July, where it's almost into August, Shasky. It's the same communication mistakes. And when he's saying on one day, needing to get the guys on the same page, and then 3-4 days later, guys are not on the same page, it's hard for me to really sit here and say that Tony is growing from these mistakes.
He's not the main problem.
No.
But he's also not bringing any solutions to the table.
He's not getting better.
No. That I agree with. Look, he was handed, and I'm like, let's call it what it is. And Buster, I'm coming for you. Today's not the day because I want to stick on Tony.
Buster's been put through the blender plenty.
No, Buster gave him the worst bullpen. I'm 43 years old. I was talking with my boy Anthony Ray last night. This is the worst bullpen in our lives.
Yeah.
There is not a closer.
I was in denial of that for so long.
A closer. There's not one guy.
There's barely
you
a
hit
reliever.
the ball and you go, yeah, I feel good about this. He can get a couple outs.
I don't know, man. Jason Foley in a way too small of a sample size.
This legitimately could be the worst bullpen ever assembled in Giants history. And that's saying something. Now, that is not on Tony Vitello. Has he used it well? No. But look at what he's using, right? So I acknowledge that. And I'll give him these. Hey, Ron Washington, whether Buster hired him or you hired him, great hire. Look at Luis Ariz. Jung-Hoo Lee has been awesome. Casey Schmidt has been awesome, playing out of position, left and right.
Great home run yesterday. Love seeing that. Didn't mean
Bryce
much,
Eldridge has developed. He has.
Bryce and Wash, as honestly, seeing them working together, and I've chatted with Bryce a little bit about him working with Wash and how great that has been. I can't think of a better situation for Bryce Eldridge than to have been with Ron Washington this year.
Yeah, but every single day, is Rafi there? Is Bryce there? Is Bryce there? Is Rafi there? Don't want to alienate Rafi. This goes back to the manager. I have never felt like Tony has been the true, authentic Tony at one point this year. And you want to blame it on veterans? Fine. It's on him. If you're going to go down, Tony, my PSA to you, go down being yourself. If I'm going to get fired from radio, I'm going to be Joe Shasky, who my dad wanted me to be, who my mom wants me to be, who my wife wants me to be, who my son is hoping to be. Now, that doesn't mean be a lunatic, even though I know I am, but I'm going to go down being myself within the parameters of trying to work within the corporate world that tries to box us in. But if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down being me. Tony, you're going down, and we haven't even seen you. What the hell is going on? Yesterday wasn't just a moment. That was the weakest ejection, and I have backed this guy from the beginning. And all I say to him is like, dude, be yourself.
Well, I mean, he's got a couple months left in the year. We'll see if he's even going to be back next year. 888-957-9570. Is there a case to be made for Tony today? Today's a tough day to me making that. I had
no rebuttal from my boys who were bombarding me with reasons on why this guy needs to go and be one and done. Now, Buster, I'm going to tell you this right now. Buster is an all-time player legend. He is turning into Mike Singletary when it comes to how we view him as / coach, executive. No. He's losing all credibility.
I said because that's not a place you want to be.
I've got boys, and I think they make a compelling argument. Buster, you should step down.
I want to hear from Tony on the other side, so we'll do that part of what do you say. Richie in Queens, I see you as well. Want to hear from you. What's coming up in the game is sponsored by Sarah Money Ford. Hey, the summer sales event is on at Sarah Money Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models, including the F-150 Bronco, the Mach-E, the Explorer, and the Mustang. Sarah Money Ford in Colma, Daly City, or sarahmoneyford.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Struggling with social isolation? Chances are you're not alone. Well, maybe you are, but you don't have to be. Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Call your doctor if conversations last more than 4 hours. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Dinner with Mom is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together ring heals.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
The San Francisco Marathon is right around the corner, Sunday, July 26th. Catch 95.7 The Game near the Chase Center Hydration Station as we're out there proudly supporting the runners. Get all the marathon details at 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
It is the morning roast. There is no Joe Spadoni this morning, though. Sam Lubman filling in for Spadoni. Spadoni getting some much-needed R&R this weekend. Giants. They lost 5-4 to the Royals yesterday. Royals finally getting that much needed revenge for that World Series win the Giants got over them all those years ago. That's the little fake scenario I created in my head to deal with it. Overshadows a pretty solid performance from Landon Roop, though, on the mound. 6 innings, 2 runs allowed. He's had a pretty good run these last few starts.
What happened right after Tony got ejected? 2-run homer, game over. They scored 5 runs that inning.
Yeah. You know what I call that, Joe? I call it, it's a term I've coined this week, the nothing like it inning. It's the kind of inning where it always starts off with something stupid, usually a walk, and everything just devolves from there. You know, you saw one on Saturday when Webb was on the mound, hits Arozarena, walks Josh Naylor, then Cole Young hits that 3-run home run. I think that was the second hit Webb allowed all day. Giants end up losing that game. Saw it on Sunday in the 4th inning. You're up 2-0. Starts off the Casey Schmidt error from Randy Arozarena. He takes second. Josh Naylor gets hit. Then Weston Wilson, base hit, scores Naylor. Now you got a tie ball game. Monday against the Royals in the bottom of the 4th. You're up 1-0. Starts off with a Pasquantino hit by pitch. Salvi Perez hits a home run. Wow, that sounds familiar. And you're off to the races from there.
That was one of the farthest balls I've ever seen hit.
He absolutely crushed it. I mean, it was so hot that day, too. The ball was carrying as well. And then Tuesday in the bottom of the 6th, Tyler Malley's in. You're up 2-0. Starts with a walk. Perez gets hit by a pitch. Bring in Sam Hentges. Pasquantino gets a base hit. Then another hit by pitch on Starling Marte. Nick Lofton gets a base hit to score Pasquantino. Now the Royals are up again. And then started yesterday with the Pasquantino double down the right field line. Gets into second. Willie slaps the tag on him. Did he fall off the bag? Did he not fall off the bag? Doesn't really matter. And you are off to the races from there. Salvi Perez hits that home run, and such is life for the San Francisco Giants. Hey, I'm curious, what did Tony Vitello have to say about that whole interaction with the umpire there? Let's find out. And what do you hear? What do you say?
What do you hear?
That's how you set it up. All right, it is What Do You Hear? What Do You Say? The segment where we listen to something that Tony Vitello said after yesterday's Giants game. And here is what Tony had to say about that play at second base in his conversations with the umpire.
That Willie pushed the runner off the base was the call.
No recourse because it's a judgment call, or was there any other discussions?
Well, we wanted to replay the tag out, whether he's safe or out, because it was a push. You can't replay that, so just ask those guys to get together. I don't know what that discussion was like or what protocol is with. I mean, they start playing the replay on the board during that point, but after that, the only thing, I look back at the dugout, the reason for that was we could replay everything leading up to, I guess, I don't know if that was the first or second tag now that we stand here, but leading up to that, but you have to tag the guy to get him out.
So he says there he doesn't know the protocol with the scoreboard there. Maybe that's just part of the inexperience there. I mean, judgment calls are so frustrating there, the fact that that's something you can't review. And all those judgment calls always feels like they come in like little weird cracks in the game and stuff like that. Where
certain balk interpretations.
Yeah, it's always just
interference.
Certain gray areas. You know, I mean, it's
base running.
The one I go to, it's not baseball, but and this is probably the worst example I can think of off the top of my head was the Navarro Bowman fumble, which that was a judgment call that wasn't reviewable. I don't know why that's where my mind goes to. This is what you're working with this morning. But yeah, those moments are always just so incredibly frustrating.
How many games of Giants baseball have you watched the last 10 years, you think?
A lot. I don't have a number. Just say
150 times 10, right?
Yeah, 100. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, so 1,500 games?
Something like that.
All right.
Give or take.
I haven't seen that called once.
It was just so
1,500 games.
It was so perfectly timed when he was falling over right at the same time Willie was slapping the tag on him.
He wasn't, though.
Hunter even kind of says it, like the timing of it, and we can replay it in a minute. But like, no, I agree with you. Like,
terrible call.
Oh, it absolutely. Oh, I'm agreeing with you 100%.
But he was going to be safe.
I could see how that call gets blown there by Mike Estabrook.
Yeah, but by principle, you have to lose your mind.
You
100%. Have to lose your mind.
And you said in last segment, I agree with you. Willie Adames, he's getting into it with the umpires, and he's looking over at the dugout. Just
look at
to me. I'm not trying to like affix emotions or anything onto people.
No, it looked like he was asking.
He was like, "Hey, you got to get in here and do something."
Exactly.
Coach.
Lou Piniella said a great line. He never got thrown out because of one call. He got thrown out because that call sent him over the edge because of the frustration building up to it. And most of that frustration was internal, meaning had nothing to do with the umpires.
If there's one thing we know about this season, it's been bubbling frustration.
Yeah.
All year long. I mean, it gets to a point like, I don't know, maybe Tony feels like that because he's the first-year manager called up from the college ranks. Maybe he feels boxed in. He can't, blow up and go nuts in this situation. I don't know if that plays a role in it.
Then he'll never be good at the job.
I do think he's been getting a little bit more, I guess, aggressive and kind of arguing with the umpire since the start of the season. I don't know how much of a bar that is.
He looked neutered yesterday watching it.
Standing on the
only way I can describe it.
He's standing on the baseline yelling at everybody. I don't know, maybe that's just the thing. Maybe he likes to yell so everyone could hear it, so everyone can share in the shame. But no, I agree with you. I loved it when the umpires get right in, do the old halitosis arguments, screaming in each other's face. Hats are not.
And the way Alex Barrett said it, or whatever the guy's name was,
Barrett.
Send to him like, I said to you twice. Dude, screw you. Get right in his face and scream and yell at him.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was about the symbolism. It wasn't about and I'm not pretending like, it's going to turn the Giants season around and that'll make them love Tony Vitello.
I'll say
but
this,
these are little moments.
I'll say this. So I do think the manager going to argue against an umpire on behalf of his player, which is what Willie wanted there. I do think when players see their managers getting into it with umpires like that on their behalf,
know that you have my back.
Yeah, that resonates. That's a positive there. If you do that, Willie's like, hey, you know what? We got screwed here. We're not getting our way. But hey, at least coach went out, got angry, and fought for me. Like those are positive moments. Like when I talk about when I want to see Tony growing into the manager that he could hopefully be one day, growing past these growing pains, growing past these mistakes. Those are the kind of moments I look to for those growing moments. I said, yes, he's getting more aggressive with the umpires. That's where you need to take that next step, though. They're umpires. You're allowed to argue with them.
Sam,
just because there's replay doesn't mean you don't have to yell at them. Go get into it with them.
Yeah, but that's not the only step. He needs like basic managerial, steps up. I mean, situational baseball, how to handle a bullpen. Like, I can come up with 7 or 8 different things that he needs to grow into.
Yeah. I mean, I think just the most basic daily communication. That's the one that, to me, at this point in the year, the fact that hasn't really gotten squared away it's incredibly frustrating because, again, you knew there was going to be a slog at times this year. It always is when you're breaking in a new manager, a first-time manager, a rookiest of rookie managers. But I guess as you asked the case, you asked the question, what is the case to bring Tony back? If I were to ask you the question, how has Tony gotten better since opening day? It's hard to answer that. Today's a hard day to answer any of these questions, really. It's hard to defend any coach, not just Tony, the day after a bad day like this. I mean, how many days have we had with Kyle Shanahan where he came in after a bad one? It's like, make the case for Kyle Shanahan. And it's hard to do it after certain games. I will acknowledge that. But, Joe, they could have won yesterday despite that.
Kyle's one of the best play callers in the game.
Yeah.
And has been for a long, long time.
But there's the times, though,
what is Tony the best at?
He's not best at anything right now.
Okay. Again, I have every one of my boys texting me saying, dude, like, make the argument. What is the argument for him? And my argument is very frail. It's like, oh, look what Ron Washington did with Luis Ariz. Look at Jung-Hoo Lee, Casey Schmidt, and Bryce Eldridge.
The argument for him is
maybe Landon Roop.
The argument for him is look what his assistant coach that probably Buster Posey hired has done for him.
Well, Buster also picked Hector Borg, who's one of the worst third base coaches I've ever seen in my life.
Like I said, we put Buster through the blender plenty this season. Today is Tony Vitello's day to get put in the blender.
Yeah, but Buster deserves a lot of criticism for hiring Tony.
Oh, absolutely. No, like I said, Buster's been in the blender before. He's going to be put in the blender again the rest of the year.
It's not just you hired Tony. It's you hired Tony knowing the group of guys you assembled and then not going in. This is my interpretation. You didn't go in there and say, guys, this is who we're riding with. If you have a problem with it, I'll find you another team. Because I remember when Pat Riley said, Spoelstra's my coach, LeBron, to LeBron, and said, if you have a problem with it, tough crap. Do you think Buster did that to Rafi and Willie? Because it sure doesn't feel like it.
No, I mean, honestly, it blew me away when the whole Rafi thing happened in Miami a few weeks ago, Joe, that when we're in that, dugout talking with Buster about that.
He hasn't reprimanded anyone all year.
Well, it was the fact, like, he said
he's going to do it to Rafi.
He said he hadn't even talked to Rafi yet.
Of course
he's coming out to talk to us before he even talked to the player. Like, Buster, come on. Like, what? Why is that the order of operations? If we need an extra day.
Because the guy was clipped on arrival. When Robbie Ray, one of your veterans, is like, we're pros. I don't know what he's talking about. It's like, oh, great. Here we go.
Yeah.
A bunch of guys you don't even want on the team next year.
And I guess maybe that's, if you want to make an argument for next year, is the fact that there's a lot of guys on this team who will not be back on this team next year. You will have maybe a bit of a clean slate. I don't know. Let's get into it on the other side. Make sure you're signing up to become a member of Game Pass Pro on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the hosts and exclusive content from events and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of Game Pass Pro. What's coming up with the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom.
Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ILoveJax.com.
Whether you're a Bay Area homeowner looking to upgrade your outdoor space or a contractor building the absolute best for your clients, TimberTech stands out. Picture this, a deck that's the highlight of your backyard, turning heads season after season. TimberTech delivers stunning, real wood looks paired with the kind of durability only advanced engineering can provide. And the best part? You won't spend a single weekend sanding, staining, or sealing it. You get all the beauty without the back-breaking maintenance. Trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, TimberTech uses advanced technology so your deck will still look amazing 20 or 30 years from now. It's sustainable, low maintenance, and backed by industry-leading warranties. When it's time to build, you need a local partner you can trust. That's why you head to Ashby Lumber. With locations in Berkeley and Concord, the expert at Ashby have everything you need to get the job done right. Build with confidence. Build with TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Find it locally today at Ashby Lumber.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, FlexCar. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
FlexCar is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen.
So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as Big Bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Stephanie from San Mateo. RNS installed a high cycle spring for my garage door. Great job, Jason. He was professional, on time, and detailed. The office was responsive and efficient with scheduling and ordering parts. They were recommended by friends who had good experiences too.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
That refresh you've been putting off until the right deal came along? It's here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale is happening now, so you can finally get the style you've been waiting for less. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today, but now back to the morning roast with the Joes. How perfect is it that a guy named Spadonuts is on in the morning?
I don't think there's any way to merge Lubman with donuts. I'm not going to try.
Well, you're sweating bullets right now.
Oh, look who's talking. Must be contagious.
What are you eating over there? What is that
It's
like?
my protein waffles.
Iron, like straight iron potatoes?
Waffles, but yeah.
Waffles,
basically.
yeah.
Yeah, it's breakfast time. Not everyone eats
They
lunch
smell
for
so
breakfast.
sweet from over here.
Oh, I hear from the KCBS people all the time. They're like, oh, your waffles smell so great. We love it. I'm like, oh, good. I'm glad I have a breakfast that smells good. The alternative is a breakfast that smells bad, and no one wants to be that guy. Hey, aren't you the guy with the smelly breakfast? Dude, I'm just trying to eat. See how, not fun that sounds? You know what else is not fun? Giants baseball. That's called a segue right there, everybody. But you know who is a lot of fun, since we're talking about fun, is our guy Richie in Queens. Richie, talk to me, man. What's going on?
Let me tell you something. First of all, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I have never been. Look, I go 60 years with this team. This is, and you can always say there's something worse because you forget things from 30 or 40 years ago. But when you think about where this team is since the Devers deal, when Devers came in, could we win the division? You do. We're definitely going to get a wild card. And their record since then. Let's talk about the team first before I get to Vitello and Posey. You know, ABS, as far as challenging, they've lost at least 7 or 8 challenges by the second inning when both of them are gone. The bottom of the ERA inherited runners is the worst ever. Joe, you're not going to believe this. You know how tough I've been on Brubaker?
Yeah.
Brubaker might be their best reliever.
He
That's
is.
Scary.
No, he is.
Yeah. Inherited runners, they can't stop anything. You know, the guy pitches 6 innings, get out of it. I really thought that Killian and Wynn could be decent, and it's just an abomination. They're in the bottom of the league in getting runners in from third, less than 2 outs. Their errors, their contact, their strikeouts, it's just been beyond pathetic. And when you look at the Maley trade and the Hauser trade, they got him in the bullpen. He has 1 good outing, and they think he's turning it around. Robbie Ray, these guys, Ray and Ariz, must want to climb the fence and swim the bay to get out of San Francisco at this point. Because as far as the future goes, guys, and this bothers me to say how proud this organization was only 10, 12, 15 years ago where they had that tremendous run. Vitello, you know, the Maley pitch count, he didn't know he was on a pitch count. Obviously, the Devers situation. Guys not knowing how many outs there are, running outs with 1 out and running from first to third, and not realizing that, there's less than 2 outs. This is all falls on him. And the thing that bothers me, you're right, Joe. And who am I speaking? Is this Sam?
Yes.
Yes. Good to talk to you. And in that position, and you talked about what Piniella said, you're about to be swept by Kansas City, one of the worst teams in baseball, along with yourself. This is a culmination of building up. You have to go out and and if you get suspended for 3 games, I don't say punch the guy in the face. I don't say that and get physical. I'm not saying that, but this has got to come out at this point in time. How you're losing game, and you brought it up, Sam, how every game they're up, they're down, they've got a chance to win, and how they blow it. And that was an egregious call.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe, I agree with you. I can't remember seeing that kind of call. He didn't even touch him.
He didn't even touch him.
And just to end it, yeah, I loved Posey as a player. I never liked Posey as an individual. I felt he was first narcissistic to a point. I thought he was above it all. I just felt that I didn't like the thing with Strickland when he didn't go out to protect his catcher, irregardless of what the issue was. And I always felt that. And now I think he, as a general manager, I just think he doesn't have the demeanor for that.
No.
You know, and people are going to ask tough questions. I see what's going on with Cashman and Cohen over here. And these guys, no matter what, will answer it. He takes a major hit taking Vitello. That was a major move on his part. Bottom line, guys, I think the whole organization at this point, it's an F. You know absolute F. And I'd like to see it turn around.
No, stay on the line, Richie, because you brought up Cashman. I said to the boss last night, I said, you know, for all the things Cashman isn't, guy's got thick skin. I mean, he has got some thick skin, and he knows exactly what he has signed up for. I'm not just talking about putting together the team and the scrutiny that comes with that. I'm talking about the community he represents as well. And I just can't get over, it's not about where I land on Unity Night, the message of that. It's the community I live in and we live in, and Buster not understanding that principle, it blew me away that he thought he could just read a statement. I was like, that's it. It's like, what? Are you that dense?
Yeah, but you know what? Guy's right, and that comes with you're just knowing the game, knowing, like you said, knowing the environment, knowing where you are. You can't be taught that. You've got to have that inside. And look, the other side with Cashman, he wins every year. It's tough to knock a guy. They're in the playoffs every year, but they don't get to. It's almost at a point now where the regular season doesn't matter with them.
Yeah,
because they're going to be in the playoffs, and what are they going to do in the playoffs? With us, we're fighting, and I just never thought it would get to this level. And again, for Vitello not to react, man, just as an individual, as a man, you just got to just be overwhelmed and lose your mind in that point and just let it all out. And I look him in the dugout. He just looks so stoic. There's no emotion. Joe, the next time you hear from me, we'll be talking NFL football. I love you guys.
Thank God. Love you, buddy. I love you, Richie. God, Richie in Queens. You know what? He's the closest that I have, even though he's from 1,000 states away, to talking to my dad about ball. He's like one of the closest for me. So that's why I love.
He's a staple. He's a staple. The Orange Black Weekend Wrap on Saturdays. He always calls in every morning to chat with Dan and I.
So you have to I just want to stay on Vitello here for just a second. This is going to come and go. You get these opportunities in life, and you got to seize them. And it doesn't mean you're not going to be perfect or not make mistakes. I'm just saying that if you're going to go down swinging. Go down being your authentic self.
Go down your way.
Yeah, but within reason, obviously. Yeah. You can't be a complete psychopath. I
like how Richie said, I don't want him to punch the umpire.
No, but it was symbolic in a variety of ways. It felt like he had already Willie wants me out there. I better
managing scared.
And then he's out there and he's arguing and he's like, oh, maybe this isn't enough. Maybe I should kind of get tossed. I'm not really sure. It honestly was symbolic of how he's managed this team all year.
Yeah, no, it's afraid. It's a managing scared situation. You're afraid to make a certain move. You're afraid to ruffle a certain feather. Standing on the baseline, kind of awkwardly leaning over and yelling across the diamond, that's not asserting yourself.
No.
That's not being the fiery guy we expected you to be. And let's say the entire game plays out exactly like it does yesterday, Joe, but Tony did get into it with Mike Estabrook. Straight up in his face, halitosis, screaming and yelling, kicking dirt, doing the full Lou Piniella. Are we feeling different about Tony this morning, even though everything else plays out the exact same way?
Yeah, yes, because I would have loved to him in postgame be like, I don't even care that he was safe. I'm losing my mind because you can't make that call at that base at that time. This is a terrible call. And the fact that it's unreviewable is ridiculous. And I don't care if Major League Baseball fines me or not.
I agree.
That's where you just have to stand on principle. It's about the principalities of it as I go Friday on you. But it's not about that singular play, even though he was safe. It's about what it represents. And Willie looking into the dugout, and look, I got my own beefs with Willie. I don't think Willie and Tony have gotten along, quite frankly. I think it's pretty obvious. And I'm just Willie's looking in. He's like, Tony, let's go. Hunter Pence, let's go, Tony. Dave Fleming, come on, Tony, you got to do something. And it was that feels like the day he lost me.
Yeah.
And I've been his biggest fan, or at least trying to be his biggest fan.
Yeah, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. And you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And Chazka, that also falls into what the reputation was for him coming out of Tennessee, a guy who kind of just didn't really give a bleep. He's a guy who's going to say what's on his mind. He's going to act the way he wants to act. He was not afraid of those Tennessee teams to show some swagger, have that moxie, and kind of let everybody on the outside looking in. You don't like what we're doing? Well, maybe if you beat us, we'd stop. That's the attitude, that kind of swashbuckling, aura that Tony was supposed to bring to the Giants that got him on their radar. Those are the moments where you need to go out and showcase why you are that person, why the Giants pegged you as being the guy, as that's the energy we want to bring to this clubhouse. That's the time to go out and get into it with the umpire there, because I do believe, Shasky, that an umpire, a manager in certain situations, when they get tossed, how they get tossed, how fiery they are when they get tossed, it can fire up a team. It can fire up a crowd when it's at home.
Show me that you're willing to die on the sword on behalf of the squad. That's it. Look,
and it can absolutely fire up a team. It can fire up a clubhouse. It can get guys being like, you know what? You have my back there, coach. I'm a little bit more in on you. Those are the positive steps forward. And again, as I said, the goal at the end of the year, be comfortable managing this team. Moments like that are how you build that up. That is how you build up into being the more comfortable manager. When Willie Adames sees you going and getting right into the face of Estabrook there, Willie say, you know what? I'm a little bit more in on you now. You're progressing forward. What are you doing each day to progress yourself forward? And Joe, I'm not seeing it. To your point, yesterday, a perfect example. Things could have gone forward in a positive way, but he was too tentative to actually go out and do that.
How many Draymond ejections you think? I don't know.
A lot.
1,000. Oh, they're not all created equal, right? No, they're all different.
But some make sense. Some you're just scratching your head.
The ones that I've always gotten the biggest kick out of, like, I want you to go back to the Memphis when he got kicked out for Clark. Was it the guy Clark that was up in the air and he like grabbed him? And then he was like, screw this. And he like ran around the gym with the finger up and was like firing up the crowd. And all the Warriors were like, oh my God.
That was in the playoffs, right? Was
that game one? Game one, yeah. That they ended up winning.
Yeah.
It felt like that was one of those, like, Draymond did kind of fire this up. Ridiculous as it was, like, I think he actually did motivate everybody. Now, the one against Phoenix felt like sore loser.
Performative, yeah.
Yeah, that one wasn't the same. Again, not all Draymond ejections are equal, but how many people have called into this station and be like, no, actually these Draymond ejections fire the squad up. They galvanize everyone.
Sometimes they fire the fan base up too.
Hell yeah, they do.
Like when they are at home and it's, a warranted ejection, that Chase Center crowd gets going. Yeah. Like, Joe, I always remember this going way back when game 161 of the 2010 season, Bochy comes out to argue balls and strikes. He gets tossed. Everyone's pissed off. This game's going south fast. That did fire that crowd up. And it was electric those last few innings. Giants ended up losing that game, but
that was the Friday game?
The Saturday night game. The Saturday game.
That was the game Zito started.
Yes. When Zito got booed off the mound.
Zito had got booed off the mound. Listen to where...
But I want to focus on the
booed Zito off the mound with a chance to win the NL West. That's incredible.
Yeah.
God, I miss these days.
2 years ahead of a schedule on that one. But... Though, getting back to the Bochy element, though, Giants didn't win that game, you still felt good going into the next day, though. Moments like that set a tone for a team, for a fan base. When that fan base has a tone, you go into that next game, 162 with Jonathan Sanchez on the mound, that atmosphere is still hostile because of the spark that Bochy ignited the night before. And I'm kind of curious, 888-957-9570, do you believe that a manager getting ejected can have a positive influence on a team? Does how a manager get ejected have a positive influence on a team?
I don't think I'm delusional to think that, he'll get ejected, they're going to get fired up, they'll win the game, then they'll go on a 15-game run.
No, that's not at all what I'm getting at.
I know that's not what you're saying. Yeah. I'm just saying internally, can you have those moments? And yes. What is his signature moment right now? Devers
a positive signature moment?
Just signature moment.
Okay, yeah, no, because there's no positive signature moments. They're all negative, and it might be the Devers thing. Like, that might be the seminal moment of the year.
If I'm him, if I'm his brother, and then, like, we're having a conversation, it's like, dude, you can't go out like that. Like, even if you're going to go back to college at some point, like, come on, man, like, stand on your own. It's like, do what you were born to do. Be yourself. Where's that passion? Where's that fire?
I don't know how, because I remember when he was introduced, Tony said, this is a recent dream, but it's a dream. So, like, I don't know how, like, gung-ho he was or how fired up he was about being a major league man. Like, if they go back a couple years, I don't know how much major league manager was on his radar. But let's say this year goes off the rails more so than it already has, whatever that looks like, and he does not come back next year. If he wants to position himself in a way that, it didn't work this time, but you might get another shot, that's going out the window.
That's a great point.
That's a great point. It's going out the window right now.
He's in the Matt Rule zone.
Ooh, that's a good comp.
Right?
Yeah.
He's in the Matt Rule zone.
Or
Like,
you're just, what you get, it's good.
it's like everyone's going to say, college guy, never will work again.
Yeah.
Ever.
Which, again, that's not an awful thing. You can still be a great college coach.
But I care about
Nick Saban is that. I mean, Nick
Yes.
Saban was never a great pro coach. He is the king of college football. So
Still think he could have been better. But I would agree.
yeah. But yeah, with Tony Vitello, like, I would like to see you have that success, Tony. I am rooting for you still. But if it doesn't work out this year, no one's going to be like, well, you had a bad hand here. Maybe we'll give you a chance down the line. No, it's, you know what? You weren't in a great situation. You didn't make it better. I don't see another team out there that's going to be like, you know what? Let's try this again with Tony. It did work the first time, but maybe the second time it'll go better because, again, what is he doing to show that he is learning from his mistakes? Really quick, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
If you asked me, Joe, like, give me the argument on why this guy should come back. Like, just give me the argument. I would start with, it's only been 1 year. He was given the worst bullpen I've ever seen. I don't really love this core of veterans. They're kind of like a bunch of malcontents, you know? You don't have a lot of starting pitching. You have some positional redundancy. You're in the hardest division in baseball, or one of them.
There's so many things working against you before we get to anything you've actually done.
Also, you're a first-time manager. Your GM is a first-time GM. And your president of baseball ops is a first-time president of baseball ops.
And your farm director, Randy Wynn, is another first-timer. So the guy getting your young players up is also new at this. There's a lot of inexperience around this team.
I don't know.
It's all circumstantial. No, like it's...
I don't even know. I don't even know where to go with this guy. Like I feel really let down because none of the stuff I was sold on and that I thought would translate has even shown its face.
I think if you're going to try and make the case as to why you're going to bring him back, I think you're bringing, almost everybody back if you're trying to make this case, is that just so much has just been off the wall wrong with this season. Like everything just got so off the rails in ways that almost seem uncontrollable that you almost just have to kind of throw your hands up like you're Bud Selig at the All-Star game and just be like, you know what? And I hate this. This is such a cop-out of an excuse, but like sometimes you just have a year where everything goes wrong.
Let me read a text to you. South City Mike. Boy, feels like the Giants have turned into the Raiders. Horribly run organization from top to bottom.
Not the R word.
Well, think about the Raiders the last 20 years. A million different coaches, a million different inexperienced GMs, a million different faces of the organization. How many overpriced free agents go there and underperform?
I think that's a symptom of a greater issue. That's now
you don't want to acknowledge it, but like Sam, they are closer to the Raiders with their one playoff in the last 10 years, the Giants, than they are the Niners.
Oh, no, I'm not. It's not that I'm trying to avoid the fact that I don't like that is because that's a scarily accurate statement there. But the Raiders issues go, that's ownership trickling everything down. I feel like if you're going to make a Raider comp in this situation, then that's...
How has our ownership been better?
Well, that's what I said. I think that's part of an ownership conversation, not a Tony Vitello conversation.
But no, it's all in one.
Maybe it's all encompassed.
It's all in one.
Yeah.
If you're at least Mark, I'll give you Mark Davis. Mark Davis is at least like out front. I know where the buck stops. Greg Johnson.
Well, yeah, you know where the buck stops.
Greg Johnson want to be a real estate mogul or be an owner of a baseball team?
You're getting the same amount of success from both owners right now in that sense, in just in different ways. But I think that's why I think it's bigger.
I'm surprised you're scoffing at the Raider comp.
No. I'm not. Sorry, I'm not trying to scoff. I kind of agree with it, but I just think that Raider comp, I think, goes to such a
they
bigger
look like the Kings
state of the franchise.
They look like the Sacramento Kings.
No, that shows like in that situation, then simply moving off Tony Vitello doesn't change anything.
No, at all. But he's also not the solution.
No,
that's the problem. In the conundrum.
Now you're talking about bigger questions, as in like. Not do we replace are we replacing players, manager, general manager, president of baseball ops? Now we're asking the question of how do we get these owners out of here so that we can get actual owners in here who care about winning and start changing things around that way. That's the harder question to ask.
Mike Krukow who is the big, I love you, Mike. If you're listening, I mean this with all my heart, okay? This is not, I'm not knocking you. I would be 50 times worse if I was in your position. Mike Krukow, who played for the Giants, is a Giants legendary broadcaster, maybe the greatest broadcaster in the country. I'm talking about him and Kipe together as a duo, right? When he is saying everyone should be on the block, Mike will shine up anything negative with the Giants. When Mike Krukow is down so bad, and I love Mike, I'm not ripping him. I'm saying, like, that's how far we've fallen. Mike Krukow is suggesting everyone should be traded.
But again, when you're telling me Raiders,
Mike Krukow.
When you're telling me Raiders comp, when you're telling me Kings comp, what that tells me is just, it doesn't matter what change you make. You could fire Tony Vitello, you could fire Buster Posey, you could fire Zach Manassian, you could trade all three of your anchor contracts tomorrow, you can trade Logan Webb too if you want in this hypothetical. You're still going to have the same decision makers hiring the next people. And that's why, like, if you fire Tony Vitello, I think you got to fire Buster too, because I don't know if I want Buster to choose another manager. What right does he have to choose another manager? That's how cutthroat sports business is.
Does anyone know what Zach does? Does anyone know?
He says, hey, Buster, he goes into Buster's office and says, hey, Buster, I got this idea for a manager. I think you really like it.
The more and more I've been thinking about this, and again, my boys are like, I don't see how Vitello comes back. And they're right. Like, I don't have a great argument.
I'm saying if you fire one, that I think you're firing, it's not just one guy. Multiple people need to go then. And it goes into what you said yesterday, a full-on cleaning of the house. But then, Joe, again, this is why your Raider comp shook me so much. Well, there's just going to be the same, dingbats making the next hire, and we're going to be stuck in the same situation next year.
They've been living off the Bochy years of the 2010s. In the same way, and I'm just using this as an analogy, in the same way as the Kings have been living off, the early, 2000s run, and the Raiders and the Gruden run. Like, let's just call it what it is.
But again, when it's the same decision makers are in charge, nothing is going to change in that situation.
It's the Angels, the Rockies, and the Giants.
I'm agreeing with you.
Those are the three worst teams in baseball.
What about Greg Johnson makes you think that the next people he brings in are going to switch it all around? Who's the best person that's been hired under Greg Johnson? Who's the best player that's been, and I love Larry, who is the best hire that's been done ever since Larry pushed Bill Newcomb out of control and took over?
I don't care what you say. Larry runs a team better than Buster. It's pretty obvious.
Oh, absolutely. But
he understands. I'm sorry. Like, I'm gonna cape up for Larry. Larry's not perfect. I like Larry a lot. Yeah, I admit my biases, but Larry has proven it over a longer period of time. He understands what it is to be the face of a team, whether he's running the baseball X's and O's or not, which I know he wasn't. Mm-hmm. He understands how to read the room. And I'll give you this. He hires competent people and has. We can have arguments about when they moved off people. Larry's done a significantly better job.
Who was the best hire that Larry made after he took over?
Brian Sabian.
I guess that was I put that more under a Peter McGowan thing.
They're all together to me.
Well, yeah, I know, but I guess I'm thinking about who's on. Like McGowan was the number one for a while.
And he got out of his way.
When they got Sabian, and then Bill Newcomb was on top. Bill Newcomb was the one who paved the way for that dynasty to come to fruition, and then Larry took over as the number one, and it's been kind of a slow slide ever since. How much is that on Larry? How much is that just circumstantial from the fact that the team aged under his stewardship? We can go back and forth on that.
Buster's a legend. He's been awful. And I've applauded all the moves that he's made, and I've been wrong every time.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep this going on the other side. Paul in Palo Alto, I see you there. What's Going to Be the Game is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models, including the F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Coleman, Daly City, or on ceremonyford.com.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conéctate. Savings based on third-line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
It's icy, refreshing, and sure to be the sip of the summer. Burger King just released the new Orange Dreamsicle Freeze King, an orange-flavored frozen beverage topped with cold foam and crumble. Available for a limited time. For your chance to win a gift card, visit 957thegame.com.
Oh, I guess we're back.
All right, I got a story to tell.
Oh, Joe Shasky's got a story. Really quick, this is the Morning Roast. Sam Lemon filling in for Joe Spadoni. Joe Spadoni is, as Joe Shasky loves to say, on assignment.
I've
this
never said
weekend.
that.
You say it all
Ever.
the time. If I lie, though, about it, I can say that, though. You can say anything if you just lie. I've learned. That's a horrible lesson to teach your kids.
I don't need. I'm just gonna. Yeah.
So you said you have a story.
Well, no, my right knee is a little sore today.
Oh no.
I know. I had an old man moment yesterday. So we play at Jackson, all right, and we play like in the old man division, and then we play like in the any age division, meaning you play a lot of young people. And I'm going first to third, and normally like it depends on like I'll slide. Playoffs, tournaments, yes, because that's different. But like playoffs, yes, maybe in regular season, depends. And I go to slide on a first to third because I thought the ball was coming in more to protect the back of my head so I don't get hit with the ball because we're not wearing helmets or anything. And it's so sandy on this field. It's like either rock hard concrete or a sandbox. I go to like slide around the tag. I ended up getting safe. I came up like 3 feet short because there was so much sand and like literally flipped over. Yeah, and I consider myself a pretty good slider and a good base runner. And I like flipped over and just landed on my right knee so hard. I missed all the sand that I slipped into and then landed on the concrete hard part of the dirt. And like my hands got a little,
Oh, we got the scuffed up
burn,
palms.
the rug burn, if you will.
That is low key the worst.
It's stinging like crazy.
Anything you touch for the next like 36 hours, you're gonna feel every single bit of it.
It just ticks me off. And I was like, dude, I came up like 3 feet. I ended up being safe, but still, it was like such an old man moment.
Hey, at least you were safe, though. That's all that matters.
I wasn't moving fast enough to be able to slide through the 18 pounds of sand.
Well, 18 pounds of sand is a lot of sand to slide through. So, I mean, I can't really fault you for that one there. But, hey, was it worth it at least, being safe? When you
finally won a game. It's been a minute. We've had a rough summer. A lot of injuries and age. And, yeah, it's not looking good.
Boxer and Gerson injury report would
seriously
be all up on that one. Let's go to Paul in Palo Alto here, talking Giants this morning. 888-957-9570 on this July 23rd after another Giants loss, 5-4 to the Royals. Tony Vitello, a very lackluster ejection. And we're simply asking the question, is there a case to be made for Tony Vitello coming back next year? It's a really hard case to make right now this morning, but I don't know, maybe at some point throughout the show, we will find some sort of an answer to that question. Paul, Palo Alto, how are you doing this morning, man? You're on the roast.
Doing well, gents. Thanks for having me. I love the call, and I can't really blame Tony Vitello. I mean, I don't know. It just feels like Posey hired a guy and then didn't let him do his job the way he probably wants to do it. I mean, I'm just really disappointed that we're neutering the manager for vets the caliber of Matt Chapman and Devers and so forth. It's not Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent. These guys are mid-tier, above average players at best. And I can't blame Tony Vitello. He's not a great manager. I'm not going to pretend he's doing a great job or anything. But as far as does he belong next year with this group? He better belong if Posey and Venezia are back and if Larry Bear's still doing his thing. I mean, what has Tony Vitello done worse than any of those people?
That's a good point.
In terms of this year, the last few years? So my suggestion is let Bear and Posey fail upwards, get him to the real estate part of the franchise, and find a real architect. I mean, if Posey can't convince a Sabian or a John Barr to come back to the franchise in any kind of meaningful capacity, he's not the guy then. He's not the president. He's not the guy that's going to find your next Brian Sabian caliber GM. So,
Paul, you seem reasonable. How old are you? How long have you been watching the Giants?
I'm 41. I've been watching the Giants for about 25 years.
Yeah, we're about the same age.
No, what am I talking about? About 30 years.
Yeah, we're about the same age.
Yeah,
this is one of the worst bullpens I've ever seen in my life. I think it is the worst bullpen in our lives.
I think it's the worst. 96 was pretty horrifying, but this is really bad. And there's no John Burkett or Bill Swift to even feel good about. There's nothing here. But we knew that though, right? We were talking about this in the offseason as far as, we were praying that the back end of the rotation wouldn't be horrifying. I mean, the whole thing is just the park adjusted staff or this pitching staff are just I can't believe they had the audacity to say they shouldn't have done anything more in the offseason. I can't believe it. So I don't think Posey's the guy for finding the next manager, and therefore Vitello better be back if Posey's here next year in the same capacity.
It's a great point. And I guess the question now gets raised, who's been the worst at their job this year?
Thanks, Paul.
Like, sincerely, who's been the worst at their job? Players, Buster, Tony, or Zach?
Worst is I'm putting that on Buster because
considering they've all been bad.
Yeah, I mean the buck stops with Buster. How about this? If Buster was good at his job, then that means that he put together a better team that's on the field. A better team that's on the field is probably, let me check my math here, playing better than this team. And if this team is playing better, that's going to reflect more positively on Tony Vitello to where, you know what, if the Giants were 4 games under 500, are we as angry at Tony Vitello as they are now when they are 18 games under 500?
No, but we would be questioning, why did you go to a rookie manager if you're this close to winning and you could win with this group? Like, yeah. I already know how the conversations would sound.
I would say we would all be...
But Buster was the one who hired Tony, so exactly. I have a hard time putting Tony ahead of the blame game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I say it starts with Buster, because if Buster makes just different moves that pan out instead of the ones that he did make that did not pan out,
yes.
You have a better team. Even if it's not a contender, if they're hovering around 500, are there questions about Tony Vitello in this hypothetical? Absolutely. There's got to be some questions. I mean, Bob Melvin was hovering around 500 for 2 years, and did that stop people from questioning if he was the right move?
The bottom did fall out for a month last year.
Yeah.
Really bad. The bottom's been fell out for what?
But that's
3
why,
full months?
But that is why, again, I just put it at Buster, because it starts there. If Buster does his job better, that sets everyone else up to do their jobs better. Better enough to where we're not firing anybody? I don't know. You asked me the question, though. It starts with Buster Posey. That's where the trickle down is. It's, you know, ironically say, in ownership, we don't know who the buck starts with. On the baseball side, it's so blatantly obvious where the source of the issues start from.
Well, the other thing is, I hear a lot, and you see it in the chat now. Hey, Farhan got 6 years, so Buster deserves more time. Guys, can we all acknowledge Farhan probably got a year or two too many?
I think Farhan was done halfway through 2023.
Okay, so he got too much time, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
You could say he didn't need that. 23 was probably the time to move off. So maybe he got 1 year too much.
Just because somebody else gets, Dennis Erickson got a couple of years. I'm not firing or keeping Chip Kelly, years later based off what I did with Dennis Erickson.
Well, also let's remember the context around Farhan Zaidi. I think those first 2 years, the COVID year is the COVID year.
I don't want the...
But also
hypothetically.
The 2021 season, whether you like that season or not, it gave Farhan a little bit more of a leash.
No doubt.
I
acknowledge that.
Yeah, if Buster had an incredible season as president of baseball operations and then had a season like this, it's a different conversation. So that plays into it as well. But I agree with you, though. Farhan got this amount of time, so Buster get it. That's the whole, well, this was wrong, so let's do this wrong to equal that wrong, and those two wrongs will then become a right, which that's not how it works.
Yeah, I'm just judging Buster on Buster. Forget what happened prior, before. I will say this, in terms of building a bullpen, Farhan has been infinitely better.
Farhan actually
Buster.
did more things. This is crazy to say. Farhan, in a sense, probably did more things that would hint that this team is turning around in terms of some of the pitching acquisitions he made, the bullpens that he built. What has Buster done at all in the year and a half so far? What moves has he made that are showing you an organization that is turning around, is in a positive direction? There were some wins for
Lee has been good. That's a Farhan find.
Yeah.
Luis Ariz has been great. He'll be traded.
Exactly.
Casey Schmidt has been great. Farhan draft,
yeah.
But you developed him. Bryce Eldridge has been great. Farhan draft, You've now developed him.
I'm not trying to say that we miss Farhan or anything. Even Farhan, though, did have some wins here or there.
Pat Bailey.
Buster Posey has been very much struggling to find, what is the seminal great move that Buster Posey has made? It probably is Luis Arias, who's not going to be a Giant in a
Rafi
week.
Devers.
Okay.
That's the seminal move.
That's the seminal move. I guess the seminal good move, I guess.
It's not a good move?
Right now, does the Rafi Devers move feel like a good move right now?
He's still leading baseball in a lot of categories.
How many Giants fans right now do you think want him on the team?
Well, it's not on him.
No, I'm not saying that Rafi's the problem. Again, it's another, I don't know if Rafi's the solution. You went out, you got a guy
one of their second or
I don't know,
best players.
He's been playing really well, behind the scenes, though, I don't know. The fit with him and Eldridge at first base.
Well, that's clearly
you want Eldridge
redundant.
at first more? At some point, this is something that Dan and I talked about in the Orange Black Weekend wrap a few weeks ago. At some point, though, there's going to be a switch.
I agree.
Where Bryce has to be your first baseman every day. And I know Rafi loves playing the field. That's very important to him, and I very much respect that, Rafi. I love that you love to get out there with your glove and get down and dirty with it. There's going to come a day, though, where it's just like, bro, you're the DH now. And when that day comes, the answer needs to be, okay, I'm the DH now. Not, well, no, I still want to play first. That is a future the Giants are hurtling into right now. I don't like where that future is going in terms of that direction. Right now, yeah, I think for the betterment of the organization going forward and Bryce Eldridge, you might need to move off of Rafi Devers. And so, yeah, it's hard for me to say that the Rafi Devers move has been a good move.
All right, I want to get back to what we started the show with for the new audience. You know, culpability is probably too strong, but I felt like I played a small part in trying to run Bob Melvin out of town, and I do regret that.
Yeah, you're not alone. A lot of other people did. I contributed too.
And I'm not trying to put more on myself. I'm just saying, like, I talk every day. It does have influence, blah, blah, blah. I thought Bob Melvin was a mediocre hire. I thought Bob Melvin was boring. Just a boring retread decision.
I called him Bob Mevin.
He had no energy in the dugout. I didn't feel like the players responded to him.
What was the one time he got ejected? He got ejected, and Hayden Bird's song was like, "Wait, he got ejected."
Exactly.
You love that one.
And quite frankly, I thought the Giants could do better than him, and I was wrong. And I was wrong. And they bring in Tony Vitello. I was like the biggest fan of Tony Vitello, like heading in, because I just thought it represented something fresh outside the box, something new, energetic, passionate, and none of that is coming to fruition. Since spring training, day one with the media, he's arguing. You got Robbie Ray and him kind of like exchanging words day one against the Yankees. You have the Schmidt-Chapman situation. What was it behind the scenes, you said?
Well, so this was Evan Webeck reported a little bit after that there had been a couple other incidents behind closed doors that had been dealt with.
Okay.
That's all we really got.
What about Willie Adames? Is he ever going to reprimand him ever, not knowing how many outs there were, yucking it up with Mookie Betts, goofing around? I mean, how about Logan Webb when he went to go oh, you're out of the game. Oh, now you're back into the game. Oh, we're going to go to you. Now we're not going to go to you. How about when he went to the bullpen, Tony Vitello, and he didn't indicate righty or lefty?
That's Saturday night against the Pirates, yep.
Obviously, the larger organizational nightmare that was Pride Night, he didn't help. I'm not saying it's on him, but he didn't help the situation. The Malley and then Keaton Winn, usage, and then subsequent injuries. Bryce Eldridge gets brought up, and then we're not playing him. And then we're playing Will Brennan. Other young players not knowing how many outs there were. His third base coach had to be hand-selected by Buster, Hector Borg, maybe the worst third base coach in history. Saying something. The Friday night issue with Patrick Bailey, where the dugout, Vitello in particular, is jarring back and forth with Bailey. And I'm going, what is going on here? And then the very next morning, Pat Bailey's gone. I mean, we're in July. We're not even in August. And I haven't even brought up the Rafi Devers come out of the game. We're gonna put in a pinch runner for you situation. You could pinpoint 1,000 things. I thought he was brought in for fundamentals. I thought he was brought in to button up on the defense and the details. That has not come to fruition. I thought he was going to be brought in to help develop our pitching. That hasn't really, paid dividends. Now, there's been nice things that have happened. Arise is nice. Jung-Hoo Lee's nice. Casey Schmidt is nice.
Bryce Eldridge's come along at first base.
Sure. Sure. Ramos' return has been nice. Mm-hmm. There's been some nice ones. We're the third worst team in baseball. And he has, of 27 managers in Giants history to go 100 games, he has the 26th record, meaning the 26th worst record ever to coach 100 or more games for the Giants. It's been an unmitigated disaster. Yeah. They're 42-60, Sam.
I mean, we asked the question, 888-957-9570.
They're 42-60.
What's 18 games under? What is the case that you could possibly make for Tony Vitello to come back next year? And a lot of the cases I hear are attached to Buster Posey. But here's the problem with that is if you want to move off Buster, I think, as Paul said, it's either all of them are back or none of them are back at this point. I don't think you can fire Tony Vitello and say, okay, Buster, go pick another manager.
Well, it's funny that you say that.
Who's comfortable doing that? Conversely, Joe, before I throw it back to you, I don't think you could fire Buster and then bring in a new general manager and be like, okay, here's your college manager. Go make some magic happen. Because what GM wants to come in with, I'll say with Tony Vitello after the season that he's having right now? No general manager is going to want to inherit that.
Let me.
So it's all or nothing after this year.
After yesterday, him not like losing his mind, getting thrown out, like it just felt very weird and very
tepid.
Yeah, tepid is a really good description of it. And it's like, dude, do something. Show me you care. Fight for Willie Adames, who I don't even like.
In Mike Estabrook's face.
Yes.
Scream on him. Get little spittles on him.
I have no grand delusions that they're going to go on a 16-game run.
No.
The Red Sox. It's just show me you care about this.
Those are moments that if he had done that, it's not a moment that's going to change the season around in a visible way on the field. But what it does is it does things behind the scenes. That has been the goal this year. I need things short up behind the scenes. That's not a sexy goal. We're not going to raise a banner next year on opening day. Giants 2026 got things right behind the scenes. That's not something that you celebrate. It's not, quite frankly, and this is an argument I've had with Dan a lot, it's not something that I think an organization on the level of Giants really should be sitting around and setting that kind of a standard. The standard should be higher than that. The standard should be higher than, let's hire this manager and have him learn at the big league level. But
the standard is the standard.
Yeah, exactly. I just thought that he'd be able to translate quicker, and it hasn't played out.
Let's advance this conversation a little bit, because
I throw you a text as we're talking about Posey and Vitello from my boy Paul Simpson, who watched Giants baseball since the 1950s. Paul, I'm not trying to date you. I love you, pal. Posey's in the wrong job. He should be the manager. Tony should be his bench coach, holding the laptop and passing out the bubble gum in the sunflower seeds. The Giants need a president like city native Paul Taboni. Look what Paul has done with the Nationals in 1 year. He had scouting and front office experience with the Red Sox. Posey's executive experience was managing the farm. No, he hasn't done that. Figure it out.
Posey's experience at the management level, at the executive management level, was, Buster, we're going to add you to the ownership group because the fan base is mad at us, and we need a face on there that people won't be mad at.
Well, guess what? You've tarnished his legacy is way too strong.
No, because I think he could step down at the end of this year, or honestly, maybe he comes back next year, and then that's when it'll be like, you know what? Like,
failed president of baseball.
He's gonna be good. He's Chris Mullin 2.0. And we all love Mully nowadays.
It took a long time for Mully to resurface.
Well, the Warriors need to start winning again.
No
first
doubt.
off, that certainly helped.
And I love Mully.
I love Mully too.
Mully was way better at his job than what Posey's been.
I mean, growing up for me,
Mully was the architect of We Believe. Yeah. Mully helped trade for Baron Davis. And that was one of the best trades to that point we'd ever seen. Point. Mully traded for Steven Jackson and Al Harrington.
So he'll be asking you this.
Mully convinced Don Nelson to come out of retirement and replace the college coach that he had hired in Mike Montgomery. Say what you want. Mully made moves. He wasn't perfect.
I still think that Buster, the person, the player, is still going to be appreciated by, in 2030, in 4 years from now, they're going to have the 20th anniversary of the 2010 World Series reunion. I expect Buster to get applause.
Yeah, he will.
When he comes out for that.
People can differentiate the two.
But no,
it's a good point, though. Maybe he should have just been in the manager's role and not.
Well, remember, that was Bonte's initial take, right? Oh, I think Buster's going back to be the manager, and he ended up not being wrong in that. A little bit off base, but I absolutely
would. Posey, let me ask you a question.
That take of Buster as the manager, Tony as the bench coach. Yeah,
but Tony wouldn't have left Tennessee to do that. I agree,
but let's.
Would Posey want to manage the team Posey's put together?
That's a good question. Who would want to manage the team that Buster's put together?
And that's an indictment of Posey.
Yeah. No, that's again why I think it all comes back. Who's been doing the worst? It is Buster, because Buster's inability to connect on his job has made it so much harder for everybody else to connect on their jobs.
I would. This is me. And all my boys are telling me, there's no way Vitello could come back. There's no way. I would give it all one more year. Now, I don't even have, if you said to me, well, how will it be better next year?
Because it can't be worse.
It can.
It can always get worse.
It can always get worse. I don't have an answer. I don't have a rebuttal. And my job is to come up with rebuttals and answers and make something up. And I don't have one.
No, Joe,
so,
it is.
There's no other thing to me to say than I don't have a rebuttal.
You sound like me at the end of my time supporting Farhan. I don't have a rebuttal other than, you know what? These guys, they're smart. Maybe they just figure it out. That's kind of where you're at.
Are they, though?
I believe that they have baseball smarts. I think Buster knows baseball. I think Zach Manazian knows baseball. I think Tony Vitello knows baseball. Joe, baseball's been played professionally since the 1860s. Major League Baseball, as we know it, has been around since 1900. There has been so many people in this game who know the game of baseball, and so many of them failed. Just because you know ball does not mean you're guaranteed to succeed at this level. What we're seeing here is, and again, Farhan is another perfect example. You and I went back and forth. What are his qualifications to be in the game? And I would tell you, the guy's been working in front offices for 20 years. I'm sure he's picked up something. What specifically, I can't tell you. I don't know him that way. But he knows something. Just because he knows something about the game doesn't mean he's qualified, though, for the role that he was in, which was president of baseball operations.
How many guys that have playing experience get at any sport get fired after one, like being one and done? I could go through every
playing
sport.
Experience does not always translate to success in the executive box. Joe, I think the Giants have had 8 or 9 general managers since coming out to San Francisco. Buster's the third of those 8 or 9 or something like that to have actually played the game and also been an executive. For the most part, the Giants have not had former players as their executive. Honestly, you want to look at some of the best executives in the game today. Theo Epstein, I don't think he's running a team right now. Never played baseball. Dave Dombrowski, one of the elite executives in baseball. Never played the game.
Well, Craig Breslow was getting crushed. He did play. And now they're on fire.
I think there's only 5, I want to say, active general managers right now who are also players. I don't know what that split looked like maybe back in like 1996 or whatever.
And Gabe Kapler's one of them.
And Gabe Kapler is doing better than Buster. I know, what a crazy thing to say, right? Gabe Kapler, better president of baseball operations than Buster Posey.
I don't have I would go one more year with the whole thing, all of them together. I just don't have a rebuttal on how does it get better next year. I don't have an answer.
I have a potential answer, but I'm not going to give it yet because I think Verducci is going to say something that's going to tie into that answer. Verducci, you're on the roast, man. What do you got?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I think you got to be able to bring everyone back. I mean, look, I do give Buster credit for attempting to bring in some big bats off the free agency. The problem is that you wanted them to be 2, 3, and 4 hitters, and they're really 6 or 7th in any normal lineup for a competitive team. But the thing that he has done well is improved our farm system through the trades he made last year, through the draft. So I think you got to be able to give them at least, a year or 2 to develop that. And I think you got to tear it down to the studs. You got to be able to trade your assets now, rebuild your pitching staff, rebuild the bullpen. You got Rodriguez and Birdsong coming back. And there's just something with Vitale. I don't know what it is. I think it's, he's used to coaching young players. I don't think he vibes well with the vets that are here. So why not provide him a youthful team, a team where he feels like he could be more like himself, like the guy that we thought he was when we first hired him, and based off the interviews at the beginning of the season, and just allow him to work. Now, Vitale does have to do a better job. Using the bullpen usage, having more defined roles, also be able to use your bench and the talent that you have. So there's things that he has to grow upon, but I think use your assets now. Remember a few years ago when we had Gausman and some of these other cats that we did not trade at the deadline and got nothing for them. This is what they got to do. Tear it down to the studs. Let the youth rock. You still got a lot of good players coming up and still got a plethora of pitching in AAA and AA. So that's what I would do. Give them a chance, guys. We're going to have to be patient, Giants fans, but this is the right direction that we got to go in rather than sitting there and keep putting Band-Aids on things.
Thanks, Verducci. And that's a great point there. And that does kind of dovetail into the case that if I'm going to try and make for Tony Vitale to come back next year, Joe, the case is simple as you need to give him a team that I think is more suited to what Tony can bring to the table. Tony's, I think, strengths are ability to recognize talent at the younger levels, because you need to do that in order to be a recruiter. And I do think his ability to develop personal relationships with his players is a strength. But who has he been building these relationships with lately? College kids. If I'm going to make the case for Tony Vitale to come back next year, Buster's going to have to really get to work at this next deadline, clearing out a lot of players who I don't think fit in with the kind of team that Tony would excel with. And I'm talking about the older players. I'm talking about those big 3 contracts. I think if you get off of them, move off of Reyes, move off of Ray, restock your team with more prospects. You have a good farm right now. You have a good one, not a great one. You need to get that better. Get more youth on this team for next year. Get a bunch of young guys who, again, the team might not be good, but get a bunch of young guys who you can see future promise in, who will then coalesce around their manager, Antonio Vitello, who has that ability to connect with the younger players. You know, maybe these established...
I don't think that Buster has it in him to... Listen to what you're saying. Trade the three guys.
I said that Buster has to go to work.
It's like 7 guys that you want to trade. The chances that they trade 4 guys would be very unlikely.
Like, might not all happen in this deadline. You might have to move on these contracts in the offseason, too. When a lot of these
offseason, there's going to be a strike.
Well, yeah.
They're in it.
That's a good point, actually. I honestly know that. Honestly, that I didn't even. You're right. That does kind of. That is going to sit there. You're right. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult.
They're in deep water without a life vest, and they can't swim.
So then at that point, I think there's a path, but maybe it's just not a path that they can actually attain.
What was worse? What was worse? Not doing anything for like 6 years and having no farm, like nothing, but no financial commitments. Or the farm's great right now. It is, like numbers wise, the numbers look great on the farm.
It's an unrealized gain though with the farm.
Yeah, but also yes, you're right. But also the bloated contracts that weigh down the organization and the payroll. What's the worst situation to be in?
I mean, honestly, these contracts really worry me, Joe.
I know.
Because we had Dave Fleming on yesterday, and he talked about, who fits in with the Giants' next window of contention. And this is a conversation I've had with my friend Steven a lot. We compare seasons. The way we talk about the Giants is we kind of compare where the Giants are at in the contention cycle by using the years like 2005 to 2010 in terms of like, this year's going to be a lot like this. This year will be like that. So like if this year is a lot like 2007, is there any way that next year could be like a 2008 where maybe you're not a good team, but you're seeing youth come up that's starting to show you the picture of, oh, this is what the next good Giants team will look like.
So they'll be good in 3 years is what you're getting at.
I mean, if I told you at the end of 2007 that they were going to win the World Series 3 years later,
I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, that's how quickly these things can turn around, though.
Yeah, but Sam, that team had a bunch of miscast veterans. I mean, just look at it.
This team has miscast veterans.
No. Uribe was on a 1-year deal. Huff was on a 1-year deal. That was a very bizarre team. They picked up, Burrell. Like you cannot use the 2010 outlier.
I see what you mean. I thought you meant
as like a template.
Oh, no, I'm not seeing it as a template. I'm just saying in terms of where they are in the contention cycle. If next year, because again, one player coming up can change the conversation.
Sure.
Remember when Pablo came up in 2008, how the entire feeling around this organization changed?
It wasn't just Pablo,
but
though. It was Pablo. It was Matt Cain. It was Sanchez. It was Timmy. It was a variety of guys.
I agree with you. You do have some guys right now, young guys on this team that I look at.
And Buster.
And I think could be part of the next good Giants team. But this is where I go back to those big three, though. When your young talent comes up to the big leagues, like your big 4 shortstops, Killen, Johnny Level, Luis Hernandez, Josar Gonzalez.
Yeah,
those guys are all expected to come up when Devers will be in his age 32, 33 season. Adames will be in his 33, 34 seasons. Chapman will be in his age 35, 36 seasons. They're going to be old. They're not going to be in the good parts of their career anymore if they're not in them now. They're going to get in the way of your young players coming up. So you asked me the question, what's worse? The Farhan era when there was no commitments, or this right now when you're saddled with commitments? The commitments that you're saddled with are going to interfere with your contention timeline when that timeline does eventually come to fruition in a few years, assuming your prospects do, develop as you are expecting them. You know what I mean? Like
I do, but we also have to be realistic. Not all these guys are going to hit. We'll be lucky if 33% of them hit.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what the Giants did, I'm not trying to knock you. It's kind of like trying to replicate what the Warriors did in 2014, 2015. That's what makes it so unique.
Mm-hmm.
When you have all these guys hitting all at once, that just doesn't happen normally. You end up being Sterling Castro. You end up being, Javi Baez, where you show promise for a couple of years, get an overpaid contract, and then never live up to it. Like, that's what some guys develop into. Some never make it. Like,
I acknowledge that
2010
reality.
team. That 2010 team. I want you to think about this. Homegrown closer, Brian Wilson. Homegrown ace, not ace, superstar ace, Tim Lincecum. Homegrown number 2, Matt Cain. Homegrown number 4, even though Zito was kind of oscillating between 2 and 3 that year, Sanchez. And then you brought up homegrown first-round pick, who eventually would be World Series hero, Madison Bumgarner, who finished and started a game in Texas on the road in the World Series. Homegrown third baseman Pablo Sandoval, who lost his job that year. lost his job to Uribe.
But how many of those guys were?
1 second. Homegrown Hall of Fame catcher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys to be supplemented by the others. 7
homegrown guys. Yeah. How many of those homegrown guys were in the organization in 2007, though?
Kane, Lincecum, Wilson, Sanchez, and Pablo. 5 of them.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, the Ed Buster obviously come along the next year. Bumgarner as well. Crawford came along. Again, we were talking about the 2010 team. But I do think you have some homegrown pieces that you can feel good about right now.
I agree with that.
You don't have enough of them, but you need more. In 2007, you had some homegrown pieces that you felt good about. You needed to get more, and then you did add more.
Sure.
So, like, yeah, it's not a like for comparison, but in terms of just how quickly they could turn around, maybe they could start to turn things around next year, and you start to see the path forward. Maybe in a best case scenario. Joe, I'll acknowledge, yes, I'm not trying to compare what's going on right now to 2010.
No, I know.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
And I don't mean to pick on you on that, but like I do hear a lot of guys like that's the homework. It's like what they did, they caught lightning in a bottle.
No, that's the template. Is you have to build up with the homegrown talent like that. Having the template and executing the template are two very, very different things.
Totally agree.
This is under the assumption that they will be executing this template that I am laying out here. You have to execute. I'm not going to just say this is what will happen and then it will happen. That's not how life works. That'd be really cool if it did. There is an expectation of the Giants that they need to execute whatever this rebuild plan that they can go through over the next few years to develop that next window of contention. And they're going to have to do it while operating around 3 contracts that, the 2010 team didn't have any real albatross contracts interfering with anything other than Zito, but that was...
And Rowan.
But
they got replaced by younger, cheaper players.
But those guys
skip a beat.
Those guys were a lot easier to kind of work around those because it's easier to work around an outfield albatross contract because you got 2 other outfield spots.
Sure.
It's easier to work around a pitching albatross because you got 4 other spots. It's harder to work around a first base albatross spot when there's only 1 first baseman. Like
I completely agree with you.
Yeah. So like that's why I think these 3 make it so difficult for that next window of contention to develop. And yeah, it's going to be hard. Buster's got to have to figure it out. If he doesn't figure it out, then he's going to get replaced. Someone else will come in. And unfortunately, this misery that we're in could continue for more years.
This deadline is going to tell me everything I need to know about how bought in is the ownership in trying to buy their way out of this. How much are they going to buy down on some of these deals? And if they don't move one of the big 3 contracts at the deadline, it tells me they wanted no part of buying it down.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, it would be a very sad day. It'll tell me the next 2 or 3 years are just hopeless.
2 or 3 years of hopelessness. God, that would be that's the best case scenario. I know, that's what I'm saying.
Completely hopeless.
2-3 years of hopelessness is best case scenario.
Which means another 2 or 3 years of me faking hope after that, which means we weren't going to be good for 6-7 years.
Yeah, that's probably the more realistic thing. 888-957-9570. If you're trying to make the case for Tony Vitello to come back next year, what does it look like? If I'm making the case, it's Buster needs to go to work and do what he can to get the youngest roster possible for Tony to manage and have those young guys coalesce around Tony because we know Tony can make it work with young talent. It's the veteran talent that I think might be the issue with him here, which I don't think that's all that surprising. If you're a guy like a Willy Adames or a Rafi Devers, you're making boatloads of money to play a game you've been playing for 10 years at the professional level, and now this college guy comes in with his raw fire and brimstone. I can see how there's a little side-eyeing. Yeah, you know what? You think you know things, but I know a little bit more because I've been here longer. And then that's where you kind of get the communication maybe disconnect, if I'm going to use a generous term there. You remove the veterans who maybe aren't clicking on this team. The team might not be better per se. Maybe it will. I think it's a better situation for Tony. And in that situation, I'm absolutely down to bring Tony back next year if that's the kind of team that he's managing.
And it's just the leadership situation is just so bizarre. Let's go back to the day that Tony was hired.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was about to go there too because the next question I want to ask is just like, what are the redeeming qualities of Tony and how's he getting better as a manager? You bring up the leadership aspect of it. I want to play what Buster said about Tony being a leader. Just before I do that, though, just your thoughts on Tony as a leader so far this year.
How can I say that he's been a great leader? He just looks like he's afraid to step on anyone's toes.
Do you think I think we'd agree Bruce Bochy's a pretty good leader.
Yeah, but he led in a very different way.
He would have been in Mike Esterbrook's face yesterday.
Possibly.
I don't think you'd be screaming. Butcher's never like a Lou Piniella style screamer, but he was definitely a get in your face and like, oh, I'm not
Some
liking
guys
that
have
color,
physical
Mike.
presence. Like, Lou Piniella and Bochy are just so large. They don't have to yell and get in your face. There's a physical presence. Billy Martin does, because you're the little guy and you're getting tested. And trust me, as a short guy, I understand it.
And Billy Martin was very much the kind of guy who would go out and get into an umpire to fire up his guys. Like, you ever watch that show, The Bronx is Burning, back in 2006?
Of course.
Yeah, great show. John Turturro played Billy Martin. And there's a scene where Turturro's Billy Martin's going out and he's arguing with the umpire. And he's saying it, and it was like, I need you to throw me out. I need to fire my team up. I'm going to get in your face. I need you to throw me up. I got to fire my guys up. And of course he does. I love that scene because, like, that's just great, angry,
Billy
aggressive
Martin's
leadership.
101.
Yeah. Tony, just be Billy Martin.
No, just be yourself.
I know. Let's go back in time here a little bit. Buster
He's been
Posey.
afraid. Let's just call it what it is. He's afraid to upset Willie and Raffy and Chappie.
Yeah.
That. Can we? We're all skirting around it. Can we acknowledge it? He's afraid to piss off these high-priced dudes who have diva tendencies.
Yeah.
Maybe not Chapman as much, but you get where I'm going.
Yeah, let's go back in. Buster Posey in the intro presser was asked about Tony's leadership. Here's what Buster had to say about that.
You know, when we first started talking to Tony, it was abundantly clear that he was a natural leader. A wide range of topics.
Right there.
And I think
abundantly clear he was a natural leader. Has he been a natural leader?
I think it's a lot easier to be a leader of younger kids than it is to be a leader of grown-ass men in a major league clubhouse who are making a lot more money than you.
Has it been abundantly clear that he's been a leader? No. Keep going.
Let's start over.
You know, when we first started talking to Tony, it was abundantly clear that he was a natural leader. You know, wide range of topics, and I think some highlights that I came away with from those conversations were, you know, some of his vision, his conciseness, and plenty of other leadership qualities.
I know what cut you're looking for that we can play and start and stop. We can go to that one as well in a minute. That's his full opening statement. We can do that. Want to do that instead? We can.
Yeah.
All right, Carter, if you could, please.
You know, when we first started talking to Tony, it was abundantly clear that he was a natural leader. You know, wide range of topics, and I think some highlights that I came away with from those conversations were, you know, some of his vision, his conciseness, and plenty of other leadership qualities.
Stop it. Vision, conciseness, leadership qualities. He's been indecisive. Indecisive this year. I haven't seen leadership. The whole, like the Devers, come out of the game thing is just a small, tiny little microcosm.
I think another one is just the inability to admonish Adames and make excuses
barely
for
could
him.
acknowledge lefty or righty.
Like Steve Kerr, we could all agree is a pretty good leader. He has no problem calling guys out who screw up through the media afterwards.
Yeah, but he also picks and chooses his spots.
Ooh, I think if it was out of whatever the Warrior equivalent of Willie Adames for getting the outs would be off the top of my head, but if someone made a mistake like that in a game, you think Steve Kerr's bringing it up afterwards? Do you think Steve Kerr's saying, yeah, that guy can't be doing that in that situation?
Yeah, he can't be that guy.
Exactly. Or Steve Kerr saying, oh, well, Draymond, it's crazy out there. He's tired. It happens. That's just Draymond. I mean, he's done that too, I guess. And we hate it when he does that.
I agree. And then he brought up leadership again.
When Pods did that and Steve Kerr called him out, he did far less to be called out than Adames for getting the outs. I'm sorry.
Agreed.
Kyle Shanahan, he's not afraid to call guys out when they screw on games.
He was screaming at what was the cornerback who I can't stand? Renardo Green. Yeah. Just screaming, and rightfully screaming at him.
Do you ever see, has Tony ever done that with anybody that we've seen?
Kyle leads in a very different way than Sean McVay. Than Sean McVay. Very different. But I think Kyle's a leader.
Yeah, exactly. He's
leadership. He displays itself in many different forms.
But you see the leadership, exactly. The leadership is being displayed. We see the leadership displayed from Kyle. We see it being displayed from Steve Kerr. Tony Vitello, though, I don't see it as much.
You say about how Kyle's a leader and whatnot. When you walk in the press conference buildings down there and he walks in, it goes silent.
Really?
I mean, it is just, it's like the man's here, do not say a word because he holds such command. And Sam, I guess that's a question to you is,
great. Wow.
Do you feel like Vitello does that when you guys, the media, are scrumming around him? Like, does he have that kind of aura around him?
No, not to the level that I think Kyle Shanahan or Steve Kerr have. I'll also put that up in that does
he have any aura?
A little, but probably not enough that would translate with the fan base. Like I experience him in a little bit of a different sense because I'm in those scrums with him. So when you're around him enough, he does kind of come in. You notice his presence only because I've noticed it so much. I'm not going to sit here and say that the presence or aura that I've noticed or felt from him is going to translate beyond.
I've never felt like he was 100% comfortable.
Exactly.
That's the sense I get.
I still kind of feel that sense too.
Sam, furthermore, can I ask you one more follow-up to that? Is that because you think he's a first-year manager maybe and we just haven't become accustomed to his leadership style or that aura that he brings and we kind of are accustomed to it with Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan? Or is that because you just think it's lacking?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think part of it is it's so wildly unfair, I will admit, to compare Tony to Steve Kerr in terms of what's been accomplished because Steve Kerr is, one of the greatest coaches of all time and Tony Vitello is just very much getting his...
Yeah, then compare him to Kapler. Compare him to Melvin.
That's, much more similar in terms of presence. Like, Kapler, it just kind of got the scrums were enjoyable. I wouldn't say there was there's Gabe Kapler.
It was enjoyable.
Obviously, we had enjoyable scrums together. Let's keep this conversation going really quick, but I got to squeeze in the injury report before we hit the top of the hour.
Dog. Oh, my God. Obviously, we had enjoyable scrums together.
The way your mind works sometimes. The Giants are still ways away from getting Harrison Bader back. You remember Harrison Bader?
Yes.
Bader has been out since May 30th with plantar fasciitis. You remember plantar fasciitis. He was cleared to resume running the bases early this month, but is reportedly progressing slower than expected. The expectation is that he will not return until after the trade deadline. You remember the trade deadline, right? The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, HD1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Carter got in my ear a little while ago. Jim Bowden of The Athletic, he's going to be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll ask him about Tony Vitello.
Let's get into some real. I get the sense, and this is a loose analogy, Tony Vitello has come into his in-laws' house and is trying not to disrupt anything and wants to put on a good impression and is just not comfortable with being himself just yet. Right? Yeah. I am 16 years in.
Like the first time you go over to your like a new person's house, your friend's house, you're just like, can I sit on this couch?
I'm going to go in-laws.
Okay.
I
guess it's just a house that you haven't really visited before.
You have to remember that, when I first started, dating my wife, we'd go over to the family house and I was on my best behavior, but I also wasn't my true, authentic self, right?
Yes, those are not the same thing.
Yeah, it was a curated version of myself.
Best behavior, Joe Shasky, and Joe Shasky are two different people.
As time went on, as I became more comfortable,
you start to see the real.
I have no problem just being my normal self. That doesn't mean I'm not hopefully a better version of myself around them.
Imagine what was going through their head as they slowly see the real Joe Shasky emerge.
Yeah, but at the same time, right, it took a while for me to build that up. But I wanted to be myself, but it was my giddy, sell yourself type of, that's the same way I feel about Tony. He is in don't disrupt anyone. Don't say anything controversial.
Get on everyone's good side.
Yeah. Just kind of let's tiptoe in here and let's not try. And I get it because he was just crushed from the beginning, no matter what he did.
Well, he knows, he's aware of the outside noise. He knows that there's a lot of people in this industry who are probably rooting for him to fail because of the way that he got up here or the way that he didn't get up here. He didn't take the normal paths that managers are supposed to take. He didn't grind through the minors, blah, 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 blah. So they want to see him fail because how dare this college coach, blah, 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 blah,
that's
blah.
Why
that has to weigh on him at some degree.
This is why I like the analogy of when you go to your wife's side of the family and you meet them for the first time.
That's
Carter,
true.
when you met Sierra for the first time, okay, her family, all right, for the first time, you were on your P's and Q's, huh?
Of course. Isn't everyone when they meet their in-laws?
Isn't that the same vibe you get from Tony right now, where it's not his true, authentic self? Now that you guys have a kid, you've been married, you probably know them pretty well. There's a different, more authentic Carter version around them, correct?
Absolutely, and that's a red flag when you're more than halfway through a season, right? I mean, it is.
Well, yeah, at some point, we got to start seeing who the real you is. If it was 15,
totally agree.
If it was 15 years in and you're still being the whole, I got to be careful around my in-laws, Joe Shasky, that's going to be a little bit weird. At
He's
some point,
afraid of everyone judging him. That's what it feels like.
And
I
when
didn't mean to
you're-
interrupt you, but like that's the sense I get.
And when you're going to try and be that leader of the clubhouse, you can't do that tepidly. We were replaying Buster's opening statement about Tony Vitello. Let's jump back into that. Carter, are you saying you want to say something? You got to play it.
He's going to play
I think
it.
where it really took off for me is when you start making phone calls and you talk to so many different people that have come into contact with him for years and years and been in his world, and you start to hear some of the attributes. And conversely, Tony had a lot of conversations with people in our own organization, and the feedback was all the same. The response was, this guy's a winner. He has a vision to be great, and not just for himself, that's going to rub off on those around him.
Stop. Winner? And it's going to rub off on everyone? How's that worked out?
It's not really worked out. Well, again, this is kind of where I go into is in order for that winnerness that he has in that statement to rub off, you do need to get buy-in from the guys around you. If they're not picking up what you're selling, like if Tony's going in and saying, all right, guys, let's go out there with fire and brimstone, rah-rah speech. Let's go out there and kick some ass and show everybody what Giants baseball is. And Robbie Ray's like, I'm sorry, what? Fire and brimstone? Bro, I'm going to just go out there and pitch. Like, you need guys to buy into that. Professional players at this level, like that kind of stuff might play at the college level. When Tony says, all right, guys, fire and brimstone, Drew Gilbert's like, hell yeah. And then he goes and runs through a wall to get on the field. That makes sense. Is Willie Adames going to respond to a hell yeah to a fire and brimstone speech? Like,
no, but if that's who you authentically are, they will buy in. I disagree. See, it's not fire and brimstone speech. It's just be your authentic self. And guys, we do this in every walk of life. Inauthentic, we reject.
Well, just because you're authentic doesn't mean you're automatically going to be liked. I mean, maybe the authentic version of Tony Vitello really just doesn't jibe well with the veteran players.
That could definitely.
Maybe that's why
Chip Kelly's authentic version of himself pisses off NFL players.
And maybe Tony's authentic self doesn't play in this clubhouse with certain
that
higher
might be
level.
the case.
And so how can he be himself if being himself doesn't translate? I guess that's
no. I understand that, but I also think that you have to walk in with your own air of who you are and feel it and believe it. Winners act like winners years before they actually win. Mm-hmm. That is I believe in that. Bill Walsh, if you watch him in 1979 when he got hired and the first goes, and he doubted himself every single minute, but not in front of the guys. Not in front of the guys. Now, did he showcase some vulnerabilities at times? Yes. But he conducted himself like a winner years before he won. I believe in that.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's keep it going.
That he'll get the best from everybody that he comes into contact with. You know, Tony's a teacher. He's a motivator, tireless worker, and someone who understands how to build culture.
Stop. Have they built culture? I mean, what are we talking about? Culture?
Well, what kind of a culture do you think he's trying to build? What kind of a culture do you think he wants to build?
It's a frat house because the guys run things. I mean, they're humping. We're down 20 games in the standings. Hey, let's do some dry humping in the outfield. I mean, like, what are we doing? I mean, come on.
Frat house, good one. You know, it's funny that you bring up the culture thing because this is Buster Posey's intro presser that we're playing. Or
what?
Sorry, that we're playing. It's Buster Posey's opening statement from Tony Vitello's intro presser that we're playing here. After this presser, Shasky, I got Tony Vitello in the scrum after the scrum. And I asked Tony straight up, what kind of culture do you want to build in your clubhouse? This is what Tony had to say.
I think just for guys to be comfortable in their own skin, and it's a repetitive answer because I just mentioned, you know, Drew Gilbert got a lot of attention because he wears some of that emotion and passion on his sleeve, but I know some of these players, maybe not personally, but the other guys in the dugout were wanting to win just as bad as Drew, too. They maybe just don't show it. You know, and regardless of what your personality is, I think the biggest thing is to be, again, comfortable in your own skin and let that personality shine through, regardless of what the day is like, because there are a lot of days and there is a lot of downtime in our sport. So, yeah, personality is somewhat of a requirement for it to go as well as I think it can go.
I mean, there's a part of me that needs to think that Tony needs to take his own cultural lessons there, and he needs to be more comfortable in his own skin. But again, if the personalities aren't a fit, you can still get along with people, but maybe your personality isn't a fit. If Tony's, you know, fiery personality isn't a fit for a more veteran-heavy clubhouse, Like, is the change, I guess the easier change is, do you get a manager that more fits the clubhouse, or do you get a clubhouse that more fits the manager? One is probably a little bit easier to set up than the other in that situation.
Would Bruce Bochy build a winning culture with this core of guys? No.
I think guys would fall in line behind Boch a little bit more.
Nope. You and I disagree. Willie Adames is a subpar shortstop getting paid way too much money.
But
I'm sorry.
Do you think there would be any sort of...
be the highest paid player on the team?
Oh, I agree with that. But do you think there would be any sort of divisions between Adames and Bochy?
Do you remember what had happened at the end of Bochy with the Giants? It was not like everyone was kumbaya.
There's a lot of frustrations, obviously, but the leaders in the clubhouse were still behind him.
Evan Longoria was frustrated. Brandon Crawford was frustrated. Melanson clearly had his own grievances. Let's not act like, because when you manage anywhere for 10, 12, 13, 14 years, you're going to have people that don't like you. You're not going to handle everything the greatest. I'm saying, like, this team, like, so they'd be what? 13 games under 500?
Oh, no, not enough to make a sizable difference. Yeah. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess that's for what are we talking about?
No, so I want to step back and defend the Vitello, the young manager, and say, like, how many people in the history of baseball would have a winning culture with this group of guys? Because you are a product of your guys.
Yeah.
Right? Like, great example. You're not going to be a great football team if Brian Hoyer's your quarterback. I don't care how good your culture is. You're just going to lose a lot of games.
So I guess if your top two leaders in your clubhouse are guys like Willie Adames and Rafi Devers, I don't know how I feel.
When was the last time Rafi Devers stood in his locker and was like, yeah, everybody come over and talk to me.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
I'm a veteran on this team.
Oh, we keep blowing things out of proportion.
Yeah, because he's a coward.
Yeah. Well, no,
tired of Rafi Devers.
He's just not the guy who...
Tired of Willie Adames. Tired of them.
That's why it's on.
Nothing bugs me more than I make the most amount of money and can't be found after a losing streak.
Yeah.
Nothing bugs me more than I'm the top paid dog. Don't ask me a question. Ask that guy who pitches every 5 days.
Yeah. I think
that must get tiring for Logan Webb.
The best part of this year with Rafi in that whole regard was on his bobblehead day, he hits 2 home runs. Didn't talk to us afterwards.
Of course he didn't. Of course he did. Because how could he be bothered to talk to anyone ever?
But it's okay. You know, that's just Rafi being Rafi.
Of course.
Hey, he's got to be comfortable in his own skin. Maybe that's how he does it. It's the allowances. It's the allowances of screwing up, no accountability towards it. That's detrimental to a clubhouse culture.
No one is saying the guy has to give a dissertation for an hour and a half after every single game. We're saying once in a blue moon, as the highest paid guy, stand at your locker and you take a couple questions. Once in a while. Don't be the first one out the door. That's all.
Yeah.
That's called.
If you're not going to do that, then I put it on the people above him. Like,
when you take the
tell
money,
your players to do their jobs.
When you take the money, you've got to take some accountability when it comes to what there is a professionalism to this.
Joe, I always say, no matter what your job is, no matter how fun your job is, there's going to be elements of it that aren't fun and suck.
Sure.
Being a baseball player, I think, is a pretty fun job. I've never done it professionally, but it looks like a lot of fun. The element of that sucks is you got to stand in your locker and listen to a bunch of us stick a phone in your face and ask, what did you think of that home run?
I love sports radio. You know what? Some of the you're talking about.
We have to wake up at the crack of dawn.
No, forget that. Yeah. I have to deal with anonymous people commenting and DMing every single word that I put my face on, that I put my mouth on, and having an opinion on my opinions, which is fine, but it goes with the territory.
It's the negative aspect
make it
of
personal.
But you have to do a part, like, that's part of the job that you have to do.
Take.
Like, Rafi,
I've signed up for it.
Rafi Devers, you signed the contract, the $295 million contract. You don't have to like talking to the media, but for $295 million, suck it up and do it.
It comes with the territory occasionally.
You're a professional baseball player. Hundreds of thousands of baseball players before you have stood at their locker, have someone shove a recording device in front of their face and say, Rafi, what did you think of that home run? Or anything like that.
He's a great hitter. Yeah. He's a great hitter. But there's more to being a good ball player than just being a great hitter.
Exactly. Let's keep this conversation going on the other side. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Sam Lohman filling in for Joe Spadoni. We got Jim Bowden coming up at 9:30. He has some thoughts on Tony Vitello. We'll play some of his past thoughts about Tony Vitello on the other side. What's coming out of the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy, presented by El Camino Health. NorCal versus SoCal. Then stay after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Tickets at SJEarthquakes.com.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jax, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejax.com.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is on now. 25% off store-wide through August 3rd. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
California's calling. Sun-soaked coasts, forest trails, and fun-filled city nights. With 21 hybrid and electrified Toyota models, there's a ride made for your life. Score summer deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and the 51 MPG Camry. Or get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric BZ. Go farther and spend less this summer with Toyota's hybrids, plug-in hybrids, and all-electric EVs. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 8/3/26.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
So, hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
In pro baseball, we are looking at a full slate of 15 games set for Monday, spanning the afternoon and evening with local and national matchups. New York hosts Atlanta, Baltimore heads to Detroit, Arizona will take on Pittsburgh, and St. Louis plays at home against Cleveland.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Because right now you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Who wants to go to a Giants game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's a loaded question. It is Sam Lubman here on the Morning Roast, filling in for Joe Spadoni. Joe Spadoni taking a couple days off. He's earned a couple days off, I think. He works hard. Joe Shasky's still here. He doesn't take any days off. Well, he's taking a couple days off, but not that many. But anyway.
I will be taking some time off soon.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm thinking the whole month of August.
Nice. I mean, it's not like there's anything.
Carter.
Not like there's anything going on, just, Niners training camp.
I don't care.
Niners training camp starts on Sunday, Joe.
It doesn't matter.
We did it. We made it to the end of the football offseason.
Look at Deshaun Stribling block downfield.
Well, hey, you heard what Adam Schefter said. Deshaun Stribling was number 1 on, everybody's draft board, apparently.
So then why didn't the Rams take him 13?
Because the Rams aren't smart, obviously.
Or 29th.
Because the Rams aren't smart, obviously. Joe, I mean, this is what happens when you have the smartest front office in football. They get those diamonds in the roughs and Deshaun Stribling.
All right, let me ask you a question about the Giants. And I want to be, don't get triggered when I bring this up. Don't get triggered.
Uh-oh.
Part of why the Jets are the Jets.
Oh, no, the J word.
Part of why the Jets are the Jets is that not only are they an inept organization top to bottom, but they've gone through the cycle so many times. The job is so undesirable. They almost have to keep someone like Aaron Glenn, for example.
Oh, boy.
Because you can't just keep firing people after being one and done over and over and over and over again. Eventually, you got to just keep someone for a split second to prove that we're not as dysfunctional as we think we are. And anyone who takes the job, we're going to give you a little runway here. So,
you bring up the Jets. I mean, this is you're making me think of the Raiders as well in this example.
Who I referenced earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the R word.
So I'm not saying the Giants are as bleak and down bad as the Jets, though they are trending.
They're on that trajectory.
To the Jets territory in that if you fire Tony Vitello after being one and done, who with options is going to want the job? Who with options is going to sign up for Rafi Devers when he has now been a part of 3 different managerial situations in a 2-year period? Who is going to want to sign up to go to Buster Posey's team when you've seen the team that he's built bullpen-wise? Who is going to sign up to go into this division against Diamondbacks, the ascending Rockies? It's a joke. The Diamondbacks, Padres, and the Dodgers.
That blue team. It's honestly, I'm not even just talking about the manager, Joe. If you're going to move off of Buster, you're going to the executive level. What executive with options wants to come in and clear out this mess? Knowing that, again, this goes back into the Raiders years when you're looking at a situation where if you have a year or two to turn this around, this is not going to get turned around a year or two. This is not going to get turned around overnight. There's no magic wand you can wave. There's no magic move that can be made that flips everything 180 degrees and now you're sailing off into the sunset and everything's cookies and unicorns again. It's going to take whoever is tasked with actually fixing this organization. It's going to take, if Rome wasn't built in a day, it's going to take even longer for the Giants to get rebuilt from this situation they're in right now. I don't know who wants to jump in and take on that task when they know that they might not get a long leash to make it happen.
And think about this, as everyone's losing the Jets. I'm using them as an example.
I mean, you've used the Jets, you've used the Raiders, you've used the Kings this morning.
Because these are teams that
of these examples are, unfortunately, Joe, really pretty accurate.
Well, and what is the common denominator? New leadership, change of philosophies, and it's shifting year from year.
Well, it's also ownership groups where you wonder where their priorities are lying as well.
All right. So
also, you're not comparing the winning of the Jets. It's a totally different comparison, just to clarify.
Well, give it a couple years. Maybe we will be.
What if
what if I told you the Jets and Giants winning percentage?
Well,
I don't want to go that deep down to it. But.
A couple years ago, they were 7-10, 2 years in a row. That feels very
That feels a lot like an 80 and 82 season.
Thank you.
What was the Jets' record last year? $3 and $1 billion.
I have it all right here. So let's just go. I'm going to go through the year by year Giants versus the Jets.
Talk about the baseball Giants, by the way.
So since their last playoff appearance, when they were 10-6 in 2015, this is 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, about the same amount of years. All right, 5-11, 5-11, 4-12, a 7-9 season, down all the way to 2-14, 4-13, 7-10, 7-10, 5-12, 3-14. Now they've had lower lows. These are the Giants' records.
This season feels like do the Giants' records. Sorry,
64-98, 73-89, 77-85, 29-31 COVID year, 107-55, huge outlier.
Oh, that was a fun year.
81-81, 79-83, 80-82, 81-81, 42-60. I mean, are they that far off?
I mean, the season that the baseball Giants are having right now feels pretty on par with what a 3-14 or a 4-13 NFL season would feel like.
And what would those teams do in these scenarios? Trade Sauce Gardner and anything they possibly can for picks.
Get off their big contracts.
And blow up their coaching staff. Because when the NFL,
but Aaron Glenn can't be fired.
Yeah, because who else is going to take that job? Unless some desperate college coach.
Which was where the Niners were at about a decade ago.
Well, I was just telling Carter at the break, that beat me to it. The Shanahan lead up. Like, I remember that entire run up to waiting for Shanahan to take that job. It was basically, what if Kyle doesn't want to take this job? Who is taking? Because that was during a time when the Niners, I mean, they had to call the plumbers every week because all the leaks they had coming out of that building. That did not seem like a fun place to work. Credit to Shanahan and Lynch for coming in and flipping all that around. Even that took a couple years, though, to turn things around. Like, imagine if after 2017, the Niners were like, it's just not working with this Kyle Shanahan guy. He's got to go. Like, this isn't happening fast enough. They took the time to actually let Kyle and John go to work to turn this around. Granted, things worked out the end of the year that made it easier to kind of stick with them. Maybe if Jimmy doesn't come on board and the Niners don't win those final 5 or 6 games of the year and finish the way they do, you're feeling different going into that 2018 season. I don't know, maybe the situation after the trade deadline, the Giants, I'm not going to say go on a run or anything like that, but the Giants just perform at a higher level in August and September, and you have, some momentum, if you want to say. I don't know what those last 2 months need to look like for you to feel better about Tony Vitello going into the offseason, but again, if 888-957-9570, the big conversation we're trying to have this morning is how do you make a case for Tony Vitello to come back next year? If you're looking for an avenue, then you need the trade deadline to revamp this roster, and then you need to see this team have more success in those last 2 months than they're having now. I'm not saying win more games than you lose. I'm not saying that of the final 45 games of the year, they have to win 35 of them or anything like that. But when August rolls around, you're probably going to have maybe 50 games left in the year. If they went 25-25 in their final 50, don't raise a banner, but you're feeling happy about the future potentially in that hypothetical situation. Also, again, depending on what happens at the trade. There's so many ifs and ands and buts that need to happen to make any of these cases for Tony actually come to fruition.
Doing the math right now on the Giants record. So just give me a second to just make sure I get this right. So filibuster for me for a second, Sammy boy.
I've got a point here, which is, so you guys remember the Jets hired Aaron Glenn, not this past coaching cycle, which was 10 coaches or so, right? It was a coaching cycle prior to that. This last coaching cycle was the Arizona Cardinals were kind of the last boys to be able to hire someone. I have an argument, honestly, that if the Jets had been in this coaching cycle, they would have been picked, or the Cardinals would have been picked over the Jets. And that's because the Cardinals, at least, have given their last coaches a little bit of runway. There hasn't been a one-and-done firing, it feels like, every year there. Like, you've gotten 3 years. Yeah. You've gotten a couple chunks of 3 years.
Well, since the Giants don't do a ton of one-and-dones, we looked at it before the season. I think the only one-and-dones in the San Francisco era was Bill Ringy in 76 and Jim Davenport in 85. Davenport didn't even finish the year out, which... God, I can't sit here and honestly say that won't be Tony Vitello's fate this year. I do think he will finish the year out, but I can't say that for certain. So it's not like the Giants' history is, like the Raiders history, littered with a bunch of one and dones. But you did have, Gabe Kapler, he got 4 years for Gabe? That's solid enough. Bob, 2 years. Honestly, maybe they could have gone another year with Bob. I don't know, maybe not. It would have been a very hard sell. So it's not like the Giants have a serious history of late of moving off guys too quickly, not giving enough runway. But you get into that point eventually, and it starts with moving off of guys after a season like this. Conversely, though, if this group's not the group, why wait to see them turn into something they're not going to become? So, that's kind of where this weird split kind of comes into of what the Giants do. And are they at Jets level yet? No, but this is kind of how you do become the Jets. You know what I mean,
You're
Carter?
trending more toward the Jets than you are toward the Chiefs.
Yeah. Like I said, we said Jets, we said Raiders, we said Kings, we said all the teams that you don't want to be like. That's where the Giants are being more like this year. I mean, honestly, we're watching what the White Sox are doing this year. The White Sox have been to oblivion, and now they're turning things around before the Giants have.
This has been a long time, Sam.
The teams that you've been rolling around the dumpster with for the last few years have been the Angels. That's not a team you want to be on the same level with. The Rockies, that's not a team you really want to be on the same level with. I mean, even the Diamondbacks have popped up and had moments. The Orioles have popped up and have moments over the last few years. The Blue Jays, obviously, they were in the World Series. The Tigers have bounced back to a degree, but now they're back.
How many times have the Jets been to the playoffs since 2016?
None.
0.
Yes.
2015 is their last time.
Giants just the one.
Giants won.
Yeah.
Giants, in a sport where it's way more balanced in terms of you have more crummy teams in the middle. It feels like in the NFL, you kind of lose at the end of the year.
Yeah.
The winning percentage since that time, since their last playoff game, the winning percentage for the Jets is 30%. The Giants is 47% if I took out 2001. 2021.
Wow. And again, it's really hard, I think, to have a 300 winning percentage in baseball.
How many times, too, that they finished on a streak at the end of the year? Remember the 81 and 81 last year? They won a bunch of games down the stretch.
Remember, there was a 3-day stretch where we're like, hey, maybe they can make no, I'm not going to say the word, but
it's just so bad.
But yeah, they've had, how many those fake Septembers, as you like to call them.
It's just so bad.
So it's...
Hey, Tyler Fitzgerald could be our shortstop of the future.
Yeah, that's where we're getting to the point at, Just maybe Blade Tidwell, he's the answer in the rotation.
I think if you want to make an argument of moving off Vitello, I don't have a rebuttal. I've thought about it all, other than, hey, he's only one and done, and he's been given one of the worst bullpens ever. I was so excited. I've been thoroughly unimpressed. Simultaneously, I don't know what the argument is to retain Posey or Zach Manasian. Other than, hey, they're super young in this.
So I've made a couple cases for Tony in terms of if he is going to come back next year, this is kind of how I would go about making that case. To reiterate really quickly, I think part of it is you need to clear out veterans who don't fit in with what Tony wants, give him a younger team, and then hope that he learns from his mistakes going into next year. It's not a great case. You asked the question. I just simply made the case. Making the case for Buster feels a little bit harder. The only thing I'm going to lean on with Buster, and I'm not going to go the experience route, is the fact that I did like what he brought in at the deadline last year for when he traded away Rodgers, Yaz, and Doval.
What's more important to this team right now? Would it be having re-signed Rodgers and keeping him, or Drew Gilbert and Blade Tidwell? I'm just asking.
Right now,
it's unequivocally.
Right now,
as good as Drew Gilbert has been, it would be Rodgers.
The only.
Come on,
but no,
they have no bullpen arms.
Let's again 2 years from now, maybe Blade Tidwell is in the bullpen and a great part of it.
I'm talking about today.
Yeah, no, today it's absolutely Rodgers and Doval. Ask me 2 years from now, and that's what I love about baseball. It could be a completely different situation 2 years.
Sure.
Again,
I don't think Gilbert's gonna turn into Kenny Lofton anytime soon.
No, I'm not going to say that, but it's...
And I'd be shocked if Blade Tidwell turns into anything.
I mean, Blade Tidwell could be as effective out of the bullpen, not in the same way, but as effective out of the bullpen as Tyler Rodgers was. I'll be doing jumping jacks every day.
His name was Jim Tidwell. We wouldn't be having as many hyped up conversations. Blade. It's the name. I mean, there's certain names.
Blazer. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco.
Hi, Dennis.
I'm not going to do the voice. What's up, Dennis? You're on the roast.
How's it going, guys?
I'm
just
bummed. I'm just bummed.
I know. I'm with you guys. I mean, growing up watching the Giants, I've never seen a Giants team that has looked like this one. And it's kind of like right now, I just kind of throw my hands up in the air and just go, it's just a lost season. I'm looking at it and I'm just going, as far as what you guys are talking about with Buster, I mean, he's a former player that we all loved, and he came back to the club to be a part of the organization, and then they end up putting him as, president of baseball operations. And how do you pronounce the guy, the manager?
Zach Manazian.
General manager Manazian, yeah. Now, I don't know anything about him, but when you look at some of the, we have another ex-player in Lynch that is the general manager of the Niners, and I like John Lynch a lot, but I think he stinks when it comes to the draft, and but we keep going over it every year. But anyway, getting back to Buster, it's just, I guess it's growing pains. Like he never did this job. Being a general manager is a tough thing to do. You have to be creative. You've got to know what you're doing. You got to know who the best people are that you can rely on in baseball. I mean, the only example I have to go on is Bill Walsh, and watching him and how when he came to the Niners, he was in charge of everything. But he went out and got John McVay, and he surrounded himself with McVay, Ralston, a few other guys that were football people that knew what they were doing. He surrounded himself with really good people, and look what he built. He built an amazing organization and a winning culture that lasted for a very long time. So I mean, just like with the Giants, one other thing I don't understand about Buster, why? I mean, at the time it looked like a great trade when he got Devers, but unfortunately now we look at it and I'm thinking that's the guy who I'd like to see gone more than anybody. I'd like to see Devers out of here. I have a feeling that his clubhouse presence isn't good. I don't know that. But I just have that kind of feeling. I think the best thing the Giants can do right now, see, one thing I don't understand about how when he traded for him, when everybody was talking about Eldridge for a long time. Now Eldridge is here, and what I see is a young guy that they need to focus on his development.
Yes,
because I think he's the future. I really do. I think he has enough. Watching him at 21, the presence around the plate, the strike zone, these other guys, these pros, you got Adames and Devers that are looking at pitches going right down the middle, and runners in scoring position, and they're watching pitches go down the middle. That's not Buster's fault. That's not Vitella's fault. They got no, like you say, they got no bullpen. Their bullpen is the worst I've ever seen. I mean, for God's sakes, they come in, they got the lead. These guys come in and the lead's gone. You know what the bullpen's nickname is?
The neck brace. Because every time one of them comes in, they're snapping their neck because the ball's getting ripped into the gap.
That's good. But anyway, hopefully, I would like to see him keep Eldridge and Casey Schmidt and start getting something they can build on. If they could get rid of Chapman, Adames, and Devers, I would love it. Get rid of all of them. I'd rather keep Arias than trade him.
I'm with you.
At least he can swing the bat, And so anyway, we'll see what happens. But hopefully they can get some bullpen help in the offseason and get a couple of starters, and these guys can start hitting the ball. I think that Devers is a capable guy, but I'm tired of looking him at the plate and watching him swing and miss, or watching him look at strike three. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about him coming back or getting rid of him at the trade deadline.
Hey, Dennis. My boy Robbie McDonough is saying, tell him he's William Shatner. Tell him he's William Shatner. Do you look like William Shatner?
I know. Me and Rob have been friends since we've been 4 years old.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I love Robbie.
Wow, it's a small world.
What a baseball player. Great baseball player. And when we were little kids, when he was running down the first baseline, if he thought that he'd spike the first baseman and tell the ump that his foot was off the bag.
Have a great weekend, Dennis.
Thank you for the call, Dennis. That was Dennis there.
What a small world.
Not feeling it with Buster. Hey, is it a harder case to bring Buster back than it is for Tony? Are they equal cases?
I'm having a hard time differentiating all of them.
I still am kind of on the board of you can't move off of one without the other. Like, I don't. Well, how about this? If one goes, all three goes. Because I don't. If you're moving off of Buster, why are you keeping Zach? To take over?
I don't know.
If
I don't know what Zach does.
If Bebop, breaking
I'm not
news.
ripping him. I just
Buster
don't know.
Posey has stepped down. Zach Manazian is taking over president of baseball operations. Let's play your butterfly effect game.
Okay.
That breaking news just hit.
Okay.
How are you feeling? You want me to do it again?
Buster Posey stepping down?
Buster Posey has stepped down, and Zach Manazian has become your president of baseball operations.
Uh-oh.
There you go. Okay, so... Again, you can't.
I mean, like, what?
Exactly. No, that's what you're supposed to say. You said the right answer there. Like, so if you fire Buster, you can't really keep Zach.
You can't promote from within.
I know.
After this year.
No, I'd say if one goes, the other goes. And if those two are going to go, I just don't see any executive come in. We're going to talk to Jim Bowden, who's been a former GM before. Like, what GM or president of baseball operations is coming in and being like, all right, yeah, I'm going to keep this college coach as my manager. When we all know general managers love coming in, and what do they like to do, Joe? Hire their own guy. Maybe Tony sticks around for a year while the new general manager kind of has an evaluation year and decides, all right, who's worth keeping, who's not. And then he moves off of Tony and everything moves forward into the future. But bring this whole thing back to your Jets comp there. Like, I don't know at this point. Are the Giants really in a situation where it's just... You're not going to get the best options available to you when you go shopping for new managers and executives.
This, for some of the younger people, is going to sound ridiculous, but there was a time I was like, there's no way in hell Jed York is going to lead a search and find the right coach. And I was wrong. And he's done a great job. Right now, if you ask me, there's no way in hell I can see Greg Johnson hiring the right GM, the right front office people, the right head coach. I can't see it right now.
I do think the Niners
track record has been awful.
Think Jed York got very fortunate though in how the coaching cycle lined up. The fact that Kyle Shanahan became the hot coaching commodity right basically at the same time the Niners needed to get a coach who could
chose Adam Gase.
And then
they get credit for picking.
We're still wondering.
Shanahan.
What if Shanahan said, "You know what? I don't want to go work for Jed," and then you were stuck with Adam Gase.
That's why you had to give him a 6-year deal.
Like, they were very lucky, the Niners were, in the fact that the marriage between them and Shanahan was just so set to work out. And because remember,
Kyle started off 0-9 year one.
No, exactly. It's not all that miserable not all that different in the misery index that we're seeing from the Giants and Tony Vitello. So, again, that's why I say I look at these next 2 months. And maybe we can get on this the other side. What can Tony V show you over the next 2 months to maybe make the case for bringing him back easier? Because I think if Kyle Shanahan doesn't finish the year 5-0 in 2017, we might feel a little bit differently about Shanahan going into that end of that first season.
If Bryce Eldridge says, that's my coach and that's who I want. I mean, but I don't know. Has he even earned enough equity for me to, like, it's not like Steph Curry saying it.
Well, I'll say this. I'm not going to ask Bryce that question because I feel like that's putting him on a very tough spot.
So you're asking me, and that's the only plausible scenario I can envision.
Let's peel this back a little bit more on the other side here. Baseball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. What's coming out of the game is sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
The summer sales event is on at Serramonte Ford, and they're stacking up the savings on some of Ford's most popular vehicles. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance, and no payments for 90 days. But Serramonte Ford isn't stopping there. You'll also receive a 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models, including the 2026 Ford F-150, the Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus that 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you're needing a truck for the job site, an SUV for the family, an electric vehicle for your commute, or the Mustang Mach-E because driving should still be fun, Sarah Money Ford has the vehicle for you. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, and 2 years of premium maintenance included. Sarah Money Ford, the Bay's Ford store in Coleman, Daly City, or 24/7 at SarahMoneyFord.com. Sarah Money Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Declare your independence from Dated Tired Windows. This July, get $1,776 off new windows and enjoy better energy savings, curb appeal, and comfort. For 25 years, homeowners like you have trusted American Vision Windows with most jobs done in one day. This month, your project costs a lot less, but you have to book this July. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call us the website for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The San Francisco Marathon is right around the corner, Sunday, July 26th. Catch 95.7 The Game near the Chase Center Hydration Station as we're out there proudly supporting the runners. Get all the marathon details at 957thegame.com.
Rise and sip, Bay Area. Yeah, you heard me. What's better than 1 cup of Joe? 2 cups of Joe. Your boy Zucci's man is with Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni. Let's get it, boys.
Let's get it. You know, Loveman's in today for Spadoni. Spadoni's out for a couple days. Give me a moment to just press pause on Giants talk.
Pause.
All right, let's press pause.
Pause, dog.
Every day, scroll through the internet. Every day.
Shout out the internet.
I check on what's on, ESPN or whatever. Every day is something new. I'm not making this political at all. I know people will run with it and make it political.
Where are we going?
I'm just telling you, everywhere I look and everywhere I go, every night that Caitlin Clark plays, someone is getting into it with her. Now, I am not saying it's because of Caitlin, and I'm not saying it's because of the other players and this perceived jealousy or whatever, or her being a malcontent. And I'm just saying every single day I flip on the television here in the studio, I open up the internet, it's like somebody going at her in like a weird, is it just me?
No,
every day.
I noticed it too. Like last year, I was just kind of like, whatever about it. But then it got to a point where I'm just like, the WNBA is ascending right now. And
no doubt.
Like we see it right down the street at Chase Center.
I've watched more in the last 2 years than the 20 prior combined.
It's become a really cool product. The league is expanding. They added a team this year. I think they added 2 teams this year, Portland and Toronto. They got one in Philly coming along in a few years as well. The league is getting more legitimate over the last 2-3 years than it had been over the prior 25-ish years beforehand. And that started because of Caitlin Clark. Like, Caitlin Clark's arrival to the WNBA, maybe I'm going a little too crazy.
It was a lightning rod moment.
Joe, if you want to say you're too young to make this comp, whatever, go ahead. It almost kind of reminds me of like when Magic and Bird entered the NBA.
There are a lot of similarities,
like
her and Angel Reese, and that college rivalry carrying over. And
because there's no doubt. I watched Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark in college because when those two were in college, I was watching more women's college basketball than the WNBA. But then they
I think I was too.
And then but then they both go up to the WNBA, and now I'm watching there as well. It's not just Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. I put Paige Beckers in that group as well. I think she's another. I watched her in college.
Juju Watkins before the injury too was awesome.
And Juju's the next wave. I think Izzy Fudd's in that as well. Like you're seeing these women coming out of college and they're just massive stars in college. They're bringing their stardom to the WNBA, and it's making the league cooler. Caitlin Clark is the top of that pyramid, though. So many women in this league are going to get paid because of the eyeballs that Caitlin Clark is bringing to this sport right now.
Tiger effect.
Yes.
Or I'm just using that as an example of recent.
No, that's a great
example. The Messi MLS kind of experiment as well.
Which brings me to this point. Like, the WNBA should probably have some sort of, I don't want to say special rules, but I'm going to say special rules.
No, there's no special rules. You don't need special rules.
Okay, maybe I'm going too far about.
But you're not going to do special rules for anyone. No.
Okay, fine. Let me back off that then. But I agree with you, Joe. There's too many people going at her every night.
No, is it because of her? I guess my question is to you, because I've watched a handful of the games lately. I guess the question I'm asking, remove the emotion of the political BS that people want to rip from. I'm just asking, is it more Caitlin bringing it on to herself in terms of her chippiness and her attitude? Or is it more people are going at her because she's really good and, they're trying to send a message?
I think it's the latter. I think they're going at her. They're jealous of her. And that is why I said special rules. We can poo-poo that.
I don't like hearing that.
I know you don't like that. So I won't use that statement.
You know why? Because sports to me is the great equalizer.
Yeah.
And I acknowledge that, certain people get, discounted and aren't able to play. For many years in this country, we wouldn't allow people of color to play certain sports. Black people could not play baseball, for example.
Fair.
But Sam, I guess my point is that when the ball gets rolled out, either you can play or you can't. Either you can help this team or you can't. And there's something that I find very democratic and a meritocracy and simplistic about sports.
Yes, I agree with you on that. So that's why I'm backing off that. But at the same time, like, they can't allow her to just be getting thrown to the floor like this every night.
But she's not. She's 1 second. She does get thrown around. But can you also acknowledge? And I'm the biggest Caitlin Clark fan. She brings up a lot on herself. She does whine and cry and yell at the officials. And like Luka, I would say to her, "You're too good to be acting like this."
Is she yelling at the officials though because that's part of what she does, or is she yelling at the officials?
She's frustrated.
When she's getting thrown to the floor every night, she's getting choked out on the floor and stuff like that. When Sophie Cunningham is coming her to defense more than the refs are, controlling the game. Yeah, I get a little pissed off too. And this goes to say, Joe, like, they can't risk damaging her on the court. Like, if she gets hurt and it takes away from her game and she's not able to be as good because she's too busy nursing some sort of injury, or she's not on the court at all because she's nursing an injury that is a result of this physical play, that's detrimental to the league.
Yeah, but
Caitlin
Sam,
Clark
you have to be able to persevere through it, and we can't cater specific. Steph Curry has been slighted and physically punished,
and that's why
his entire career.
And it pisses me off, Joe.
Yeah, but he's overcoming it, and it's what makes him so great.
I agree with that. It still angers me when I see him get thrown to the floor, and I see scratch marks all over his back, and he's not getting calls
for Steph.
I want equal treatment.
No.
Well,
you're not going to get it.
Well,
superstars get superstar calls.
Like, you breathe on James Harden the wrong way. He's at the free throw line.
What is that? Superstar.
When has Steph ever gotten that kind of a whistle, though?
No, they're just officiated very different.
Exactly.
Kobe
That's
gets
why
calls. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying to think that it doesn't exist, that's naive. Well, sports, we know there's biases.
Okay, but then with Caitlin Clark, can we get then just a more level playing field with the officiating then?
I just don't think, I think she brings some of it on herself. And again, I say this from a point of view of, I'm a huge fan of hers, but like this year in particular, the amount of times she's gone up for a layup and yeah, it could be perceived as contact, and she stops, yells and berates at the official and doesn't get back on defense. I'm like, Caitlin, you got to hustle back.
You see that? I agree. That's
you
a
got
bad
to
look
hustle
on
back.
her.
That's the Luka. That's what drives me nuts with Luka.
No, and the Luka call-up is a good one there. I will agree with you on that. Maybe it's a give and take. Maybe it's not one or the other. There is a little bit of both. Maybe she needs to dial it down. Maybe the WNBA needs to let the refs know, hey, if she's thrown to the ground, maybe, blow the whistle instead of just letting things play
Agreed.
out. That's why. So, that's kind of what I mean there in terms of just let's take care of this girl a little bit. Like, so many people.
You can't do that, though. You can't do that. You can't take care of Otani. You can't take care of Lincecum. You can't take care of just Kyler Murray. Okay, for example, in the NFL, when they do that with Mahomes, it drives me nuts. Near the sideline, it drives me insane that he is allowed to fake going out of bounds and turn upfield. Why is that rule different for him than Brock Purdy? That's garbage.
Well, that's a move. Any quarterback that's able to pull that move off can do that, though.
No, but I guess where I'm going at is that you're asking for special treatment. What I'm saying is no, I completely
Well, how about
disagree.
this? Maybe instead of special treatment, how about just, again, proper treatment? If she's thrown to the floor, blow the whistle.
Well, my counter to her would be, you need to have proper responses and fight through it.
I agree with that, too.
And not let it get to you. Because here's what I would say. One thing is evident to me. It's clearly gotten to her. And she's awesome.
And how
Scored
can not?
30 points last night.
Yeah.
Had 11 assists. She's second or first in the league in assists. I mean, she's having a good year. Last year was an injury-riddled year. It was not a good year. This year's moving. She's just got to have to fight through it.
If you're playing against them, too, obviously
it's a tactic.
Aaliyah Boston's a very good player, but she's their best player. And if I saw her reactions to me doing that
I'd keep
to her,
doing it.
I'm going to do it even more, probably.
It's the Draymond, get in their grill, get them agitated. And this is where, again, I come down on every night I turn it on and I'm saying she's never going to get past it until she has to grow beyond it in terms of letting it affect her so much. Is it an issue? It is.
Yeah.
And it's working.
Yeah. And it's not a fair situation for her because I do think when she's.
But life isn't fair.
No. And that's what I'm getting at. It's unfortunate, but. To your point, I will agree with you. She probably needs to tone it down on her end, but it's a both sides thing. I
would agree.
The league needs to be more fair in their officiating. I'm not saying special, just fair. She is very important for the future of this league. I think we can all agree on that. And
she's one of many cogs in the wheel, yes.
I would argue that she is more important for the WNBA than Shohei is for Major League Baseball. because she like Major League Baseball is pretty entrenched with its 30 teams right now. Like Major League Baseball's been going strong for 140 years. Yeah. The WNBA has been up and down for most of its 30-year existence. A lot of teams have dropped off the map and disappeared. There used to be a team up in Sacramento, the Monarchs. They don't exist anymore. Like, of all the original WNBA teams, I think only like 4 or 5 of them are still in existence or something like that. The league's gone through a lot of turnover. Now it's at a point, because of her, the league is stabilizing and it is growing.
No, she's a big part of it. It's not because of her. The Valkyries don't have her.
But I think
they've been a huge boon.
But I think Caitlin Clark is what drives you. Caitlin Clark makes you look at the WNBA, and then everything else there is what keeps you looking at the WNBA. But you needed the Caitlin Clark to initiate that. If Shohei Ohtani disappeared tomorrow, Major League Baseball is going to keep going. If Caitlin Clark disappeared tomorrow, I think you lose a lot of eyes on the WNBA.
You might lose eyes. There's that I won't deny you in terms of eyes.
And I think
overall.
eyes are.
But to say that I'm a believer in that the sports are bigger than the individuals, but there are certain individuals that are special for the sport.
And I think Caitlin's one of them.
She is, but there are a variety of special players. Like A'ja Wilson is special for the sport. Paige Beckers is special for the sport. Now, you and I can argue about who's tapping in, who's not, and who's more special in this, but like, for example, you brought up Larry and Magic, okay? Mm-hmm. You know, they built a lot of their buzz was built on the back of the ABA, Dr. J, and that high-flying 70s basketball and what had happened, which preceded that, which is the Celtics and Bill Russell. I was like, you don't become just who you are without building on the backs of those who came before you. So to say that Larry and Magic, they saved the NBA. Yeah, they did save the NBA. The NBA wouldn't even have been needing to be saved. It would have been dying 20, 30 years prior if it weren't for these other contributions.
I agree with that.
I think that there's a collective whole.
But I could also say that Larry and Magic did spearhead a massive growth in attention for the NBA.
Undeniable.
Yes, the stuff that happened before set the tone for it. Absolutely. Just like with Caitlin Clark, the WNBA did have superstars before her that set that tone. You mentioned A'ja Wilson. You mentioned Sabrina Ionescu. Like you mentioned who's my girl, Kelsey Plum down in LA. Like those, Maya Moore is another one. Candace Parker.
I mean, Kelsey Plum's like profile in terms of Instagram, obviously being when she was with Darren Waller, that raised her profile as well. But she is a megastar on social media all around.
Yeah, she won, I think, back-to-back titles with the Aces. But that core of superstars, Sabrina, Kelsey, A'ja Wilson, Nafisa Collier, going back before them, Maya Moore, Candace Parker, I don't think they spearheaded the kind of growth and interest that this current crop of young stars coming up has done.
You might
Caitlin
be right
Clark,
in that,
Angel Reese, Paige Beckers, Azzi Fudd, Juju Watkins.
I'll grant you that. But I go back to Larry Bird and Magic. And like Larry and Magic aren't there without the Pistol Petes, without the Oscar Robertsons, without the Bill Russells. Like and so like you take these elements of their game and they're molding it into the next generation, and then they take it and they run with it. And so like no one player is bigger than the sport.
No, and I guess you can also make the argument that, again, Ionescu, Plum, Candace Parker, Maya Moore, like, does this current crop of Caitlin Clark, Paige Beckers, and all them, do they kind of happen without those superstars that came before them? So, yeah, I would absolutely agree.
They don't happen without honestly, if we really, without college women's basketball being at the forefront of ESPN coverage for years on end, I'm not sure that their profiles heading into the WNBA are as large as they are today.
Exactly.
College basketball, and what that platform gave them, and I give ESPN a lot of credit because ESPN, a lot of people want to crap on ESPN. One thing that they've done, UConn basketball, whoever their best player is, household name.
Yep.
Right?
It's incredible how many people from
household
UConn are in the W these days.
And so, I don't know, man. I think
that's good.
Everyone thought golf was going to die after Tiger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here we have Rory.
Still doing pretty good.
And there's no Phil and there's no Tiger. And I, as a diehard golf fan, I'm like, I don't know. Everyone knows who Rory is. If I just say Rory, we all know who that is.
Bryson,
we know who it is, whether you like him or not, right? There's a handful of guys. No one is bigger than the sport. Now, is Tiger still the needle mover? For a lot of people, yes. But for golf's moved on.
Yeah.
Golf has moved on for Tiger, and I love Tiger.
Well, no, Tiger, I think, much similar to Caitlin Clark, spearheaded a growing interest in golf. More people watched golf once Tiger came along, because of Tiger, then before Tiger, and then golf carried on after Tiger. It's going to be the same thing with Caitlin Clark years from now. She is spearheading this new wave of found interest.
She's a part
in
of
the
it,
WNBA.
yes.
She is. I think she is the tip of the spear. There's other players who are part of that, but you know
No,
me.
I get where you're going.
I'm a big Angel Reese fan, but I'll admit Caitlin Clark's got bigger superstar cred than Angel Reese. I like watching Paige Beckers a lot. Caitlin Clark has more superstar credentials, I believe, than Paige Beckers. Paige Beckers was a great college player. Like, Caitlin Clark was so box office at Iowa in a way that I haven't seen from a college athlete beyond football in a very, very long
Caitlin
time.
Clark's so popular. When Kate Martin got cut by the Valkyries, people were like pissed.
People, why did people like
her
Kate
teammate
Martin?
at Iowa?
Yeah, that is why people like Kate Martin.
I know.
Is because she's also a solid ball
I
player.
acknowledge that. Yeah, I completely acknowledge that. I'm a big believer in like the way sports evolve and grow is like there are people that are very influential on the evolutionary chain of what gives you the modern player.
Mm-hmm.
So like pick a player and pick any player you want in any sport. Go. Name someone.
Mike Trout baseball.
Mike Trout in baseball. Well, there would be no Mike Trout playing the way that he is right now if you didn't have a Ken Griffey Jr., right?
Yeah.
Playing center field, being able to
that's
basically
always,
do anything and everything.
That's every sport. I mean, every superstar generation is going to lay the foundation for the next superstar generation to the ticket. 5-10 years from now, there's some girl in 8th grade right now somewhere, Shasky, when she gets to the WNBA in 10 years from now, she's going to be the new thing that's spearheading the next new wave. And maybe that's the girl who, is the spearhead that has this league grow from 20 teams to 24 teams.
Sure.
Like, it's...
Do you remember when the NBA, like when Michael was going to retire, I remember the NBA conversation was, who will be the face of the NBA?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're in trouble. And it was like T-Mac, Stevie Franchise, Vince Carter, Kobe and Shaq. There were a variety of guys. It was all up in the air. Like, what's going to happen after Jordan? Could Tim Duncan be it? And there were all these names, and the NBA figured it out.
Yeah, there's always a next star, but this case, the next star is contributing to a massive growth of the league. Like
in real time.
I'm not talking about just eyeballs too. I mentioned eyeballs, obviously. And obviously when Jordan retired, Kobe became the guy and Kobe brought eyeballs to the league.
Yes.
Kobe did not add teams to the league. Caitlin Clark's arrival has brought in so many new eyeballs that teams are being added to the WNBA right now.
Yeah, that's a bigger business model question that I have a hard time quantifying how much of that is her and how much of that I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess
she is a part of that.
If Caitlin Clark said, I don't want to play basketball, I'm going to go be a vet or something like that, and she never played basketball, never made it to the WNBA, do you think they're adding 3-4 new WNBA teams right now?
They wouldn't add 3 or 4 new WNBA teams if it wasn't profitable. Meaning it wasn't good for business.
And I think Caitlin Clark has made adding WNBA teams good for business. Just by the eyeballs and attention that she has brought to the league.
Okay.
That's how I look at it.
All right.
So,
yeah.
Let's go to Ross in Benicia.
Ross.
He thinks everything I've said is completely wrong about Caitlin Clark.
Well, a little bit.
I was over-exaggerating to be funny, Ross. What do you got, Ross?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, you let special rules for Caitlin Clark come out of your mouth, man. That's crazy to me.
Oh, yeah, and I backed off that.
You did. But that's like, I mean, special rules, I mean, we want participation in trophies and orange slices.
Exactly.
I mean, come on, man. And then my problem with the WNBA is this. The best player in the WNBA, to me, is A'ja Wilson.
Yes.
But you don't hear her brought up. It's always Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark. And that's just I don't know. It doesn't sit
can
well
I ask
with
you
me.
this question?
It's like Michael Jordan's the best player in the NBA, but we're talking about some random other guy.
Yeah, but let me throw this at you. No. This is a really interesting point. I think you could have made the argument Tim Duncan was one of the best, if not the best players in the NBA for a long period. Kobe got a lot of the shot. Duncan, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, if you're starting from scratch, I know everybody mythologizes Kobe. You can't go wrong taking Duncan ahead of Kobe, can you?
No, you can't. I 1,000% agree with you.
And that's why I think A'ja reminds me more of Duncan.
You know what? Kinda. You know what? That's a great comp. But it's just, you see her out there balling.
Yes.
But the casual fan doesn't know her, and that's the part that irks me. The casual fan knows Caitlin Clark, and there's no beef against her.
No.
But we gotta. I mean, it's almost like we're going like the wrestling route. You know what I'm saying? Let's get real and be real about it.
Why do you think
A'ja Wilson is a real baller?
Why do you think Caitlin is getting into it every night? Like, why someone is in her grill every night? I think that she needs to learn to play through it and get it. But there is something on both sides of it. What do you think it is?
Definitely. I think it's a little jealousy.
Yeah.
But then I do think that she barks a whole lot.
Yeah.
You yap a lot. Yeah. And when you yap a lot, you're going to bring that. You're going to bring it. You're going to bring that attention. You got to just take that foul, get up, dust it off, smile, and keep pushing.
Yep.
But if when you get fouled and you get up and you cry about it, what's the person going to do? They're going to keep getting at you, and throw you out of your game.
I totally
think
agree.
it's a little mix of both.
Totally agree.
It's a mix of both.
Good call.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you for the call there, Ross. He brings up A'ja Wilson there. I think the difference, I agree, I think A'ja Wilson is probably the best or one of the best players.
She's like Duncan, though, in terms of, for whatever reason, Duncan never got over on the
I think
primary audience.
There's a difference between maybe the best player in the league and the most popular player in the league.
Yes.
Like,
was Kareem ever the most popular player in the league? I wasn't old enough to remember.
Like, who would you say is the most popular player in the league in the NBA right now?
Right now, I think it's still probably Steph and LeBron. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
But the best player might be Shea. It might be Wemby.
I see the Shea versus Steph comp is a great example. Steph, far more popular player right now. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, I mean, outside of Oklahoma City, I mean, Joe, he could be walking down the streets of San Francisco right now in front of his billboard that's no longer up. No one's going to recognize him.
Would they trade Shea Gilgeous-Alexander straight up for Curry?
Right now?
Yeah,
I don't think they would.
Yeah.
Because I think, scary enough as this is to say, you'd probably see a drop in production if you did that, which is crazy to say. And that's just, just a 38-year-old Steph versus 24-year-old Shea or however old he is right now. I think he's older. He's like 27, 28. But I guess kind of want to go with Caitlin Clark. Like, A'ja Wilson, she's also been in the league for 9 years. She's been in the league since 2018.
Yeah, that's true.
The WNBA was not as popular in 2018, 2019 as it is right now. A'ja Wilson might be the better player. She has had the unfortunate luck of coming along at a time where her superstar, profile on the court didn't translate to popularity off the court in the same way that Caitlin Clark's did. Like, Caitlin Clark's profile is translated in a way that so many talented players before her just haven't. And that's just kind of how sometimes the league grows.
Is that any different from Mike Trout being the best player in the league and not being the most popular? When it was like Acuna,
yeah.
We were all Bryce Harper. We were always looking for someone.
I think Trout was the better player. Harper was the more popular player.
Absolutely.
Like, more people started watching the game of baseball because of Bryce Harper than they did because of Mike Trout. Part of it is personality-wise. I think Bryce Harper just had the kind of personality early on. That's a clown question, bro. That made you want to look at what he's doing. Mike Trout might be one of the most boring greatest players of all time ever.
The amount of people that are on the chat right now going, if you slander SGA, he's at the free throw line right now for 2 free throws.
He's probably
it's
made
just
all
incredible. You guys are hilarious.
Imagine if Caitlin Clark got the SGA whistle.
I'm really surprised how passionate people are on the WNBA and the Caitlin Clark thing, just in general. It really does surprise me.
I mean, we see it at Ball Hall every night. People get really into it. So, I mean, I thought we were just going to do 5 minutes on Caitlin Clark there, but ended up doing a full segment. On the other side, you get back into everyone's favorite conversation, the Giants. We're going to talk with Jim Bowden about the Giants. And I don't know, I'm curious what he has to say. What's Coming Up with the Game is sponsored by a hazy little thing from Sierra Nevada.
If you've ever reached for a cheers when your favorite song comes on, you're ready to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy but not sweet, hoppy but not bitter. America's best-selling hazy IPA for good reason. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value on juicy, personal, seedless watermelons when you buy two. And here's my personal partner, Dan Dibley.
Yes, and you can get Signature Select Thick Cut Bacon 48-ounce selected varieties sold in 3-pound packages for $4.99 per pound. 10 for $10 mix and match is back. Save on items like Pastaroni or Rice-A-Roni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce varieties, or Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water gallon size. Add CRV where applicable. Member price $1 each for selected varieties. See your store for a full list of participating items.
We invite you to go to Safeway.com for more of these details, and we will see you in the aisles.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area Bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add Wireless Connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We need Thundercats.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area and the whole country, 95.7 The Game.
So one of my boys hit me up this week, and we're going to get right back into Giants baseball in a second. I promise you. Jim Bowden's going to join us, one of the biggest detractors of the Tony Vitello hire to begin with.
For those who don't know Jim Bowden, you can read his stuff on The Athletic. Great stuff there. He's been all over this trade deadline coverage. Former general manager of the Reds and Expos. 16 years of front office experience, Joe.
So one of my boys was like, hey, man, you read those Ceremony Ford reads all the time. I go, yeah. He goes, you like the Maverick? I go, I love the Maverick. It's one of the best purchases I've ever made.
I remember your Mavericks. Nice.
He's like, do they have some like legit deals going on? I go, no, they really do. Go down to Ceremony Ford. Go ask for my boy Matt Schoen. Okay, he will take you around the entire lot. They have stuff on the lot. They'll build you whatever you want. It might take a couple months to get over here. Go get yourself a Maverick. So my boy Michael Accardi is now ordering a Maverick down at Ceremony Ford. And shout out Matt Schoen and the entire crew.
His mom was my pediatrician.
The Accardis?
Yeah.
I love Mike. He's the best. Shout out San Francisco Baseball Academy. They hosted us all.
You said they'll build you a car?
Well, you can have the specs exactly the way you want them.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, yeah.
I've never bought a car before, so I don't know what that process is.
Oh, it's incredible.
I'm
and if
a
you want to
millennial.
test
Buying
drive
stuff isn't my thing.
I mean, I had the Lariat, and let me tell you, the Lariat is with the leather seats. It's incredible.
Ooh.
But just the whole crew down at Ceremony Ford, they do a great job. And so shout out Matt Schoen. I read all those reads, and I'm telling you, if you go down there and you say, hey, 95.7 The Game sent us down here, they're going to take care of you. They're going to make sure that you get the right vehicle that you're looking for.
Well, there we go. Good to know. If I ever decide to go get a Ford, I will do all of those things you just said. I'm driving my Scion still. I like my Scion for the 13 years that I've had it. Still going strong, sort of. But
did you get it used or new?
It was pre-owned, yeah. I got it in Miami when I first moved off campus.
You drove it home?
I did, yeah. So I got it in my...
How long of a drive is that?
So I test drove some Scions out here. I liked because it's a small car, but had a lot of trunk space. And being a film major, you're, lugging film equipment around all the time. So that's why it came in handy there. And yeah, but then I ordered one that was in Miami, picked it up out there. Then, after I graduated, my mom flew out for, to help me pack stuff up. And she and I spent it's probably a 10-day trip cross country to get back. And there's stops along the way too. We stopped at Disney World for a day. We stopped in New Orleans for a day. Stopped and saw my aunt and uncle in LA for a couple of days too. So yeah, we made a whole little thing about it, driving about the Southland of America. Very green. Wow. Very green down there in the deep South. They don't have those.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, no, you don't need to go there. It's that you could look down from the plane and see it too. It's just as fun. So.
Well, as we're going, a little off the map here, you brought up Disney World. I think we're going to go to Disneyland in November.
Oh, Disneyland's so much better than the Disney World.
I'm kind of itching to see it through LJ's eyes this time.
Oh, well,
it's going to be awesome.
How old is he now?
He's going to be 3 in November.
So
for his birthday, we're going to go. He loves Mickey Mouse.
3, 4, 5 is literally the best time to take a kid to Disney. That was my first time in Disneyland was when I was 4 years old, and we did the breakfast with all the characters.
Oh yeah,
that's instant core memory. You got to do the breakfast.
Most
with the characters.
Kids are scared of the people in costume.
Well, if LJ likes Mickey though.
Yeah, but he's still, they're fair. So large. It's shocking to see
them. The big goofy eyes.
So when Lucille, when he finally saw Lucille up close and personal, he was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Really scared. And then eventually he
At least loves the crazy crab.
I think we're going to stay at the Californian. I think we're going to do it right.
I've done that. Is that the
resort in between that's owned by Disney?
Is that the one that's in Cal Adventure?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great
early access, things like that.
Yeah, no, that's what you could just go right out and you're in the Cal Adventure
if he
Park.
has to take a nap or something, because you walk a lot,
absolutely, yeah.
My theory is I just want to be there, right there, and just do it. Let's just do it right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're going to be on probably a lot of, in Fantasyland and doing those rides, and there's some stuff in Tomorrowland you'd be able to do.
What are you talking about, dude? We're going to go on anything. I love Disneyland. Disneyland's awesome.
No, dude, Disneyland's
Star Wars Land is sweet. Galaxy's Edge.
What's your favorite ride?
Space Mountain.
That's a good choice.
Space Mountain is good, but it's the Star Wars Space Mountain now.
Honestly, I have not. It's been a long time since I've been to Disneyland. I haven't been there since they added any of the Star Wars
Pirates
stuff.
of the Caribbean movie was Pirates of the Caribbean. I love that one as well.
God, I think I haven't been to Disneyland since 2012, to be honest.
Indiana Jones.
Oh, such a great one.
Unreal.
Such a great one.
I was on one.
It's like you're in the Jeep and it's going back and forth.
Oh, it's so. I was on it one time. The ride broke down when I was on it one time.
No.
And, yeah, we got stuck in the little tunnel where the boulder comes rolling down. And
oh, my God.
Well, they turn the little lights on so you get to see what everything actually looks like and ruins all the magic. Like, you see, like, the big boulder, it's like on like a axle or whatever that spins and stuff like that. So you see behind all the magic of it.
The best ride was actually at California Adventures. It was the Guardians of the Galaxy Tower of Terror.
Hollywood Tower of Terror.
Dude.
That was awesome.
That's
the view they give you at the top.
All-time ride. Doing it at night where all the lights are... do you know what the Tower of Terror is?
I assume it's one of those drop zone ones.
You go up and down and up and down.
Yeah, right as you just drop. Yeah.
Dude, it's badass.
You know what hits hard at night is Thunder Mountain Railroad.
Oh, okay.
That's a fun.
I love Thunder Mountain.
You gotta be in the last car though.
I love Thunder Mountain. I like Splash Mountain too.
The Matterhorn.
Matterhorn's a classic
too.
See, the classics still hit.
Matterhorn's always gonna hit. Splash Mountain. Well, they redid Splash Mountain now to Princess and the Frog now, because it used to be Songs of the South, which Google it.
Okay.
Everyone just Google it. You'll see why it's not Songs of the South anymore.
The other one that was really good was Cars.
Okay, yeah, that used to be where Autopia was.
Yeah.
I liked Autopia. See, that's LJ will actually like that one because that was Autopia was one of my favorite ones I did when I was 4 years old because, you're driving a car. Like for us, that's boring because we drive cars every day. But for 3-4-year-old LJ, getting behind the wheel of a car, like that's like the greatest thing ever. He sees dad drive all the time and now he can drive just like you, like a bat out of hell.
Well, he drives the golf cart when we're up at the cabin.
Oh, I'm going to need to see videos.
Oh, boy. It's a Small World, also a classic.
What?
It's a Small World is also a classic.
You're
not a fan.
We'll have a conversation about that.
You do know you have to do it, though.
That song's so annoying.
Well, yeah, I know.
It's a small world.
It's pretty cool.
After all. It's a small world.
I thought you liked classics.
No, it is a classic, but it's just like...
You want to know a fun fact about Small World? So...
okay.
Ready for this
no,
one?
No, I don't. Okay, go.
Too bad. So you know how there's Disneyland parks all over the world, right? It's not just in LA and Florida.
Yeah, they have one in France.
Japan,
and they have
all
one
that stuff.
China.
The way all the Disneylands are positioned, there's always a Disneyland in the world that's open, which means no matter what, somewhere in the world, It's a Small World is always playing.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like that little nuggy nug.
Yeah, there you go. Aren't you glad I gave that to you?
Yeah. Well, I like seeing the jerseys when I go to Disneyland. Because there's always
I always rep my Giants jersey there because, you're in Dodger territory. Well, I guess Angel territory, but...
Sam getting stabbed on the Indiana Jones ride, like the Giants fan.
Yeah, that's what happens when I'm down there. Hey, we got Jim Bowden join the show in about 5 minutes. I wonder what his favorite Disneyland ride is. He's got to have one. I assume everyone has a favorite Disneyland. Carter, what's your favorite Disneyland ride?
If the Giants were a Disneyland ride this year, which Disneyland ride would they be?
The teacups, the one that makes you throw up when you get off of.
That's good. Very herky jerky.
That's hard to top.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm trying to think what they would be.
The tree house where you just kind of walk through and you're just like, why am I here? The Tarzan tree house. Like, what's the point?
The Haunted Mansion?
Haunted Mansion hits.
Dude.
Haunted Mansion hits. Well, the Giants hit too, but not well enough. Haunted Mansion's good, though.
Who was that? You just turn the mics on and go.
That was Chase Corick, our fill-in producer today.
Young Steven Spielberg over there.
He's doing my job today. Chase, what's your favorite Disneyland ride?
You know what? Carter brought it up earlier. I think it's got to be either Indiana Jones or, for me, Pirates of the Caribbean. I love it.
It still
Shafty,
hits.
you brought up how the movies wrecked it. For me, I'm a big Johnny Depp, Jack Sparrow guy, so I don't know. I like seeing the movies part in it, too.
It was much more inappropriate pre-Pirates of the Caribbean movie because the pirates were like,
the OG ride hits so hard.
We're going to plunder and do some awful things.
Do pirate stuff?
Yeah.
Why is the rum gone?
The rum's always gone. Cardi, you didn't say yours, though. What's your top Disneyland ride?
Indiana Jones.
Indiana
There's just
Jones?
no doubt about it. Just an absolute classic. When I was 5, I went on it, I remember. And I was closing my eyes the whole time. And that big boulder came.
Oh, it's so scary.
I said to my parents, I was like, are we still alive? I'll just never forget it.
That's so good.
I love that.
That's so good.
6'2", 5-year-old Carter just be like, are we still alive?
Yeah, exactly. 250 pounds, 6'2", and just closing my eyes.
Speaking of Kandahar Giants, that's a recall only like a couple of us would understand.
That's very deep there. So as I mentioned, we do have Jim Bowden coming on in just a couple minutes. Why are we bringing Jim Bowden on? Well, not just because he writes for The Athletic, not just because he's got 16 years of GM and front office experience with the Cincinnati Reds and the Montreal Expos /Nationals. It's because he's also said things like this about Tony Vitello. He said this on Willard and Dibs way back in March.
As the cameras zoom in the dugout, I kind of feel like at times he's like deer in headlights. And you watch coaches kind of talk to him, and he just kind of stares sometimes, which is kind of concerning. In terms of his comments after the game, and to me, it looked like a college coach trying to be a big league manager. I haven't understood the quotes. I think that when you're coaching college kids, you could say whatever you want, and they're going to respect whatever you say, and there's not going to be pushback. And if the media is covering you in college, they're going to write what the coach says. They're not going to write what the players say, right? And the players aren't going to contradict the manager. When you get to the big leagues, there's not a player in that dugout that doesn't have more professional experience than Tony Vitello. Most of them are getting paid more than Tony Vitello. So if Tony wants to sit there and say college stuff to major league players, they're going to push back. It's not going to play well.
And this is a point I think I brought up earlier in the show, Joe, when I talked about these fire and brimstone speeches. Maybe for younger players, it translates, it hits. But for guys like the Willy Adameses or the Robbie Rays, when they hear Tony come in, it's like, all right, guys, go out there and show us our fire and brimstone. And Robbie's like, yeah, I'm just going to go pitch, dude. Like, I get you got your thing. I got my thing. My thing's got me a Cy Young Award and a very successful, highly paid career. I'm going to go out and pitch like I'm Robbie Ray. I'm not going to go out and pitch like I'm fire and brimstone.
But knowing all that, like, didn't Buster Posey need to make it very clear to everyone in that clubhouse that, like, guys, like, that's not going to fly?
Well, I remember we had Dave Fleming on right after Bryce Eldridge got called up, and Flem said that Buster didn't address the team. He had Tony address the team. And that was Buster's way of saying, this is Tony's team now. Tony's the guy running the show. The fact that Tony is the one delivering the message that Bryce is coming up, playing time is going to be at a premium now. The problem is, though, you can't say playing time's going to, you guys got to start earning playing time, but then you're still just sticking Willy Adames in the lineup every day when he's making mistakes and shouldn't be in the lineup. I'm not saying you bench Willy Adames, but I think I said this one when I was filling in for Spadoni a few months ago, like, playing the full 162 is kind of a privilege. You can't just get it just because you're getting paid that way. And there's no reason why you can't give Willy Adames days off here or there. But when you say things like playing time's on a premium and then you don't follow up on that, it becomes an empty threat. And no one's going to respect you if you have an empty threat.
Well, and it's also much more difficult when you have Christian Koss backing them up, who's not even a shortstop.
Well, again, yeah. So you don't really have much leverage there. We got our guys. So let's go out to the River Islands guest line where we got our guest, Jim Bowden of The Athletic, former general manager of the Reds and Expos /Nationals. Very glad to have you on this morning, Jim. And we've been talking a lot about Tony Vitello this morning. And I don't know if you saw his ejection yesterday with his back and forth with Mike Estabrook and Lance Barrett there. Just the conversation we were kind of having is that's a moment where you maybe need to go off a little bit more on the umpire and kind of put your mark on that moment there. Maybe show a little bit more fire in defending your players and Willy Adames with that tag. When you saw that ejection yesterday, Jim, just kind of what was going through your mind in terms of how Tony went about it?
Yeah, look, this has been a tough year for Tony Vitello, Sam and Joe, as you guys know. It's not easy, and I'm not going to break down an ejection and how you should act. Look, I grew up in the era where, Billy Martin and Lou Piniella and Earl Weaver were putting on shows, and this generation, we don't get that same thing. I feel for what Tony and the Giants have gone through this year. It's been a complete nightmare that doesn't seem to get better, and what happens is we end up picking apart these kind of things when you have a year like this because nobody can do anything right. The popcorn vendor can't even cook the popcorn properly. So it's one of those things. I don't make a big deal out of it.
Well, then go back in time. Why were you so against bringing him in the first place?
Inexperience. This is someone that had never been in professional ball. at any capacity, not even as an intern in an office. And I think Major League Baseball is a little bit more difficult than that. And so, look, I like him a lot. I was rooting for him. I think he's a good person. I got to meet him during the winter meetings. I like him. I don't think he was ready to be a Major League manager, and I think we've seen that on the field. I think we've seen that with his decisions. He's going to get to learn at the big league level. Not a lot of people will ever get the opportunity to learn at the Major League level how to manage. So it's been an incredible experience for him. I'm sure he'll learn from it and be better for it next year. But I was opposed to it just because there's a big difference between college baseball and Major League Baseball. The players are different to handle. The preparation is different. And so, to me, that's why I didn't like the hire at the time, because of that. But you know what? He was put in a situation where it seems like every night he's getting to learn something, and he'll be better for it next year.
So let me follow that up with, Buster Posey's role in all of this. Is Posey's initial, I guess, mistake trying to go outside the box and outside of Major League Baseball? Or is it maybe not supporting him or having a team that wasn't so veteran laden?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when you have a year like this, we have enough blame that can go around to everybody, and everybody needs to take responsibility for their role in that, right? I mean, whoever is managing this Giants team wasn't going to win anyway, right? So there is a core to work from, right? I mean, you had 3 good starters this year in Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, and Landon Roop. That's something certainly you can build around. Offensively, you've got 4 guys to build around: Endeavor, Schmidt, Adames, and Eldridge. You didn't get the most out of all of them. I'm not going to point to just managers and coaches. I always say players need responsibility too, but I do think that field staff had something to do with the slow start that they all got and some of the player slumps that lasted longer than they should have. That's just my opinion from afar. But there is a core to build around. The problem is it wasn't a deep roster. The bottom half of the lineup's not good enough. The bottom half of the rotation, you're not even in those games. You're in the games when your 3 starters are going, and then when you get Malley and Hauser in the back end, you don't have much of a chance to win. So look, it's not a good team. It's been a nightmare. So now the fun part is let's go fix it. Let's turn it around, and this trade deadline is going to be important for Buster Posey and his front office in trying to take advantage of a seller's market and a chance to kind of turn this around a little bit for the Giants. So let's see what they can do here over the next 10 days.
Got Jim Bowden here of The Athletic joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Jim, you mentioned a minute ago that Tony's learning a lot from the mistakes that he's making this year. He's learning a lot that will kind of serve him going into next year. We've been kind of trying to make the case this morning. Why do you bring Tony Vitello back next year? Do you, think the Giants should still bring Tony back next year, or is he a one and done? And what would be, I guess, the reason, in your opinion, that the Giants would want to bring him back next year?
Well, I mean, when you put him in this position, you put him in a position to fail to begin with. So why if you put him in this position because you thought he was going to win this year, then I don't understand that decision at all. So I guess that's where I'm at. I'm like, okay, if you're hiring him, then you're hiring him for the long term. You're willing to take the pain and suffering it's going to take to be a rookie manager with no professional experience. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult if you don't bring him back. Then why'd you hire him in the first place? That makes no sense to me. If you're not going to bring him back, why didn't you fire him when it was a mess 2 months ago? That's why I kind of feel like, Buster is dedicated to him. He's going to do everything he can to make him be successful as a big league manager. He's going through the growing pains now to eventually be able to say in 2 or 3 years, you see, I hired the right guy. So that's why I think he's going to bring him back. I think he's going to concentrate more on building this baseball team back up and giving him a team that can win. And then by then, hoping that he's developed and learned enough to win with that team when it's ready to win.
So sticking on this developing and learning theme here, when you're looking at Tony right now, have you noticed anything, or is anything jumping out to you in terms of just signs that show that Tony is growing and learning and getting better as a manager, even just in this season, despite the fact that so much is still going wrong?
It's really difficult from afar to give that judgment. As you know, I was a GM for 17 years, and I got to be in the clubhouse. I got to be on the field. I got to be there to really understand. I got to be talking to the players to really comprehend what's going on behind the scenes, not just during the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it would be unfair for me to kind of make that judgment.
Well, then Jim, I don't mean to interrupt you, but when did you know then, during your tenure, I'm sure it was different each time. When did you know it was time to move on from a manager?
Yeah, so it's different in every single case, right? Sometimes you're with a team and the vibe and the pulse isn't going to work, and everybody's on edge. I'm not going to use my specific examples, but I'll use other people's examples. When Dave Dombrowski fired Joe Girardi, it was because that Phillies clubhouse was so tense that the players weren't performing for him. So he fired him. He brought in Rob Thompson, and Rob Thompson goes ahead and takes the Phillies to the World Series that year. So that's the feel. Other times you make a change because, you don't like the way he's handling a pitching staff, or you don't like his strategies, or he's lost the clubhouse. It's different. Every single managerial change comes with different reasons and purposes. But when you make a change, you better make sure the next guy coming in is going to win more games than the guy you're letting go.
Yeah.
And obviously, when you do make a change, that's why you're doing it, because you believe someone else coming in managing the same group is going to do better.
It's a really well said. You said that the trade deadline, you were actually looking forward to if you were in Buster's shoes, because it's an opportunity to make things right. I'm paraphrasing there. If you had a chance to sit down with Buster and talk to him, and this is just a hypothetical, what would be a successful trade deadline that you would explain to him that he has to do?
Yeah, I would. First of all, if I sat down with him, I would have to ask him and go through the entire roster and say, okay, when you've been out there, has there been any interest in Devers, Adames, Chapman, your big contract players? And if so, what kind of interest have you had? And then I would ask him if Robbie Ray and Luis Ariz are two players he wanted to bring back. And if so, how have those negotiations gone to extend them? And then I would ask him what are the teams that are interested in there? Who are your targets from each of those teams? And try to get the lay of the land of what the process is. They should be pretty far down the road in terms of knowing what teams have interest in what players, who they're targeting from each club. And then I would want to go through all of the either prospects or young major league players that they're targeting, and then be grilling him on who those players are, what the upside is on those players, and the reasoning behind all of it. Obviously this is it's a very intense time. It's a very important time. Sellers markets are it's just as important as if you're buying at the deadline. As a GM, I did both, right? There was one trade deadline where I traded for 3 starting pitchers in a week: David Wells, Mark Portugal, and Dave Burba. Then there was where I sold, where I traded Jeff Shaw for Paul Konerko. Every deadline is different, but the key is to take advantage of it, because the best trades that are always made for a team will happen at the deadline, where there's leverage and where there's time constraints and where GMs have the most pressure, either to buy or to sell. The most pressure is August 3rd at 6 p.m. You won't get that any other time of the year. And a chance to get a lopsided trade is always now, because there's going to be buyers where GMs and presidents' jobs are on the line and they have to win, and they have to get that pitcher. They have to get that pitcher, and the pitchers aren't out there. The Tigers aren't trading Skubal. The Twins aren't trading Ryan, and Robbie Ray is sitting there. And you got to maximize. You have to win that trade. It shouldn't be an even trade. The team that's trying to win should have to overpay for your guy, and that's a chance to get your organization better. So we would just be having those discussions thoroughly. And then I'd really want to know who he trusts in the room, from the scouts to the analytic people to the advisors that he's had. He's got a lot of people around him that have won world championships, including Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker, that know how to win and have done it. Both of them are going to the Hall of Fame. I would make sure that their brain power is being utilized at this time of year, and the experience that they have on that side of things.
I love that answer. Mark Portugal, that's a name that I haven't heard in years.
You heard of Jeff Shaw in there too?
Yeah, Giant and Astro. And Dave Berber was a good relief man for the Giants. It was like a 5th, 6th starter for them at times. Those were some way back names. Adames, Chapman, Devers. I mean, like, I've heard from some people they're untradeable. And then I hear from other people, like, given the landscape or the uncertainty of the lockout, we don't know if teams will take on, won't take on extra money. Will it be godfathered in? How much is this conversation about trading those guys also a conversation with the ownership group about how much to pay down? Because that feels like a factor in if or can they move some of these deals.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you get down to, what it's going to take to do a deal, what's the return going to be? The return determines how much I'm willing to pay down, right? I'll pay it down if the return warrants it. So, look, you've already put on your books that you have to pay Devers, Adames, and Chapman. You already know that. You have to pay that regardless. You have to look at it that way. What can I get back for them, and how much do I have to pay down to get it? Because remember, if you're acquiring younger players that are making a third of the money that they're making, you're going to pay that anyway. And whether you're paying it to the guys you're trading or put it towards the guys that are coming in, it's the same thing. You've already committed those dollars. So how much do you pay down? I think you make the best deal you can, and then you go to ownership and you say, this is what I can get back, but to get this back, I have to pay it down by this much, and I recommend doing it, and this is why I recommend doing it. And you get to that point. Now, when people say not tradable, I heard that my whole life, and those not tradable guys always seem to get traded anyway. So there's always a way to trade. There just is. I'm sorry. People eat contracts. Now, the timing isn't always the way you want it. Maybe Rafael Devers isn't tradable right now, but maybe in the offseason he is, or next July he is. Like, these things change all the time. And remember, it only takes one team out of the other 29 to make those deals. So, if you look at the Boston Red Sox, they were won 15 of 16, and they really need a bat. I mean, are you sure at the end of the day Craig Breslow won't take Willy Adames? There isn't a deal to be made somewhere where he can trade you one of his young starters for Adames, and you got to pay it down, and that pay down is enough to make it worthwhile to get a young starter that you don't have to pay for 3 years. I mean, there are deals that will be out there. When you work hard enough and you grind those phones and texts, you'll be surprised that a lot of times in baseball, the untradeable becomes traded.
What about Logan Webb? Well, what's the view on that? I mean, it seems like if you were resetting or at least trying to get the best haul and win a trade, boy, doesn't it start with someone like him?
I understand why they don't want to trade him, and I would have the same position in there, but I'd always listen, right? I think it's your responsibility to listen on everybody and do your due diligence. And the thing that I always thought sitting in that seat, honestly, everybody's tradable at the right price, right? I mean, like, you guys have the great gig you're doing right now, and just say you're really happy. But if I sat there and quadrupled your salary and said, you got to move to Miami, but I'm going to pay you 4 times, and you say no, and I say, okay, I'll pay you 10 times. There is a price where you'll get an airplane and come down here. You will move. There is
my wife will make me move.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with a trade. If somebody wants to overwhelm me with Logan Webb, I'm going to trade Logan Webb. It's okay. If I can rebuild my franchise, I am going to absolutely do that. So I wouldn't want to trade Logan Webb, but I would listen in case somebody wants to make me an offer that I can't say no to.
Jim Bone.
That's kind of how I view that.
So Jim Bone here of The Athletic joining us. One more here for you, Jim. You mentioned possibly Adames and the Red Sox, but when it comes to Chapman, Devers, and still Adames as well, if I'm looking around the league trying to figure out what team might be willing to bite on one of those three or any of those three, just what are some of the teams that you think might actually be willing to try and jump on one of those big 3 deals?
Well, I'd love to be able to give you a name, but I don't have one. And I do try to stay in touch with all the teams. So I can't tell you that I've heard anyone that I have interest. In fact, when I run those names out there, I've had teams tell me, Casey Smith's the guy we'd like instead. Right. And understandably so. Does he have 20 home runs and hitting 270 and can play 4 positions? So I totally get that that's there. So to answer you honestly, I've not heard one team say, hey, we'd love to be able to pry Devers, Adames, or Chapman from them. I have not heard that. I've got to be honest with you.
That is unfortunate. Jim, thanks so much for hopping on the show with us this morning.
Great stuff.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
A really good interview.
Man,
Gosh.
no one interested in those big three, which I guess isn't shocking, but at the same time, like if you're grasping for, rays of hope, you're hoping that, I got to talk to my friend Steven. He's convinced that the Yankees might be desperate enough to try and get Rafi Devers.
I'm resigned to the fact that I think you have to staple Logan Webb to move off some of these other guys.
Or Arias or Ray or Ramos.
No. You are going to have to staple
Webb
Logan Webb to something to get a big deal done.
Yeah, that would suck.
A big deal, not a little deal.
Honestly, I think that's kind of the worst part of where the Giants are at right now is how many kind of good things they might need to get rid of the bad things. Like Luis Arias has been the most positive aspect of this season, and they're going to have to move off of him because of how bad this season's gone. You're telling me that the only way to move off of the Rafi Devers deal is to move off of, the guy who I consider my favorite Giant right now in Logan Webb. I don't like that.
Let me tell you this though. I hear you.
As an emotional fan, I'm like, no, I don't like that at all.
No, I understand that. But again, I always reference these two trades. It made me cry. Jeff Kent getting traded to the Giants. Everyone remembers that. Matt Williams went out the door. Matt Williams, one of my favorite players of all time.
Brian Sabian, I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, well, he ended up being right. We lost our minds, okay? But the one that really broke me and made me cry as a 10-year-old was Kevin Mitchell. Everybody loved Will Clark, and I love Will Clark. Kevin Mitchell was my guy.
Yeah.
Kevin Mitchell was my guy. And they traded him for the aforementioned Dave Burba, who we referenced there, Mike Jackson, and Billy Swift. It ended up being one of the great Giants trades of all time. And I love Kevin Mitchell.
Yeah.
It broke me that they did that. Billy Swift went on to win 20 games. Mike Jackson was a setup man for multiple years and was awesome. And Dave Burba was a great swing starter.
Yeah. Well, again, it would just...
Mitchell was the MVP of the league.
It would suck to move off of a Logan Webb, and the only benefit is just, you don't have to pay Rafi anymore. I mean, hopefully you get guys back in return. I would like that.
But if they're not going to be good in a couple of years, you might as well just open up first base and let Bryce play every day. So that play that he had the other day, he has had
more
3
routine.
or 4 times the end of the year, and he makes that play next year.
That's why, and I kind of go back and forth on this. Like, would you rather, and I love how I'm asking this right at Final Thoughts, like, would you rather this deadline be they load up on prospects, but the big three are still here, or they trade away the big three, but because of the way those deals are structured, maybe you don't get any prospects in return, but you at least got the financial, relief there.
Clean finances.
But at the same time, like, you got guys in Arias and Ray, and maybe some bullpen pieces that could get prospects too. Like Jim said it, some of the best times to get loading up on prospects is the deadline here. So it's,
Sam.
I go back and forth
Open
on
auditions for the next 2-3 years. That's what it is.
No, I agree with you.
Open auditions.
I'd like to bring in some more talent to add to those open auditions, but unfortunately,
it takes time.
Life don't always be like that.
If you had open auditions, Casey Schmidt would be at third base, and it wouldn't even be a debate.
Yeah.
And you'd have a guy making $550 grand a year.
If you somehow got off all those and Arias and you got, shortstop and second base, open up the middle for, 2 of your 4 shortstops to take over that spot, feel good about that. Feel good about Final Thoughts.
No!
All right, it's our Final Thoughts. And whenever I do the shows, I always let my parents know that I'm hosting so they know to tune in and listen. And they heard our Disneyland. Both my mom and dad heard our Disneyland conversations. And my mom's like, hey, you didn't mention how you hated Space Mountain the first time you went on it. Yeah, Mom, I usually leave that detail out, but thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, first time I didn't like it, then I went on again. It went pretty well. So want to add that nugget then. My dad also texted me, and he said, tell your partner I'm playing at Northwoods this afternoon.
My wife will be up at the cabin.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I assume Northwoods is near the cabin.
We're right.
I don't know where any golf courses are.
We're right next to the first green.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So, Dad, first green, just whack it right at that house right there.
Really nice fence. Don't ruin my fence.
Dad,
Cedar.
Go aim for the fence.
Very nice.
So
it's the nicest fence in the neighborhood.
All right. Well, hit it straight at Northwoods,
It's such a good fence that I tell you. Come on.
All right. What's your?
It's such a good fence.
Stop.
What?
What was your final thought?
My wife's going away for a couple days, and I'm going to meet her probably tomorrow afternoon. And
you got the house yourself?
Well, I told LJ last night before bed.
So no.
Burgers, fries, chicken nuggets, bro. Get ready.
Hell yeah. Dad meals.
We might go to the baseball academy and hit. We might go to the driving range. We might watch Disney movies and lie in bed and just chill out. But we are definitely doing burgers, fries, and chicken nuggets. And he said, and ketchup. And I said, yes, and
Obviously,
ketchup.
you got to have the ketchup.
Hell yeah.
He's a big ketchup guy, isn't
Dude, when mom's away and dad gets to
dad
play.
meals are the best.
It's going to be awesome.
And I'm really going to need you to nap, buddy.
Actually,
my son's asleep upstairs.
It's actually, honestly, I'm dreading the sleep tonight. I'm going to let you guys all know. Have the show fully prepared. I'll just show up because the babysitter's coming at like 5:30 in the morning to watch them. So I'm going to have a late jump on the day.
Awesome. Love hearing that. Chase, what do you got?
My final thought is, can we just get the football season? Like, please. I mean,
we're literally 2 days away from training camp.
I know, but I'm seeing the Giants get
We
swept
did.
by a team 20 games under 500. We're on like week 4. I'm like day 28 of the LeBron watch. I'm like looking at every Rich Paul clip. Just
Day 24.
Get me to football season as soon as possible.
Sunday.
Who's your team?
I'm a Niner guy. Come on now.
Thank you.
Good.
Carter? Finish strong?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm very excited. I'm going to training camp on Saturday for press conferences. Yeah. I can't go Sunday. I'm so bummed because I'll actually be on the field. But yeah, I'm really excited. And my other final thought is I think LeBron doesn't know where he's going yet. I just think that he's flip-flopping back and forth and people are reporting all this stuff. And I think the honest answer is the guy just doesn't know yet. That's all.
I'm banging my head against the microphone because of this LeBron stuff.
I got to tell you guys something. 1996, week 3, Trent Dilfer walks out. This is on YouTube right now. I'm looking at it. This is just stats for the year. 27 of 64, 289 yards, 0 touchdowns, and 6 picks.
Pick 6.
That guy was breaking down quarterbacks.
No, nothing on pick 6. All right. Well, hey, that was a fun
Pick
joke to end.
6.
I mean, Dan Orlovsky stepped out of the back of the end zone.
I love Dan Orlovsky,
So did Jimmy Garoppolo.
I know. I know.
This is the difference
And look where
between
Jimmy
Trent
is.
and Dan Orlovsky. Dan
Good-looking guy.
Orlovsky is likable. Trent is not.
Jimmy G's likable in his own fun,
Aaron
unique
Rodgers
way.
is not likable, but I'd still take his talking about a quarterback over Dan Orlovsky's.
Brett Favre said he couldn't read a defense for 20 years.
He was all right.
He has moments.
Most
Anyway.
interceptions ever.
Well, comes with the territory. Anyway, that was our final
that guy.
thoughts. And Steiny Guru, that will be coming up next. Brought to you by Fairmont Bank here for good. Good show, everybody. Dodgers suck.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Looking for something fun and free to do midweek? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park. Brought to you by History San Jose. Every Wednesday through August, step inside one of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park. All for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. Visit historysanjose.org for details. That's historysanjose.org.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Termites don't serve. They eat and breed 24/7. If you haven't had a termite inspection in the last 3 years, don't wait for costly damage. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free termite inspection from a licensed technician. They'll identify any termite activity and recommend the right treatment. No tint, no poisonous gas, and no move out. Orange oil treatment will have minimal disruption at home, with tenants, or your business. Need treatment? Get 10% off, a 2-year warranty, and 90-day same-as-cash OAC. Serving all of Northern California. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Daryl Guru the Johnson.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
He's back, ladies and gentlemen.
My
Daryl
man.
the Guru Johnson in the house today.
Yes, sir. I missed you, Steiny.
How are things going today, buddy?
You know what? God is good. How about I start with that?
He's all right.
Hey, God is great.
He can be good.
And you know, I spend a lot
At
of
his
time,
best.
in waiting rooms, Steiny. And when you're waiting for your guy, your dad, to go through surgery, things can happen. And I'm here, and he's doing great, man. And all the love you guys have shown me, I appreciate it. And I thought I was mad at Carter and Butch, but I'm not. I got over that. But you, Evan, and I have checked on me, and I'm ready, and Norm is doing good, and I take nothing for granted, Steiny. I got all kind of faults. Shout out to San Andreas. But the bottom line is I love my pops, man, and you only got one, and yours is up there in heaven. And, man, Steiny, it's incredible to sit in that room and hope everything goes right, and the doctors are having a good day. But Norm is back, and I'm back.
That's great to hear, buddy.
I
great
missed
to
you.
hear. All the best to Norm. And you got action this weekend with Norm, right?
Yeah, the possible reunion is you'll be out of town. You're out. Evan said he might pop by. This will be his second one. He came last year. But what have I missed?
Well, you heard about LeBron, right?
Everything.
Now, what do you mean by that? You heard about him? Because I'm back irritated.
He's making a decision.
Well, I thought it was going to be when Pat Bev said he was making it. Steiny, real quick, attention is the new cocaine. It's the new drug. Everybody wants it, and they're searching for it. And I thought Pat Bev was onto something, that we would have something Monday, and we didn't. And now we're hearing the tea leaves of LeBron James could possibly be waiting for teams to make moves to become more attractive. I'm like, this is out of control now. But I'm not Evan, and he'll be with me tomorrow in your seat.
Mean?
Evan feels like, I'm paraphrasing, and I don't know why it bothers me. Like LeBron ain't got it like he used to. But I'm like, Evan, look around. Adam Silver can't do the schedule until LeBron James makes a decision again. That's juice. Shout out Tupac.
Yeah, but nobody's making any moves. He wants the Warriors to trade for AD. They've
Well, August 6th is rapidly approaching.
He's going to make a decision before that.
You think so?
Yeah.
What about Miami Gate, where something leaked and they had, I think it was, the 27th of July was going to be their press conference to announce Bron's coming to Miami. Why do I feel like that means something?
What does it mean?
That maybe he's going to Miami.
Well, it could have been just a mistake.
Well, speaking of which, can we stop the show? Speaking of mistakes, seriously, Steiny, I'm back.
Oh, no.
I'm wearing a large shirt, and it should be extra large. I'm feeling myself. I'm getting some progress, Steiny. Anyway, the shoulders, arms look great, but the tummy, Steiny, I just went to the bathroom. I look preggo. But go ahead. I need extra large, baby. You look fresh.
Well, what else? What else happened when you were gone?
The Giants. Listen. Well, go ahead. Take your time.
I just did something for you.
Because I'm diarrhea of the mouth. What'd you do?
I did something for you.
Did you defend me?
No. Since Devers was acquired last year.
Give it to me.
The San Francisco Giants have gone 82 and 112. 30 games under 500 in 194 games.
I'll never.
But you think they're ready to turn it on?
No, I'll tell you what.
Oh.
I'm a dreamer, and you know this, a sports romantic.
Lennon.
I didn't have him. He didn't come to mind when I brought that up, but I'll say
you know
this.
That song, though, right?
Give it to me.
And they say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. You never heard that song?
You got a great voice, man. No, I haven't.
Okay.
But listen,
this is classic.
What the Red Sox are doing is what I always had won 15 in a row since I left. Steiny, that's what I thought the Giants could do. Maybe 9 or 11. Like that.
Guru.
They're living
4.
Shout out golf. But man, dude, what Vitello, what was that yesterday? That was the most timid getting thrown out of a baseball game. And it was right there for you to just let everything out. Pick up a base. Lloyd McClendon, do something. And again, I'm not mad. I'm more mad at Buster Posey than I am Tony Vitello. But what I know about Tony Vitello is he should be John Calipari. He should be one and done, Steiny. He doesn't have the wherewithal to check guys, you've told me. So I'm just fascinated sitting in waiting rooms. Shout out to, when was the hospital? Eaton. That's where the surgery was, Steiny. Eaton in Castro Valley, Eaton Hospital. Why would Buster think he was the guy? And now 81-81 looks like 100 wins with this outfit compared to last year. Adames looks like a stand-up comedian. Just too much teeth for me, for you to be laughing and shucking and jiving with everything, and then you're not on a bag after you hit a game-time 2-run homer. And Devers just the audacity to sit in the club, the dugout like it's really wearing on you. It's the orange and black Cats. Their luck is so bad right now. It's appalling. And I'm mad at Buster Posey. And the cherry on top with Buster is I thought you had the gift of gab. You don't even have the gift of gab. You had to get relieved of an appearance that had something to do besides baseball. But Steiny, they're on their way maybe to lose 100 games. Like, this is nasty. And Melvin 181. I'm trying to find his address so I can apologize.
It's been 100 games now since you've been saying that. You don't want to find it.
It is just wow.
He's not going to accept your apology.
This was my worst prediction in our we're on 9 years now.
Well, let me make a list.
Wiggins, I saw something in his eyes, but there was no number behind that. That was a look.
Wiggins,
for
Giants,
me to
90.
say this team was going to win 90.
Well, you also said the Warriors are going to the Western Conference Finals.
When?
Before the season. WC Finals.
Butler got hurt.
Sure.
No, let's talk about this.
Let's see
90. Stop, Steiny. Because you haven't been having a hell of a year.
What, are you kidding? Are you kidding? Clearly you're kidding.
Like, give me something. Normally
the Giants were going to stink. I had the Giants stinking.
That's not going out on a limb, no. I'm talking about, like, your predictions have been rather quiet this year, halfway through it.
What do you want me to make a prediction on?
Niners.
They're going to go 10-7. They're going to hit the over. 9.5 is the win total in Vegas.
Man, Steiny, talk to me about the Giants.
Why?
Buster, you could fix this. And when it's over,
you can fix it
you get a new season. Shout out Richie Rich, a rapper from Oakland. You get a new seasoned veteran manager.
Yeah, that'll make a big difference.
He's not it, man.
You know who?
He's in over his head.
Who do you?
Give me anybody that's got
Bob Melvin. Maybe go rehire Bob Melvin.
Hey, I'm right here, Steiny. Hey, dude, what are you? They lead the league. They're tied with the Nationals in heirs. Just forget the heirs. So their head's not in it. You guys, oh my gosh. You get swept by the Royals? Have you watched Bonte on the pre and post lately? They're running out of words.
You're not, though.
Well, I've been off.
You have been.
But I do got to say something.
Sure.
Carter hurt my feelings. Butch, when I'm out, Steiny, he makes it seem like I'm in Mexico, on jet skis or what have you. But Pops was having surgery, and I know he's having fun. But he had a joke.
Oh.
And it was about, me playing 6 fantasy leagues, and Butch said he hopes I manage my 6 teams better than I do my radio job. And I'm in the waiting room. That cut me, but Carter laughed, and the laugh hurt. It was one of the ha-ha, and that hurt me, but Butch was playing. But I say all that to say is I'm good, but the Giants, Steiny, this is as worst it has been since I've been here, because I expected more.
The other thing that happened while you were gone, well, we're about out of time.
I'm shooting too much. Yeah,
I'm not, dude. Okay, listen, man.
I'm not trying to be Westbrook.
Guru.
Stop me. I'll run-ons, fragments, everything coming out of my mouth.
Guru.
Stop me.
Guru, you've been gone for a week. I'm going on vacation starting today.
Okay.
I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I don't care if you get me 20 words to 1 today. I couldn't care less.
Man, I miss you,
All
man.
right?
Yeah.
You got Draymond and Yaxel.
We got to talk about that.
Of course.
Has he ever been David Lee? Draymond. There was something to this, man. And it ain't went away, but somebody got to him. Somebody got to Draymond.
You listened to the show yesterday?
No.
That's what I said.
Great minds think alike.
No,
dude,
you were listening, weren't you?
No, I would tell you.
Are
if
you
I
taking
did.
my takes?
No. And Evan's got a fresh haircut, so we're ready, man.
Yeah, Evan went to the doctor yesterday. Did you know that?
No. Now.
Yeah.
Oh, he ain't got his headphones on.
Yeah, but
for the back or what? Leg.
You know what? Let me tell you something about Evan.
We got a couple things going on.
He's
dirty 30.
He's what, 30 years old, about 30,
Yeah.
31, 33, 31. I think he went in for a physical.
No, that's
like
good.
he's one of those guys.
Frank in Atlanta.
He
check
takes
under
care
the
of
hood.
himself.
Well,
like he's preventative.
Yeah, but he's got the back and the
I
leg.
haven't had a physical in 15 years.
No, you haven't. You told me when I went and got checked
That
under
was
the
a
hood.
colonoscopy.
That's
not
major.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a full-on physical.
Well, what are you looking for?
It's what they're looking for.
Well,
Let's say,
colonoscopy is
let's do
everything.
a full-on physical, and then they do a physical, and they say, "Ooh, you got a little growth there. We might want to take a look at it."
Yeah.
Or hey, there's a protruding.
I don't know. I'm done with
thing
hospital
there.
talk. Yeah.
Are you?
Norm's got out of it.
All right.
Yeah.
So he's home, right?
He's home.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Today's show, quite frankly, is going to be about Goo and the listeners. I'm ready to just kind of sit back and kind of ease my way into vacation.
Real quick, how was it? Tell us on the other side. You and Dibbs, he was in for me in the listener party World Cup.
Oh, I'll tell you all
about that. The third place game was the game. What was that? Ravens Steelers.
All right. All right. Yeah, so feel free to call in and, wish Goo the best and everything. Hey, that segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models, including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma Daly City or ceremonyford.com.
Orange-flavored frozen beverage topped with cold foam and crumble. Available for a limited time. For your chance to win a gift card, visit 957thegame.com.
Take a few notes, absorb it. You want to absorb the knowledge.
You should give TED Talks.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
I got a little issue, Goo. What you got? My belt broke.
And you left it in the room where we prepare the green room. And we've gotten emails that
said... lighter?
A lighter?
Yeah. I need it for the... I got it.
Oh, you went and got it out of the trash.
Yeah, I'm gonna
put it in the trash.
I'm gonna figure out a way to fix it.
Now
I need a lighter to kind of get all this stuff to come down, and then I can.
Will you get mad?
Put it in
this is your Friday before you go to on your trip. Will you get mad if I share my initial thoughts of when the belt broke? You
weren't there.
Well, no. When you showed Evan and I that it broke today.
Yeah. Okay. What about it?
Nothing going on down there to expand it to where it broke.
No, it's
because initially I was a little afraid to say it. Like, damn, now you packing them on, huh? No. But you don't look like you have.
So, the golf tournament I was in a couple weeks ago, a guy always brings a gift for everybody. And so he got these belts made up.
Why can't I be that guy?
And they're really cool. But you got it, and now it broke.
All right, so
Thank you to Mark Lorem. He was the gentleman who gave everybody the.
Now that's dope. He brings a gift.
I think
for
I can fix it, but you see how it's frayed here at the end.
Yeah, I do see it.
Well, so now I can't get it in that slot it's supposed to go in. So if I take a lighter and do the edges, then it smooths it out, and then I can put it in the. Well,
I'll say this: you're in the one chair in the fourth largest market in the States on a show that's been running for 9 years. We're the fourth, and
L.A. Miami, Boston, Philly, Chicago. They're all bigger cities than this cow town.
Listen, you got the bread to just buy a new one. I don't like seeing you do that. just chalk it up. You and Evan fight? Now, give me one fight.
Nope.
Wow.
Oh yeah, he said I disrespect the sales department, which is complete.
Evan, joke. I love that. Like that's true. Way to stand up to him,
It's funny because Sarah actually brought that up earlier today. She was asking what we were discussing about the salespeople, and I said we were having a conversation about how veterans sometimes treat rookies a la Draymond and Yaxel, and I brought up the fact that Steiny sometimes speaks with a certain tone to some of the younger salespeople.
And his partners. But I'll say this, that bothered me when Draymond going in on Yaxel. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Wait a minute. Evan said it wasn't a big deal. I said it was a big deal. You think it's a big deal?
Hell yeah.
It's not that big a deal.
Tom Hanks big. Like, dude.
I thought it was, but now
you've already admitted you weren't a good OG to Kuminga, and that's fine. I thought that's reflection. And now here we are, and I'm thinking to myself, is this Michigan State? Is this shtick? But Steiny, man, Yaxel, I don't know. It reeks of jealousy. I don't know what it reeks of, but it was weird. And I'm just like, damn, Dre, can you hug him? Can you welcome him? And then what about the interview he did after his introduction press conference there at Chase? He said, Yaxel, I asked him, hey, who's reached out? He said Steph had texted him, but Dre hadn't. And Dre called him a liar, basically. He said, I text him. Anyway, what about them winning it all?
He said an effing liar.
Yeah. What about them winning the chip in Vegas?
Yeah, I guess you'd rather win the chip in Vegas than not, but there's a lot of excitement over Lendeborg, Goo.
Yeah, and can I just tell you the best facet I've seen to is I'm super excited. For a guy that used to play in the paint, Steiny, he can put that shoulder down as a weapon.
In Summer League.
You're right. He was moving Boozer and get to where he needs to go. So when all else fails, I just think of Stoudemire and all the good offense, Gordon, now what he is. But I know it's early, but Steiny, he might be starting on this damn team.
He might be. We will see. Thinking what else did you miss over the
Giants?
Giants are 42-60.
The top 100 NFL players weren't good to Purdy.
Happened?
Purdy was like 87th.
Is that bad?
I don't know, but what do you think of the Niners this year, man? I'm just hoping I'm not right where I just feel like, even though last year was, I'll call it an anomaly, with all the injuries, they still balled out, won a playoff game. That's hella impressive. But now, are their OGs still good enough, Stoney, to get them to the Super Bowl? Or do they got a Rams and a Seahawk problem, being the two of the best teams in the league or in their division now? And we got to see what the Niners are when their guys come back.
I mean,
from injury, the mainstays.
Yeah, but if you've been reading the stuff that's been put out there about the Niners, they're optimistic they're going to be pretty healthy by the start of the year. I think Evan and I discussed this yesterday, whether Kittle will play in Australia or not, that first game of the year.
What'd you guys come up with?
He wants to. I don't see any reason for him to play if it's a pain to get down there. But the reality is it looks like Bosa, it looks like Warner's ahead of everybody. Yeah. Kittle's going to be fine by the end of the first month of the season, I would think. And they'll be ready to go. And now everybody's talking about Stribling. People like Stribling now. They said the Rams liked Stribling.
He's fast,
and he went from being a stretch to, his best pick in the draft.
I'll tell you this, as excited as I am about Stribling, my number one question is, how available is Ricky Pearsall going to be? Like, that's major. And if it's a repeat of last year, then I think that's a failed pick. I think we could say the scoreboard's reading, no, you got talent. It ain't even about talent. Can you stay healthy? And that's in the water here in the Bay.
All right. So the Niners are, their number in Vegas is 9.5.
Ooh, I want to say low. Where are you at with that?
I'd have to bet the over.
Okay.
I'd have to bet for them. I got to believe they're going to win. They can win 10 games.
I'm with you.
Unless, of course, they get hurt.
Yeah.
But.
And you got 4 hard ones. And you start off with the Rams, 2 with the Rams, 2 with Seattle, obviously. And we don't know what the Cardinals are going to be. But football's here, Stoney. Camp is, is it, 49, 48 days for opening day?
Yeah, I mean, it starts, I guess, Veterans Report to Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday. Let me ask you this, Goo, because there has been some LeBron news, and I just want to kind of throw it out like this. We are almost, nearing the end of July. And yesterday we were just talking about, the difference between LeBron coming or not. But here's the other thing. Let's say LeBron doesn't come, all right? And we're going into next year, and it's essentially the same team, but with Yaxel Lendeborg. I want you to try to calculate what your excitement level would be if they don't get LeBron, but Yaxel's still here.
Okay.
Obviously at the start of the season, and people are talking about him. Like, would you rather have seen the Warriors get Anthony Simons and Hachimura? Like, if the Warriors had come out of this offseason without LeBron, but with Lendeborg and either Sexton or Hachimura or Simons and Hachimura, how much more excited would you be, if at all?
I'd be at a 9.
Really?
On a scale of a 1 to 10.
And then what's LeBron if he comes?
11. And I'm going to be real. I'm going to catch hell. It's fine. I've been off. I've had time to reflect. And I'm going to do this because it's in my heart. LeBron, to me, represents easier basketball, not just to the Warriors, not just to our eyes, the fans, but one Steph Wardell Curry. And I'm not going to let one losing battle to runner's knee impact my view on the Warriors front office letting Steph Curry down. That's what this is about. And LeBron coming to Golden State, to me, regardless, because I think it's going to obviously have an impact in the standings, but a team that has to rely on Steph Curry at this age is unfair. And I use the word anomaly because don't come at me with runner's knee. Steph Curry at this age, still, if he were a wine, tastes good. He's still a fine wine, and what's around him is eroding. It's obvious that it's not enough. So when I look at LeBron, the first thing I think of is Steph. And that's why I'll be disappointed if LeBron doesn't come here. And I think the only reason he would come here is to, play ball with Steph Curry. We roll the ball out and see what manifests from that. But if you just take a step back and think about where Steph is at, what he's trying to do, what he's doing when he's on, a la the playing game against the Clippers, Stoney, it's just been a I got to be careful. A effing failure on what's around him and how dependent we are on him at his age. And that's a mix of Kuminga, the Wisemans, everything involved. It's like we got to get some big boys around him. Yaxel's young. It's a start. But I'm just like, man, if you would have gave me Sexton or Simons, at least I would have been like intrigued out the yang. But now I'm just like, man, we're running it back. And if we don't get LeBron, it's Steph Curry or bust. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough to put big boys around Steph if he's making as much money as he's making and Butler's making as much money as he's making. That's why LeBron, to me, it feels like all or nothing because they have an ability to get him with their mid-level exception. And other than that, they've got a top-heavy roster in terms of salaries with Butler and Steph. And so if they don't get LeBron James, I mean,
the West is a bear.
I mean, it's not a good offseason if they don't get a LeBron James. This is Anthony Slater. This was from yesterday on ESPN. He was on with, I think, Kendrick Perkins, et cetera.
Oh, okay.
And they asked him about where the Warriors are in the pursuit.
What is the plan B if they don't get LeBron, Slater?
Yeah, boring. I think stable. What I mentioned, the part of the Warriors' long-term plan is post-Steph right now. Let's just be honest. I know Steve Kerr came back. I know there's this belief, they're going to throw all the picks. It's all about the next couple of years. It's not really all about the next couple of years. Think about the way they have kept their books extremely clean. Beyond this season, they only have $34.9 million committed. They have a lot of fans don't like to hear this, but optionality, flexibility. They can go after future stars. They've kept their draft picks, right? I think people have wanted them to trade them. They used the 11 picks on Yaxel Lindenberg. We're seeing it right here. This is a very little money committed long term, and they could trade their picks. Yes, Perk, you want to jump in here?
Well, I got a question because. Yep. Here's my thing. If they don't land LeBron James, then what's next and how do they value Draymond Green? What's next for him? Yeah, Where does he fit in this equation?
I fully expect him to come back. All expectations are he's going to come back. Part of him opting out and giving this $27.6 million player option back was to create the financial flexibility. If LeBron came, maybe he would get a 2-3 year deal with a little bit more security. But if, let's say, LeBron doesn't come, they could just give Draymond Green back basically a 1 year, $27 million offer and basically.
All right, so that was Slater. That was
our guy.
To me, a little bit interesting because I think people have been under the assumption that if Draymond comes back, it'll be on a 2-year deal, and he's saying, well, maybe if they don't get LeBron James, you just give him the contract that he had before he opted out, 1 year, $27.8 million, rather than taking him on an extra year.
He used the word boring too. And I like everything. We just talked about it, what I saw from Yaxel. So I think they got that right. And you're going to laugh because nobody's talking about him. But Evan, help me out if I pronounce his name wrong. Leger Jones has a little Delonte West to me. And I know nobody's talking about him, but I watched him in Summer League, Stani. I watched his highlights. And again, I'm just telling you, like, he knows what he's trying to do. And with this roster and the state that it's in, with his injuries, what if I told you I'm excited just to see what happens with him? And I know he might be, with Santa Cruz. I get that. But the bottom line is Slate's mentioned boring. And it's the same old questions with, Horford, his availability. And again, Porzingis, Melton. And now we could throw Steph in there. So, again, Steiny, it's operation. How do we maximize Steph? And how do we get Steph and the Golden State Warriors in contention to where we're just not messing with this cockamamie plan? And I think LeBron will help that. And I want you, because I've been gone a week almost, to tell me LeBron without Anthony Davis, if even that's enough, and am I doing it for the clicks? Have I been poisoned or brainwashed to think that announcement will equate to wins? Or do I just want the announcements because Warrior fans, Dub Nation, they just want to win? Because we haven't had a win in some time. Do we just want to win the LeBron James sweepstakes because it'll be fun?
Well, what I think is interesting is, Anthony Slater was talking about a Warriors team next year, and he's operating like he's operating under the assumption that Steph Curry's going to probably be healthy, right? He's not operating under the assumption that Steph's not going to play next year.
Okay.
All right, so that's what I found interesting, and that's the part to me that I think people are missing. You know, people think with Steph here, everything's fine. But I think what Slater's saying is, yeah, even if they come back with Steph, but they don't get LeBron, it's going to be boring. In other words, he's acknowledging that even Steph isn't enough to keep this thing exciting. And I agree. It's like when we talk about the excitement level that Steph brings, he definitely brings a lot of excitement when they win games, but when they lose games and he doesn't have a lot of help and he's trying to do that's not fun. That's like
have the last 3 years
fun
been
watching
fun.
Steph Curry.
No, it's not. No, I'm with you. Well, and the rat on the table, the first one since I've been back, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is a lot of this boring is a byproduct of Jimmy going down. Because I wasn't using that word, and I know Jimmy's not LeBron, but he was damn good at controlling the game and being able to get to the free throw line. All those things are gone. We don't know when they're going to change. So, you know, a lot of me thinks that if we got LeBron, you know, that would heal the wound or mend the wound of not having Jimmy. Because Stoney, that hurt when it happened, and it's continuing to hurt, especially if we start this season without LeBron.
The one thing we talked about a little bit while you were gone, I'm interested to get your ideas on this, is that, so Yaxel Lendeborg's, you know, he's created a buzz with the fans. I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think the fans are excited to see him play, see what he's all about, watch him grow as a player. I definitely think there's some excitement there. But I also think that there's a feeling that the way it is now, if he comes into next season, Lendeborg's going to get a good run, and we're going to get to see him play. Well, what if LeBron James does come, and then Draymond Green does come back? Then what happens?
Wouldn't that be
with Lendeborg?
Well, you never have enough talent, right? And good coaches, or you know, good managers. Shout out Tony Vitello, Stoney. You want them to be good, but they make, you know, they know how to control the instrument, and the instrument is the Golden State Warriors, and you got to divvy up minutes accordingly. And you're gonna laugh, but I'm watching Yaxel Lendeborg, and I'm thinking, man, could he take some of Draymond Green's minutes? You know, and I'm not just saying that because I got something against Draymond. It's real. We've been yearning for this.
Right, but that's the point, is that if you put LeBron James and Draymond Green on this team, what makes you think that when Steve Kerr looks down the bench, he's going to say, I put Lendeborg in there, when he had opportunities to put Kuminga in there and never did. He had opportunities to put Moody in there his first year.
But they were all different routes, right? Didn't you tell me that? Because of the rawness. This guy's 24 and
okay, so you
puberty.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So you're not worried that
I'm
Steve
not.
Kerr will fall into the same trap.
I think that would be this would be a glare now. And I know it's summer league, partner. My point is now I think it's the rats on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control again, because now it's like, hey, you can have Jesus in a Warrior uniform. You got to find a way to where Lendeborg is not lost or forgotten about. There's just no way.
What do you mean there's no way?
I'm looking at this roster like, what do you tell? Like, Draymond ain't doing nothing offensively. Like, those days, I think, are up, man.
Really? Yeah. So what you're saying is Steve Kerr will have more of a commitment now to Lendeborg and young players with LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green on the team than he did when Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody were on the team when they had Wiggins, Curry, and Clay and those guys.
If that's how it's coming across.
I'm not at all confident that, like,
my point is they're going to need Yaxel. They're going to need Yaxel. You know? I mean, because LeBron's 41 years old, and I love him, but I would love him more if Anthony Davis was coming right behind him. So let's just focus on getting LeBron. Stoney, this team still, I'm not going to say, they're going to win it all. You still would need those young legs, and you got a guy that looks like he knows what he's doing already.
You would need their young legs when you've always needed the young legs only when the old guys are tired or hurt. Like, that's what happened with the younger guys. They couldn't get on the floor. What I said to Evan was, like, the thing I'd be worried about LeBron if you get LeBron in here and you've got Steph, LeBron, and Draymond Green, do you really think those are the players that are going to really help usher in Yaxel Lendeborg and Santos? And do you really believe that Steve Kerr, even though he's got a track record of what we know he's done, is now all of a sudden going to change and play the younger guys with LeBron James on the team? That seems far-fetched to even me, really.
Well, I'll say this. Draymond's already saying he'll be P.J. Tucker if they were to get LeBron, knowing he wouldn't handle the rock the way he's handled it before. And my point is, as much as I've defended Kuminga, I've criticized him too, because it was obvious he couldn't pick up the offense for whatever reason. But it wasn't because of lack of opportunity. I felt like the fact that he failed so many times in Steve Kerr's eyes is why sometimes he was forgotten about. But I will not sit across from you today and say Jonathan Kuminga can sit there and say, oh, I didn't get an opportunity. So I'm looking at the change or the impact of LeBron being in the Warrior uniform on Draymond Green. But 6'9", 240, I mean, I'm going to find a way to get that guy out there and see if he can fit with Steph and LeBron.
I mean, it's not just, to my way of thinking, it's not just minutes. Like, yeah, he'll probably be able to get minutes. It's about kind of the focus of the team. So will he be able to play through mistakes? Yaxel Lendeborg. Probably not. With Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and LeBron James on the team, as long as they think they got a chance to, like, make a run. If they think they have a chance to make a run, then I'm not convinced Yaxel might not fall through the cracks.
Well, I'll say this, and again, I'm being fair. Foul pole in baseball, you know I always am. If there is no LeBron and these players are stocks, right now, Yaxel's stock to me, is way higher than Draymond's. You know what you're getting and what you're not getting with Draymond Green. I think that ship has sailed and left the dock of the bay. And the bottom line is, outside of Steph Curry, he's in a whole nother category. When you talk about intrigue and you talk about this upcoming season, maybe without LeBron James, oh my gosh, Donnie, the excitement is through the roof for me and Dub Nation, I believe. And again, just watching him play, I know it's Summer League with Yaxel. Like that's a mystery. That is something I want to watch him grow and hopefully have the opportunity to play through mistakes, because there's going to be some. But right now, you know, again, this is predicated with no LeBron James. He is the excitement, young Yaxel.
So let me ask you this, and we got to get out, but if the Warriors get LeBron James, what's your excitement level?
11.
If they don't get LeBron, what's your excitement level?
7.5.
That's still not bad.
I want it to be bad. I should have said 6.5, but that's a decrease.
Go Warriors. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're batting around some Warriors ideas. Guru's all in on LeBron. It's not that I'm not. If he wants to come here, he can come here. I'm not going to get Anthony Davis. I know that. Oh, and by the way, I want to pass along a little piece of news on the other side that I heard. But all right, 888-957-9570. Let's get it going. Goo's back. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value on juicy personal seedless watermelons when you buy two. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Hey, it's Brew, and between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
Termites don't serve. They eat and breed 24/7. If you haven't had a termite inspection in the last 3 years, don't wait for costly damage. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free termite inspection from a licensed technician. They'll identify any termite activity and recommend the right treatment. No tint, no poisonous gas, and no move out. Orange oil treatment will have minimal disruption at home with tenants or your business. Need treatment? Get 10% off, a 2-year warranty, and 90-day same as cash OAC. Serving all of Northern California. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC. PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The San Francisco Marathon is right around the corner, Sunday, July 26th. Catch 95.7 The Game near the Chase Center Hydration Station as we're out there proudly supporting the runners. Get all the marathon details at 957thegame.com.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Dub Nation, this is Quentin Post, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Not
You're listening
fair.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's not fair? Like, what is not fair?
See, every time I had your back, you miss it.
What's not fair?
When you got fired from the station, you were driving around the Bay Area streets, might have been on the highway, and you heard the station use you and your voice in like a promo.
Yeah.
And you shared that pain with me, and I got mad for you. You didn't do anything about it. You couldn't. And now that he's in Memphis.
I called the dude. I called our assistant program
So
director.
now that he's in Memphis, Evan, don't play it.
Dub Nation, this is Trace Jackson Davis.
See, come on, man. I guess it's okay with you.
This is James Wiseman.
Yeah, he's not saying Warrior James Wiseman.
He's playing in the program.
Who?
Wiseman. Yeah, so
Lendeborg's going to be out there tonight, too, I heard.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Ryan Rollins.
Tell you what.
I would say, Yaxel, sit down. Just wait to cap. We didn't see enough, baby. Don't get hurt. Steiny, that shoulder, he knows how to dip it, baby.
Yeah, I got a text from a guy who's tapped in. He said, heads up, our new youngster, Yaxel Lendeborg, will be the honorary captain at the SF Pro-Am tonight at Kezar. 8 o'clock tip.
We should go. Well, can you go?
I could if I wanted.
Evan, can you go? Seriously.
Yeah, I used to live right by there. The Pro-Am's an awesome event.
I used to see Eddie House in it back in the day. What?
Why would you say him first? There's so many better players than him in that
Please.
showcase.
He's got a Pac-12 record, baby. Pac-10 then.
It's funny. It's pretty amazing for 5 years you got on Kerr for not playing Kuminga, but you just think he'll play Lendeborg.
I do.
No,
and I think that's why Dre is not putting his arm around him. I think there's something to it. Explain that just real quick. Like, why can't you just, hey, dog, man, let's come. He's somewhere dancing with Jason Tatum. I think they're in Puerto Rico somewhere. I don't know. I saw that on socials. Draymond. Like, man, take him under your wing. Why are you battling him? And then was it a threat, Steiny? I got to ask you how you took it. Training camp starting soon. He's got what?
Well, how did you take it?
I took it as a threat. Like, you going to chop him at the knees, low bridge him? What are we doing? But let me tell you who's not doing that. The chef, Al Horford, Tito. Like, and then this is the $1 million one as Norm was getting operated on.
Oh.
That hit me. Well, I guess that was TMI. Draymond, when somebody says something to you in private, it's not for you then to go tell the public. What part don't you understand? Like, that to me just, Steiny, that ain't cool, man. That ain't loyal. If I confide in you and I start the stuff off, Evan, please don't say this to anybody else. It's getting real hard, and then real hard for me to defend you. Then you go tell the masses, man, he's special, man. He's special, but we love him, right?
All right, so.
My goodness, man.
So, all these tea leaves about what may happen, what may not happen. Something really hit me the other day, and it was from Tom Tolbert. Of course, he worked across the street. Now he does his own podcast.
The man in his backyard.
Former NBA player. We know he's tight with Steve Kerr.
Yep.
We know that. We also know that he's tight with everybody who came through the Warriors organization over the years. So yesterday, he puts out a YouTube and says, all right, here's what I know.
Right, I missed
He says, this is what oh, you got it. Oh, cool. My bad, Evan. Okay, so this is Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, this is on the Tom Tolbert Show.
So here is what I can tell you. Here is the only news I have for you. This person tells me Anthony Davis will not be a Warrior. The Warriors haven't even contacted the Wizards.
All right.
That's what I got for you.
I believe. Wow, we should try to get him on. You know him, right? Yeah. Y'all cool?
Yeah.
Try to get him on.
Maybe.
I believe all that. Okay.
I actually do too.
Okay, I believe that.
I believe it too.
Your mortgage in the future if you do that with AD.
So he said two things. You don't have the Draymond one, do you?
What? I missed that one.
He brought up the exact situation that you brought up about Draymond telling everybody about a private conversation he had with Steve Kerr.
See, now you're going to play it to make me look like...
And Tolbert was saying he didn't rip Draymond, but he was like, this guy's unbelievable.
Oh, I missed
now, this
so
guy's,
he agrees
this
almost.
guy's okay, he's a real one. But, like, you can't tell me that didn't come from Steve Kerr.
No doubt about it, man. Just, wow.
I don't know, what's going on with Draymond, but I don't think there's any doubt he's gotten the attention a little bit of the front office during this offseason.
Is there any part of you, and you tell me if you and Evan and the listeners discuss, because I believe this could be in play. Let's say the Warriors don't get LeBron. Let's say he goes somewhere. Could Draymond follow LeBron? And is that why he is doing what he's doing in regard to how can I surmise it, to where I feel like he's going against the we're all one, mantra?
What do you mean?
Could he follow Draymond if he goes to a new spot and not be a Warrior?
Well, Slater seemed to think that he was coming back in that first clip.
Okay.
So let's go to Joe. Joe's in Burbank. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
Hi, Steiny. Hi, Goo.
Hey.
I agree with you, Steiny, for picking up LeBron. I think a lot of people. It's great if we can pick him up for a mid-level exception or whatever that costs us. But if we got to give up draft picks for players, he's forcing us to do that. Then I'm not interested in LeBron. And on AD, I don't think any team with his injury history want to give him an extension. And it seems like I think the Wizards and Warriors are playing chicken until August 6th, extension date, because I don't think they're going to give it to me. They want everybody to think they're going to give it to him, but I don't think they're going to give it to him. And then on LeBron, I'd rather pass on him and make a trade at the trade deadline, because with Steph, Axel, and Jimmy, assuming Jimmy is around for the last 6 weeks of the season, adding another player to those three guys might give us a little action. So what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, Butler to me is a funny one. What do you really expect, if anything, out of Butler this upcoming year?
I don't know how you can plan. Right?
I don't know how you can plan about, plan. I'm not saying you plan around Butler, but I don't know what you plan for with Butler. Do you go enter the season thinking he's going to play 30 games, or do you enter the season saying, let's just say he's not going to play at all, and then if he comes, it'll be a bonus? I don't know how you handle Jimmy Butler, and then you have to throw in, if they're 35-20 when he's ready to come back? Okay, what if they're 20-35? Do either of those things make a difference? But I don't know how Jimmy Butler fits in this equation. But I do think that they could move him at the deadline for sure.
Yeah.
If whether he's coming back or not, if their season has taken him in that direction.
Well, let's do the Beyonce and Halle Berry test with Jimmy right now. Snotty, how attractive is he?
He's not.
And the easiest way is just to have him rehab. And again, the Rat on the Table brought to you by Echo Pest Control is the bonus would be if the rehab and everything went well, he would bolster, because I got to give him the benefit of the doubt to come back from this injury. What if he was old Jimmy early? And obviously that would be, and this roster would welcome him back, with open arms. But how real, what's the reality behind that, expecting him to be the same?
Well, I don't think you can expect him to be the same. I'm just
he wasn't a high flyer at all.
Right. But I'm just asking, if you're the Golden State Warriors, how do you approach Jimmy Butler? I don't mean approach him like you want to do something with him. I mean, I don't think we're at the point yet where we know anything about his timetable. whether he's ahead, whether he's behind, whether he's on schedule, and what any of that even means, to tell you the truth. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. This is a call I'm interested in because I've heard a lot of Laker fans, including Spinoni, they don't seem devastated that LeBron's leaving the Lakers. Would you agree with that? Are Lakers fans devastated?
I know a big one. My guy, Big Pete, he's not. He's actually happy.
Why not?
Because they felt like he was in the way.
Okay.
And he is not at the highest of his powers. And, I disagree, but I believe you are correct. A lot of Laker land is like, let's start with the next iteration. And we got Reeves and Luka. And let's go.
All right. Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. He says he watched the Lakers last year, and it's one of the reasons why he doesn't want LeBron. Hey, Mark, what's up, buddy?
How you doing? This is Marvin. I'm sorry.
Oh, Marvin. How you doing, Marvin?
Good. I did watch a lot of the Laker games last year, and our problem last year was we lost too many games during the regular season, which meant we had all kinds of pressure to win games at the end of the season, and our older players didn't get the rest. That's why Curry pulled his hamstring the year before. It's why we had such trouble getting into we had to do the play-in. We had no time to rest and so forth. Now, last year, LeBron missed a bunch of games the last 2 years. Early in the season, the Lakers were in second place without him, okay? They were one of the top teams in the Western Conference without LeBron. LeBron came back, and all of a sudden they were a 500 team, and that caused problems on the Lakers. The second thing is he's a traffic cone on defense a lot. He basically plays games at half court, cherry picking, waiting for the fast break pass for an easy basket to add to his scoring statistics. I don't like what it does to the development of Lauenberg. Who sits, LeBron or our rookie? And the last thing is, when Jimmy Butler returns, who sits, Butler or LeBron or Lauenberg? I think. What do you do when you got a player like that who basically you've got for the playoffs? But the bottom line is, between Draymond being out of shape, between Paczynski scoring a half a point a minute for most of the season and keeping more productive players on the bench, and then you bring in a player like LeBron who you kind of have to play, who sits? And I think he's a power forward. We just drafted a power forward. So in my opinion, let LeBron go to Miami, let him go to Cleveland or wherever. But I like the lineup that we have with this new rookie and the other guys we picked up, including Cryer and so forth. I just hope that Kerr stops going to the all-small lineup at the end of the game, which is what cost us so many games, the turnovers and so forth of Draymond and so forth. So anyway, that's my take on this. I don't want LeBron. If LeBron comes here, it's only going to be for one reason. There are teams that have better lineups that he could go to win. He's here so that if Curry wins a championship, he wins one too, even if he doesn't play. If he's injured and out and Curry manages to take this team to the championship, LeBron gets a ring, okay? That's why he would come here. He's not coming here because we have the better lineup. He's coming here because he's afraid Curry's going to end up with 5 rings while he only has 4. That's my take.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate the call. All right, let me try to explain something. No, not explain something. That sounds like I'm lecturing. I don't want to lecture.
You can.
And, okay, so I'm a big team dynamics guy and big chemistry guy. And listen, I don't want, when I bring this up, I don't want you to think that I'm going one extreme. Okay, I'm not going in the extremes. I'm in the middle. All right. So the Warriors draft the Axel Lendeborg, and they like him. And it looks like this kid can play. And Draymond Green's declining, and he's got a year or two left. Facts. And he is already all over Axel Lendeborg, right?
No doubt.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see you in training camp. See you in training camp. See you in training camp.
Yeah.
Okay. Got to rein him in. All right. I believe that if you go to training camp with no LeBron James, okay, but Draymond's back, okay, Lendeborg, like at that point, Draymond is just Draymond Green. And I believe there's enough oxygen in that situation for Lendeborg. Not to mention, the writing on the wall will be clear. Lendeborg's 24, Draymond's 36 or 37. It's over for Draymond.
Wow.
And he'll kind of be alone. And he'll have to deal with the stuff that's going on around him. If LeBron James comes to the Golden State Warriors, who's running the team?
LeBron and Steph.
And Draymond.
Yeah. Just like when KD was here.
But I think even to a larger degree, it would be Draymond and LeBron. I just do, because we know Steph Curry's nature.
All right.
And so, like,
where are you going?
Where I'm going is if you bring LeBron in here, whether you like it or not, you empower Draymond Green more with LeBron James at his side. Do you want to do that?
Well, I'll say this. I don't either.
Okay.
But to the Warriors' credit, and I'm talking about the front office, Steve Kerr, even though I come down his road, all of them, Bob Myers too, our guy, they've always wanted that. So you can say into the microphone like you just did that could be a possible problem. I could echo those same sentiments, but the bottom line is Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, Kirk Lacob, they must feel, Mike D, they must feel like that's not the case, and that's why they're in on LeBron. I'm not saying that makes it right, but Stoney, tell me when they've done anything different to avoid that possibility. If that was something on your radar, something on mine, something on all the fans here in Dub Nation, but the Warriors don't see it that way. Why?
Well, I'm not convinced they don't. I'm not saying they're blind. What I'm saying is, I'll be honest with you. If you give Joe Lacob the choice, do you want to get LeBron James or do you not want to get LeBron James? Most people, and Lacob included, will say, I want LeBron James. That doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. That means you're handing the team over to LeBron James and Draymond Green. And for people to just assume that, Steve Kerr's going to change his ways. Steve Kerr's going to have to, kind of go up against LeBron and Draymond. If I had to...
No, I hear you, but I don't think Steve looks at it like Draymond's going to be any bigger of a problem or an issue.
It's not about Draymond. It's about Draymond and LeBron James essentially being
the corners. I hear you, Stoney.
Who you are as a team.
But it sounds like you're saying that could be a detriment.
It can.
But I'm saying Steve Kerr looks at it like it's not.
I think he probably. You think Steve Kerr thinks his coaching job is going to be easier or harder with LeBron? I think he knows it's going to be harder because that's what Clutch does. And all I'm saying is if LeBron and Draymond are together, you better be ready for them to be the kind of defining tandem of this team. And
in essence, it feels like you're saying Draymond becomes empowered in the sense.
Exactly, that's what. Yes.
I don't know how.
There's no doubt about it.
Well, what would you call him now? I'm asking because I feel like there ain't no
He's
more
on
power
the way
to
out.
get. Well, not if he re-upped for 2 or 3.
Well, that's not what Slater said. Slater said they can just give him that same 1-year deal back. But if you think that LeBron James and Draymond Green aren't going to overshadow Steph, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, we see how we know all 3 of these guys' personalities. Now, they're not going to alienate Steph, obviously.
Right.
But Steph goes about his business a little different than those 2 other guys go about theirs. And I think it's naive to think that LeBron and Draymond are going to be on the same team and they're going to be not a force.
Well,
they're going to be a force.
Okay, I hear you loud and clear, but meet me halfway here. The people in the know that this matters to, wouldn't you say right now, Stoney, it sounds like they don't think this is going to be an issue?
No,
and
I don't think they don't think it's going to be an issue. I think that they've weighed everything, and they say, if it's an issue, it's an issue. How are we going to turn down LeBron James? It's not like we get LeBron James, everything's fine. We don't get LeBron James, everything stinks. Everything comes with a cost. You get LeBron James, let's see what happens. Let's see the clicks that develop. Let's see the patterns that start. Let's see if we start going down the same road that and I wasn't even one of, when we talked about the Warriors' young players over the last 3 or 4 years, man, I feel like I've always been the guy. Well, if they don't deserve to play, they don't deserve to play. You can't play them if they're not ready.
I'll say that's accurate.
Okay. You think for 1 minute that's out of the equation with Lendeborg? If Draymond Green is on this team and LeBron's on this team and Porzingis starts out healthy and here comes Butler, LeBron James and Draymond Green are going to want to play with Horford, Porzingis, Butler, Melton, Peyton, as much as they possibly can.
Well, I've never looked at it that way. And if you're telling me now, Stoney, let's just say for this sake of this conversation, you're correct. The word sacrifice comes to my mind. And Yaxel's a guy I don't want to have sacrificed in regard to his growth, even in his rookie year. So I would hope that wouldn't be the case. But I hear what you're saying. I just feel like the Warriors think, within, hey, we had KD, LeBron, Draymond's going to be Draymond. We'll deal with that. We'll welcome that. We've seen, that experience. And I just feel like it's a nothing burger to them, though.
Oh, it's definitely not a nothing burger to them.
You think it's got cheese, mayo, tomatoes, everything.
Of course. You sign up for LeBron James. You sign up for some stuff that you're not usually signing up with for a player. I kind of look at it like this way, too. Oh, and you say, okay, well, when Durant came, no. When Durant, Steph, he's Switzerland, right? He's neutral.
Yeah, but Durant and KD didn't build this force.
That's right. And that's why Durant walked. So now Draymond gets to have his best buddy come on the team, a guy who's going to support him, a guy who's going to back him, a guy who's going to take his side in things. And it's like, you are going to sign over your team to these two guys. You're going to sign over your team to a 41-year-old and a 37-year-old.
Yeah.
And you're going to allow not even their playing ability. You're going to allow
are you selling Bron short, Stoney, in regard to him falling for because Dre does what LeBron does. LeBron doesn't, he doesn't follow Dre. I feel like we're selling the king short in that sense.
No, I don't. I don't. I mean, I'm not selling the king short or long. I just know what the track record is, and I know he's not crazy about young players either, period. And so, Draymond's not crazy about young guys. LeBron certainly isn't. Kerr has shown that he puts young guys on the back burner. The idea that Lendeborg's safe and sound and he's safe from all this stuff, I don't believe that for a minute.
Well, if I'm the Axel right now, real quick before the break, Stoney, I can't say this into a microphone. I don't want LeBron anywhere here. Let's just say you're correct.
Well, unfortunately, he made a pitch, and that pissed Draymond off, too.
He was asked a question, but yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody think about a team led by LeBron and Draymond Green? What's that team look like? A team that's led by LeBron and Draymond at this point in their careers.
LeBron James.
Does that give you any pause? 888-957-9570. Basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you know how to time the beer run so you don't miss a second of the action, catch every game, no matter the time. If you're up for whatever the season brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy, but not sweet. Hoppy, but not bitter, bursting with fruit flavor and aroma. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Sierra Nevada brews Hazy Little Thing with the purest ingredients for the finest quality in every sip. Velvety smooth and handcrafted with Citra and Mosaic hops.
Whether you're anchoring the tailgate before kickoff or running the clock down with classics on the patio, nothing hits the gap better than the rhythm of the city and a cold Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing IPA. It's the ultimate clutch play for your summer, so embrace the haze.
When you're living in the moments that matter, it matters which beer. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. That's Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Should involve a couple of semis.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Go all electric with award-winning Honda style and a low summer payment. Choose the Prologue today. It's the right choice for summer at your Northern California Honda dealers.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Gain, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What a song. Don't say that. Or don't do that. What did he tell you? Don't do that.
You don't even know what this is, remember?
Stop.
Remember, this is why some people.
You gonna mention Black Card? Steiny, you know I know it. Come on, Evan. Come on, man. He ain't got his cans on. Hey, I got a good text. Say from who?
Dibley.
That's a great guess. Hadn't heard from
Jasky. No, it's from Bonte.
Norm.
Oh, okay.
In bed watching this
Now
on
I'll
YouTube.
listen.
On YouTube. Now, I do have a crutch. I've admitted this, but he says, I need to quit saying your name. Do you notice that?
No. Especially not today.
Steiny, do I say Steiny a bit?
Do you remember the exercise the boss did with us one time?
Yeah, but he didn't have a lot of intel.
I certainly don't.
Yeah, you were gone. You left.
It was where he just pulled up a random clip
Damn, Evan.
from our YouTube, airdropped in, and within 5 seconds, Guru said, Steiny.
I had like 90 of them, dude. So Norm told me. He heard it. Like, quit saying his name. We know you're there. So, yeah.
No, I agree with
I got
this.
a crutch. Give it to me.
I agree with this from the 650. Yaxel Lendeborg will get plenty of playing time by filling in for LeBron and Draymond during their load management games off.
Well, that part.
No, again, let me be clear. To me, it's not about playing time. I think Lendeborg will shoehorn his way in there for at least 20 minutes a night. It's about a team run by Draymond and LeBron James.
And
that's really what we're looking at here.
And I'm gonna do this. You tell me if it fits. I could make a case that leave LeBron out of this. Whatever you want to call or think Draymond's doing with Yaxel on the podcast and what I don't like has already started.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I'm a clubhouse guy. I'm a locker room guy. I think that stuff matters. I think we've been doing radio for 9 years because you and I hang out after. It's not 10 hours, but we go hang out and we get to know one another, even on our worst day when you're bothering me and on my last nerve. You think that doesn't have any impact on our longevity? So I say that to say this stuff matters. And how the hell can a rookie hotshot kid get drafted and just get the wrath of Draymond from afar? And now he's being called a liar. So maybe you're on to something. And if you know this about me, I was almost about to say your name. If you know this about me, you know I love family. And I'm going to lay this on you, Evan, and the listeners, because I've been thinking about this, and you tell me if it's unfair. Hey, LeBron James, you have been awesome. Not only on the court, off the court, an ambassador, an example. So everything the King has done, I commend him. But I will say this, while I've been in waiting rooms here throughout the greater Bay Area here lately, if this is so much about your daughter, and I got to be careful here because I have one and you have 3, and the people out there have daughters. I don't want to say, and I can't, but I will, that part of this whole decision stuff has gotten overblown. Because if it were truly to me about your daughter and you being home, you could have stayed your ass in L.A. You could have just bitten a bullet and just stayed your ass in L.A. and that you would have been home. Your daughter, your sons, everybody, Savannah, everybody would have seen you. So I'm starting to think, you know what? I fell for that. Oh, it's about basketball. I'll let that out.
Well,
and you could be saying I'm over the top with that one, but you could have stayed your ass right there in L.A. because other people have had bad jobs, bad situations at jobs, but they do it because the bills need to be paid or what have you. So if it was all that, like it's been getting played, you could have stayed right there.
Well, that's very simplistic of you, but I don't think you're really thinking it through.
Tell me why.
So you can't be the best father that you can be if you're not happy with yourself. And so if LeBron James was miserable playing for the Lakers and wanted to get out, he was probably thinking to himself, I haven't really been the father that I wanted to be because I've been in a bad working environment and it has brought, and I've been, and I brought it home. So the first thing I got to do in order to be a good father is to find an environment that I really want to be in.
No, that's fair.
And then I can be the father that I want to be.
Wow.
Hey, you like that, don't you?
That was profound. Like, I ain't mad at you. I didn't like the simplistic, but I was just, he's a narcissist, right? And that's why he's doing what he deserves. And, it's just,
I don't use that.
He's earned this. He's earned this to me. Is it getting on my last nerves? Yes. Do I think he's coming to the Warriors? No. But what if he does? Changes a lot.
Okay. Let me ask you that. Well, what does it change? Like, what does it change on the basketball court?
That they'll be for sure not a play in. They'll avoid the play-in. They'll be a top 7 seed. That I believe.
Six,
top 6. They'll be out. Top 6. Take that to the bank.
All right. Sometimes I let you go when you do this. And I am going to let you go now, but I'm going to throw it to Warrior fans. Because I remember last year saying, Goo, is there any chance you could see the Warriors not making the playoffs? No. All right. How many Warrior fans believe that if the Warriors acquire LeBron James, they will absolutely make the playoffs next year? They will be a top 6 team in the Western Conference.
And I won't get mad.
I am absolutely, positively not there.
All right.
And I will not. I need to see that this team can be a playoff team with or without LeBron James.
Let's start with the big 3 here. Evan, and if you say, hell no, Goo, I love you. So there is no grade here. But let's start with you. If he came, would you take that bet against me where there'd be a top 6 seed?
Yes.
Meaning he don't agree.
No,
I'd agree with me.
No.
No, sorry. I would take the bet that they would not be a top 6 seed.
See, I should have just been quiet, but yeah. All right, I feel that. That's
to me, it's as much about them as it is about the West.
Yeah.
If they're in the East, this would be a different conversation.
Then let's put a rat on the table as big as all outdoors, brought to you by Acto Pest Control. If you don't, that's with LeBron.
Okay.
Our reality is right now, technically, he's not a Warrior. What's the outlook? Shout out to the email software. What's the outlook for the Warriors without LeBron James in this West that Evan mentions? That's enough for me to order a double.
Well, see, I allow for different things.
I just asked a question.
Like, I allow for the Warriors to acquire LeBron James, things go wrong, and they win 25 games.
Okay, my premise was, what if they don't get LeBron? What's this outfit look like?
Okay, they don't get LeBron. Maybe Lendeborg's good. The youngsters help out. Curry stays pretty healthy. Okay. Butler comes back, and they're a 6 seed. How about that? Is it far-fetched? Maybe a little, but not crazy.
But I would take that bet that they wouldn't. And you know I'm a lover, not a fight. Like, I would bet against that.
Like, there's a scenario in which they could be worse with LeBron than they are without him. If he gets hurt, or if he messes up the chemistry, or if it just doesn't work. I mean, like, the thing that I allow for is you could get LeBron James, he comes and starts playing, and 12 games into the year, we're saying, oh my God, they can't keep up. Like, they literally can't match up with these teams that are younger, stronger, and faster.
Yeah, but you got them for 15 M's or the middle. So that give me this. That could happen without them, right? That could definitely happen without him.
Yeah, it could. And it's likely to happen with or without him.
And it may have already happened right before our eyes, up until the point that Curry got hurt.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, I think it's a fair question. What's the difference between a Warriors team next year with LeBron James and without? I mean, how much realistic action do you guys think the Warriors could have with LeBron James? Like, are you with Guru that they are a bona fide, surefire playoff team with LeBron?
Man.
Okay, and then if they don't get LeBron, so you're saying, okay, let's do it this way. What's their ceiling with LeBron in the West? Just seeding-wise.
4 through 6.
Okay, highest is 4.
But put it at the Dr. J. Yeah.
I'll put it at 4. Okay, and then what's the worst case without LeBron?
The play-in again.
I think it's worse than that.
You said, I don't. I think what you just put down in regard, now I was talking about winning, can't fall from the floor, but Jimmy comes back. Well, Jacksonville makes his stride. Steph's relatively healthy. We'll be in the play-in. That could be 10. That could be 9. We'll be in the play-in. I don't see a scenario to where a Steph Curry-led team, even with half of Jimmy Butler. Well, he missed 40 games, so come on. But I'm just saying with him upright. Because if he didn't miss 40, I could make an argument we're not in the play-in just this past year. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. Where's that going to get us?
Evan, what's the Warriors' ceiling? That's for Warrior fans, too. 888-957-9570. What's the Warriors' ceiling with LeBron James? Just regular season. And then what's their floor without LeBron James?
I think anytime you bring in a player like LeBron, you're not thinking about the regular season. I mean, the way the Warriors built their roster last year, they clearly weren't thinking about the regular season. But if you're going to be a 6 seed, each of the last 2 seasons, you would have had to win 50 games.
Is that true?
Wolves were the 6th seed last year. They were 49 and, what was it, 33?
Yeah.
So, and there were, every team that made in the top 6 won 50 games the year before. So if you think that LeBron can get you an extra 12 wins, essentially, then you're a top 6 seed. But if not, then that's why it's just, I think it's going to be hard. Not that they're not going to be good, but that's a big gap.
Because Jimmy had an impact when he initially came, and I love that math, Evan. But if you're going to tell me LeBron's going to have a Devers impact, then all bets are off. But 12 games, I could see that. Couldn't you?
No.
Wow.
12 games without Butler and Moody to start the year?
But Steph's not going to be like he was, a ghost for most of the season last year. So that I don't want to say makes up for it, but if you're telling me Steph's available, so you got Superman and Batman.
Yeah, one of the reasons that I'd be excited about LeBron coming here is because I really don't know I wouldn't know what to expect. I don't think Steph and LeBron get you 45, 50 wins just by themselves anymore.
So why do you think they're in on them? I'm asking Joe Lacob.
You know what I was thinking about this?
I mean that.
I was talking to my buddy Dave, a bartender, on Monday. I said, Dave, what do you think of LeBron? He goes, I don't want him. I said, why not? He goes, I just don't want him. I don't want the headache. I said, oh, you don't want him, huh? And I looked down the bar, and I saw a lonely lady at the bar. And then I looked to my left, and I saw a guy at the end of the bar.
I'm picturing you there.
6 empty seats beside me. Okay. And I said, hey, Dave, wouldn't it be nice, though, if it were 6 months from now and it were a Monday, just like today, at 4 o'clock, and the Warriors are playing the Pistons, and the bar's crowded. Like, this guy, LeBron James, impacts so much, it is unbelievable. He would impact your job.
Oh, no, that part.
He would impact this station.
No doubt.
He would impact all the season ticket holders who instead of are going to lose money when they resell, those guys are going to make money and women when they resell. Like, think about that for a minute.
I guess
so. In a way, if LeBron comes, I'll bet you there's going to be less true Warrior fans at games because they'll sell their tickets to some of them.
But I do have to say this: that works for. Give me a team that stinks. The Wizards.
Not anymore.
No.
Use another team.
And don't talk to me about after halftime.
Sacramento.
Okay, the King. Well, people are coming to watch them, but they stink.
Who's coming to watch them?
My point is, this team, this is the Warriors with Steph Curry, Steiny. You still got Arthur Fonzarelli, Denzel.
You continue to assume he's playing 70 games a year. He was on the team last year, and everybody said this was the worst it ever has been. You can't even go to games.
But I'm doing what you do
watch.
best. 20 minutes ago, we assumed that he was going to be upright and be upright for a majority of the season. Let's say 60 games. This team is still blockbuster in regard to when Adam Silver can finally make a schedule. We were on national televised games for 30 games.
Can I do something? Evan, can we listen to Slater again as it relates to the Warriors' Plan B? Plan B. Thank you.
What is the Plan B if they don't get LeBron, Slater?
Yeah, boring. I think stable. You know what I mentioned?
Yeah, like I didn't like that, but you cooked the books a little. But
not at all.
It doesn't take away from my point. In fact,
and
it
I takes
love
way away.
How many Warrior games were on national televised game last year? Oh, Curry's number, more than that.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
okay,
you'll get on national TV and wait till those games come on without Curry and LeBron James.
See, you're missing out. You're doing the exercise without the chef. I'm doing it with the chef.
Yeah, exactly.
He played in the summer league, by the way. Will.
Yeah, he played pretty well, too.
Now, I'll say this to that. Shouldn't he have?
Wait, what?
Shouldn't he have played well, Will Richard? Like, I felt like I was watching him the wrong way. The fact that he played, had a great start to last year, like he should have played well.
He did.
But now talk to me when it's, the bullets are real.
Okay.
Because you, unlike a lot of those guys.
I just said Will Richard played pretty well in the summer league.
But I'm kind of telling you why.
Why?
Because he already played the whole year.
But he hit a wall last year.
Well, we're not talking about walls. I guess I'm just like, I'm not giving him a certificate for playing well in the summer league after you played your rookie season. You should play well, is my point. If your name was Matt Steinmetz.
He's still a second-round pick. I mean.
Cryer was hooping, too.
You don't have the text lines up, do you?
No, I don't. I'm focused on you.
Somebody on the text line had one of the greatest lines of all time. And I still don't know who to give credit to. Because it's a legitimate. No, we've already decided when you were gone. It's a 5.
Oh, it's not today.
No, somebody said something on the text line that we gave a 5 to.
You can elaborate on that?
Yeah, I will. Somebody said in the chat, they mentioned LJ Cryer.
Okay,
and somebody said that would be a great nickname for LeBron James.
I would give it a 5.
That's a 5. Now, I can't, I don't know.
That's pretty good.
It was from a few days ago, so I don't know who said it, but I'm willing to give the credit to whoever on the text line said it. It was a wonderful line and worthy of a 5, which we don't get very often.
I have to do this because I know you guys have probably talked about this ad nauseum, but do you think do you think LeBron knows where he's going? I thought I did when I left you.
I don't care.
Now
I know where he's going to go to Cleveland. He's going to Cleveland.
You think?
Yeah.
I heard Pat Riley talk the other day, and I think he's going to Miami, and that whole thing with their YouTube thing on, what was it, the 27th of July. I don't know why in this whole circus that might mean something when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's getting fired. Some intern's getting fired.
That might be
let's go to George. George is in the city. Hey, George, how you doing, man?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
Hey.
Doing great, thanks.
All right, good. I just want to say I don't want LeBron anywhere near the Warriors. If they brought Steve Kerr back, hopefully to bring on the young players and you have two old egomaniacs, Draymond and LeBron together, it's over. They will be so much in their own heads trying to prove how great they are, it'll screw everything up. He's just not that good. Last year in LA, who was the best player on their team? It wasn't him. He was the third best player. We already have a third best player. So we just don't need him. I mean, there's a reason, and it would ruin what they're trying to do. That's going to be gone. Do we need another old guy? Come on. With an ego as big as his, don't need it. Don't need it.
I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you, George.
Kind of funny. He was only one healthy of the big three when it was playoff time. But go ahead.
Wait, what about big three?
Reeves and Luka went down, and LeBron was the only one healthy.
Yeah, LeBron. What? And then what? Now I'll tell you what I wouldn't be averse to. LeBron coming, and then you trade Draymond.
Like that would never happen. You just talked about it. They're a tandem. And this is a guy leading the recruitment of them, allegedly.
Do we think after this summer, is Draymond Green absolutely, positively retiring a Warrior?
No doubt in my mind.
Evan, is there any doubt?
Yeah, I think he's retiring a Warrior.
All right.
With or without LeBron, and when this announcement comes, Draymond coming back for 3 years, like that's already in the hopper.
And here's the other thing.
And they're bringing back Clay.
Like, he might be right. Bring back Iggy.
That would be kind of pathetic.
Dude,
I mean, honest to God, like
he's still in the league.
Who?
Clay.
Right, but that would be embarrassing.
I'm just telling you, Clay stinks.
Seriously.
I don't know
LeBron, I get. If you bring Klay Thompson back, you are basically saying.
Do you mean this?
Okay.
Like, you know why they're doing it, though.
And so do you. And it's okay with you. What are we doing? I get LeBron. I'm willing to do that for LeBron. You want Klay Thompson back.
Hey, I didn't say I want him back, but I could if they know they're done winning, and the last couple of years without LeBron, if some could kind of feel like
if you were a season ticket holder,
yep,
and the Warriors announced that they're bringing Klay Thompson back. What are your first thoughts? We got action again.
No, I mean, hey, look, I'm not lobbying for it. I understand. Hey, let's just ride them out together.
Here's the other thing.
And that's not my idea.
And Willard's on vacation, so I can do it.
Miss Will.
When I'm my hard guy GM, I simply say to Draymond, dude, you're not getting an extra year. You didn't deliver LeBron. Like, that's why you opted out, Mouth. So
maybe
you can
that's
bring
why he's
LeBron
mad at
here.
Yaxel because he knows LeBron's not coming.
And now LeBron's not coming, but you want an extra year? That's not the way it works. You got to deliver. 888-957-9570 is the number. As Dan Dibley would say, a lot of machinations.
How did your watch party go? You and Dan?
I can tell you about that on the other side.
No, seriously.
Yeah, I can tell you about that on the other side. You've been gone for a while. We have breaks at 42 and 12, and it's 41-45. But I want to make sure that we hit the break right. So you do have a point. Text line says LeBron is old, but he was the last guy standing in the playoffs, which means he probably won't be able to last that long this year. All right, that segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
The summer sales event is on at Serramonte Ford, and they're stacking up the savings on some of Ford's most popular vehicles. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance and no payments for 90 days. But Serramonte Ford isn't stopping there. You'll also receive a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford Premium Maintenance Plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models, including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need a truck for the job site, an SUV for the family, an electric vehicle for the commute, or a Mustang Mach-E because driving should still be fun, Serramonte Ford has the vehicle for you. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, and 2 years of premium maintenance included. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area's Ford store in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026 with Stanford Federal Credit Union's Rewards Credit Card. Make the most of your miles. The Rewards Credit Card offers low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Outside Lands is August 7th through the 9th in Golden Gate Park. Heading to the festival? Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada during Outside Lands. Come visit them at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey. Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code WINNER to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code WINNER.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Clouds early, sun later in San Francisco, going up to 67.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo.
Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
But to have Buddy like he's pipping on Shea, Stoney, but I said that last night, Stoney. Who cares about my video? You don't put the hot hand on the bench, Stoney. Stoney, this is not it. Shout out Michael Jackson. This is it. This is not it. Stoney, this is not it.
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was not cool.
I don't know what the big deal is with that. We're talking to each other. It's the eavesdroppers out there.
Norm said his whole theme behind it is everybody knows it's you and I. Why do I got to keep saying your name? But it's respect.
It's resetting. You're resetting.
I never looked at it like that.
Who knows who's tuning in for the first time?
Hey,
and then last time.
Onto something. I didn't like voice. Started.
Look, we got a problem. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, it's been 2 hours into the show.
We got new videos by him too.
I'm going on vacation tomorrow. I'm looking for some help. Let me ask you. Do you know where I'm going?
Yeah, you are going to.
Unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
Edinburgh.
Where's that?
See, this is where I don't like that whole time.
You're right. I am. Scotland.
Yeah.
Anybody out there been to Edinburgh, Scotland?
Don't look at me. Evan?
I need some advice. I need some tips. I need, because we're going to have some free time.
No, never been to the Anglo Isles.
And how long is it called? How long is the flight?
That's what I call it.
Well, it's one to Philly and then one to.
So you'll be in there 10 hours?
Yeah, it's like 5. Yeah, probably 13, 12 or 13. Two different flights.
You gonna Wade Boggs it?
I'll probably have a few from San Francisco to Philly, but then once I get to Philly and it's a red eye, then I'll really get after it.
Yeah, I can't drink on planes, man.
I'm not big on it either.
Yeah.
Now before you take off.
Well, I've seen you in action.
Yeah, it's different. Any action? You may know if there's any action in Edinburgh?
And everybody's going, all 3 daughters?
Oh, it's a guy's trip.
Oh, yeah.
It's a golf trip
You've been
with
on this
11
family
guys.
thing. You're right. I forgot.
Any action in Edinburgh? Let's go to Marvin Livermore. Hey, Marv. How you doing?
Hey, fellas. Hey, good. Great show as always. And Goo, shout out to Norm. Norm, get better.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I hear all the pleasantries before you come at me. What's up, baby?
Oh, no. I'm going at Stein and the previous caller talking about LeBron messing up young players.
Yeah.
AR just got the biggest contract in the history of undrafted players playing with LeBron. He didn't play with Luka to get started. He played with LeBron, and LeBron let him cook. LeBron let Dellavedova cook. Dellavedova got a contract. Mario Chalmers got a contract. So, Stein, you stop saying LeBron's going to get here and ruin young players, because we don't really have young players to ruin.
No. Yeah, I didn't say LeBron. I said, do you want Draymond?
Yes, you did. You said LeBron and Draymond.
There you go.
You want
and
them around
Draymond.
your young players.
Do you want LeBron?
But you said LeBron.
Okay. Do you want LeBron and Draymond running this team?
Well, 2 things. They're both high IQ players. The difference with Draymond, because he has a track record of punching his teammates, where LeBron holds him to a higher standard with his IQ. So there is a difference. But you can, and also people were criticizing LeBron for bringing in the coach. Now nobody says J.J. Redick is a terrible coach. LeBron did that as well. So there has been positives with LeBron's influence. So the people who hate LeBron say, oh, he does this or that. Steph inputs his say on teams. And the difference, Steph this time, remember 4 years ago when people asked, hey, LeBron said he would like to play with you, and Steph said, maybe not. You don't hear him saying that now. He wants LeBron because LeBron could help him try to get a chip, period. And for me, the sales pitch to LeBron should be, LeBron, come here. We're not going to get Anthony Davis. What we will do is you come here. We'll play with what we got. We get to the trade deadline. Some of these teams that have signed people are going to be in selling position and maybe then get help. But LeBron coming to the Warriors would be a win for Steph and the Warriors, period. On the court, they won't be a playing team. They will be between 4 and 6. And if they're able to get somebody at the trade deadline, then they could talk about championship. But just bringing LeBron by himself are not going to be championship contenders. But you get them here, you establish that foundation, and then you do something at the trade deadline because you still have all your draft picks.
I hear you, Marv.
All right, Marv. Listen, I
and the boss put out that clip real quick of
what clip?
You, the chef, and myself when we went and interviewed him.
He's just such a high school Harry.
Dude, he's creative. You got to give him that.
And
He's
see what he
incredible.
did with you yesterday? I don't think it was that good. He said he like interviewed you and then played your clips.
Yeah.
You put him up to that?
See, now that hurts.
Why?
Hey, Bob, put something up.
Well, you like to be on social media. You love when you're front and center.
Stop.
Okay, I got to be
clear. He put out the clip where you said, hey, you hear what your boy said when we talked to Curry a couple years ago.
Yeah, that was 5 years ago. It's
but it still
irrelevant.
happened. You asked.
It's irrelevant.
It's more relevant now than it was when you asked him.
4 years.
Bron might be coming. Don't you get
I don't
it?
like looking back. I live in the present. Let me be clear. Marvin, I love you, buddy. Steiny, should the Warriors get LeBron James? Yeah, go get LeBron James. He'll probably help. But that doesn't mean everything's going to be perfect.
Well, life's not perfect.
That's right. So when you say, oh, they get LeBron and they're a playoff team, faux show, it's like, whoa.
Well, it's a four-letter word.
Hold on to your horses there,
helps.
Guru.
It helps.
It might help.
You know, LeBron, Steiny would hurt.
Right. You continue to just, I don't know, how, what mechanism in your
I love
body.
That. That's the word I'm looking for.
What mechanism in your body allows you to function without even thinking about the Warriors possibly
I'm not
getting hurt next year?
I don't live my life like that.
I know you don't, and that's why when the Giants lose 100, you got to look back at your predictions.
I'm going to be quiet.
And try to.
This is the worst one. No. What did the FO say at the end of the year? Who's the front office? Hey, turnovers were this and that. LeBron James automatically makes you better in that.
You know who else does
Draymond,
too? Losing
hold my
Draymond.
beer.
That would help you turnovers.
That's not going to happen. But, man, I want to watch it. And I meant what I said about Steph Curry. This is getting to a point now, Mike D, Bob, whoever, Joe, because it's up to Joe. It's Joe at the end of the day. He deserves better. And if he were Steph, if he were older
sick of that.
and raggedy and his three-point percentage
who can't put together
32.
a full season anymore deserves better.
How convenient for you to bring
Last
this up.
2 years.
Yeah, miss me.
Can't finish a season anymore, but we owe him the next 3 years.
No, we owe him help.
Not even you know what's funny? Here's why Steph's so cool. Not even Steph is begging like you fans are begging.
You don't know.
I do know.
You don't know what's going on.
I do know.
I know it. I hear everything.
Not even Steph is begging like you guys.
Well, we need him.
Because he's got some integrity.
Did you hear that, I guess, whenever the initial date for them to start that extension, that Steph's extension talk is about to take place. So get ready.
All right, I got no problem with Steph getting an extension.
What's coming?
Can't wait to see what it's for.
Steiny is too real. What's that mean?
It means I don't pander like you
got
do.
People snookered. You're too real.
They like my outspokenness, even though I'm.
We need to get on Vitello.
Oh yeah. Wait, okay. Why don't you pick up more fruit off the floor? In terms of low-hanging fruit. Yeah, let's go after Vitello.
Well, it's really Buster.
Yeah, you know why?
It's really
you
Buster.
go after Vitello so you don't have to go to Buster.
No, it is Buster. He's Teflon. I don't think Tony V's Teflon like Buster's Teflon. Like, Buster's getting another crack at it. Tony, have you ever seen a more, again, this is no
Have
character.
I ever seen a more what?
I'm about to set it up. Timid manager getting ejection in your life. He just looked like he was a kid waiting on the bus stop to go to school. He didn't know where to go.
I disagree.
Just let it out. I wanted him to let it out.
Yeah.
Tell him you're mad. Kick dust. Throw your hat. Do it all. Pick up a base. Come on, Tony. And then even the announcers are just like, yeah, he's been ejected.
Okay, good. He's trying to help you with
I
stuff.
might have even got naked if I was Tony to let y'all know. This whole season's been just hell. Just let it out, T. And
There's nothing to let out.
He looked like he was
This is
waiting
what you don't understand.
the bus stop.
This is what you don't understand.
Oh, Tony, I'm rooting for you.
Okay, you root all you want. The guy is quiet quitting in any league. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
I've never heard that.
Of course he is.
Why?
Like that yesterday, is a manager who's saying it's not even worth it.
I've never quiet quitting. Wow. You learn something new every day. But that wasn't it. Like, he's got to be at his wit's end. Like, this thing's going to fall on somebody. And right now, he's got to be the leader in the clubhouse.
Buster should be the leader in the clubhouse. End of story.
Yeah.
G's in the city. Hey, G. What's up, man?
What's going on, y'all?
Hey, what's up, baby?
Hey, prayers to you and your family, Goo.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, everything turned out well, so I don't know if they need them anymore.
Hey, thanks a lot, baby.
Come on now. Hey, don't say that. Don't say that.
Oh, my God, this guy.
Hey, I know, crazy. My take is, man, how can the Warriors not be a better team with LeBron James? He does everything. He makes everybody on the team better. He's just going to elevate us. This is not just a next year type of thing. This is for, like, the organization's sake, to groom the young guys. You know what I mean? So I feel like LeBron James being on the team isn't just good for this season, but it's good for the longevity of the franchise.
I got you.
There it is, how he feels. And obviously, it's how Joe Lacob feels, too.
Yeah. Thanks, G. Appreciate it.
Like, I just wish you had a genie and you could look through.
Well, I basically can.
Well, your glasses are big enough. If it took AD to get LeBron in 3 picks, number 1 pick, first round picks, do you think Joe would then do that to know he got LeBron? Like, how much does he want him?
You realize they're asking for Lendeborg, don't you?
Ooh.
Why wouldn't they? They're not desperate. The Warriors are desperate.
But AD's talking like the Wizards are going to have a great year.
They might. Did you see my man AD?
Hey,
did you hear what
Did
you hear what he hinted at?
Was this on his TV show?
I don't know. I just read it in the story.
Well, he's got like some pranksters TV show.
Oh, yeah. No, this is maybe this was a prank.
Is that true?
He hinted at playing 82 games this year. He says that's his goal.
And all you can do is laugh.
Your take's not a hot take.
Oh, man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. People are mad at me for saying that about.
No, we know you love.
But no, seriously.
I mean,
okay,
come on.
If people pray, right,
all day,
okay, but there's probably a shortage of prayers, right? Ideally, we'd have more prayer. I'd be praying for you. You'd be praying for Chase. Chase be praying for Victor.
But there's enough to go around. I don't like that premise.
No, I think we could always use more, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you pray for somebody and it quote unquote works,
gotcha,
then I'd move on to praying to somebody else who's maybe not doing as well as the guy who just worked.
I'm with you.
That's
but
all.
Where are you going?
Well, right now, Norm's doing great, right?
The prayer worked is what you're saying.
Yes. And so let's give Norm some space with the prayers.
No, but see, I hadn't talked
and
to the
focus
caller,
on
though.
somebody who's now the new Norm who may be in a little trouble. That's all.
Norm's not out the woods.
Okay, then let's keep him coming.
Knock on wood.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
No
Goo.
pun intended. Well, be careful.
I'll tell you what I'm on the verge of doing here.
Quiet quitting.
No.
That was...
Tell you what.
He wouldn't be quiet about it.
I'm not going to tell you when, but I'm being honest. I'm going to say a prayer for Norm. I will.
I'm sure you'll appreciate it. Say
will.
one for me and Evan while you're at it.
Dude, I used to,
Used to what? And why did you stop?
I used to be a Catholic school guy. I know all about prayer.
But why did you, I'm being real, why would you stop?
Stopped what?
Praying
It
like.
didn't work. I mean, what do you want me to tell you?
You are incredible.
Dude, I couldn't get a job out of college. I blamed God.
Well, you and Dibs always talk about how many times
I
you
haven't
got.
had a raise in forever. That's God's fault.
You and Dibs always, and you share and you're open with us about times you gotten fired. Brian Clark got fired on the air. That was wrong, right?
It was off the air, technically. It was during a break.
He didn't finish the shift.
But it was on a break, so nobody really saw it. It would
But
be like.
Twitter had it. I'm not laughing. My day's coming, I know.
Right, hold
but
on.
damn, that's
so
wrong, man.
If at 12:12 we take a break, Nahigian fires you or me.
Oh, That's all bad.
Technically, did we get fired during the show?
What would the audience
Well,
answer? They would say yes. Where's Goo or where's Steiny?
It was during a break.
Which
Nobody
is
heard
tacky.
it.
Which is tacky.
I got fired 3 minutes after a show.
I don't like that either.
Well, when did you get fired?
They milk you and then tell you thanks. Wow. Yeah, he'll bounce back.
All right, let's go to Jim's in Martinez. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Hey, fellas.
Jimmy.
Goo, it's so good to hear your voice, and it's so good for you to balance out Steiny. So just a couple quick things. And I call it Edinburgh, whatever. I've been there. Oh. You want to take a minute and go up the castle and see the crown jewels. There's a lot of history there.
All right.
Down the road over in Glasgow, it's much more of a life. It's like the difference between, like, if Oakland was 500 years old and it's really cool with a bunch of cool stuff and you got the temple up on the hill. But if you're going to go to party, you go across the bridge over to the city, and that's Glasgow. Oh. It's a lot more modern. But, hey, as far as LeBron, of course, yeah, we're going to be better with them. God, will something happen? I swear to God, I think I just heard Anthony Davis's hamstring snap or something. But anyways, Anthony Davis, give me a break. But the Lakers thing earlier, I actually have a couple friends that are Laker fans. I'll admit it. And the thing is about LeBron, he is not Kobe Bryant, and that's what it is. They don't really particularly give one anything about LeBron, and he got that pseudo title ring. But anyways, hey man, as usual, you're killing me. And Goo, man, it's so good to hear you, man. I limit your exuberance and your optimism. You know what else they have over there, Tiny and Goo?
What?
They have bagpipes. They have bagpipes. They don't have glockenspiels, all right?
Oh, I got you. I got you, buddy.
I missed that. What's that?
He was the glockenspiel guy.
Oh, look at you.
Well, Glasgow and Edinburgh look like they're about an hour and a half apart. I don't think we're going to get to Glasgow.
Where are you staying?
I'm glad you asked. Let me get out my app.
Yeah, my man.
Seriously, we got full lines. I don't want to lose anybody. Mike's in Santa Rosa. Hey, Mike. I'll get that app.
Yeah. Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, Mike.
Man, hey, prayers to Norm, too.
Hey,
had
thank
a lot
you.
Of family sickness recently with cancer and stuff, so prayers to him.
I appreciate
it. And, it'll all work out. Steiny, yeah, my brothers and I and my daughter and nieces, we went to last year, played at St. Andrews at the Jubilee course, which was awesome.
Yeah, we're playing there.
Oh, nice. Play in the morning. The wind really picks up in the afternoon.
I'll tame it.
For sure. I think we had 30-mile-an-hour winds in our face.
I get that out of Karika Park.
There you go. The Jim stole my thunder. The Edinburgh Castle is a must, absolute must. If you also want to get some souvenirs for your lady, they have great deals on the place. So get yourself a cashmere scarf for your lady.
Okay.
Great deals, and she'll love it. And then other than Jubilee, we played Ghislaine.
Playing there.
It's a little hilly, but a view of the water. That's really nice if you get a chance to play Ghislaine.
Playing there.
And then Dunbar.
Not playing
Dunbar is amazing.
All right.
Yeah?
Wow.
Dunbar's amazing. There's a wall in play around most of the course, and it was built during the Napoleonic Wars.
Wow.
And it's still there. And I swear to you, my brother hit that thing 3 times on 3 different holes.
Nice.
Thing to bounce back into play each time. So,
hey, I'm not going. I got to ask you this real quick. What about the cuisine? What about the food?
Oh, the food is great. I mean, you can get any type of food you want there.
Oh.
So whatever you like, you can have. At St. Andrews, there's actually a Michelin star restaurant right there. And there's an aquarium right there, which is pretty amazing. But we went to the aquarium. I wanted to eat at the Michelin star restaurant, but the rest of the family said no to that. So the food is great. Have yourself a ball.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you, buddy. All right.
Well, you're ready. What about that app? They can wait.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm staying at the George. So anybody who needs to reach me, I'll be at the George Hotel.
Is that ritzy?
Yes.
Look at you. I'll look it up.
I was talking to my daughter today, and she's like, well, so, like, how much does that cost?
So, yeah, this is not a free ride. You're paying out your own pocket.
It's a free ride. What are you talking about?
Oh, this your guy.
Yeah, it's my guy.
You were going to have him call.
Oh, that's right.
Damn. Yeah.
2 hours left.
He called me and Evan tomorrow. Well, he'll be in the air. Or is he already there?
No, tomorrow we'll all leave.
Well, Evan's right. We got 2 hours. Simple text. Or is he one of those that get shy and don't know?
Not shy, but he doesn't get
awkward.
It. He doesn't really get sports talk. He hates sports talk.
Well, we
radio.
wouldn't be talking sports.
Let me tell you what he said. You know what he says?
How much you make?
No, he's like, so what's your show like? He's like, I like that guru guy. Like he doesn't like it. He just says it to get me upset. I like that guru guy. He's cool. So what's your show like? He's like, do you take calls? I'm like, yeah, we take calls. He goes, I hate that.
Oh, he's belittled.
I'm like, why? He goes, fans are so stupid. That's why I don't listen to sports talk radio. I'm like, well, so's the printing business. The printing business is stupid, too.
He's loaded, man. Damn.
Trevor is in Rohnert Park.
Oh, man, T.
Hey, Trevor, how you doing? Oh, please.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh,
Give
Trevor,
it to us, T. I can't see you.
Hold on.
T.
You better not have told our call screener the Warriors owe Steph a chance at another ring.
No, that's how
what year
I feel.
are you living in?
All right.
Way to go, Trev.
All right.
What year are you living in?
That is not my normal. Hear me out. That is not my normal stance on players and organizations. But I'll give you a good argument for it. Okay.
Sure.
Here's a good argument for it. The Warriors would not have the stadium that they're in San Francisco without Curry. They wouldn't be making $1 billion a year just off of concerts that come in and out of there. Okay, so they're not paying them all that, and I don't expect them to give them a percentage of all that stuff. But I mean, if you got a player that, if I'm an owner and a player gave me the opportunity to be able to go and get that land and build a new stadium and get the income coming in that I have coming in, then in my mind, I'm feeling like I'm going to spend all the money I can and get anybody I can in here to help him get another ring.
Yep.
So that's kind of how I feel. I'm not a big LeBron supporter with the Warriors going to get him in the past. Right now, I think it's a great idea because there's nobody on the Warriors that averages 20 points a game, I don't think, other than Curry. So, and I do think that he'll take pressure off of Curry. So they'll complement each other, and they are a playoff team. But, yeah, that's my argument for saying that if there was ever a player that was owed something from a team, ever in NBA history, it would be Curry.
You're preaching, T. That's up my alley, man. I mean that, and I don't say that often.
Let me help Trevor out here.
Yeah.
Trevor, if you ever meet Joe Lacob, do yourself a favor and don't say to Joe Lacob, Steph Curry built the Chase Center. It won't go over well. I don't know if you remember this quote from Joe Lacob.
Give it to me.
When he said building an arena in San Francisco was harder than winning a championship. Do you remember that statement?
I don't.
Okay.
Right.
My point is this. Joe Lacob built that arena. I'm just saying, it's a very...
Your take's not a hot take.
No, it is a hot take. It is a hot take.
No, he made it happen, privately funded. Come on, man. I give him all that. You know what T's putting down. You think we get all, or me, sentimental, and I love Steph more than the Warriors. I told you, Spree, Monte Ellis.
Those mean nothing.
Purvis Short.
That's like you saying it wouldn't shock me and Rob Parker putting you in your place. Remember that? Right before you left.
Dude, that seems like forever. Dude, man, I went fast.
What do you mean?
That segment.
You think? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see calls on the other side. I'll get to you. And that segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value on juicy personal seedless watermelons when you buy two. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim, because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law first. They take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision that you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Thinking about heading to the mountains this weekend in a new Toyota truck?
Let's go!
Bringing the bikes?
Let's go!
Maybe towing the boat too?
Let's go!
All right, let's roll. Get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5 or get 2.99% APR on Tundra.
The time is now, let's go!
You heard the man. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Excludes Tundra TRD Pro and say 326.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
That dude should return his muscles.
Oh, Diggy Zoa.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Being a little cat.
Hey, me and Brandon Ayuk both in vacation mode.
Yeah, I guess he's making some videos.
Oh, yeah,
There could be a resolution coming
just
soon.
a real peach.
Little ass boy.
Hey, I had this thought while I
I
was
don't
in
know
there.
why that bothers me. It just does.
It sounds cool and hip.
Oh, yeah, real cool. How cool is it to be without a job?
Oh,
Exactly.
I know. I've been there. 06. Hopefully, no. But my day's
What happened
coming.
in
I know.
06?
I got let go.
Was that from the vacuum company?
No, it was from the college.
That was, don't tell me, DeVry.
Yeah, wrongful termination. I got some bread. EEOC. Yeah, didn't have to share it either.
Sounds like it came up. You didn't get fired.
So why did they say you got fired? Or you don't, never mind.
Remember I told you I got the young lady hired. She was from Union City. And then she got to the job and was saying some stuff about her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Dude, I got movie stuff. When Evan tells me he's ready to work with me like somebody with your book, I'm ready. But I got this Buster Posey thought. What if he had accepted to be the manager? Would he be more successful at managing this team than what he's doing in the front office where I think, like Vitello, he has no business?
Look.
See, I mean that.
He couldn't have had less experience. Like, he would have been a better manager.
That's my
think
thing about
president.
it.
President. Let's go to John in Hayward.
The Stack.
Hey, John, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Not much. Thanks for taking my call. Always a pleasure listening to you guys. I think LeBron is coming, and here's why. If you look at the ratings, for, most viewership for teams, the Warriors are right up there for the last 8 years. And, with this new deal that the TVs have given out to the NBA, it's like $77 billion. I mean, LeBron and his camp, they're just working out how many, he's not going to the East Coast because, by the time the, fourth quarter comes around, it's 5:30, 6:30. People are barely getting home. So he's coming to the Warriors. It's just they're working out, the how much money he can make. This is a business, So
sure.
I think he's coming, and just with him and Steph, just get your popcorn ready. It's going to be like must see TV. I don't know about winning a championship, but it's definitely going to pocket LeBron's. And I wanted to say that.
All right, thanks, John. Appreciate it.
What was that part about people being home?
I don't know.
It's like,
I'm not sure.
Oh, man. You thinking about what I said about Buster?
I haven't brought that up yesterday.
You got to be kidding.
No.
People think I'm wearing this shirt.
Well,
it was a little tight.
Borrowing a lot.
Huh?
Borrowing a lot.
What you mean?
I mean, he was talking about Posey managing last.
I didn't listen yesterday.
I'm sure you didn't.
Evan, did you
And
guys
didn't
really
listen
get
to
into
Tolbert
that?
either?
I swear on the Tolbert. We got to get him on. Ev.
We did get into Posey, Vitello, and just the idea of inexperience, and if it matters,
Like even the bullpen, you knew what if anybody knew what it takes to win, you did. You were a catcher. You knew pitching and bullpen was essential. And yet you came out of spring training thinking what you had was it? Man. He'll be back though. He'll be back.
Oh, he'll be back for a while. That's why they hired him. Hey, by the way,
how'd your Valkyrie game, Vizzy, go? Oh my God, we've been here 3 hours. How did that go?
Well, you know the coincidence.
Did I do too much when I said it was crunk? It was a different vibe.
Little bit.
So you didn't enjoy it.
I didn't. Oh my God. Okay.
There should not be a little bit. You should have been like, Goo, you nailed it. And I wasn't by myself. It's incredible.
It's a good environment.
Did the girls like
it?
it?
They loved it.
Holla.
Well, that's why I should be talking
I don't
to
care.
you.
I don't care if you come down my road or not. It doesn't match a Warrior game at Oracle back in the day.
Oh, well, that's a different.
Okay,
that's
well,
not
I'm
even
just saying.
fair. We're talking about Chase now.
Okay. Yeah, it's as good as Chase gets, except for Kid Cudi. When Kid Cudi's there.
That was ASAP.
Right. ASAP Kid.
Well, when Chappelle's lighting up cigarettes in front of 20,000, you know? You do know what happened while you were gone.
You're incredible for this.
You saw the Red Sox lose a game 10-2 to the Washington Nationals, which seems like 3 months ago.
And the kids wanted to leave. I'm in Fenway. We're watching and the final out. Go ahead.
It was their last loss before yesterday. They won 15 in a row.
Dude, things I wanted the Giants to do.
And of course,
that's why I never quit. And you went and jinxed them.
Yeah, I snapped the 9-game winning streak.
How was the next day where people let you know about it, Evan?
Well, we talked Valkyries that next day for about an hour and a half. And
then you had a guest.
Who?
I thought why are we getting quiet?
You should be familiar with this concept. We got stood up.
Did you get a reason
You know
why?
exactly what that means, right?
It happened a lot when I was single. But
she knew we were coming down a road about Flaugier.
Oh, look at you. Snotty, did you do the wave?
No, I didn't. No.
But it was, that place is, I can't wait for the playoffs because we know if they had one game last year, they'll be in. Take that to the bank. But what about the roster? Remember I told you I feel like you probably don't
tough
remember.
thing to say. Like, you do realize they're an expansion team.
The honeymoon's over.
They're an expansion team. They probably do need a little more after a year and a half. Let's go to Bo in Vallejo. Bo's got an idea. Hey, Bo.
How you doing, guys?
Hey, man.
The idea I have, even though it's a long shot because he's a restricted free agent, but I think Jalen Durant would be a good fit for the Warriors. I'm a Celtics fan. I wanted him to go to the Warriors, the Celtics, but obviously we didn't make that happen. But I think Jalen Durant would be a great fit for the Warriors. Who cares about Anthony Davis and that big contract? Yeah, he's great when he plays, but he's always injured. And if you guys got Jalen Durant and then tied it up with LeBron James, I mean, he's only 22 years old. He gives you 20 points and 10 rebounds a game. I mean, that would be a perfect fit for the Warriors. And just in the future as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a darn good player. Not a great playoff, but he's
he didn't.
I just don't know how you get him as a restricted free agent and also, try to get LeBron at the same time.
Yeah, and I don't think he's leading.
As Dan Dibley says, I like the player. I do like the player. Somebody on the text line, and thanks, Bo, appreciate the call, saying Guru's funny, pretending he wasn't listening to the shows. Hey.
No, the Evan part and the Tolbert part hurt me.
What do you mean?
I didn't hear Evan bring up the Buster. He's smart. The Buster, would he be better at manager? And then Tolbert, I definitely, how are you hearing Tom?
He's got a YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
And you can access that through your computer on the internet.
Yeah.
It's Jalen Duran, by the way. But that's fine.
We don't do that. Well, you do it to me, but we
all know who he is.
This way you can let your hair down.
We all know who he is. All right. By the way, everybody's saying you think Vitello will last a year, one and done.
I mean,
my question's this. If you're not liking where it's going, why don't you fire him now? Don't forget. And I get it was late in the season. They told Kapler to pound sand while the season was going on.
He had 107 in his back pocket. But listen, you always say this, and keeping it real before you get up out of here, I don't agree with it all the way. But if there is something to these vets not feeling Vitello or whatnot, then you absolutely could give them the pink slip before the season's over.
Or do you get rid of some of the veterans that don't respect him?
I'll say this. This has been such a debacle that I don't think a college coach will ever, like, Tony Vitello and Buster have sent college coaches back. We'll probably go another 8 years or 10 years before another college coach gets a crack at it because of how bad this has been. And what I don't like about it is Buster knows what it takes, the cojones, but to have a guy come in here neutered and you're telling me he can't get in Devers' face just because he ain't did it before, then that person, this is bigger than Tony Vitello, should never be put in place. And that's what I don't get. And Steiny, they are not the orange and black. They are I said your name. They're the orange and black Cats.
Why?
They're 3-0 Saturday. Logan Webb
they've not had bad luck.
3-run homer.
Okay. Luck is the reason they're 18 under. Luck's the reason Adames doesn't cover second base. Luck is, by the way, did you see the big play by your big 6'8" first baseman who can't field a lick?
Okay, I got
he
something
cost
for
him
you.
the game.
Okay. Hey.
Devers makes that play. Rafi Devers makes that play at home.
Stop.
But you want to shoehorn Eldridge in there.
He probably wouldn't have been.
Guru, is Eldridge a good fielder?
He ain't bad.
He stinks.
He ain't bad and he's young.
He stinks.
What should have happened, they should have walked bases loaded. Now my man's fielding that ball for the force out at home, and you don't have to have a perfect throw and tag.
Can you get in
That's
here
how
on
you
this one?
manage it.
Because we actually...
Me and Evan talked about this.
We had a high-level conversation about that particular play.
I got to stop using that.
I got something on
not
Bonte,
once
too.
did Evan suggest they should have walked him.
I got to
he
tell
had
on
even
Bonte.
greater insight about the first bunt. I bet you didn't catch that, did you? The first bunt. Go ahead, Evan.
Well, the biggest problem was the pitch before the bunt. They telegraphed what they were doing.
Shout out Oakland.
That they were going to bunt at Eldridge. He charged. They did it again, and he still missed it.
Oh, man. But Evan felt me on walking the bases loaded Saturday.
No, he never mentioned that at all. Had that crossed your mind, Evan?
No, it actually didn't.
I didn't like that.
But no, I could have missed that. I could have overlooked that.
49er Frankie was livid, and I talked to Bonte, too. Speaking of which.
Oh, here we go.
It's my guy and my brother. I get a call from B. Giants blow another game. We're talking. And get this. It was like I wasn't on the other end of the phone call. He says, hey, I was talking to my buddy. I ran into my buddy. He said, the show you and I did was great. And I was sitting there like, all right, cool. He goes, but my other buddy said the show Steiny and I did was great. And Evan, I'm just like, okay, you understand I'm still on the phone. Like, who does that? B, I love you. Evan, I'm just on the other phone. It was silence. Like, what do you do with that, B? I know you're the king, but Steiny, what do you do with? I'm on the phone, B. You know I'm on the phone.
That's gone too far.
He said, hey, but Steiny and I was like, who does this?
Well, I feel like Bonte probably thinks that he and I can reach a level of sports talk that maybe you and I can't reach.
Well, I'll say this about you and B. I was in the room that day. And the people don't know what that day. That day. We'll just call it that day.
Oh, now I know you're getting upset. Now I know you're getting upset.
I had to break out the gladiator.
You want me to break out the Jeffrey story when you got...
I got jumped.
Yeah.
Well,
I got
some
jumped
people
too.
say it's 1-on-1, but I got jumped, E. But listen, but that hurt me. I'm on the phone with B. Yeah, he like you and I. I'm okay. But Steiny and I'm like, damn. Anyway.
They're fighting!
Seriously, it's not. They need a new skipper, man.
They need a new president.
But that's not
they
going to happen.
They need a new owner. Seriously.
Well, we don't. They're faceless, right?
I don't.
Dude, it's been a long time. This is bad.
They won 107 games a few years back.
Yeah.
And it's not.
You had to play
and
the
this is what you do all the time. It hasn't been that bad. They've been 500 for the last 4 years.
I'm
Seriously,
talking about a decade.
Just being honest.
You gave me the nugget of they haven't won a playoff series since 14.
Okay.
Yikes.
Okay. Oh, bad luck.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that about
no,
that.
but it's according to you, it's nobody's fault. It's just a bunch of bad luck that's kept them out of the postseason. So we can't be. Now, Buster's doing a good job, and, you know.
You won't hear that from me. I don't think anybody at the station said that into a microphone. Real quick, you know what? We got a meeting after the show.
About 2.5 hours.
My honeymoon over. But listen, I guess I'm mad at Buster because not only did he blow it on the field by thinking this team was ready.
Is this going to be about Pride Night?
You know, like that. You know I love a gift to Gabber, whoever it is. And he showed me right then he wasn't ready for the moment. And I guess that makes it worse in my mind in the crazy way that not only are you blowing it on the field, Buster.
He never had the gift of gab. He's never been the guy.
I'm not mad at that.
He's never been the guy out front. He doesn't want to be the guy out front.
Oh, man.
It was not.
Well, what do you do then?
You fire them.
No, what do you do at the deadline? You can
trade whoever you can.
Man, at this point.
You know what? I think let's go to Austin and San Jose. He wants to talk to you.
Yeah, what up, hey?
You guys can talk.
Hey.
I didn't miss
my
you,
guy
baby.
Guru, welcome back, man. I'm glad everything's good at the home front, man.
Right
I'm
on,
thinking
man.
about you the whole time.
Hey, I appreciate you.
Steiny, real quick, good luck on your trip, man. Question from yesterday, real quick, though, on the Larry Bird thing. I appreciate you saying what you said because I hadn't heard anybody at least say that openly about, you know, the impact that Bird had on you being a Caucasian man. I'd really never heard it from that perspective. But I wanted to ask you, how come Rick Barry didn't hit you up the same way? Just curious, because Rick was pretty damn big in his own right?
Rick was incredible. You know what? Honestly, Rick was Rick was before Bird. Like, Rick wasn't, those guys weren't on TV a lot, like in the mid 70s. And like, so Rick, I think, ended his career in Houston in the, you know, in 75, I barely remember the Warriors title. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was a little before my time. And then Bird in the late 70s and 80s, that's when college basketball, you know, that's when Bird Magic came into the league. So I just saw Bird infinitely more than Rick Barry.
Yeah, I'll appreciate that. But thanks for saying that yesterday. It got me thinking that for sure. Listen, one other thing, guys, about LeBron. I don't know if you guys have talked enough about it. Maybe you have, guys, but I missed it. The one thing that strikes me is, you know, there's basketball and there's LeBron basketball, right? And I don't think we're talking about the roster. I don't know that, you know, just bringing LeBron here sounds great. Let's get LeBron here. And I'm not necessarily, I don't think he's coming here, but even if, let's say he does come here, what impact does that have on the roster? I mean, we can't just assume LeBron shows up, everybody comes to practice, or Dunleavy's there grinning and everything's great. Well, what's the roster look like? I mean, who's LeBron? How does this affect how they play? I think we got to talk more about that, guys, because this is pretty serious. LeBron's not coming here to play CYO basketball or just scrimmage at the YMCA. He's coming here to play real basketball. This guy is not coming here to lose.
But Austin, I look at him like Jimmy Butler. He would do what Jimmy did, but, you know, the LeBron way.
Yeah, but LeBron, I wouldn't even put Jimmy Butler in the same conversation with LeBron.
I hear you.
Frankly.
I hear you. But
I mean, LeBron's a force of nature. So the question becomes, guys, I want to hear you off the air. What does that do to the roster? Which players do you believe LeBron's going to want to play with? Because trust me, if LeBron's coming in, he is going to have something to say about who's on the roster, I believe. I want to hear what you guys got. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, Austin.
One of my favorites, we got to back up, and I'm being real. This shows you I didn't listen yesterday. What was that about Rick Barry?
And
I guess you guys talked about it yesterday.
I was just talking about Bird, and he said, well, how come Rick Barry wasn't your guy? And Rick was a little before my time, so I didn't see him a lot on TV.
He's too
and you were on a different coast, too.
I know what I said.
And you were on a different coast.
I know what I said. I said Larry Bird did for white players or white kids what Curry's done for guards.
So okay.
You want me to explain?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when people saw Bird for the first time, especially a guy like me, limited skills, love the game, you see Larry Bird and you're like, oh my gosh. So that's how you do it. Like that's what you got to do to play against high-level competition.
Good luck, yeah.
Right, but the point is that he Bird inspired a generation of guys like me, and they, at whatever I said, at whatever itty bitty level they play at, that like he helped a lot of players like me reach their potential.
Wow.
And yeah, not to go pro, but just to. And Steph Curry to me's done the same thing with guards. You know, he used to be 6 foot and think, oh, it's a big man's game, and how can I be one of the best players? And Steph Curry's throwing it in from 30 feet.
Look
now
at the
all
game
of a sudden,
now.
everybody, you know, all the guards realize that they can impact a game, you know, as much as Curry. So,
I mean, we've said it umpteen times, but he's revolutionized the game. And as much as I love Jordan,
yeah, we
Kobe,
talked about this yesterday. Evan and I kind of came out with that yesterday. Because did you hear about the Naismith Hall of Fame and Steph?
No.
Well, you have been kind of out of touch.
In the hospital. Yeah.
Well, but the internet doesn't work there? There seemed to be a lot of waiting.
Dude, I'm tending to Pops.
I know.
Yeah.
No, seriously, Curry has become the first player in the history of the Naismith Hall of Fame to have an exhibit while he's playing. They're going to have a dedicated Steph Curry exhibit at the Hall of Fame.
You got to be kidding me.
He becomes the first active player to ever have that at the Hall of Fame.
Wow. No, seriously, I had not. How did I miss that? I'm floored. Good Lord, just think about the league, the ones that have come and gone, and this is the first guy to get that while he's playing.
Right, it's a participation trophy situation again.
No,
which is
it's
fine.
not.
They've decided to, listen, I'm not going to do this, but
we said he's revolutionized the game.
Like, okay, they just came up with an idea, okay, and they came up now. It's like, do you think that back in the day they couldn't have said, hey, let's do a Bird and Magic exhibit in 1987? They're both at the top. Of course they could have. It's just a way to recognize
it's just a wonderful.
Some athletes now where athletes in the past never were even thought about getting recognition like that.
Dude.
Why wasn't it LeBron is the question.
Because he's known for passing. We've had great passers, and obviously
he's the leading scorer in the history of the NBA.
But you know what I mean. When you talk about Bron, he does so many great things, but scoring, he's not the best scorer to ever do it. But that's a byproduct of him being the longevity. Steph is the greatest shooter we've ever seen. Go into these gyms. We talk about it ad nauseum. The way the game, the current game is played is because of him. And he's still doing it at a high level. That's why has that exhibit. That is an awesome.
Well, it's clearly, it had to be him or LeBron, right?
But
what are you missing? What are you missing? The two faces of the league for the last 10, 15 years have been LeBron and Steph. I'm just wondering how come it's Steph?
And I'm not selling Steph short. How can I? But when I hear Steph Curry, I just think of the greatest shooter ever.
Okay, when you think of LeBron James, some people think of the greatest player ever.
Yeah, well, or again, longevity. But he ain't the greatest shooter. He's up there with passing. He does so much, but to have this guy, they got this right. That's all.
Yeah, but you have no reason why other than you're kind of a homer.
LeBron's a jack of all trades, master of none. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter that's changed the way the game's played.
But it's not
every
shooting
level
exhibit.
But it's him.
Who's a better player?
What got him there?
Who's a better player?
What got him there?
Let me ask you, who's a better player?
Oh, what you talking about? Hello? Who's head-to-head in the finals got a better record?
But what I'm saying is if
Steph came out of nowhere and stole
what I'm saying is
from
if you were to
LeBron.
ask most people who's a better player, LeBron or Steph, they'd probably say LeBron. Right. So my question is, well, then why isn't the best player the guy who's getting the dedicated?
I have a reason. That conversation on the other side.
I have a reason. I'll tell you.
Head-to-head.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Steph's got it.
That means nothing.
See, now, when you want it to mean nothing.
He had a super team.
Not the first time.
No, LeBron never had one.
And 3-1 lead the second time.
That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance. No payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models, including F-150. Guru, That's the big dog. Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma Daly City or ceremonyford.com.
Size matters.
Whether you fill up your tank or plug in an EV to charge, it's time to earn more on the road. The Rewards Credit Card from Stanford Federal Credit Union offers up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026. With low rates and no annual fee, get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Apply online at sfcu.org. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Outside Lands is August 7th through the 9th in Golden Gate Park. Heading to the festival? Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada during Outside Lands. Come visit them at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Roland from Rodeo. This is the second time RNS serviced my garage. Rob did a very good job and knew exactly what he was doing. Arriving 1 hour earlier than expected is another reason to call RNS. Thank you, Rob and Olive, for amazing service.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't miss the 6th annual Brewgrass Festival taking place in the heart of Santa Cruz Mountains on August 1st. Enjoy live bluegrass music, sip on local craft brews, and dig into eats from your favorite food trucks. For more info and a chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
You guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2.
For great talk radio from 10 to 2, Steiny and Guru will get you through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, Goo. The reason Curry has a dedicated exhibit and LeBron doesn't, it's very simple.
Give it to me.
LeBron hasn't picked the team yet.
Right.
And he's played for 4.
Right.
So when you...
Wow, that's a big deal for the chef.
Put together a live working vignette, and I'm familiar with those because I'm a Friedman spokesperson.
I was just about to go there.
Think about it. Curry's worn the same uniform for 15 years. You want to make a live exhibit with Curry? It's probably pretty simple. Hey, what is your problem?
It means the Curry exhibit means to you what it means, and I got what it means to me. Let's move on.
I won't.
It's bothering you. I got a story from over the weekend I got to share.
And then I'll try to tell you for the 8th time.
Evan, I need your... No, I was waiting on dibs for that. So Sunday, the procedure for Norm was supposed to start Friday. It kind of did, but it got pushed to Monday.
When did you find out?
Well, Friday
morning?
During the day, yeah. So he
was
in.
He was afternoon.
I forget what time it was, but it was
early,
late.
Earlier in the show.
Let me finish. So he was in there for the weekend, and so were we basically.
Right.
And he said, "You know what? Go home, get some air, wash your body, get away and come back." So little Daryl is finding out he got adult men's league. And I told him, don't pay your money without collecting from your guys. They're going to say they're going to play, but if you put up your money, I've been there, softball, all through the years, guys are going to say, oh, I got something to do, I can't make it. And you're going to be stuck not only with the forfeit, but with the expenditures. What did Daryl do? Go pay for 9 guys. Only 4 showed up to the game.
All right.
So he's like, Pops, this Sunday night, Rockland, it's hot. Just been in the hospital 3 days. Can you be the 5th? I go, how many timeouts we have? Because I'm going to need them. Evan.
You could just play like LeBron.
I put on a shirt. We're playing. Team was all white. Dude was about 6'9". Felt like I knew him from back in the day. Older.
6'5".
No, dude 6'9", tall. So I'm feeling it. I go to the circle to jump ball, thinking I'm a big. Let's just ref ready. We got refs. I go to the circle. It's quiet. You can hear everything. My son comes out of nowhere, little elbow, chicken wing. Move over. You can't jump anymore. Steiny, I've never had my feelings hurt like that. Mia hurt. Right? She was there. Like, you little... I still can jump. But
can you dunk?
No, I can't dunk.
Okay, then you can't.
It's a jump ball. It's not dunking.
So you don't really have any verts.
I was Russell Crowe, Gladiator, when he did that. And I let him know when we went home. Told him, don't you ever. I was done. And the dude was like Kessler, one of those dudes.
So he stunk?
No, but I was embarrassed to get told I wasn't jumping. So I had to. That's all I do is jump ball. I'm the big. I hadn't gotten over it. Evan, my son told me you can't jump no more.
He told me I was a bad storyteller yesterday. on the text line.
That's still sticking with you, isn't it?
It did.
What was the story?
I can't even remember.
Well, that's why you're bad.
It was, I can't even remember.
So you're saying this is a bad story?
Awful. There's really nothing there.
Because it's basketball related and I was playing and that puts you in a bad mood. But
no,
Evan,
I just
you
don't.
Get your son saying you can't jump anymore in front of people, the opponent.
Well, there's also something about a pop move over. Like, get out of the way.
Dude, it crushed me for the game.
Did he win the jump?
No, he lost the jump, and the dude was Manu Bol. He batted me about twice in the game. Batted Daryl like 3-4 times. I had 7. I had 7 points. 3 and 2 twos. We lost.
You want to talk about
You
want to talk about a new low?
We lost by 30.
Guru counting his points in a pickup game. I've never heard of that before. I knew guys that counted them in regular games.
Evan, I hit a 3 and 2 putbacks. I had 7.
Well, that's the Ice Cube. I messed around and got a triple-double. Like, how do you know that?
Well, we lost by like 24, man. Anyway, I don't like you saying that was a bad story. I don't like that.
It wasn't a bad story. It just, it's
me
kind
playing
of waiting
ball.
on the punchline.
The punchline was a kid telling me I couldn't jump. That hurt. But I still can. But to him, I can't. Yeah.
All right. Hey, you mind talking to the next guy?
Who's the next guy?
I don't know how I feel about him anymore.
Oh, whoa.
Nah. You probably Bleacher Dave. What's up, Bleacher Dave? How you doing, man?
Bleacher.
He wants to talk Valks with you.
What's up, Goo? I'm glad you back. I don't know how I feel. I'm getting like the cold shoulder from the Steiny man.
Well, I'll say this. I didn't like his review from the Valkyrie game. I wanted more. I thought it'd be a thesis. He just gave me like a sentence and moved on.
Oh, you missed the thesis from the other day.
Right.
He was putting it on. They talked about Valkyries like 45 minutes.
Look at it. He's nodding his head.
Yeah, you're back on my good side.
I missed it. What up, baby?
Is Steiny, are you that easy? Come on, man. Raise your standards.
Yeah, I'm pretty lame.
Oh, dang, Mr.
You're all right with me, bro. You're
Thanks.
all right with me. So I was
Vice versa.
calling to pick up with you on that thing because when I hung up, I heard you say, I wanted to ask Bleacher Dave about their lack of height inside.
Right.
It's right. And so, Goo, you know this. You've been out there. So the Warriors, the Valkyries starting center is pregnant. So she's out of this whole season on maternity leave. They picked up Kia, who is one of the most efficient shot blockers in the league.
Yeah.
And then Letitia Amahir is 6'3", but no upper body strength. So long story short, here's something weird. If you go on the Valkyries roster on the WNBA website, none of the players' weights are listed. And I'm like, okay, they're women, but these are professional athletes. The public they have to get over this
interesting
about, yeah. And so, dude, this is why we need media following the WNBA, because it's weird. Like, the Valkyries drafted Flau'jae with the number 6 pick, traded it for the number 18 pick, and then cut that person, and they need a scorer like Flau'jae. And the general manager, when asked about it, said, we don't discuss salary cap considerations.
Wow.
Huh?
Yeah.
This is professional sports. We need you guys to, ask them those questions. So long story short, they don't have enough, in my opinion, they don't have enough beef inside. It's not the height.
No, I love
weight. You saw how those double bigs moving around, and I still think they need a 1A.
Let me ask you this.
But dude.
I want to ask you real quick. Don't hang up. So Kayla Thornton, last year was the inception of the Valkyries. And I know she's not 6'9" or 6'8", but I just felt like before she got hurt, she played bigger and our offense was different. There was no Gabby here, and I love Gabby, but I just felt like she threw her weight around more. And I'm wondering, is it the change in the offense, different personnel and her getting hurt, Kayla? But I felt like she was our big, but I'm not seeing her do that as much. Is that just me?
She's still, so they do the Nelly Kerr small ball thing, right? They play small ball. She guards the opposing team center now this year. She checked Asia Wilson, right?
Yes.
So she plays above her height. I think she's 6'1".
Yeah, you're right.
She ends up taking the tough defensive assignment.
There you go. Wait.
Make sense?
No, got you.
Steiny.
Yeah.
Steiny. Don't call it a good timeout. That brings back bad memories for some of us.
Oh, did you do that? Wow.
My bad.
Oh, whoa.
Hey, you know who should be running? You know who should be running the Giants instead of Buster Posey, Bleacher? Bobby Rao.
Oh, why not? Absolutely. How much fun would that be, dude? I'm gonna link it back though. You saw the Chinsanity out there that night, the microwave score, most entertaining player perhaps.
Oh,
I can't say in the league.
Chen, the guard from Connecticut.
Yeah, the tiny guard
Caitlin.
who was just going. Caitlin, getting to the rim at will. Last year she couldn't score. Went overseas, amazing. What the Valkyries have done is they basically had took foreign experienced players and have developed a role model about how you get good quick. 3 of the ladies are from the French national team. They found a strategy. It's brilliant.
Thank you, Barrett Bleach. Appreciate you, buddy.
No, he's the man. And I'll say this, Donnie, you didn't ask, but about that lack of thunder, like they're gonna go off and get wins like they're doing, and they're a problem. They're tenacious. They play hard. But what I saw Washington with their 2 bigs, I'm like, in the playoffs, that's when, you see a team night in, night out, it could give us problems in regard to that size. That's just me.
I got you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. You look like you have something on your mind.
Yeah, just kind of, doesn't affect me, but I'll just read it to you and the listeners. Goo goes from grunting and laughing to complete silence, showing it's all an act. Wow.
Let me ask you a question.
Now I'm a robot? Like, wow.
How many times a day do you Google yourself?
Stop. I would never. Come on, Steiny.
When's the last time you did it? Seriously.
No. Now that hurts.
Do you feel like you have
Why would I Google my dad's?
Whoa.
No, Chat GTP, you can put my name in there. But Google, no. Never. Come on, man.
GPT.
Yeah,
do you feel like
I did that on purpose?
Like to hear people talk about you more than most other people like to hear them talk about them?
Now we're on to something. Hell no. It's not so comfortable. Stop.
Daryl Guru the Johnson.
Stop, man.
Let's go to...
Things change when you mention the Curry exhibit at the hall. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what people mean about the act. Like you saying, Curry's better than LeBron.
I'm not. Come on,
it's
man.
Fine.
They're different.
Thanks.
But only one guy's got
Appreciate it.
something dedicated to himself at the. I don't know how I missed that.
Let's get to your buddy in Atlanta.
Frankie.
Frank in Atlanta. Hey, Frank.
Hey, guys. How's everybody doing?
Hey.
Guru, man, it is good to hear your voice, and it's wonderful that everything is okay. That is wonderful. Prayers have been answered.
Love you, Frank. That means a lot.
I hope things continue, and he gets better and better.
There you go.
Every day, and he's getting up, moving around, and walking, and you're looking, and you're going, yeah, man, that's my old man. That's important, man.
I love it.
Dad's important.
Love that.
All right, man, I love that. Hey, why are we still thinking that the Dubs are going to be able to sign LeBron? I thought that was kind of out. That
I'll let Goo answer. He hasn't been here for a while.
Frank,
okay.
But Frank, again, it's not over. I'll just say that. So you got a chance, Jim Carrey. So you're saying I got a chance?
Okay, because the Warriors don't have anybody they can trade because they have to make too many trades for them to be able to build a roster good enough for LeBron to sign up to. The question the Warriors really, what you would want to ask is Cleveland going to trade Jared Allen so they can re-sign James Harden and give themselves a chance to sign LeBron James? Because they're hurting for money right now. And they have too many top end salaries to pay. Because right now, James Harden has had to opt out like Draymond did to give them a chance at LeBron. So everybody would line up for Jared Allen. Like, if we could get rid of Porzingis' contract, then we could go get a couple more guys and LeBron would come to us. But nobody's taking that $20 million contract. Right? So, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so did you read Kevin O'Connor's story at Yahoo Sports?
No. I haven't.
All right. Hey, Frank, I got to get to some others, but just listen, I'll tell you, because I thought you were onto something. So, Frank, Kevin O'Connor wrote for Yahoo.
Okay.
And he's talking about LeBron James. And he says, LeBron James has never simply signed somewhere. In 2010, he went to the Heat, Wade, and Bosh. In 2014, he returned home to Cleveland to join Kyrie Irving with the understanding that the number one pick was going to get flipped for Kevin Love.
Okay.
It did.
Yes, sir.
Then he signed with the Lakers knowing year one was a bridge to a blockbuster, and the next summer Anthony Davis arrived. And so what the point Kevin O'Connor's making is there's no plan with the Warriors. He's saying that LeBron has always joined a team that had a plan in place.
Now, what if we don't know
the Warriors don't have one?
What if AD is the plan? Like, if he really, truly, like, that would, and I have fun
Well,
with
I
the king
believe
because
Tom
he deserves
Tolbert
it.
that Anthony Davis is not coming to the Warriors.
That part. But I guess that would go against, if they were to pull that off and AD was a part of it, that would have been a part of the plan, which would go along with what Kevin O'Connor wrote. But I hear you right now. It's just, it's uncanny, man. The league can't even come out with the schedule until this dude makes a decision. To me, that's juice.
What was I going to say? So can I assume you still want Anthony Davis?
I would love him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I would love him. I'm sorry, man. I
should be sorry.
I think the days of, glass man are over for him. Like, now, sorry, you can go out there and tear something and you're done. But I just thought last year the hand and Dallas was just a mess and whatever. But look, Washington, if he does not get moved, could make the playoffs. The Wizards. And Anthony Davis is going to be a big part of that, I believe. He's better than any big we have. What?
When they play.
Oh, well.
Porzingis ain't bad when he plays.
Yeah, but, his foe is when he plays. That whole phrase.
Who?
Porzingis. Like, you don't know.
And Davis.
Well,
see, this is where I'm looking forward to getting on vacation already. Did you hear what you said? That Anthony Davis is poised to play 3 full seasons.
But who said that?
Oh, he's not going to be the glass man anymore.
But who said 3?
You did.
No, I didn't say.
You said, I don't think he's the glass man anymore.
Well, yeah, but that didn't equate to 3 seasons.
Why would you pick this year?
Because
he's coming to the Warriors.
No, because last year was a mulligan. It's like, dude, come on now.
The years before that were mulligans.
Well, I'm not saying he got his nickname for a reason, street clothes.
Thank you.
I'm just telling you. Like right now, I'll bet you Anthony Davis plays more than 50 games next year.
I'll make that bet.
All right, it's done.
Done.
Yep. But one caveat.
No.
If he tears an Achilles or so, like, come on, man.
I'll see you later.
Man, come back here.
He's gonna tear an Achilles. That's why I'm making the bet.
No, don't root for that.
So in other words, you want to make a bet that he'll play at least 50 games. But only if he doesn't get hurt.
No, the baby injuries will happen. All that. Look, my neck and my back, and you can't even see him. My finger. But I'm talking about something drastic, catastrophic. Like Jimmy, Then you'd be like, go ahead and say that. But all the little stuff that was with Dallas, and I felt like
kind of agree. Now that Anthony Davis is older, I expect him to get healthier. Chucky in Oakland.
Our man.
What's up, Chucky? How you doing, bro?
Chuck.
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Hey, Guru, man, welcome back, man. And glad your father well, brother.
Hey, right on, Chuck. That means a lot, baby.
Yeah, Steiny, safe travels, man. I know you're taking off tomorrow, so you have a safe trip to you
Well,
too,
he's
man.
already left, Chuck, but he's still here.
I just want to say, man, hey, I got a couple of things, man. First, I just want to say, man, Steiny, I was bonding with you last week, man. I was listening to you and Evan, man. Evan, my fellow alum, you know, from the old high school, man. And great job, Evan. And I agree with you that Draymond, it's all bad between him and that rookie, man. He was real wrong, and what you were saying, his words, man, I took it the same way, Steiny. I just wanted to say that, man. And as far as LeBron, I don't think it's going to work. You guys talking about LeBron and Draymond both running the team. If LeBron come over here, I don't see Draymond, you know, Draymond not running nothing because it's a difference, my perspective. I look at Draymond going to be a problem with LeBron. Because, see, LeBron always been a winner. He always been about perfection. And with Draymond doing these unnecessary turnovers, he's not hustling, getting these technical fouls. LeBron going to get in Draymond's face about all that. That is not going to work. Steph would allow it. He would make faces, body movements, but he wouldn't say nothing. LeBron going to get in Draymond's face about that dumb stuff. And so I think it's going to be a problem, you know, with, as far as LeBron coming over here, that the activities on the court is going to be a problem. And also I like to say, LeBron, he's been having a wonderful career. He great, man. When I remember when his son went down, man, in college, man, at sea, and his son came back from that, you know, and how, you know, he won championships, man. And my saying that to say that he don't have no kind of gratitude for nothing, man, as far as how his life has been. He's not showing no type of gratefulness whatsoever. It's like everything happened in his life because of him. And I'm saying that to say that he's setting himself, man, for a big old letdown. You know, all this hula about his making teams like he did early on in his career.
Right.
But, man, it could be an accident, something real bad can happen to this brother. He never been injured. He could have a season-ending injury. I'm not wishing no harm on him whatsoever. But I'm just saying all this big hoopla he doing for the second round, it could just end up all bad and blow up in his face, man. That's how I think.
Appreciate you, Chucky. Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, that was heavy. You can never – I disagree with Chuck on that part about the gratitude, but that's how he feels. But he definitely explained why he felt like that. Chucky.
What do we got? We got 2 minutes. I wanted to bring something. Yeah, I can wait.
We got one more.
Huh?
We got one more segment before the guys.
I know, but we got a minute. Again, 1:12 is when we usually get out.
No, I'm saying we got one more for you to say it on the other side.
But then we got a minute to kill. So it's like we got to fill for a minute is what I'm saying.
Boy, that's you are something else. Steiny, seriously, man, what time your plane leave?
9:30.
Oh, okay.
In the morning.
All right. So you'll be up in that. Well, are you excited to where you won't sleep? Or you'll sleep?
No, I'll sleep.
Yeah.
I'll sleep. I'm excited, though.
I'm excited for you. Instagram, can you put some photos, you know?
Probably not.
Nah.
Oh, you know what? That's what I can do. I can...
Like,
all right,
You're going to some of the most scenic places in the world. Can you please post a picture?
It's not bragging. It's sharing with the world and your fans, because you got some fans.
Hey,
where you at?
Well, I got to do it on the other side now.
You'll never hear me if you tune in on the Odyssey app.
I'm not really even listening to you guys right now. I'm trying to
something about Guru at the Vineyards bothers me. You'll never hear me say that about you.
Bothered.
You said bothered. My brother-in-law couldn't believe.
I never said bothered. I said unusual.
No,
I said I didn't picture Guru and Martha's Vineyard.
Something about it bothers me.
No.
Evan, my brother-in-law couldn't believe. I go, that's just Steiny.
That's no chance.
No, what word did you?
I got to do the. No, it doesn't sound like me. All right, let me put my game face on. I was wrong. Hey, you only get one shot at this one chance to handle your injury case the right way, one chance to get the compensation you actually need, and one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early and it's final. Say the wrong thing and it's recorded. Take a low offer and you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Speeding catches up with you when you get caught and handed a ticket, or worse, in a crash. No one makes summer plans for fines or a trip to the hospital after a crash. So slow down and follow the speed limit. Make your 100 days of summer and beyond the safest ones. A message from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
That's Alina's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Point!
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace!
You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Hey, it's Brew, and between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. The business card that gives back all you put in.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let me, a couple housekeeping items. Some of you guys apparently, did you hear that over the weekend, there were 2 appearances. Dibley and I made one on Sunday for the World Cup, and Marcy had one in San Jose, a Stuff the Bus event, Marcy from Live 105, and she said that there were a bunch of listeners from 95.7 that came to see her because of the cross-promoting.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, so Marcy is encouraging people to go to her Live 105 page on Instagram.
Okay.
And see if you can help her out with
you want to give that handle
something.
out?
Just Live 105.
Okay, guys.
I don't know what hers is. I don't know what Live 105
what's Stuff the Bus? The concept
they
for
brought
the
in
kids?
backpacks
Okay, all right.
for the kids.
That's awesome.
And
did you make it down there?
No. Why would I make it down there?
Well, you like to get out and move around on the weekends?
Okay, so
Hey, I just asked you, did you get down there?
You want me to wake up on a Saturday and just, why would I?
Are you raising your voice?
Well, she's coming in tomorrow with Evan and I, so I'll let her know I asked you, did you make it, and your reaction and cranky stuff.
Can't wait.
So on Friday, were your ears ringing? I forgot to tell Guru this. He's going to be so jealous.
Friday was a bad day for her, so yeah. No, so I wasn't listening.
So Evan and I are doing the show at about 1 o'clock.
I'm getting mad. Who called?
So Evan and I are doing a show at 1 o'clock, kind of minding our own business, plugging away.
3 seconds back.
Like we always do. And I get a text from Chris Finch.
Come on, man.
And he says to me, I'm in Napa listening to your lame ass.
No, that is incredible.
So we did a little 10-minute Timberwolves segment so that he could hear it while we were on.
Let me ask you this, Evan, not Steiny. Did Steiny change once he found out his man was listening?
No, but he did challenge me to say what I really meant to say about the Timberwolves.
Exactly. I was like, say it now, Evan. Why don't you say it now that Finch is going to get fired coaching this group of guys?
Now, this is where I love our boss because he's creative.
He was lost.
Tell me you guys played the transition a while ago.
Oh, actually, I don't know if we did.
The transition decision making was diabolical.
Shoot, I should have played that for him.
That's true.
Oh, that's the Hegan in me. So what was he doing in Napa?
On vacation with his brother and sister.
You didn't go up, huh?
No, okay. What part of he was with his brother Kevin and his sister?
There's always a seat. There's bars. There's restaurants. Steiny, come pull up on this. Evan, there's other people can show up.
Don't you get the theme here? That was Saturday. I ain't driving to San Jose to see Marcy. I ain't driving to Napa to see Finchie.
I'm learning.
Jeez.
I do got to say something, though.
All right.
You're not like this, but it's almost, I think he wanted you to say, where you at? I'll come through. For him to reach out to let you know he's listening. Just how my mind works.
Oh, hey, you want me to meet you up there? Okay. That's something. It's a little difference between you and I, right there.
I'll start him.
Here, you're like this, though.
Go ahead.
You're like this, though. I said to him, hey, never mind. Forget it. I can't do it. Just talk. I'm lost.
Well,
I'm on vacation already.
Yeah, no, you're going somewhere that, it's like Star Trek. A lot of people don't get to go. Just do us a favor with IG. The quick stories. Show us where you're at, what type of scenery you're around.
Oh, here it is. I said to him, I said, let me know if you want me to write a book about the T-Wolves this year. I'll travel with you, and we'll collaborate on something. It's not going to be boring.
A little thirsty. What'd he say?
F no.
Oh, so all right.
For sure not.
So he's got your personality. You guys, man.
Oh, yeah. I said, what do you think? I said, hey, it'll be the next season on the brink.
That's pretty good.
Do you think he's met LaMelo yet?
Yeah,
I bet they had him at a press conference.
I saw the presser. LaMelo cut his hair. He was there.
Oh, and Finch got him to cut his hair?
Yeah, Melo cut it. So not all the way off, but I'm like, he going corporate.
Like the Yankees.
But Melo did a joke, and then Finch laughed like it was like we do our bosses. Like, Or
like they do at a press conference.
We sound like nerds in that clip.
Who?
You and I. That's like deleted, Evan.
What are you talking about?
Play it again.
That was
fingers in your butt. What is that?
What?
Phrasing.
Give it to me one more time.
Phrasing again.
No, that wasn't a press conference laugh. What are we doing here?
Yeah, you got us off track, man.
All right.
We sound like nerds.
So, Evan brought up a good point when I said, what's the ceiling on the Warriors regular season with LeBron and without LeBron? He said, well, the regular season's different. They're not really going to be ready for they're not going to be able to, manipulate the regular season.
I also gave an answer.
Okay. And this is the part you all forget about. You all forget about this part of the equation. Oh, it'll be so exciting. LeBron, so excited. It'll be unbelievable. Must see.
Right.
How many games are they going to punt during the regular season?
You're shaking me and any Warrior fan.
How many games do they punt
We don't
on?
know. We have that's.
Let me give you an idea.
I don't want to call it intrigue, but
last year we got upset with the Warriors, I believe, when they had a game against Oklahoma City.
Ahead. You're right.
They were playing pretty well, and they rested everybody.
There was a couple more, too.
People are forgetting that there are also a lot of games where they don't play.
Well, Dre's attached to Steph.
They can't be exciting if Steph and Draymond and Steph and LeBron don't play.
But what if you break it up, though? To where Steph's out, we got LeBron.
And that's where
because when Steph
how
was out,
exciting was it with Steph when they were going 500 with him?
Not very.
That's all.
Yeah.
All right. What do you got? Hey, you know what's going on in Portland?
Yeah, I don't like it. And how would you describe what's going on in Portland? I mean, sell the team I thought the owners got brought.
He just bought the team.
So what's going on?
They're cutting everything. But they fired their whole broadcasting staff, essentially.
I mean, guys and gals that have been there forever. And then you said they're going to do, how are they going to, the broadcast guy could be per game basis, like something weird I've never heard. Why?
They just fired Kevin Calabro, longtime NBA announcer.
And Evan and I's friend, Travis Detmers, I don't know, he might take a different role, but he was the radio guy, right, E?
Who?
He's like...
Ty Detmer. is who he's talking about.
Travis Demers.
Oh, Travis. Hey, dude.
You're real good friends with him, aren't you?
Hey, Evan, that's why you were looking. I try, man.
He does bring you up, Gil.
No, he's my guy. I got the first name right. You know what? Dude, I can't win, man.
He owns the Carolina Hurricanes. They won a Stanley Cup.
Then what's he doing?
He did this with the Hurricanes,
Nice.
and they won a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, but these are moves around the edges, like, Travis and the guy, they don't play.
That's right. In other words, firing them will not impact wins and losses.
Wow, man.
Now,
I
obviously I don't like to see that.
No doubt.
But
Oh, man.
I think, let me tell you something. If the Portland Trailblazers, if an owner gets to move the Portland Trailblazers out of Portland, I'm out on the NBA. I'll be out on the NBA forever.
Well, what's the difference with the Niners in Santa Clara?
Because he's going to move them across the country.
Well,
that's why.
Now
Portland's one of the best basketball cities
That's
around.
really not on the. You think that's his goal?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think that's his goal. Or, yeah, talking about Raleigh.
What?
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is such a lateral move.
Man, and Portland, I mean, talk about one of the great fan bases in sports. My gosh.
Exactly.
That'd be a slap to Paul Allen.
Yeah.
Like, don't you go through this process before you sell the team to a guy that, like, hey, what are your goals? What do you plan on doing? Yeah, I want to move it to Raleigh and just stick it to this.
It's like politics, Goo. You don't say what you're going to do, then you just do it.
Well,
just like Clay Bennett.
The previous owner passed away. That's why it's probably.
He swooped in.
But also,
yikes.
The dude who was the guy who bought Seattle and then moved them to Oklahoma City.
Oh, about the Supersonics?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Was that Howard Schultz? No, it was Clay Bennett? Something like that.
I think you're right.
Was it the Starbucks guy?
I can't remember. But anyway.
Seattle hadn't recovered. Well,
no, you're right. Trick era. Fans don't matter to these people.
Now that stinks.
They just don't. All right. Should I play the thing that got you mad?
Go ahead. I don't know.
So before Guru's been gone for a week, so we said, what's been on your mind? We can talk about what's been on your mind. And this is one thing that he apparently had a problem with, and I'm kind of with him.
My head coach, Steve Kerr, came up to me. I think it was right during that time, and he said, man, it's becoming incredibly hard to support you publicly. And I said back to him, don't. I'm fine. I don't need you to support me publicly. I'll be all right. I can handle things that I've done to bring things up on myself. I can handle them. I deal with my own shit. So don't. When I said it to him, I could see the weight lifted off his shoulders. Like, what? Yeah, don't. So if I can say that to a man that I've played underneath his tutelage for the last 12 years, won championships with, grew into the man that I've become today underneath. If I can say that to him, you think I don't have that same sentiment when it comes to Stephen A. Smith? If I can say that to this man who I've spent countless amount of hours with.
All right. So you heard the big.
Does he not care that he just drives the bus over whoever is in his way? It is just wow, man. And by all accounts, Brownie blends. People love Draymond Green. Obviously, the Warriors do. Steph Curry, he can do no wrong. But from my vantage point, partner, I mean, this is just item number 99 on, did you really just say that? And when we're done with our show and meeting, and I get sad driving in the caddy thinking about you not being here, but looking forward to Evan, I'm going to find the Tom Tolbert clip about this because, do you think he's just... He just has no idea what he just said.
Well, one thing
that was supposed to be private.
He's got no filter.
No, that's different than But
he
it's
doesn't know
almost
what-
middle finger to Steve. He did it with Bob, and they wanted me to suspend me for a game. I saw that while I was out. Draymond talking about Bob Myers over the Jordan Poole thing, and I laughed in their face. Like, what do you get from that, man? That's just me.
Howard Schultz sold it to Clay Bennett, and then Clay Bennett moved him to Oklahoma City because they didn't have any luxury boxes at Key Arena. There's a big reason why.
Wow. Dre being Dre.
Well, I know it. Like, Evan's our producer. You could ask him to find it. He might be able to find it before the end of the segment. The Tom Tolbert thing. Why are you staring at me like that?
No.
You want content for the show tomorrow, like to push it to tomorrow?
I wanted your thoughts on that.
I agree. Like, no, I'm
like, do people really listen to our show and be like, oh, Guru has it in for Draymond? I don't got it in for Nope. Come on now.
You want to hear it?
Sure.
That's how long it took.
How about Draymond? And look, I love Draymond because he's just so fucking like, what? And he has a podcast, so he has time to fill, and he's talking about stuff. But how about Draymond saying, Steve Kerr told me this in private, but he said it's really getting hard to defend you publicly. That was one of my favorite Draymonds of all time. Of all time. Steve Kerr said this to me privately. Okay. So I'm going to tell you that he told me it's really hard to back you publicly. The fact that he told you that in private, and you said he told you that in private, and then you went on to say what he told you in private, it's just one of the most beautiful things of all time.
Now, he's a genius because he's doing it the reverse way.
Exactly.
But I got to tell Tom, you better duck because Dre's going to get wind of that.
Tom's a big boy.
I know he is. No doubt about it. Yeah, he can. I'm just telling you, Dre might be coming for him. But, man, like, that's just, oh, man.
You know what's funny is Draymond will lose that one to Tom Tolbert.
Oh, no.
I mean, it won't even be close.
How can you win it?
Well, I mean, if people didn't like Tom Tolbert, you could win it.
Well,
I
got you.
But he won't win it against Tom Tolbert. Tom Tolbert's been around a lot longer than Draymond Green.
But I'll give Dre this, man. You are a gangster in the sense of a verbal gangster. You don't bow down. You do your own thing, man. You are consistent. You don't care. If you got something that needs to be said about how they tried to get you suspended for one game for the Jordan, one game, that's another story. But he is consistent with he don't give a damn, man. That I got to give to him.
Well, why can't you give him half of it?
Because he goes the whole way. He gets the ball in the end zone.
Right, but that's half the problem, too.
Well, what about, do you really think somebody in Warrior World, shout out Sheed, got to him about Yaxel?
Yes, of course.
All right, I love you for that. I totally
I said that on yesterday's show.
Well, it happened like last week when I was out.
Right, but we didn't talk about it until yesterday.
So you really believe somebody got to him?
Yes, I really believe somebody got to him. But even if somebody didn't get to him, it's good that he realized that what he was doing was out of line.
All right.
Because I think that's really why he said, I liked what Yaxel was. Here it is.
Yaxel was talking this had to come back from down 10 in the fourth quarter. He said, man, their buzz got tight, man. They puckered up. You know what I mean? Some of us are built for the moment, some aren't. So when you get those opportunities like that and you go attack the moment, then you know you belong in that moment. So just our spirit, our will, our desire to not lose is pretty much what decided the game. Listen, I respect that. I've seen, many of guys over the years tighten up when the moment get there and not be able to get it across the finish line. That's what Yaxel is hinting at right now. I think it was great. I know when we started our run, it started with Summer League Championship, and so not that some of these championships are guaranteeing future success, but needless to say, winning is always good, and shout out to the young fellas going out there, taking it serious, locking in and getting it done.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, that's positivity. So Donnie, wow.
That's as close as Draymond will get to an apology.
Man. Man. He ain't the junkyard dog for no reason, man. He's definitely got fangs, man.
Yeah.
And then
around certain people he does. And rookies.
For Tom to say what he did about the subject matter about the conversation that Draymond had with with Steve, this is the goo talking. Why do I feel like Tom was also talking about Dre talking about Yaxel?
I'm sure he was.
Just like...
You think Steve Kerr might not? Hey, Tom, you believe this guy?
No doubt about it, man. But he's master dealing with it.
So then, Steve, why'd you come back? Because we're going to move his ass. Ooh, you didn't think about that, did you?
No, I said a couple hours ago. What if LeBron didn't come here and Dre followed him? Would Warrior fans
cry? I would
cry?
say quit trying to cheer me up.
No doubt about it.
All right.
Speaking of cheered up, we got Dibs coming in.
Yeah.
Him and Grandy.
Oh, you going to ask me about the appearance? The World Cup final appearance at Emeryville?
Yeah, but that kind of reminded me of episode of Cheers when Sam Malone was trying to go out with Diane Chambers and she finally gave in. And she go, I'll go out with you. Like, dude, give me some zest. Give me some zest. Starty, how was the World Cup watch party?
It was good. It was
Seriously,
really good.
Where was it? Where we watched the Super Bowl or different?
Yeah, exactly. Bay Street, Emeryville.
The locale where the screens.
Exactly the same place.
Dope. That's dope.
Where you go up the steps to the restaurants.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. Dibs was there. It was Dibs and I.
Hot?
Yeah, warm.
Sunday.
I wore long pants for some reason. I was trying to be a little professional.
What'd you think of the game itself?
The game was incredible in a way.
Yeah, well, the defense, Spain. I mean, man.
They didn't have a shot on goal in regulation. Argentina.
What about all the rhetoric? Well, you're not on social media as much as I am.
I certainly am not.
The refs wanted Argentina to win. All that was there. But I thought the game before that was a game. The third place finish.
Yeah, that was what's known as an exhibition with nothing at stake. Teams are playing loose.
There's fireworks.
Doesn't matter.
The goals.
It was like a non-league game.
Go. There was something I missed that I didn't get to react to. Oh, what did you make of Steve Kerr in Vegas saying we got him? I was so mad. And when it was all said and done, I'm glad I didn't come in and do a show because I don't know what I would have said. Well, what would make Steve say that? It's high alert right now, Coach. We got him? And I'm like watching it all night like he just saying F it. We got him.
It's just like Jimmy Butler and Draymond saying they were going to win a championship. It doesn't mean anything, Goo. You've got to stop with this.
That's a horrible, those can't even be compared. We're talking about a free agent that's linked to your team. The head coach is in traffic, tells fans after he's asked, we got him. It's different than thinking Draymond, who, when he said what he said on TNT, the Warriors were rolling.
Jim Mole, you haven't heard him for a while.
Well, we text.
Okay. Goo, folks like you are why Steve Kerr says that.
Now, I need more
elaboration. I'll text. You know what they say, if you don't stand for anything, you'll fall for everything.
You heard that from me.
It came up long before you. But anyway, yeah, so Mole taking a shot.
I'm excited for you.
Oh, for my trip?
Yeah.
I'm excited for
How are the girls? We're going to miss you, Dad.
Doesn't it stand for nothing?
No, I got it right.
Fall for everything, stand for nothing?
No, if you don't stand for anything, you'll fall for everything. That's close enough.
That's not it.
You
got it.
What do you think of this? I'm a little hurt, though. You know, it's like my daughter's home from London.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And, she's going to be home till, for the next week, and I'm going away.
Oh,
that's when
no doubt.
And you know what they're doing tomorrow? They're driving to San Diego.
So the show don't stop, pal.
You ain't kidding. The show don't stop.
My clan's going to Mexico.
Are they?
Yeah, Milan goes back in a week, so they're going.
Solo?
Her, Daryl, and the mom.
No, I mean, so you'll be solo.
Yeah.
It's bittersweet. All right. Crossover next. That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Outside Lands is August 7th through the 9th in Golden Gate Park. Heading to the festival? Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada during Outside Lands. Come visit them at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter.
The world's game doesn't end when the tournament does. On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy. It's NorCal versus SoCal. Timo Werner versus Marco Royce. The first 10,000 fans through the gates get a Quakes Americana jersey presented by El Camino Health. Then stay in your seats after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Quakes versus LA Galaxy, Saturday, July 25th at 7:30 at Stanford Stadium, presented by El Camino Health. Tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same same-day coverage. There was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Don't miss the 6th annual Brewgrass Festival taking place in the heart of Santa Cruz Mountains on August 1st. Enjoy live bluegrass music, sip on local craft brews, and dig into eats from your favorite food trucks. For more info and a chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
All flat Parmesan garlic. No way, no how is that happening.
Dub Nation, this is Will Richard, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered, bayalarm.com. Let's welcome in Dibs and Grandy. And, of course, Guru is here today.
Welcome back, Goo.
Thanks, man.
How was your first show back?
We got off to a great start.
You did?
Yeah. And then
Why'd you say that?
Well, the Curry exhibit that's going to be at the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I said, he didn't like what I said. Well, LeBron should get one, too. And then we've been...
You said that?
No, he did.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Well, why doesn't LeBron have one?
I would ask you. I don't know.
I think it's because he hasn't made a decision, honestly.
On the exhibit, that's a
the pressure
9.
that Adam Silver's putting on him, too?
No, I mean, like, who knows why, but it's like, if you're going to have a living exhibit or, a live exhibit of a present, it's got to be Curry or LeBron. It has to be, right?
Right.
But they chose Curry.
Right.
But you got me thinking about other players, like right now in a live exhibit. So they got a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander one, and you walk up, and when you get within a foot,
the art
he falls
of flopping.
down. He falls down.
That's a 10.
And then
the name of the stuff was...
Like the Luka Doncic one, you walk up close to it, and it's like a hologram, and he grabs a donut, and he bop, bop, bop.
The James Harden one is he takes 3 steps back on the step back.
No doubt. These are all so good. And no, we didn't. And the Anthony Davis one, you walk up to it, and oh, Miami. And the AD one, yeah, he goes down.
Russell Westbrook. What's the Russell Westbrook one, Dibs?
You walk up to the Russell Westbrook one, and he throws the ball off the backboard, and he grabs it, and he throws it up again, and he grabs it. And the Zion one, you walk up, and he like rips out of his shoe, and it's like, oh, look at me. I ripped out of my shoe.
My God.
For some reason, when I think, what would Westbrook's be like, my first thought was, he would be it. Like, he would be there live, being his exhibit.
Pretty funny.
He's incredible.
No, I think, okay, so we got to put Curry or LeBron. We don't even know where LeBron's playing right now.
Right.
Curry's been on the same team for 16 years. It's ready to go. LeBron, we don't know what uniform to put on you to start the season. So,
right. But
we'll go with Curry.
Forget who's better, but who is more unique.
And it is.
You might have done this yesterday with Evan, but like, if you want to talk about the unique players of all time, like there's Wilt. Oh my God, you're too dominant. No more dunking, Wilt. Sorry about that. And I thought about Shaq, where like you had
just a force.
Well, you had to foul him, and he couldn't shoot free throws. So
Yao Ming would be up there for me.
Yeah, but he didn't change the game.
Transcending.
He's unique though.
Steph transcended
super unique.
This game,
I mean, George Murison was unique, but he wasn't very good. I was thinking about players who were so unique that you had to actually change the game.
And Steph has done that on all levels. If you go to a CU ref, they're shooting the 3-ball still in the league that he's in.
Yeah. That's why the exhibit is Steph, because it's about his 3-point shooting specifically, which changed the game. It's called Beyond the Arc. Like, I mean, I don't know exactly what it's about, but it's got to be emphasizing his elite 3-point shooting the league has never seen before.
But if, let's say we're going to do LeBron, what would it have been?
Like his brain? I don't know.
Or
like
his
the beautiful
longevity
basketball brain? Or, yeah, maybe longevity. Yeah, something like that.
All right. I don't have a problem with it.
I think LeBron is also incredibly unique as a basketball player.
No doubt, man.
That's combination of size, speed, athleticism, and just brilliance. I don't know if you've ever seen it before.
But I think the uniqueness of LeBron is that he started out as one player and then he turned into a different player, and now he's a completely third kind of a player. Like, he started out as, I'm LeBron, you can't stop me, I will score at will.
But he never was a ball hog. He always would pass.
Right, and then he became a good passer, and then now he's a three-point shooter, and like I think his game has evolved in ways that almost no one has ever done before.
Are you shocked that when I left, there was no decision? I come back a week later, still no decision.
No, not shocked. And Grandy and I yesterday talked about what might be the actual timeline, and forget the leaked video from some intern in Miami.
I think that means something. I told Steiny.
It might mean something, but it might not. But the more I think about it, like Anthony Davis, August 6th, that's when they can either extend him or not. And that part of it to me is really fascinating, because if you're Washington and you want to give him a 3-year deal, you can do it now. But if AD doesn't want to do that, then he can wait. And maybe they don't want to do that either. And so we can all just wait until early August.
Yeah. And I'll admit, if that's the case, Steiny, you get a victory lap because I was wrong. That would mean that LeBron did know where he was going. And if it's about doing some other things, and you can get me, I was wrong.
I think it might mean he would want to go to the Warriors, but would really choose there if AD was there. But if AD's not there, then it's a decision, and he needs to wait to see where AD ends up, theoretically.
Yeah, I think we're missing another possibility, which is, first of all, if I had a bet, I'm coming back on August 1st or 2nd. I'd be...
You think there's a decision?
I think he'll have made a decision by August 1st or 2nd. The other thing is, like,
that's so close to the 6th.
What these teams can do is, hey, Bron, like, Washington's not moving off Anthony Davis right now. They're committed to starting the season. Like, we'll just give you our word. We'll keep trying to get him, or we'll try to do this, that. Like, you could try to talk him into, give us 6 months to fulfill what your need is. You know what I mean? Because Kevin O'Connor wrote a piece about how LeBron, his history is he goes to a team with a plan. He did go to the Lakers before Davis got there the first time.
Yeah, he kind of knew that there was going to be a bridge year.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So who knows? Maybe the Warriors can talk him into coming here, and then, maybe whispering in his ear, we're going to move Butler. I don't know.
Well, the interesting thing from that Kevin O'Connor piece that you brought up was this is what he wrote. Davis is eligible for the 4-year, $281 million extension on August 6th. There are rumblings he's demanding that full max from Washington, but would sign for less if traded to a contender, which is why a lot of people out there are thinking, well, they're not totally set on the fact that he's going to stay in Washington, because the Wizards probably don't want to give him that full 4-year max, but he would sign for less elsewhere, which kind of kills the Wizards' leverage, which they currently have, because they can't offer him that deal right now. But once they can, AD will demand it. If they don't give it to him, then the Wizards are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I think right now the Wizards are probably saying, well, you want Davis? Oh, we're definitely going to have Lendeborg to start. And the Warriors are like, oh, God, forget it.
Hit the pike.
Yeah.
And if you look at Washington, and we did this yesterday, like, you look at their roster, they've got 5, if not 6 guys, 22 or under, who are all trending toward being, like, players you want to keep. And so if you are Washington and you already have Trae Young signed for a big amount for however long, do you really want to go in fully all deep on Anthony Davis? No way.
Well, he's playing the role now. He's saying stuff like he's ready to play. He was, Steiny pointed out, having some fun on his, whatever he was on his pod about playing 82 games. And Steiny, I'll steal a line from you.
I'm sorry.
The Wizards, they might be done tanking, Like they're
done.
They're done tanking.
They're done.
Absolutely done
tanking.
They might not be very good, but they're done tanking.
Man.
No, they will be at least a play-in team, if not better.
Yeah,
and
I expect.
The one thing that I've learned about tanking is if you are tanking and you have a coach and you keep him, that tells me that you actually were tanking.
Will Hardy on line one.
Wow.
Exactly. So,
I just pictured him.
If you're tanking and you like the coach
for winning 10 games or whatever.
Right. So you tell your coach, hey, forget the record, go ahead and do this and we're going to keep you. And then, you've got a short-term deal after that to go ahead and be good, but they're done tanking. So how do they go about being good? For me, it is keeping Anthony Davis, but if he wants a long-term deal, that might be a sticking point.
Man.
Yeah, Dibs is right. They're done tanking, and the exclamation point on that will be when they fire Keefe 2 months into the year. That's when we'll know they're done tanking, because they're going to be like, okay, we got to get somebody in here now who can coach.
They're going to be 10 and 20, and they're like, uh-oh.
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know how much you heard of the show, but I had a confession. Usher Raymond.
Yep.
I don't even call him Raymond anymore.
These are
Usher.
my confessions.
We've been together going on 9 years.
Oh, yeah?
And I admitted today, saying that this year's Giants team winning 90 games was by far my worst take ever. And this thing is out of control. And if they end up going 20 and 40, that will be 100 losses. And I'm trying to put up a first-year manager season or coach here in the Bay. Tom Sula, it was horrible. I'm rooting for Tony, but it is what it is, Chip Kelly. But this is bad. And to watch him yesterday get run, I feel like he didn't get his money's worth. Like he looked like a kid, a freshman at the first day of high school. I don't know what it is, man. This is a bad hire by Buster.
Agreed, and I don't really get bothered by the way you get run. Like the thing that hit me yesterday was Adames gets, he pushes him off the base, and it's clear.
Which was weak, yeah.
It was weak, and so Adames looks to the dugout like, hello, right? Can I get some help here? And Tony comes out, and I guess if Tony comes out and does a full Lou Piniella, which is like dirt, pick up second base and throw it into center field, like, do we feel better about Tony because he came out and had his guys back? For me, it's more about like the general optics of like Willy Adames has to kind of like look in, like we can't challenge it because it's not a challengeable play, which I guess it's fair.
That was weak, yeah.
Well, and you can't really tell if he pushed him off. I don't think he did.
That was a pretty bad call.
It's a terrible call.
I don't think it's for us. It's for Adames. It's to try to win a little respect in the clubhouse, right?
It's about theatrics, and so like the theatrics of it, does that matter for Willie? Like he eventually came out and he argued. Does he need to like turn his hat backwards and get right in his face and do the whole thing? That's kind of a woebegone thing, Steiny, right? Like. You remember Billy Martin and Lou Piniella and Earl Weaver was one of the all-time goats of like, I'm going to get mad and we're going to, throw a fit. But nowadays it's, you tap your helmet and then you do the ear thing. And then like in basketball, we do the twirl of the finger. The whole idea of like flipping your biscuit, it's kind of gone.
Well, he got thrown out during our show yesterday. So we have the sound off, all right? And I look up, and he's now in back of that umpire near the dugout. And he's dropping like he said a couple F-bombs, but, just like da-da. And he starts walking away, and I thought, oh, I guess he wasn't ejected. Like, I guess he's going to go back in and manage. And then when I found out after that he'd been ejected, I did think, wait, that's the way you went out?
Wow.
I mean, it was this like really long, it was this long, slow, drawn out thing. He never really showed any, he would look like he went out there asking for an explanation, not that he was like super upset or pissed about it, which I think is, that's how the Morning Roast started their show today. That just like fight a little bit, show that you care. And it was kind of, it felt more performative. It felt more like, second guessing. It felt more like, I guess I should get ejected here.
And to Dibs' point, Dibs, I'm with you. Okay, it's a different era, new era. Shout out baseball caps. I'm not asking you to do the Lou Piniella, but that was just an isolated incident in regard to this season to where you're 18 games under. You had the easiest schedule against 500 teams or less coming out of the break, and you go to Kansas City and get swept. And then Saturday in Seattle, before you could have walked bases loaded. You chose not to do that.
3-0 in the seventh.
Okay. things happen, and then Buntgate, where you could have walked bases loaded, and now Eldridge is trying to field the ball to not where you got to make a perfect throw. It's a force. It's like even the chess moves of just, okay, you didn't do it this day, but like, what are you doing? And then Steiny's thing. He doesn't have the cojones, or he doesn't have the DMV license to check guys when they need to get checked. My question is, okay, why is he in that seat? A parent is responsible for their children, and the Giants are 42-60. So just from that, the math part, somebody's not getting it done, and it's got to fall on somebody's got to be the Lee Majors, the fall guy.
I mean, that's what I said last week while you were gone, or maybe it was even the week before, and I got absolutely excoriated over my take, which was, if you don't either remove Buster or Vitello, you're telling me that you don't care about the product. And,
one of them.
You know, and you look at the play, you're talking about Buntgate, and it's not the play that Eldridge made, but it's the play before where Adames didn't even cover second. And so after the game, Tony Vitello's like, yeah, Susac, he made the wrong play. It's like, so you're going to come at your rookie who tried to make a play. You're not going to come you're not coming at the vet who didn't actually put his foot on second base.
Not his style, man.
And whatever style, like, styles make fights, but at some point, shout out Allen, at some point, you have to actually, like, come correct with what's going on. And what's going on is the vets are unchecked, and you come for the rookie, and your team's a mess, and Buster Posey did a terrible job of building this roster. You traded for Rafi Devers, even though you had Bryce Eldridge in the wings, ready to go, and now here you sit with, Casey Schmidt. Where are you going to play? You got Arise at second, and you got Chappie at third, no trade clause. You got Adames at short, no trade clause. And so I do think that beyond Tony V, the organization has a number of problems.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I think you asked the right question, Goo. You can be upset that, Tony doesn't handle the vets the way they should be handled. I think of what happened in Miami with Devers and refusing to get subbed out of the game, and then, clearly being pissed, and then him being in the lineup again the next game. I think that should bother you. But you asked the right question, which is, okay, why is he in that seat then? I feel like everything the Giants have done, you're trying to do two different things. You re-sign Chapman, you sign Adames, you trade for Devers, yet you have an inexperienced president of baseball operations and a manager who has never managed at any professional level before in his entire career.
And what hurts is
you're trying to win on one hand, but then you're going with inexperience on the other hand. What are you trying to do? Those don't work together.
And Buster knows what it takes to win. He did it multiple times. As a player, Steiny.
But what worked as a player, Steiny?
Knowing what?
2 words. Pitching.
Oh, yeah.
And defense.
They're tied with the Nationals for most errors.
Right. And even beyond the the errors part of it, you've got a shortstop who, what's the stat?
Comedian, man.
It's like outs over average. Is it
outs above average?
Yeah. Outs is it OAO, or I don't even know what the acronym is.
OAA?
Whatever the acronym is, he's at the bottom. Don't just nod, Steven Risotto. Jump in, do your Fleming voice, and make... Thank you. Do your Flem.
That's incredible.
Or you could do your Rizzo as well, Joe Rizzo, who sometimes fills in.
OAA.
Both are that's a damn 9.
That's a 10,
And your shortstop, do we remember such shortstops as Brandon Crawford? And now you've got Willie Adames, who is a good hitter, but his OAO or whatever.
OAA.
Whatever, Grandy, I don't know.
Average starts with an A, Dibs.
Yes, I feel like Steiny. I'm kind of channeling Steiny. He's on his way to Scotland, and I'm so jealous.
He is.
I can't even handle it.
How was your guys' watch party?
Phenomenal.
All right.
Phenomenal.
Good weather?
Great weather. It was one of those weird days where it was overcast, muggy, but the sun was quietly imposing its will.
All right.
Steiny had that very jacket on, and
so you were hot.
Well, and I
took it off.
I brought my wife, and we brought another couple, the Crowleys. He knows my wife, Adrian, and we brought Drew and Aaron, and so we got seats, and we were lucky enough to have a handful of listeners. Shout out Ernie Chavez and
I missed Ernie.
Fox from Oakland, who bought me a beer.
Connor.
A hazy. Connor was there, and it was a It was a fantastic environment. I was one of probably 9 of the 150 people rooting for Argentina. So when Spain scored, your boy took a lot of heat.
Look, you called them the Ravens, Spain with that
yes.
defense.
And,
that was a boring game.
Did you know?
No, that was a fun game.
It was a fun game.
Third place game.
Did you know
was the
that
game.
Matt Steinmetz might as well be known by Matt O'Shaughnessy? Because he's Irish.
Irish goodbye.
Irish goodbye. In the 73rd minute, I turn around to, hey, how's my guy doing?
I thought it was 2 hours.
It was, but the match went longer than that, and he doesn't have to stay. He actually stayed 2 hours and 9 minutes.
29.
Gutsy performance, but I mean, he couldn't even
Count the bucket. You showed up.
He couldn't even give me like the tap on the shoulder.
That's what your video was for. When I go, why are they going right, left? It was you. I was looking for him. By now I know.
Adios, Matt Steinmetz. No, but the appearance at Bay Street Emeryville, phenomenal. The people were great. The screen was awesome.
I was thinking about you
the
guys.
vibe was tight, and it's funny because I actually had the realization, it was a realization sensation that it would have been you had you been around.
Yeah, I was thinking of you guys.
Yeah, and I mean, I wish that I didn't like lobby for future appearances.
I'll look at you.
But I did.
Maybe shit.
You might have missed your opportunity there.
I don't think he did, but I'm so happy that Norm is doing better. And
Man, we all are.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean,
We're
you and I
thinking
did the
of you,
back
Joe.
and forth. I just want to say this on the record real quick. You can't do like prayers and knock on wood. If you believe in prayer, then,
which I do.
Right. So knock on wood is a superstition. So if you're praying, thank you. He cannot be that God. If you're praying, then the prayers are going to work. You don't need to knock on wood because the prayers, shout out God, the big fella, then you don't need to knock on wood. If you're not religious, then yes, you are superstitious and you knock on wood. Steiny, your thoughts?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Risotto, I love him.
It makes sense.
Yeah. And, you know, this is for Butch. I do lead the league in funerals and surgeries, but I'm just telling people, not even involved in the radio, man, what I see and what I study and survey, not trying to, as you wait on your loved ones in a surgery, on the surgery table, things can happen. And Norm made it through again. And prayers are answered. But life is short. Enjoy it and check on your loved ones.
No
and
doubt.
If you're arguing with anybody, call them and get that stuff fixed. And if you're on your way to Edinburgh, enjoy yourself.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And I told the story yesterday to Grandy, and he could not believe it. But it was Christmas Day, and I went and visited my mom up in Santa Rosa, and she was in the death rattle, which is like the last moments of your life where, you know, you're kind of going back and forth. And she raised up out of bed, and I was there with Gail.
Come on.
And I said, Mommy, hi, Mommy, it's Dan. It's Danny. How you doing? And she swiveled over, and she looked at me. She said, get out of my life. Yes, Grady. So Gail and I immediately both started cracking up because who says that to their child? As their final words, get out of my life.
That was her style, I think.
I mean, my mom was already like probably 93% gone, but for some reason she was able to like raise up and look.
Randy, how did you react to that?
He laughed, and I wanted him to laugh because Gail and I both were absolutely cracking up.
I love
because who says that to their child?
Right.
When you're on death door, like the dream, like the movie is, Danny, I'm so proud of you, what you've done. And, you know, I will always love you, and I'll see you in heaven. Get out of my life. What the absolute blank? Anyway.
But it brought a smile to you and your sister.
We both were cracking up, which is kind of a window into our family. But anyway, I'm glad Norm's doing great.
Right on.
Yeah, and, you know, hopefully if he ever, you know, gets to that point where it's going to be all over, hopefully he says something more touching and personal to you as opposed to get out of my life.
Yep.
You just never know.
Don't know what you two got going real quick Saturday. Stoney will be out the Yoon reunion. So if you're free, just come to the Yoon off Rotto Park.
Like, what reunion?
No, it's not at Norm's house.
No. It's at this one at the park, the one Evan pulled up on last year.
But is it the same party of the one I went to?
James
at
Logan
his house?
High, everybody affiliated with
He's
Union
expecting
City.
a bigger crowd?
16 years. Yeah. would come together and just
class
celebrate.
of
No, all classes. Just if you're affiliated with Union City, come by.
Gotcha.
Yeah, get some barbecue.
Busy
DJ.
Saturday. I'd stop by otherwise.
All right, I believe you.
Pops is in town. We're going to the Giants game.
No, well,
I mean, if he decides to go in the pocket and pay for tickets, we talked about yesterday.
Because it's a great time out for the Giants right now, man. Who do they play?
Well, we talked yesterday about like the ticket prices, and I was like, Grandy, I'm
gonna have to go into the deep into the pocket here.
I said, Grandy, I get you the bleachers for $60 a piece. He's like, my dad's not doing the bleachers. So,
God,
yeah, Grandy's gonna have to go deep in the pocket.
That's
you guys got a meeting at 2:30, so you got to hang out anyway.
Steiny, do me a favor.
Such a rookie move by me.
Do me a favor, and like for me, just let me know how it goes, like scores, and text me because
I told him that.
I mean, I've been there, I've golfed there, and I got some serious FOMO. Just let me know how it's going.
All right.
You're back August 3rd?
I don't know.
Is that Monday? You're
We'll
off all
see.
next week.
We'll see.
We'll see. You just might take off. Irish goodbye your whole job.
Exactly. A literal Irish goodbye on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Thursday. Welcome in, Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy as it's been all week long. Willard enjoying some tropical vacation. He'll be back on Monday here on Willard and Dibs. Dibs, how you doing? Happy Thursday.
I'm doing great, and Thursday is not the best day of the week.
I agree.
And like Thursday, it's cool because Thursday is close to Friday.
It's a good day of the week.
It's a great day.
As far as weekdays go, it's a good one.
I've got Thursday on Mount Daymore. But it's not Saturday, which is the best day of the week.
Oh, yeah.
Followed by Sunday, followed by Friday, followed by Thursday, in my opinion. And like,
I could hear an argument maybe Friday could be better than Sunday. Maybe. But Saturday's definitely number one, and Thursday's definitely number 4.
Agreed, because Saturday is the island of, yeah, I worked, and no, I don't work, unless you have one of these, different schedules. And so I get that part of it. Like Tuesday is clearly the worst. And, Thursday from September through December, you've got an argument.
Oh, it's better. Yes, for sure.
Football, Thursday is great. And if you want to look at all the Thursdays throughout the course of a 52-week calendar, this Thursday might be the worst of all.
Really?
No W, no Giants loss.
Well, that might be a good thing.
It might be. So, yeah.
No Giants game at all.
You go ahead and put the ding.
That's a positive.
The Giants will not lose on this Thursday.
Breaking news. The bye has beaten the Giants.
Right.
The day off has beaten the Giants.
So, of all the Thursdays, I guess there is like golf, the 3M Classic, the first round. Whatever. It's the first tourney after the Open. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
I don't even care. And
if you don't care, then nobody cares.
Right. And so, anyway, this Thursday is made so much better because you're here and we do have actually a lot to talk about.
We do. Unfortunately, for the Giants, it's not a lot of good things to talk about. We were on the air yesterday during the crossover as the Giants game was just about ending. And then we, of course, did a lot of reacting to another Giants loss. And
Another one.
Their fifth consecutive loss, 4 of them by 1 run. They go 1-5 on that road trip. They're off today. They're back home beginning tomorrow with the Angels in town, then the Brewers after that. We talked about the incident that resulted in Tony Vitello's ejection from the game yesterday. The Giants were up 3-0 in the bottom of the 7th inning, a leadoff double. There was the question of Pasquantino, who doubled, whether he was pushed off of second base by Adames' tag or not. It was ruled that he was pushed off the bag, which means the out safe call at second base cannot be reviewed. Tony Vitello was a little hesitant, Dibs, to get out and argue and protest the call and get in the umpire's face. It ultimately did result in his ejection. but even his ejection has angered Giants fans, Dibs. Did you hear what Shasky and Lubman, who was in for Spadoni today, did you hear how they opened their show?
I did not, actually.
Do you want to hear it?
I would love to. I slept in today, and
nice.
Our daughter gets up at about 7:03, and
he's asleep upstairs right now.
That's right. We have a light in her room on her alarm clock, and when the green light comes on, she's allowed to leave the bedroom. And
wow.
Well, I mean, it's just that way. If she wakes up at 6:45, she doesn't just get to come right out. And so her big thing is she wakes up and then she'll like violently jiggle the door to our room, and then she'll swing it open and like a serial killer, she'll go, the green light comes on.
Oh, that's scary.
It's very scary, but it's hilarious unless you're asleep. But today at 7:03,
I'm terrified.
The green light comes on, and so I missed the opening of the show.
Okay, do you want to hear it?
I would love to, because I was asleep until the green light came on.
This is almost a 2-minute rant by Joe Shasky.
Not Joe.
And this was, I don't know, this probably must have been sometime around like 6:12 this morning. So it was right after their show started. Here's Shasky on Vitello getting ejected, but not being aggressive enough, not showing enough emotion, not standing up for his guys enough. Here's Shasky.
But today I want to talk about Tony Vitello. I pounded the table for the guy. I wanted them to go out and get someone who was younger with more energy, more motivation, just something different. I wanted something different. And it has been an absolute nightmare. And yesterday was symbolic of everything that has gone wrong with the Tony Vitello hire and just how lackluster everything is. It's not about, is he safe? Is he out? Did he push him? Did he not? It was like, dude, fight for this team. Yes. Now, do I believe him getting ejected is going to change the season in the way the Red Sox have gone and ripped off 15 or 16 in a row? No, I don't. Okay, I'm not that naive. But come on, Tony, fight for something. Fight for something. Willy Adames, and I've got my own issues and my own grievances with Willy Adames, was looking into the dugout, begging for somebody to come out there and have his back. All right? And you left him wanting more. You took the trash out begrudgingly. That's the analogy that I would use here. You cleaned your room after being yelled at 17 times. That's not cleaning your room, right? And I'm using these as analogies. You got to go out of your way. You got to lose your mind. So after this whole sequence happens, okay? And again, I'm not here to say that throwing a third base or getting in a guy's face and spitting and this and that is going to change the outlook. But show me you care. I thought you were brought in to have some fire. How does Dave Fleming in the moment have more anger for the situation and the rubble that is the Giants season than you, the manager? Fight for your guys. Fight for your job. Fight that you care for us, the fans. Show me something. And it's not about this play. It's about the symbolism and what it metaphorically means for everything. I am not scapegoating Tony. There's so many issues. I just want to talk about Tony today.
That was Joe Shasky, how they kicked off their show this morning on the Morning Roast. Vitello got ejected, but it wasn't aggressive enough. He didn't defend his guys enough. Willy Adames is out there at second base, kind of like looking at the dugout like, somebody please come have my back, defend me. I did not push this guy off second base. I don't care if the call gets overturned or not. It wasn't going to get overturned. Even if it was reviewable, he probably was safe anyway. That's not the point. The point is the manager in a trying time with a veteran that it's been bumpy with so far this season, you go out and you have your guys back. And in Shasky's mind, it didn't feel like Vitello had his guys back enough. Is that fair?
For your job.
Is that fair?
Show me you care.
It's fair. I don't know if it is necessarily like the turning point. And for me, I turned a long time ago, and shout out Kalshi, and I did the thing about maybe 2 months ago where
you're on it.
Out by December 1st, Tony Vitello, it was a yes for me. And so many people are like, no. And it still probably is a no. But when you look at yesterday, like that was a moment where it did feel like Willy Adames, he puts the tag on. He didn't really push him at all. Yeah. And yet the umpire says safe, and it's not reviewable. So it's not reviewable, but it's a bad call. So if you're the manager and you see this, like, get mad. And he did get mad, but it took a little bit of time. And I don't need him to get so mad like that he's going to kick dirt like old school or grab second base and throw it into center field. But come out and show that you feel like there's that passion. And it kind of seemed like he was waiting for Willy Adames to look in and say, yeah, we're getting screwed. Can you please come out here and fight for me?
I think it's just about having a feel and a sense for what the team needs. And to Shasky's point, and I agree with him here, to Shasky's point, it's not about this turning the season around, and it's not about even that call getting turned around. It's about just sensing everything that's happened up to this point this season, and it has been a terrible season for everybody involved. Nobody is free from blame here. I think it's been a particularly rough season for Willy Adames. You look up and he's at, 18 home runs now, and maybe he has a good second half, continues to, and he gets up to 30 home runs again, and he gets to around his, career average numbers, which is great. Congrats on that, Willie. But he would probably say this is the most frustrating season of his career, and it's for reasons that he deserves a lot of blame for, right? Like what happened in the earlier game in the series versus the Royals, where he thought the ball was foul. He didn't think the ball was coming to him at second base. He's standing at second base for the force, but instead of being on the bag, he's in front of the bag. He's talking with Mookie Betts, and maybe that is why he forgot how many outs there were. There's a lot of other examples of it. You just need to, as a manager, Dibs, whether your player deserves it or not, or whether you guys are best friends or not, your job is to try to get the best out of your players. And in that moment, when Willy Adames feels slighted, when he feels cheated, when he feels like something has gone against him, you go out. You don't, this isn't about being disrespectful to an umpire, it's just about going and showing support for your guy.
Right.
And I do think in that sense, Tony Vitello fell short yesterday.
And I think that the word that you used before earlier in that is feel, like the feel for it. And Tony, of course, has no feel because he's going through it for the first time. And
Fair.
so the feel of it, and I'd have to go back to Tennessee and look at how many times he got thrown out of games and, what the circumstances were and what that actually was like. But if Tony Vitello was at Tennessee, you have a certain amount of feel, and whether or not you're on the road taking on Alabama or Arkansas, and it's a big spot, it's a big game, and you're trying to light a fire under your college team, you have that feel. He has no feel, and this is not a criticism. How could he have feel? There's no way you could have feel until you go through it, and so you get a spot like this where, is it challengeable? You probably realized right away that it's not, which seems a little bit weird to me, but when you think about the actual call itself, like if you wanted to go to video review, and if we go back to the World Cup and VAR, we're going to draw the box, and did he push him off? Well, his glove was there, and he was putting the tag on, and the guy did go off the base, but how much force was being applied from the glove to the hip, you'll never know, and that's why...
Judgment call.
Exactly. It's a judgment call that cannot be reviewed, and so you look at it, and you're in a spot where your team's been so bad for so long, you're in a skid, and your shortstop, who's a veteran, is thinking that he got wronged. Well, yeah, he looks over at you in the dugout, go out there and lose your Casey Schmidt. Yeah. And that basically is what I think that Willy Adames was looking for. I don't know about the other vets, but they're looking for you to come out here and say, look, we've lost, 4 in a row up to that point?
Yeah, at that point 4.
And now it's 5, and so you are so far below 500. You're going nowhere. You're heading toward 100 losses. Now's the time for you to come out and absolutely flip the lid. And instead, he comes out and, he's animated a little bit, and he's, concerned about what went on, and he used some 4-letter words, which is great. But I do think that...
Towards the end of it, he used some 4-letter words, it seemed like.
I do think that in that spot, if you are a veteran, and believe me, the veterans, everyone on that team is frustrated, as frustrated as Tony Vitello. And so in that spot, that might be a great opportunity for you to come out and just absolutely lose your Schmidt.
It was a chance, and I think it was a missed opportunity to maybe not necessarily win people over, but support dudes in your clubhouse, and maybe things start working a little bit better going forward. Maybe you earn some respect from Willy Adames. And Willy Adames is not blameless here either. Like it seems from the outside looking in, this is a group that maybe doesn't totally respect their manager. And that's just me guessing. I don't have any inside information, but that's kind of what it feels like. The Devers example in Miami earlier when he was getting pinch run for and he gave Tony the finger. He wagged no, did the Dikembe Mutombo to him, and then was refused refusing to be touched or consoled in the dugout after that and went straight into the clubhouse. Like, there's a lot of examples of it. It was a missed opportunity by Vitello. However, where I disagree with Shasky and his rant from this morning, which was great, way to go, Joe, this wasn't the moment that it convinced me that Vitello isn't, this didn't put me over the edge. I think I already had a feeling that this was a manager in Tony Vitello who isn't equipped to manage this group. It doesn't necessarily mean that he shouldn't be back next year, and we can talk about that when we come back. But I think most people probably already came to a conclusion one way or another about Vitello. But I know you have thoughts on that. We will get to that when we come back. Plus time for your calls and your texts at 888-957-9570. Tony Vitello's future. What do you want it to be, and what do you think the Giants are going to do about it? Exactly. We're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety. Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Fight for your job!
That is absolutely ridiculous.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value on juicy, personal, seedless watermelons when you buy two. And here's my personal partner, Dan Dibley.
Yes, and you can get Signature Select Thick Cut Bacon 48-ounce selected varieties sold in 3-pound packages for $4.99 per pound. 10 for $10 mix and match is back. Save on items like Pastaroni or Rice-A-Roni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce varieties, or Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water gallon size. Add CRV where applicable. Member price $1 each for selected varieties. See your store for a full list of participating items.
We invite you to go to Safeway.com for more of these details, and we will see you in the aisles.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Honey, did you invite the Minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's the best-looking decking you'll find on the market, trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality. But TimberTech isn't just about looking great today. Thanks to its advanced technology and unparalleled durability, the TimberTech decks you build will still look amazing decades from now. Add in industry-leading warranties, and it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. Build with confidence. Build with TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Find it locally at Ashby Lumber.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Dibbs and Grandy on Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. Dibbs, you know how many teams in baseball right now have a worse record than the San Francisco Giants?
2.
That's correct.
Oh, I just was guessing to do my John Miller.
2.
Ground ball to short, to second for 1, back to first. 2.
A double play. Wow. It is the Los Angeles Angels who are in town beginning tomorrow night for the Giants and the Colorado Rockies. And they just got passed by the Kansas City Royals, who were a team with a worse record than them, but the Royals just swept the Giants. So they have an opportunity, the Giants do, to get swept again and become the second worst team in baseball if that were to happen.
Right. And
yeah.
I mean, that's great. And I don't remember completely the draft lottery rules, but I don't know if you can automatically be a bottom 3 lottery team.
They cannot have a top 10 pick
because they did this year.
And the year prior they picked X amount of pick, whatever.
Oh
it was.
my God! So
correct me if I'm wrong, Risotto, but the best pick they could have in next year's draft is 11th, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, exactly. They cannot have a top 10 pick next year. So there's no point.
They're actually not tanking.
Tanking doesn't really exist in baseball because it's just, I think, the way that it is. But yes, even if they were theoretically to think about tanking, it would not do them any good.
Right.
Because the best they could pick is 11th.
I mean, remember this year's draft where they had 2 first-round picks and how cool that was?
Jackson Flora, 4th overall.
Right? Best pick 10 next year. Sorry.
Best pick is 10.
Okay. It's 10.
They can't pick 1 through 9, but they can pick 10th.
Okay. And
better than 11th.
Right. And
keep racking up those losses. Make sure you pick 10th.
And I mean, maybe you make a trade at the deadline and you go ahead and pick up somebody else's pick. And so you could then get their pick and be in the top 10. Is this where we are right now with the Giants? We're looking at next year's draft and we're looking at 2028. How's Johnny Level doing?
How's all those young shortstops doing? All of them.
Right.
They got 3 or 4 of them that they're high on. They're at least, I would think, 2, 3, maybe even 4 or 5 years away from being regular contributors to the big league level. So we shall see. I think the frustration with Vitello from yesterday is totally fair, and specifically maybe the lack of fire, the lack of emotion, not jumping off the bench to have your guys back after it was ruled that Willy Adames pushed Vinny Pasquantino off the second base bag. That's why it was not reviewable. That started a big 5-run rally for the Royals in the 7th, and the Giants ultimately lose 5-4. I get the frustration. I think the larger point, though, Dibbs, that I can't shake is, all right, I will admit Vitello's had a poor season. I don't think it's hard to argue otherwise. But I think most people would probably also sit here and say, well, I don't think he's the number one reason, or hell, probably even the number two, maybe not even the number three reason why this team is so bad this season. They're 18 games below 500. It makes me question, though, what is going to happen going forward. I know you felt this for a while, and you've kind of used Posey and Vitello as a duo. I wonder what happens if the Giants bring Vitello back, if they don't bring Vitello back. Because if this was a normal situation, this is maybe an experienced manager who's been a big league manager in the past, he probably is gone. But because his first year ever in the big leagues as a manager, as any kind of coach, not even a player at the major league level, this is his first chance to work in professional baseball. I think that probably lends to him getting another chance because, and this isn't a good reason, but because the Giants would look like a clown show of an organization if they were to get rid of him after just one season.
I get that part of it, but the other piece is, okay, so you bring him back and let's just say you don't make any trades and Robbie Ray is gone. He's a free agent. Arise is gone. You bring back Logan and Chappie's here and Adames and Devers. Does he have more of an ability to command a veteran clubhouse next year than he did now? Because for me, it feels like part of the problem is you have a college guy come in with college ideals, which is all he has because he's never been in pro ball before. And so it hasn't worked and they haven't responded to him. And he has not adapted, in my opinion, to what actually is going on in Major League Baseball. So you bring him back next year. Do the vets all of a sudden think, all right, Tony, you've got 1 year under your belt. Now we're ready to listen to your ideals? Or does he change everything about the way he manages?
He probably would be a little more equipped, but if there's not great relationships in the clubhouse with him right now, then I don't know what just another year would do. Like if Rafi Devers isn't particularly fond of the guy, and again, this is just me from the outside looking in, thinking about it. It doesn't seem like Rafi Devers would be too fond of the guy, considering what we saw play out in front of everybody in Miami. What was that, like a month ago now at this point?
Yep.
I don't think that would really change all that much. He would be more equipped to probably deal with the stressors and the issues those things would present, but I don't think him being back would immediately make him and Rafi Devers and Willy Adames best friends going forward.
Right, and beyond being best friends, to me, it's about the level of respect. And so you've got Willy Adames, who is out there on second base, and he's chatting with Mookie Betts, and he doesn't know how many outs there are, and he runs on a fly ball, and he gets doubled off because he's not aware, and you go ahead and you play the next day, and you've got Rafi Devers, who gives you the no, the Matumbo when he's getting pinch run for, and, well, he plays the next day, and you've got Chapman telling Casey Schmidt to catch the bleeping ball, and, well, he plays the next day. So for me, the veterans have been able to be mostly unchecked, and even yesterday where there's a time where maybe you go out there and you lose your stuff, and it takes Willy Adames to kind of look over to you to come out there, and then it's a docile ejection, which I don't really mind because maybe he's not that guy to totally lose his cool. I'm a big lose your cool guy, and you saw me a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, I was scared.
Well, it's because somebody had taken my locker here, and we have very few lockers, and somebody had put their lock on my locker, and I went person to person trying to say, did you take my locker? Did you take my locker? And I asked about 6 people, and I came and saw you, and you said, dude, what are you still doing here? And I said, somebody took my locker, and
it was in a different tone than that. You were like, somebody stole my locker.
Commandeered is the word I used.
And in that moment, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I should follow you around and try to soften the blow to whoever you were going to go and scream at, or if I should just get the hell away from you and avoid the embarrassment of trying to deal with you.
What you did,
so that's what
you did was neither. You didn't follow along to soften the blow. You followed along to see how this would end. And so I went around the building, and, I'm heading on vacation. And so now your boy's hot. And
you were pissed.
Finally, I was able to, get somebody to help me by snapping that lock and getting my locker back. But long story short, I run hot. And maybe Tony Vitello doesn't run hot. And so
I hate Mark Grandy.
Actually, that day I did not hate him. I was just quietly amused by the fact that he was waiting for me to flip the spread. and I was probably about 5 minutes away from absolutely losing it. And great, I'm fired. As the drop
you
would
were
go.
boiling. You weren't boiling over, but you were getting close.
Close. And I run hot. Maybe Tony V doesn't run hot. So, like, maybe that is just his process.
Yeah, it's less about like a docile ejection for me. Like, I don't need him to get into an umpire's face and to kick dirt on his shoes and to spit next to him or I don't need that. I don't need like pointing and you bleep and bleep, bleep, bleep. Like, I don't need that. I just need like the second that you find out that it was ruled that Willy Adames pushed Pasquantino off the bench, and the second that you find out that that's not a reviewable play, you got to run out of the dugout, and you got to at least be like, what the hell? What? Like, I don't need you to be I was going to say a really bad word. I don't need you.
Look at you.
I don't need you to be an absolute bleep hole to the officials, the umpires. Like, you don't have to be disrespectful. But I need to see you show that you care to the level where you're going to have your guys back. Adames is looking into the dugout going, like, somebody back me up. I didn't push this dude off the base. Like, come on. Like, run out of the dugout, get the right explanation, voice your displeasure. You can do so in a respectful way. You can get ejected even without being, like, terribly crossing a line. I know oftentimes you like to see, you know, the pointing and the cursing and the swearing and all of that, but that's not what it is for me. It just felt so, like, not a natural reaction. It felt like, oh, that's not a reviewable play? Well, dang, that sucked. And then, like, 10 seconds later, something clicked in his mind, and he went, oh, I probably should get ejected here. It was like a thing he had to actually think about, as opposed to his natural instinct and reaction was to, I'm going to defend my guy.
Right. And I think part of that is just he's never done this before. And not that he doesn't know the rule as to whether or not it is reviewable or not, but you know, you're in a spot where the year has gone so bad that, I don't know, maybe you're not that guy anyway. You're not somebody who is prone to, like, get super hot in the moment. And I think about Steve Kerr because what do we think about Steve Kerr? He is very intelligent. He's well-educated.
Very nice.
He's very nice. He's measured. He's well-spoken.
But he will blow a gasket.
Dude, your boy will blow up, like, in a moment.
He'll break a clipboard.
He'll snap a clipboard, and he'll need to be restrained, like, going after a ref. And, like, he and Draymond will
all the time.
mother bleep back and forth. And so Steve Kerr is a guy, and you read the Wright Thompson article, and, you know, part of that was, like, you know, him realizing and his wife, and, you know, they talked about his temper, and he's a guy who goes 0 to 100 real quick.
His mom told him that game in LA versus the Clippers
was there
with Snoop Dogg on the call for Peacock saying, Steve Kerr goes Inglewood.
It was pretty funny.
And Steve Kerr's mom thought that Steve was going to hit the official. Were you going to hit him? You had to be restrained.
And in the post game, she expressed to him her displeasure at his behavior. And you know what? It's fine. And, you know, shout out moms everywhere.
Yeah.
It's what you get to do as a mom.
Oh, but Steve, I can't believe you did that.
Exactly. I'll give you a 4 for Mrs. Kerr. But, like, Tony Vitello hasn't had that moment, and maybe it's not in his DNA. But in this spot where you are so bad, the team has been really dismal, and you have your vet kind of looking at you like, Tony, can you come out here and, like, can you come defend me? Can you get me?
Yeah.
I don't know. That part of it to me was a little bit of a tough look.
When it comes to the conversation about what they should do with Tony and if they're going to bring him back, if they should fire him, whatever, like, the question that I have is that it looks really bad on Buster if they are to move off of this guy after just 1 year. But the question that I think I want to get to today, Dibs, is a relatively simple one. It's what were you expecting exactly this year from Tony Vitello? Like, did you hire Tony Vitello, a rookie manager with no professional baseball experience? Yeah, high-level college manager, but no professional baseball experience. Not a manager at the major league level. Not a manager in the minor leagues at any level. Not an assistant coach on a bench in some major league or minor league city. No professional baseball experience whatsoever. As a player, as a coach, nothing. What did you expect? Like, I know this season has gone more poorly than they would have expected, but it's not as if you could have possibly expected to hire Tony Vitello and for him to just pass every test thrown at him. This was, I think, a decent roster. It's a better roster than the 18 games under 500 would suggest, but I would ask Buster Posey, if he turns around and fires this guy, what did you expect? It feels like you're asking Tony Vitello to hold up to a standard that no one in their right mind would ever ask him to hold up that standard?
Well, the standard that you're asking him to hold up is, okay, you're new and you've got a young team, and go ahead and grow with that young team. But you didn't get put into that spot. You got put into a spot with Logan Webb, who is, a veteran now. He's the face of the team. Robbie Ray, who's in his mid-30s with, I believe, 4 kids. You've got Adames and Chapman and Devers. They're all veterans. You've got Jung-Hoo Lee, who's trying to find his way. And then you've got largely a bunch of kids. And so for me, the hire is not so much the issue, but it's the hire in the spot that is the problem. And I think about Washington and the Wizards right now, and I can't help but get beyond Brian Keefe, who got brought in 3 years ago. And it's, okay, Brian Keefe, here's a team of mostly young guys, and if there are old guys, we're going to get rid of them. And now you look at their team, and the majority of the players on his team are 21, 22, 23. So as a young coach, you can model and you can mold a younger team. You put Tony Vitello from college into a team with Rafi Devers making big time 9 figures, $250 million. Yep. Matt Chapman in his 30s, Willie Adames in his 30s making 9 figs. Jung-Hoo Lee making 9 figures, who is still, trying to command the language. And so you have a guy who speaks only one language into a clubhouse with multiple languages, multiple guys making huge money, and a manager who's never done it before, and you're expecting him to go out there and be successful. Well, you can be if your players play well, but if they don't, what are you going to do as a manager?
That's the point I'm trying to make. Exactly.
Right.
You're firing Tony Vitello, and in your mind, it's for cause because he hasn't been good enough, and the team has really, really struggled. But the point is, what were you expecting? You expected it to be a little bit better than this, but you expected it to be so much better than this that it deserves a firing? I don't know what you expected coming into the season for Tony Vitello specifically, given everything that you just laid out. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. What should the Giants be doing with Tony Vitello? We can also talk about the deadline and anything on your mind related to the Giants. Hank in the East Bay kicks us off here. What's up, Hank? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy today.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon. Hey, I just think, well, first of all, I'm not worried about, being embarrassed because we fire a manager every year. We were just going to give Ohtani and Judge $900 million or whatever. So I think that could be a bargain. A value play is kind of maybe trying a manager every couple of years with a low price. That's his idea. But anyway, my main point is, I think the easiest way to get this team on track would be to ship Lee out, move Ramos to right, Schmitty to left, Arise to third, and then here we go, have Chapman and Adames battle for second. Then you're going to have less chance of one of them taking it up because one of them is going to be on the bench. So that's my idea. And great show, you guys. And I think there's a lot of good things going on. We got a core 4 going on and good attendance. And
wait, who are the core 4? Who are the core 4, Hank?
Thanks for asking. Well, we got Webby. It's actually core 5. We're doing great. It's Webby. It's Ramos. It's Arise. It's Schmitty. And it's Eldridge.
Okay. That's the Giants' core 5. Hank, I appreciate the call. I don't think it's ever a good idea to just willy-nilly be hiring managers every year or 2 years until you finally find a good one. Your goal should be to hire a manager and then almost basically never hire another manager because you found the right guy the first time. The Giants are kind of going down the road of maybe what our caller is talking about because you had Kapler and then you gave Melvin a couple of years and now you have 1 year of Vitello and people are calling for his head. So maybe you're going to your 4th manager in 5 years, which is not a good thing. It would look really bad. It kind of makes the Giants look like a laughingstock of Major League Baseball. As far as moving Schmidt to third base and then platooning Adames and Chapman at second base. That's never going to happen either. And there would be a riot by those players, and you would probably ruin your chances of ever signing big free agents ever again. That's how I view it. Nothing like that is ever going to happen. The Giants just don't have a lot of easy answers, Dibs. Everywhere you turn, you're like, well, that's not ideal for this reason. That's not ideal for this reason. That's a terrible idea, but maybe it's the best thing that they could do. They don't have a clear path out of this, I think, is the point.
They don't have a clear path. And that to me has been my biggest issue of all this. And I took a lot of heat on Twitter about my take of even, if you don't get rid of Buster or Vitello, you're telling me that you don't really care about winning. And for me, the bigger picture is, what is your direction as an organization? And so right now, I think the best thing you could do at the deadline would be trade Matt Chapman. And I think that when he comes back and he starts to rehab, he might be open to waiving that no trade. And then you move Casey to third and you re-sign Luis Arraez. And so now you've got Devers and you've got Arraez, you've got Adames for now, and you've got Schmidt as your infield. And I think that, to me, offensively and defensively becomes better. Like, you lose Chapman, and Schmidt's not as good as Chapman, but he's kind of close. Like, he's a good defensive player, and Arraez is good. And then I think the next move would be Willy Adames at short. Could you get somebody to maybe take him on? And, the whole thing about Bryce and Devers as a first base DH combo, it's not ideal, but it can work in the short term. And I don't even know how long it can actually work. But then the other piece is, when you look on the farm, you've got outfielders who are kind of close and kind of ready to go. So you'd want to trade either Jung-Hoo Lee or Elliot Ramos, although I think Ramos is a guy that I would love to keep because you still have team control. But if you could trade Jung-Hoo Lee and Robbie Ray and Matt Chapman, that would free up a lot, I think, of spots in your regular your regular batting lineup, and Robbie Ray is going to be gone anyway. So for me, if you're looking at the three trades that I would like to see them make, those would be the three.
888-957-9570. Back out to the phone. Steve in Santa Clara is up next here on Willard and Dibs. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you. Hey, I am a little on the opposite side of everything. I am all in on Vitello. I am all in on Buster. I think Tony is the right guy for this franchise right now. He's been so good at the college level. All the young kids we've got in the farm system, the draft we just did. This is the guy you want to be developing those guys and communicating with those guys. I think he's here for, in Buster's vision, 10, 20 years. And I think we're very short-sighted to look at the shortcomings of this year. This is a learning year. And another thing, the veterans, what are these guys doing? They have got to police this, right? You can get mad at Tony for what Matt Chapman says or does, but that's not really fair. That's not Matt. Anyway, that's my thought. Let you guys go.
Appreciate the call, Steve. I mean, I do think that Steve is probably in the minority there. I don't think it's a bad point by Steve, though, when you look at, but this is what you were talking about earlier. Like, what is the direction of the franchise? What's the path? What path are you on? Is Tony Vitello the right guy to manage and lead a group that features Adames and Chapman and Devers and Harrison Bader and Robbie Ray and Luis Arraez? Probably not. And I think this season it's confirmation that the answer is not probably not, it's no. But is he the right guy to lead a group that's led by Bryce Eldridge, by Casey Schmidt, maybe even Jung-Hoo Lee, and by some of Carson Whisenhunt? Maybe he's going to be a full-time starter for you next year. We're going to see a lot of him going forward with McDonald's injury. Maybe in a couple of years when Jackson Flora, the 4th overall pick, is up and is helping the big league squad, is he the right guy to lead that group? Like, that is a much easier answer to say yes to, or question to say yes to.
Yeah.
The point is, though, right now you're stuck between two worlds.
Exactly. And that's what I loved about Steve's call, because I totally agree with him as far as Tony Vitello being able to manage and guide the young guys. But right now your roster is kind of top heavy money-wise and age-wise. You've got Devers a vet, Chapman a vet, Adames a vet. I do think that Logan Webb, ultimately, every fifth day, he could, sign on for whatever actually the regime would be. And I think that they kind of went through their moment of, he got taken out and he wasn't sure why. And I think Tony Vitello kind of figured out in that moment that he probably handled that wrong. He never admitted to it, but we all kind of saw what that was.
He might have behind closed doors.
Right. And Logan Webb, I think, is somebody who could sign on for this. But my big question is, can Tony Vitello manage Chapman, Adames, and Devers? And if the answer is no, well, then they have to get moved or Tony Vitello has to go.
Yeah, you have to do one of two things.
Right.
If the answer to that question is no. Speaking of two things, I do have two things I need the Giants to do differently. And we'll talk about that when we come back. Plus, again, always time for your calls and your texts at 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. Back with more next.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online help.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Outside Lands is August 7th through the 9th in Golden Gate Park. Heading to the festival? Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada during Outside Lands. Come visit them at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter.
Here's good news for folks who have a jumbo loan. The Loan Exchange, America's jumbo lender, is offering a 30-year fixed-rate loan at a 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR for loan amounts up to $3 million. So if you have a mortgage with an interest rate of 6% or higher, give America's jumbo lender a call at 833-436-8800. You drive around to find the cheapest gas, so why not refinance your mortgage? Every day you wait, you're wasting money on needless interest. Go to theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 to find out what your savings will be with a new 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's theloanexchange.com or call 833-436-8800 for a 30-year fixed-rate loan at 5.75% interest rate and 5.939% APR.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I move mountains for a living.
Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The Sherwin-Williams Summer Sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy Thursday. Dillard and Wibbs, although no Dillard, I guess that would be.
Yep.
It's Dibs and Grandy in for Willard.
Dandy and Gibbs.
Dandy and Gibbs.
Is what we decided.
Here on 95.7 The Game for today and tomorrow. Then Willard will be back Monday. Don't worry. Probably getting enough of Grandy. Need more Willard.
Never enough of
Coming
Grandy.
Coming up on Monday.
Yep.
Probably still going to be talking about waiting on a LeBron decision come Monday.
I would want to be in Grandy's spot right now.
I mean, we agreed, Mark and I, and you as well, that this would get done before he got back.
Oh, yeah, we all thought that.
And so if we get to tomorrow morning and it hasn't happened, I'm going to find a way to reach out to Rich Paul and say, Rich, it's Dibs. Hey, it's Tiger. Rich, I mean, I told my partner it would be done. So can you tell your guy that we need to, move this thing along?
No! Yeah, I don't think Rich is going to be swayed. He's going to, if he gets back to you, and he probably will, you're a big deal, Dibs. He'll say, LeBron will not be rushed in his decision. Okay?
I will send him a voice memo. Is that what it is? A voice note?
A voice note is what he said.
Whatever it is, I'll send it and just say.
Not going to find its way to LeBron.
Rich, it's Dibs. Yeah. Let's go ahead and move this thing along.
Speed this thing up, huh?
Do you believe in the, I guess it's leak gate? The fact that somebody with the Miami Heat, an intern, leaked a timeline over the announcement that LeBron would again be a Heats?
No, I don't really buy that.
Okay.
All these teams and all these, PR arms of organizations and even people like us at a radio station, the flagship station of the Warriors, you plan for every possible outcome. Or if you're good at your job, you should be doing that so that when things happen, you don't have to scramble to get stuff done, to announce it, to make it seem like you're on top of it. I can tell you from just working here, we have stuff prepared if LeBron signs and if he doesn't sign with the Warriors. You will hear and you will see things on the station, on social media pretty quickly whenever things happen because you have to prepare. Right? You have to prepare for things no matter what. So I would imagine that's also what happened in Miami. They created a live YouTube video. They scheduled it for a future press conference. In the future. And when they made it, they probably made it 2 weeks ago. And they just put some future date on it, and they forgot to go back and check on it because just like everybody else on the planet, they thought there would already be a decision at this point.
Right.
So they thought by the time LeBron decides, they would have time to go into their scheduled video and just change the date to right now or whenever it was going to end up being scheduled for. And the day came and went because LeBron is taking so much longer than anybody ever expected.
Right. And
that's my guess.
That's always where it gets a little bit risky if you're doing breaking news. And I've been scheduling tweets over my top 15 memories, my top 15 moments, because we're coming up as a station of our 15-year anniversary.
What day is it again?
August 1st.
August 1st.
And so I'm trying to do a little bit of a catch-up so where I get down to tomorrow, which will be, that'll be 9 days, I think, tomorrow, 24, 26, 9. It'll be 9 days as of tomorrow. So starting tomorrow, I will have my moment number 9, my memorable moment number 9. But I actually have been scheduling them throughout the day. And so the next one, my number 11 moment, as I count them down, will be dropping in 2 hours. And it has to do with Guru.
Oh.
So
number 5.
So Goo turned Dibs' tweet notifications on so you can see them the second they drop.
And so far, like number 15 was when Mark Kreidler from the Rise Guys got pied in the face at Children's Hospital as a payoff for a thing we did called Punishing Picks, where we made picks every week. And if you came in third, you'd have to do a punishment. And the last one was what we called the Pies Guys. And we went to children. We did a show at Children's Hospital, and he got pied in the face in front of about 25 or 30 of the patients at Children's Hospital who absolutely loved it. It was a highlight for them, not so much for Mark. Number 14 was the show I did with Greg Papa after Draymond got suspended, and Greg Papa did like a 24-minute monologue on the fact that Draymond got teabagged. And I mean, I wish I had that audio because it was a completely meandering, coherent 24-minute piece. Number 13 was when somebody had the cockamamie idea to go to Linden to try to recruit Aaron Judge.
Narrator, that someone was Dan Dibley.
Thank you, narrator.
What did I do wrong?
So we did a live show.
Here comes the judge.
Willard and I did a show in Linden thinking somehow that would get him.
Judge's hometown.
Yeah. Right. Somehow that would get him here. And then number 12, of course, is the agony of defeat.
Shout out Low Neal.
Where I lost a bet to Low Neal and I had to rub his feet for 10 minutes on the air.
Live on the air.
So coming up
Disgusting.
next, number 11 on my 15 memorable moments from 15 years of 95.7 The Game.
So make sure you go to @Dan Dibley on Twitter. Hit him with the follow. And if you're a real big fan of 95.7 The Game, turn his tweet notifications on.
Yeah, and I think the station's been hopefully retweeting most of them because they are obviously station memories. And it's hard to like pick and choose between so many of the unbelievable memories that we've had here in 15 years.
Yeah.
It's been great.
Great 15 years.
Spoiler alert, me getting fired will not make the list.
Which time?
The only time.
Oh, you've only been fired for here once?
My God, Randy, how dare
I mean, you've been fired a ton in general. I know that. You share those stories all the time.
Yeah, I got fired like 8 times.
I thought maybe it happened more than once here.
Not yet.
There is plenty of time.
Exactly. It's only 3:08.
888-957-9570. Kenneth in Oakland wants to weigh in on Vitello and the Giants. What's up, Kenneth?
Hello, guys. Honored to be on your show. Born and raised in San Francisco. I feel the last 2 years that both managers have misused Jung-Hoo Lee, and that I have a lineup, and then I want to talk about Devers if I have time, because the reason why, he did something and during the almost no-hit game that nobody talked about, but Mike Krukow. But anyway, that Jung-Hoo Lee and your second baseman, they should be batting 1 and 2 no matter what, unless there's a left-hander starting. Your third batter should be Casey Smith. Your fourth batter should be Devers. Your fifth batter should be the rookie left-hander. Then you can kind of flip-flop Ramos anywhere in the lineup. And your 244 career shortstop hitter should be batting 9th. And the thing that I want to say that about the two guys leading off, they don't strike out much and they're left-handed. So I wouldn't move them nowhere no matter what. But during the no-hit game a few weeks ago, that it was 3-0 and one man on, I believe, maybe, and Devers, there was 2 strike calls in a row, and they were actually balls. And Mike Krukow said all he had to do was tap his helmet, and he'd be at first base. He ended up walking anyway, but he didn't want to walk. And he's not a team player, and the reason why I feel he did that, because you didn't suspend him after he did the first base thing. But I want to get y'all's take on it, and thank you for letting me talk.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Kenneth. First of all, I don't mind the idea of Jung-Hoo Lee and Arise at the top of the order. You're right. They put the ball in play, and they're good table setters. on the Devers thing, I actually remember the moment that you're talking about. No-hitter, relatively deep into a game, 3-0 count to Devers, and there were a couple of borderline pitches. I don't remember the order. I do think one of them was pretty clearly one you should have challenged, and he didn't. And in my mind, I also was thinking because he wants to hit, he wants to swing the bat, he wants to try to break up the no-hitter. And I forget what the score was at that point, but I don't think the Giants were close really at all. And they ultimately lose that game. They don't get no hit, but they get one hit and they lose, whatever. But there has been, to kind of this point, Dibs, there has been multiple moments throughout this season where I'm looking at an individual player at the plate, out in the field, on the bases, and something that does cross my mind is, I don't know if this guy is fully bought in and doing everything it takes to win a baseball game.
And I think that part of my issue has been the whole idea of challenging. Like, what is your approach as a team? And I don't know if Tony Vitello has been asked about, like, are there rules? Are there situations? Is it we're going to wait until late game? Or is our catcher going to be able to do it whenever he wants? Or do hitters have to do it in a high leverage spot? I don't know if they actually have a vision or a plan. And the way he laid that out about, Rafi Devers, like, not wanting to take a walk because he wanted to break up the no-hitter, I can't say that he's wrong. I've just felt like this whole year, there's been a lot of disconnect between the manager and the players and other players. And so I don't know if that gets better after a year or if it's a case where they just don't respect the manager.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. We got to hit a break, but when we come back, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, short segment here, but I think I need the Giants to do two different things going forward. And this is, zoom out, macro view on the San Francisco Giants. I need them to do two different things that I think they haven't been doing so far. And I really think this is the key to turn this thing around. Not this season. This season's too far gone, but into the future. Because this is not only maybe the most frustrating single season that I can remember as a Giants fan, and I'm 30 years old, so I don't go back to the 70s and the 80s when things were bad during big stretches. But this also is maybe the least confident I felt about the future of the organization because of these anchor contracts they have with Adames and Devers specifically. I think they got to change up two things. And I'll tell you what that is when we come back. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality, there's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. BeamLaw has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call BeamLaw now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nice touch, Steve. I could go for a hazy little thing. I'm a fan.
Yeah. It's good beer.
Sierra Nevada.
High quality beer.
Oh, yeah.
I may or may not have had one Sunday at the Bay Street Emeryville event.
Oh, it's a great. That's a great.
That's a great.
I mean, it's great in any setting, but it's great in like a sports setting with a lot of people around, a watch party setting.
No doubt.
Yeah, a little hazy.
Yeah, little hazy little thing.
Yeah, I'm in.
I mean, bring it on, man.
Exactly. It's exactly what we're talking about, Jan. 888-957-9570. It's an off day for the Giants. I guess that's a good thing because they can't lose their 6th consecutive game today. But there's still plenty to talk about and plenty to say about the Giants, Dibs. And we've been talking about Tony Vitello specifically and maybe the decision that Buster Posey and the Giants are going to have this coming off season. And who knows, maybe it's not necessarily going to be Buster Posey's decision because maybe there is a decision that has to be made on Buster Posey. Or maybe Buster Posey says, you know what, I'm not cut out for this and I'm going to move on. I don't know how this is all going to play out. When it comes to the Giants, though, as a whole, Dibs, I think there are 2 things that I need them to do going forward. And I think this is where they have gone awry. Number one, I think we've already kind of touched on it a little bit. It's pick a lane. It is actually commit to one path and don't just straddle between two different ideas. You re-signed Chapman. Buster Posey did. That was right before Farhan got fired, but it was Posey essentially that got that over the finish line. You re-signed Matt Chapman. You signed Willy Adames. It was a record-breaking signing handed out by the San Francisco Giants. Then you traded for Rafael Devers. And those all happened in relatively rapid succession, less than a calendar year between the three of those moves. Those three moves, Dibs, they signal one thing. Those aren't spring chickens. They're not necessarily old when you signed them. They had years of good baseball left in them, or so you thought in the moment at least. Those three things, though, together, Dibs, they signal one thing and one thing only. We're trying to compete and win baseball games and try to win postseason series, and maybe if things fall our way, win a World Series. That's what that is. That's what that signals. But then what you do in the process of all of this is you hire a president of baseball operations that has no experience in a front office. That president of baseball operations then hires a manager with zero professional baseball experience. And that, to me, signals the exact opposite of what the Chapman, Devers, and Adames things signal. What the Tony Vitello hire signals is, well, there's probably going to be some growing pains here early in this guy's managerial career. And we're willing to stick with that. You don't hire a guy with zero professional baseball experience, and if things go a little awry, be like, well, this has been a disaster. No, you plan for that. You feel like something like that is going to happen. So when I say I need the Giants to pick a lane, it's, are you trying to win baseball games in this very second? Or are you comfortable with maybe it being a little bumpy at the beginning, knowing that it should pay off a little bit more down the stretch? Because right now it feels like they're serving two masters. On one hand, they're trying to win baseball games right now with those veterans and those really big contracts they've handed out or accepted from other teams. But on the other hand, it sounds like they're trying to maybe plan for the future and be okay being just all right now because they have a rookie manager with no experience.
Right, and it's okay to have a rookie manager with no experience if he can get the veterans to get on board. And that, to me, is the big question because I don't know if the veterans are, quote, on board. And so you bring in Tony Vitello, and I think that if you do that, you need to, if you're Buster Posey, have a real solid feel of what the veterans would think about having a manager like that. And so you go back to last year where it was Bob Melvin, and for whatever reason, it wasn't working. The team was not really motivated. The team was kind of basically flat. And, you got Devers at the deadline, and he was doing pretty well, but you didn't win. You had Adames all year, and he hit 30 home runs, which is great, but you didn't win. You had Matt Chapman, who had played for him before, and he had a good, solid year, but you didn't win. And, Eldridge wasn't ready. He got a cup of coffee. Casey Schmidt didn't pop. Elliot Ramos was a little bit up and down, and Jung-Hoo Lee was hurt, and he finally started to kind of find his way. And you had Patrick Bailey, who apparently Buster Posey didn't love because they shipped him out first chance they got. So last year, I think, was a little bit of a feeling out period for Buster Posey. What do I have here? So you keep Bob Melvin and you think, okay, what we have with the manager and the team, it's not good enough. So we're going to go ahead and shake it all up and bring in a guy from college who is definitely a college coach. I mean, he's kind of got that motivational rah-rah approach, you would think, and he comes in and you start bad. And I'm not sure if the veterans have totally turned against him, but the things we've seen this year do not speak to Tony Vitello's got the room. And so if he doesn't have the room and you can't change the room, I don't know what you do. That to me is where I'm just kind of stuck. So like Buster Posey, he's been doing it for 2 years now. He got the job in November of 2024. And so he's had, most of an off season and then a full off season and now end of year 2. And he's not been great, but he's at least, trying to do some things. And the deadline's coming up. We'll see what happens there. But Tony Vitello's had 101 or 102 games. And
102.
I'm not sure if what he has done has been enough to where, the veterans are going to say, you know what, Tony, it was your first year. Next year, we're all bought in.
No.
I don't see that.
No, I don't see that either. And the 650 on our text line, and you can join the conversation, either text or call, 888-957-9570. The 650 writes, Vitello should have been Buster's first move before the vet signings. And that is, I think, generally along the lines of what I'm talking about, 650. The decision to hire Tony Vitello by a president of baseball operations with no president of baseball operations experience or even general manager experience or really any front office experience. He got his toes wet. He dipped his toes in the water towards the end of the Farhan era when he was a member of, the ownership group, and he was brought back into the organization, maybe because the plan was to eventually make him the POBO, the president of baseball ops. But he really essentially had zero experience. That decision by that inexperienced POBO to hire an inexperienced manager, those two things kind of go hand in hand. And it's something I can wrap my head around. And I was cautiously optimistic about what Tony Vitello represents. I like the idea of trying something new. I like the idea of going against the grain. I like the idea of not just hiring the same retread. You're picking from the same pool of like 36, 37, 38 dudes. 30 of them have jobs, 8 of them don't because they just got fired last year and they're out there on the market, and the same 38 guys just keep getting hired and fired and hired and fired and hired and fired. I like kind of breaking the mold. I was definitely willing to give it a chance, but the combination of giving that a chance, specifically what they gave a chance, which was an inexperienced, and that's not even the right way to put it, zero experienced guy with the roster full of these veterans, like that makes no sense. It's not a winning formula. You're trying to do two entirely different things. And if now you're going to judge Tony Vitello, in my opinion, it's very unfairly to judge him on those expectations because you're asking a guy who has no clue what the hell he's doing to do something with a group of guys that are underperforming and are making life more difficult on him. It's unfair to Tony. It's not an excuse. He also has to be better. As we talked about a lot this season, there's a lot of things that he's gotten wrong. But I just feel like what Buster Posey and the Giants are asking Tony Vitello to do, it's unfair. You're asking him to do something that I don't think anybody could do in his position.
It's lightweight impossible. And we talked about all summer, and I guess it was before the summer, where like Steve Kerr. If Steve Kerr leaves, they're going to bring in Todd Golden. That was the hot name from Florida. God. And so, like, Todd Golden is the Tony Vitello of college basketball. He's won a natty. So did Tony Vitello.
There's at least more history of college basketball coaches going to the NBA.
There is, and there also has been experience of those guys who have never played, like Rick Pitino never played in the association. And so there is a little bit more of a runway. You're right about that. Like, this is Tony Vitello first time ever. But I even think more about Danny Hurley, who was at UConn and still is. And he's been in the Final Four and he's won a couple of national championships. And he's a little bit more, I think, cut from the same cloth as Tony Vitello.
I think the Lakers offered him the job before they offered it to JJ Redick. Yeah. And he said, no, I'm staying at UConn.
He passed on it, and he was smart to do so, and I'm sure he makes good money at UConn, and he's got that security. But imagine if Steve Kerr would have said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and step away. Now's my time. I'm good. And they would have hired Danny Hurley, somebody who is definitely demonstrative and outgoing and outspoken. And you think about a room with Al Horford and Draymond and Steph Curry, and you've got, veterans who've been through it and done it so many thousands of times. And now, Danny Hurley's going to come in here and say, all right, guys, here's what we're going to do. At practice tomorrow, we're running gassers. We're going to work on our press break and we're going to do this. We're going to do that. They would have been like,
Draymond looks over like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, no, we're not, coach. And I'm not saying that Tony Vitello has done that, but I did get some reports from spring training where he's coming out and, he was doing things the way he's always done it.
Well, do you remember the very first series when they got swept by the Yankees? I forget the exact timeline, and Steven, you might remember it, but I don't know if it was maybe after the first loss or the first two losses, but he does like this whole big rah-rah speech in the clubhouse, and he's talking about how he maybe fired up the guys too much, and then Robbie Ray was asked about it after the fact. And Steven, didn't Robbie Ray say something along the lines of like, it's just baseball. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know why he was doing all that.
So after the first two games of the year, Vitello, like you mentioned, said a speech, and then he told the media that maybe we're a little bit too emotional right now.
Yeah.
And then when the media relayed that to Robbie Ray said something of the effect of, we're all major leaguers here.
Exactly. And that's exactly what you're talking about. And that's very early in the season, so he's probably learned a little bit more from that. But this is a Robbie Ray grunt for you. But that's an example of Tony Vitello just not knowing the expectation, not knowing what works, not knowing what doesn't work. And there in that moment, maybe not immediately and maybe not forever, but perhaps losing some points in the clubhouse with veterans who are like, who is this guy and what is he doing?
Right.
And what is he saying?
Well, and honestly, and this is my defense of Tony Vitello, but how could he know? He never played pro ball. He didn't play minor league baseball. He's been a college coach forever. His dad was a high school coach for decades, and so he knows that. You know the rhythm of a college baseball season, and I've said this to Willard a bunch of times, and it might be a little bit redundant, but in college baseball, you've got a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series. Yeah. You're off Monday. Tuesday, you play a cupcake, whether it's like Central Carolina or you might play Northwest Missouri State. You play somebody who is not up to your level, and that's where you can play all your twos and you throw your number 5 starter, whatever. You're probably going to win anyway. And then you're off Wednesday, you're off Thursday, and then rinse and repeat. You've got a 3-game series against your conference opponent. You got Monday off. You play a cupcake on Tuesday. And so that is the rhythm. And then this rhythm is we got a 13-day road trip. We play 13 games in 13 days in 4 cities. And how do I manage my bullpen? Because you can't just kick a game like you can in college, even though when you kick it at Tennessee, you still win 12-4. Yeah. So all of that combined with the travel and the media and the fact that you're coaching 30 and 35-year-olds, all of that is so daunting and so different that how could you expect him to hit the ground running?
Exactly. So it's if this is the path that you're choosing, hiring Tony Vitello, then it doesn't make sense to have him be dealing with the roster full of these veterans that make a lot of money, that have been around the game, the major league game for a really long time. And then beyond that, it's also just the roster not being anywhere near complete. You go into this season, you're asking Tony Vitello to compete because they have Chapman and Adames and Devers and Logan Webb and Luis Arraez and all these guys on the roster, and you feel like we got a decent team here. But you go into it, and your only additions to the pitching staff are Malley and Hauser, and you do essentially nothing to help the bullpen. A bullpen that you just traded away your key guys from a year ago, and the other key guy, Randy Rodriguez, is out for the whole year as he recovers from Tommy John, and you think that's a good idea? Like, Tony Vitello has not impressed me much at all, but you gave him an absolute losing hand. And he can't even bluff his way out of it. Everybody that plays the Giants knows he has 2-7 off suit. And what is Tony Vitello supposed to do? If everyone knows your hand and your hand's no good, then you're just out of luck.
You're screwed. Is basically what it is. And I think about that part of it too. And again, I've been somebody who's been critical of Tony Vitello for so many different reasons, but you look at what he actually was dealt, 2-7 offsuit. Maybe, I mean, for those of you who play poker, that might be the worst possible hand you could be dealt.
Or nothing worse than that, yeah.
I mean, you can't even sit there and wait for the flop.
No.
And, you wait for the flop and you get 3 2s. I guess if you're in the big blind, you can maybe wait because, I mean, you've got no other choice.
But you ain't getting a straight and you ain't getting a flush.
Right.
So what are you going to do?
You're in a real tough spot. And I think that, you bring in Tony Vitello and it's okay. You've got 3 high-priced vets. You've got another guy, Jung-Hoo Lee, who makes a lot of money. You've got Robbie Ray in the final year of his deal, and you got Logan Webb, who's the face. I'm going to give you no bullpen. Here's a couple of journeymen for the back end of your rotation. Your defense is not very good. And by the way, your third base coach is somebody who we like.
I forgot about the third base coach.
Borgie?
Hector Borg.
So you get a Hector Borg at third.
I think he stinks.
I mean, I don't know if
sorry, Borg.
If the stop sign and the windmill, if you got them confused, but so your third base coach doesn't really know what he's doing. Your coaching staff is all basically brand new, except you got Ron Washington, the OG.
He's done a great job. It seems like
Luis Arraez would say
Luis Arraez is the Gold Glove candidate now.
And Jace Tingler's your base coach, or your bench coach, somebody who is a former manager, but the rest of your major coaching staff, they're all new. So new staff, no pen, veterans who probably aren't prone to listen to you or anyone. Good luck. Get in there. And again, if they would have started 19-6, I think a lot of this would have been different. But Devers is bad in April, always, and he was bad. And Adames was slow to start, and Chappie was slow to start, and then he's yelling at Casey Schmidt. And the year started badly and got worse. And I think that partly is a reflection on Tony Vitello. It's not his fault, but it's kind of led the narrative to be God, you brought in somebody who was not equipped.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Joe in Fremont wants to weigh in on this Giants situation. What's up, Joe? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy today. What do you got?
Hey, Grandy, I agree with you 100% on what you're saying about Pick a Lane. I think one of the things, again, I'm a Dodger fan, so don't kill me. But one of the things I think you're missing here too. I know it's terrible, but I actually love listening to you guys. You guys are awesome. But one of the things that they're missing is the state of the NL. Like, stick with the young. You're not in a window right now where that team is going to compete with the top of the NL, and so. I think what the Giants need to do is stick with Tony. Go with that youth movement. I mean, I wanted Jackson Flora the second I saw him at Santa Barbara. The kid's awesome. Stick with the youth movement because you're not, struggling, fighting for a wild card. Is that going to be good enough? I don't think so. I think that the Giants need to invest in the future. I mean, the Dodgers are. I mean, we're hurt all the time, and I just think the Giants really, really need to go youth, rebuild, let Buster do it. I actually love Buster. I think he's awesome.
Well, I appreciate the call, Joe. I will just say I can't shake from my head. You tell me you're a Dodger fan, and then in the same breath you say stick with Tony. It kind of feels like you're telling us what you want as a Dodger fan to happen.
Right. I mean, I'll tell you what.
You're very respectful, Joe. I respect you, but I can't shake that feeling from my mind.
I think Malley and Hauser should be. Trade Logan and
for scraps. Yeah,
Malley and Hauser.
Trade them to the Dodgers, right?
That's your 1-2 right there. And I'll tell you what, Caleb Killian, yeah, he can close for. He's your closer. I'll tell you what, guys.
Well, they don't need a closer. They lost 5 games in a row.
Whatever. Like the whole thing about.
What are you talking about?
The youth movement is what he said, and I think that it speaks to what you talked about, and I said this
the larger point I think is probably right. Yes.
Right. And I can't help but think about the Kevin Durant drop every time we have this conversation. Who are you? Who are you, Giants? Are you a young team with a college manager, and it's like, okay, college manager, we're going to give you 3 years, and here's a bunch of pups, and we're going to give you 3 years to coach up a young team and see what you can make of them. And then after 3 years, we'll see how you do. And then we'll add and we'll do whatever we do. And then come 2028, we'll be ready to roll because we saw what you did. You threw a young guy in, Tony Vitello, into a mixed bag of you got vets, you've got Bryce Eldridge and other young players, young pitchers, and go ahead and make something out of this. I just think that the Giants organization right now is completely rudderless in terms of a direction.
Oh, they absolutely are. And that's why the number one thing I need the Giants to do going forward is pick a lane. And the lane that I think I'm choosing, because I think it's probably the right decision, I think it's the prudent one, is, as our caller just mentioned, Dodger fan aside, I think is leaning into your youth a little bit more, trying your best to move on from these bloated contracts that you have, Chapman, Adames, Devers. The thing is that's going to be difficult to do, specifically, I think, for the Devers and Adames contracts. So maybe you are forced to kind of still be half in, half out of a lane, but show a little bit more direction towards the other lane. That's the one thing that I need the Giants to do. There's another one, though, Dib, that I think I need them to do as well, and it's your decisions that affect the baseball team itself, right? Like we can talk about going to buy Curran Theater and developing Mission Rock and all of that. Like that's great. And maybe that's using up money that you're not spending on the team, like whatever. I'm considering all that stuff as separate. But the decisions that you make that are impacting the players on the field and how you're performing and the wins and losses that you accumulate as a baseball team, those decisions should be made purely based off of if it helps or hurts the baseball team, not with anything else in mind. And we got to hit a break here in a couple of minutes, so I'll lay it out fully on the other side, but I think this goes hand in hand with what you were talking about a couple of weeks ago. If you bring back both Vitello and Posey next year, that's the ownership telling you that maybe they're not too dead set on trying to win baseball games, and maybe they more so feel like They're just trying to make money and be profitable, and you could absolutely be right on that. But I think for too often and for too long, Dibs, this Giants team has been making baseball decisions with marketing in mind, with the ownership's bottom line in mind. And I don't want that to be the thing that determines the hard-hitting baseball decisions that this franchise makes anymore.
Agreed, and I do think that this deadline presents a certain situation where they might be able to pivot off of that notion if, in fact, you have a trade in place for Matt Chapman and a team says, yeah, we'll give you a couple of prospects, but we need you to pay $50 million of the $100 million that he is owed. If the ownership is willing to do that, I think the Devers, that is going to be too much for anyone to pay down. Adames, I guess, similarly. But if the ownership shows that they're willing to move forward with, the future, not the present, and they're willing to pay money in order to make these things happen, that to me would be a sign that ownership sees that right now they have two timelines and neither one of them is working.
Yeah.
The future!
You're a big fan of the great John Shea.
I love John Shea.
Did you hear what he wrote in the SF Standard earlier today?
I couldn't have heard it because
did you read
it's
it?
An article.
Maybe you listen to it. You can click those buttons and it'll dictate it to you.
Okay, books on tape. No, I didn't hear it or read it, but I love the Shea kid.
I love Jim Thome.
I love John Shea.
Anyway, it's a piece that he wrote for the SF Standard just about the different tiers of players the Giants have as it relates to the trade deadline. And we kind of did this little thing ourselves the other day as well. But there's one little paragraph in here that I want to read to you, and it gets to the heart, I think, of what we're talking about specifically as it relates to baseball decisions that are being made with maybe everything but the baseball team in mind. We'll get to that when we come back. Rich, I see you on hold. We will get to you when we come back as well. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More coming up next.
Show me you care.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value on juicy, personal, seedless watermelons when you buy two. And here's my personal partner, Dan Dibley.
Yes, and you can get Signature Select Thick Cut Bacon 48-ounce selected varieties sold in 3-pound packages for $4.99 per pound. 10 for $10 mix and match is back. Save on items like Pastaroni or Rice-A-Roni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce varieties, or Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water gallon size. Add CRV where applicable. Member price $1 each for selected varieties. See your store for a full list of participating items.
We invite you to go to Safeway.com for more of these details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Hi, I'm David.
I'm Chris.
And I'm John. We are the three brothers who own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And we are here to...
Not again. That's my line.
That was my line.
Boy, stop it.
Mom? What are you doing here?
Have you heard your commercials? They're terrible.
That's not our fault. You taught us how to cook delicious food.
Using only the freshest ingredients.
And to treat all our guests like family visiting our home. But you didn't teach us how to write catchy radio spots.
They remember that and get back to work.
Yes, Mom. Jack's, serving delicious breakfast, lunch, dinner, and drinks the way our mom taught us.
ilovejacks.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Outside Lands is August 7th through the 9th in Golden Gate Park. Heading to the festival? Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada during Outside Lands. Come visit them at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
Declare your independence from Dated Tired Windows. This July, get $1,776 off new windows and enjoy better energy savings, curb appeal, and comfort. For 25 years, homeowners like you have trusted American Vision Windows with most jobs done in one day. This month, your project costs a lot less, but you have to book this July. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call us the website for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Tune in to Willard and Dips every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain, world champions once again. This is a golden generation announcing itself on the sport's biggest stage. Spain's next wave has already delivered a title, and there may be more to come. World champions, Spain reigns over the globe once again.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
Casey Schmidt, home run number 20 yesterday.
That ball got Schmidt on.
It did in the ninth, get them within one, and then they ultimately can't score the other to force extras, or at least the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way that goes. I mean, this year, that's just been how things have gone.
Unfortunately.
Right.
How many home runs do you think Casey Schmidt will finish with?
Probably 29.
Not going to get to 30?
I mean, yes, he'll get to 30, but...
Will they all be in a Giants uniform?
Yes.
He's not going to get traded, is what you're saying.
I don't think so. And I mean, we could talk about like trade scenarios. For me, the best case is Matt Chapman says, I've about had it. I'm going to go ahead and waive this. You deal me. Casey plays third. Luis doesn't get dealt. He plays second, and you re-sign him. That, for me, infield-wise, is the best case scenario.
Probably.
I mean, I don't know if that will happen. I know Matt Chapman his wife actually just had their second child, I believe. And so, I mean, I don't know if that means that they won't move or he doesn't want to move. I'm not sure. But for me, the whole Chapman-Melvin thing was a thing.
Absolutely.
I don't know if the Chapman-Vitello combo is a thing, but to the earlier caller about they've got a good young team. Well, if you had a good young team, then I would be all in on Tony Vitello. And to get a, quote, good young team, you need to get rid of some of the vets.
Yeah, that are blocking some of the good young players that you have.
And I mean, Robbie Ray, I think, will be gone by trade or by free agency. And Arise will be most likely gone by trade or free agency. Not that he's a vet. But the big ones for me are Devers, Adames, and Chapman. Yeah. The big three.
Absolutely. And we're going to get to John Shea's tiers of free agents of potential trades for the Giants, the players on their roster, where they fit into trade conversations. And I want to specifically read you something John Shea wrote about one of the players that has been mentioned on the trading block. Don't know if he's going to get traded, but we'll do that coming up in a little bit. Out to the phone lines, though, as promised, because Rich in Fremont was patient and hung out with us through the break. 888-957-9570 to join the conversation. Rich, what do you got?
Well, first of all, my response and the reason why I'm calling in, guys, and thanks for taking my call, is I got to respond to that so-called Dodger fan that called in earlier. It's like, dude, are you serious right now? It's like, dude, we're doing the young movement. And how's that working out? Doesn't look like it's working out too good. And you have to be a Dodger fan to call in and say something like that. Because trust me, like most Giants fans, myself, the product that's on the field, I'm sorry, dude. This is going so far backwards than it could ever go. Dude, we might as well just accept 20 back. Why not? Just accept it right now. It's going to happen. We're going to blow another game. We're going to get close to winning it, and then we're just going to hand it over to the opposing team because we're the Giants. That's what's going to happen. And this guy's calling in talking about, go with the young move. Dude, are you watching what's happening out there? You don't sound like somebody who, I love Buster Posey. Dude, you can't possibly love Buster Posey right now. We're Buster Posey fans, and we don't love Buster Posey right now. Come on. Really? That's my rant, man. Thanks a lot.
I hear you, Rich, and I appreciate you telling us how you feel. I will say, I don't think they've fully gone to the youth movement route. As we were just talking about, how could you possibly be going full youth movement when your two most impressive young players, Bryce Eldridge and Casey Schmidt, are being blocked at their natural positions by Rafi Devers and Matt Chapman, respectively?
Right. And, it's not a youth movement when you've got guys under contract who will be here until they are 36, 37, and 38.
Yes.
That's not a, quote, youth movement. And so you go with a young manager, and you believed in him when you hired him. And so, you give him a chance. Absolutely. He got a 3-year deal. But if you have a young manager and he's not connecting with an older team, then you either have, and I'm not saying that I know this for fact, but just the eye test tells me that they don't look to be an absolutely aligned ball club. So you either get rid of the young manager or you get rid of the majority of your older guys. And it's easier to get rid of the manager because you don't have to worry about paying him $217 million.
And it's one guy as opposed to maybe 2 or 3 of the high-priced veterans.
Right.
So, number one, what I need the Giants to do is to pick a lane, as we talked about last segment. Pick a lane. Choose the path that you want to go down and commit to that path. Maybe it's difficult to do that now because, as we're talking about, those contracts that you have that are difficult to move with Chapman and more specifically Adames and Devers. But pick a lane. Don't go on one half, inexperienced president of baseball operations, inexperienced manager, but a roster that is very top-heavy with a couple of vets that maybe aren't showing the utmost respect for their manager, and for whatever reason it's not quite working, and pair that with a really bad bullpen and a top-heavy rotation and expect that you can win baseball games. Pick a lane. Go in fully one way to try to win and build a good rotation, pay the money it takes to do that, get a couple of bullpen arms in here, pay the money it takes to do that, or don't pay all the money to these veterans. Don't half-ass it, I think, is the point. Pick a lane. That's number one. Number two for me, though, Dibs, it's what we were talking about at the very end of last segment when we went to break. Make decisions for the benefit of the team and the team alone. What makes the team better? What shrinks the amount of time until they can compete legitimately in the postseason again? Like, let me ask you this, Dibs. Why do you think the Giants re-signed Chapman, signed Adames, and traded for Devers. What do you think was the reason why they made those 3 moves?
Because they're good players, they're good veteran players, and you thought that by doing that, you would have a good, solid core. You had a first baseman, a shortstop, a third baseman, and the one thing that we all were pining for in the Gabe Kapler, Farhan Zaidi era was no more platooning. Like, can we get some players who will play all 162, good players who you can go ahead and pencil in, forget the pencil, get the Sharpie. We're going to Sharpie these guys in the lineup, and by and large, they are Sharpie players.
Yeah, they play almost every single day.
They would play every day if they weren't hurt and if they didn't, have to come out for whatever reason.
And they want to play every day. Like, they honestly take it as a personal affront when they don't play every day when they're not injured, which I guess at times can be frustrating for the Giants. But that's also because you have guys behind them that feel like they deserve to play, specifically Eldridge and Schmidt, which is why there was all the uproar about Eldridge earlier in the season and why Schmidt was playing left field, which was not ideal. That was definitely part of it. But also when you're talking about what we wanted and what we were pining for, and we being fans, what fans wanted was players to wrap our arms around, players we knew would be in the lineup every single day. And I think at the base of what that is, Dibs, this is going to sound not offensive, I don't think, but that there is fan service in that. That is the front office, and that is ownership saying, well, what can we do to keep the fans happy? And usually that's a good thing, because the answer to keeping the fans happy is win baseball games. If you win baseball games, the fans will be happy. I guarantee you that. If you win a lot of baseball games and you go to the postseason, the fan base, in all likelihood, is going to be happy. But there is some fan service involved in, well, let's just get guys in here that we can play every day, that will sell jerseys, that we can point to when the fans are upset that maybe the team isn't winning a lot. We can say, well, we got Chapman and we got Devers and you wanted the Adames. That's what you guys wanted, right? It's hard for me to not think about these moves and think of the front office being like, well, part of the reason why we made these moves, Dibs, wasn't necessarily because we felt like these moves in conjunction with everything else going on was going to make us a juggernaut that could compete in the NL West. As an earlier caller said, really difficult to do considering how good this division is and how good the Dodgers are and how good the National League is, the top of the NL specifically. There is a part of me that reads a lot of these moves as the front office saying, well, maybe this isn't going to make us a great team, but you know what it will make us? It will make us a profitable team because at least we have guys that fans will show up to see play every single day.
And I think that's the Jung-Hoo Lee move in a nutshell. And I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee, they brought him in, they paid him a lot of money, and they thought he'd be a good player. And he was early. After about a month, he got hurt. And so you didn't really know. And then he came back, and immediately there's the Jung-Hoo crew, and there's the hooligans and all the rest of it. And so he became a big marketing piece. And now this year it's actually starting to pay off because he's playing well. And so I do think that from an ownership standpoint, a lot of it is, it's not window dressing because Rafi Devers is a great player. He's a great hitter, and he's somebody that you went out and traded for thinking that he could be an anchor piece. And same thing with Willy Adames. And it was, the first time they really were able to go out and get a free agent hitter and pay that much money. It was probably an overpay. I don't know if there was a competitive offer and whatnot. And, Matt Chapman, you extended him because the manager at the time, Bob Melvin, loved him, and he loved the manager. So,
and you liked him too.
And he's great. And I do think that the Chapman move, to me, speaks more to what you should be all about, which is pitching and defense. And, Adames is not defense, and Devers is not defense. And so I just wonder which way you are going to go as an organization. As you navigate this thing forward, what are you going to do? What are you going to be all about at that ballpark?
So this SF Standard piece written by John Shea that I mentioned earlier, it lists a lot of the Giants players in different trade tiers, if you will, ahead of the deadline, which is now, 10 days away? 10 days from the trade deadline? 11? 11 days from the trade deadline, Monday, August 3rd at 3 o'clock Pacific. He lists this into, I believe, 6 different tiers. Tier 1 from John Shea of the San Francisco Standard. The goodbye tier. That's Robbie Ray and Luis Arraez.
Bye, Felisa.
Exactly. Those guys are going to get traded in all likelihood. Like a 95% chance probably on both those guys that they get traded. Okay, so that's one of the tiers. The next tier, again from John Shea, is gone if they can find a taker. That's Willie Adames, Harrison Bader, Tyler Malley, JT Brubaker, Sam Hentges, and Jason Foley. Okay, that's the group that's gone if they can find a taker. That means these are guys the Giants aren't particularly fond of, but they are not sure if anybody's particularly fond of them. So if they find somebody that wants those players, the Giants will not be eager to hold on to those guys. That's tier number 2. Tier number 3 is depends on the deal. That group includes Rafi Devers, Matt Chapman, Elliot Ramos, Daniel Susac, Drew Kavanaugh, Adrian Hauser, Trevor McDonald, Caleb Killian, Eric Miller, and Dylan Smith. Okay, so that essentially means if the Giants get a deal that they view is fair, then maybe they'll pull the trigger on it. But it also is guys that they probably would ideally want to keep around, like an Elliot Ramos, and I think to your point, also like a Matt Chapman. Okay, that's another tier. This is the interesting tier, Dibs. The next one. If another team wants to make a mistake, that's this next tier for the Giants. And what John Shea is getting at is the Giants want to keep these guys. But if another team is going to offer them a great deal, a grandfather offer, then they probably shouldn't say no. In this group is Logan Webb, Casey Schmidt, Jung-Hoo Lee, Landon Roop, and Keaton Winn. But as you said, let's focus on Jung-Hoo Lee because there's this one article or this one paragraph in this article. It's in this section from John Shea that I want to read to you. John Shea writes, quote, "Plenty of national media will predict Jung-Hoo Lee will be traded. But the Giants' ownership and marketing department aren't eager to see the outfielder go because they have too much invested in him and his home country, South Korea. He's a big draw at Oracle Park, too. If Posey moves Lee, he'll tick off plenty of club officials." End quote from John Shea. And I read that, Dibs, and I just about lost my mind. This is not me saying I hate Jung-Hoo Lee. He's a terrible player, and they should trade him for pennies on the dollar. No, I'm just saying if you get what you think is a fair deal and you acquire a player that better fits your pathway to contention, as Dave Fleming was talking about earlier this week on this very station, if you don't think you can compete this year or next, then maybe Jung-Hoo Lee should not be on your roster, or you should at least heavily consider moving him. If you get what you determine is a fair offer, Dibs, then you should make the move, because what's most important here is how it impacts your baseball team, not what the marketing department thinks, not how it affects ticket sales, not what club officials feel. As John Shea writes, they'll be ticked off if they trade Jung-Hoo Lee. This, I think, is the perfect example of what the Giants have done wrong for a long time. It's worried about on-the-field issues when making on-the-field baseball decisions.
Well, it's not only about on the field, and that's where, as a fan, you can get a little bit infuriated because you want it to be about on the field. And I'm looking at an article in Sports Business Journal, sportsbusinessjournal.com, from January. The Giants are in South Korea with a 17-person contingent that represents almost every department within the organization for a, quote, goodwill and relationship building tour, according to Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. And this is back in January. And apparently it was Buster Posey, Larry Baer, Zach Benazian, Tony Vitello, CMO Rachel Height, who I don't really know. And the team has, quote, seen an opportunity to grow the Giants' international brand while they employ Jung-Hoo Lee, who is instantly recognized anywhere he goes in the Asian nation. So when you think about that, and this is a story from, Sports Business Journal, but quoting Andy Baggerly, so I believe it to be absolutely rock solid and factual. So you go to South Korea with a 17-person contingent to rally around the fact that you got Jung-Hoo Lee. So even if you get a great offer for Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't think that you're going to be interested in really trading Jung-Hoo Lee because of this international business relationship. And as I say it, I think as a Giants fan, this is nonsense, but the reality of the business model is, you're not going to trade Jung-Hoo Lee unless you get absolutely overwhelmed. And even then, you're probably going to have to, confer with the CMO and the CFO and the COO and the CEO.
Various three-letter acronyms beginning in C's.
And they're going to have to whip out the spreadsheet and say, well, I mean, if we trade Jung-Hoo Lee, we're going to lose, $97 million over the next 2 years in endorsements or business.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I hear you, and I get where they're coming from, but as a fan of the baseball team that doesn't care how profitable they are. I mean, I care in the sense that it's good for the club, or theoretically it should be, and it should in turn mean that you spend more money on the actual baseball team. I'm sick of baseball decisions being made off the baseball field. And I know that's not how it is with any franchise, but I'm sick of it with the Giants specifically, because it feels like that has been what is motivating them more than anything else of late. And I think it's what's led to a lot of this this last decade of Giants baseball that's been bad. That has been bad, aside for one good year in 2021.
Yeah.
And it's if you get what you think is a good offer for Jung-Hoo Lee, you should take it. Your relationships in South Korea, I'm not saying they're not valuable. Hey, maybe there's another future South Korean baseball player that is recognizing Jung-Hoo Lee and what the Giants are doing that will be more likely to sign with you in the future as a result of you doing it. Treat it like, an international scout in the international soccer world or in the club soccer world, where my favorite club, Arsenal in England, they have scouts in Brazil. They have scouts in Switzerland. They have scouts in Germany. They got scouts everywhere across the world trying to find the new guy. Maybe your relationship with Jung-Hoo Lee and therefore South Korea will help you in the future. But if you get a good offer for Jung-Hoo Lee that you think that helps you compete in 2028 when Jung-Hoo Lee might not, or doesn't fit your pathway to contention as well as Jung-Hoo Lee does, you got to pull the trigger. And I don't want to hear, again, quote from John Shea, if Posey moves Lee, he'll tick off plenty of club officials. John Shea, I'm sure, is right. And this is not me coming down John Shea's road. This is me coming down the front office and ownership's road, if that's truly what's going to keep them from doing a solid baseball decision.
I understand that part of it, but the other side is Jung-Hoo Lee's been patently awesome this year. And so if you're looking at trading pieces, you can go ahead and put him at the absolute bottom of the list or the back of the line, because Jung-Hoo Lee has had a good year. Now, if it were Jung-Hoo Lee hitting 238 and making that kind of money, then
but then you can't get anything for him, you would think. But he's been good this year. You could get something of value for him.
But you could get something of value for Casey Schmidt or for Elliot Ramos, and certainly, other younger players, I think, that don't have the same international Asian marketability that Jung-Hoo Lee has. So I hear what you're saying, and you're not wrong, but the thing that makes it a little bit more difficult is that Jung-Hoo Lee has been damn good. My thing to you yesterday was you can't have Arise and Jung-Hoo Lee both on the same team, because offensively they're kind of the same guy. They're both very light-powered, good hitters, guys who can hit you, 300 to 325 pretty much every year. And I'm saying that Jung-Hoo Lee is going to continue to do this. Arise already has done that, but Luis Arise does not have international marketing appeal. Even if Arise had the Jung-Hoo Lee contract, you would be more apt to trade him because you don't have the same business cachet that Jung-Hoo Lee has.
Yeah, on the text line, 888-957-9570, the 415 says, you know what would grow the Giants brand? Winning. Yeah, I feel you, 415, because they haven't done a lot of winning lately. I guess they got to go to other avenues to build their brand. The 408 texted, don't want to give up Jung-Hoo, already bought the jersey. That's essentially what the Giants are saying. That is essentially what they're saying. We've invested X amount of dollars into Jung-Hoo Lee and South Korea that we don't want to lose that asset. And I get it. I get it financially. I am just sick and tired of people that are making millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars wanting to maximize those millions to the point where I think it is actively hurting the product on the baseball field. And that's how I feel. So I think a lot of the issues that the Giants are facing, and that I feel as a fan of the Giants, and the frustration that you all out there listening can probably hear coming from me, I think a lot of it comes back to ownership specifically. We were talking earlier about pick a lane. You have Adames, you have Devers, you have Chapman. Why didn't you add more to your starting pitching? Why didn't you add more to your bullpen? Well, who knows? Maybe Buster Posey wanted to, but ownership said, no, we're not going to sign off on those checks. Sorry, Buster. Do what you got to do with X amount of money. And he said, okay, Tyler Mahle and Adrian Hauser and Jason Foley. That's what we're doing on the pitching front. Maybe that's what it is. I do think a lot of the issues stem from ownership, Dibs, and maybe not being willing to spend as much as they should, or maybe just being willing to spend just enough to where they can say, well, we spent a good chunk of money,
right,
and keep fans happy.
Well, and they're close to a top 10 payroll, and I don't know how you measure it, if it's active payroll or overall payroll, but you can look at their bottom line balance sheet and say, yeah, they're a team that spends, but what you spend upon is not necessarily producing. And then you look at Jung-Hoo Lee, and I just was doing a little Google as we were having this conversation, and the insurance company Hanwha, I believe is how you say it, from Korea, they are a big-time sponsor of the Giants.
I see it all over the ballpark.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you trade Jung-Hoo Lee, well, that sponsorship probably goes away, and I don't know what they pay year over year, but it's probably not nothing if you've got your insurance company name on the outfield wall and you've got signage all over the place. It's probably significant to where you look at the Jung-Hoo Lee contract and you balance it out with the sponsorship that you get there. And I don't even know what other sponsorships they have in South Korea, but you could look at the Jung-Hoo Lee contract and say, yeah, it's kind of a net negative. It probably balances itself out, and he's playing great. So you trade Jung-Hoo Lee for prospect 6 and 14 for whatever team you want to fill in the blank of. Okay, that's great. Our team gets better for next year and the year after, but we lose $70 million in a sponsorship? Well, that's a bad deal.
If having Jung-Hoo Lee on your roster is so lucrative for you financially, then spend more money. You have the 11th highest payroll right now.
Yeah.
The 11th highest in baseball. If having Jung-Hoo Lee on your roster makes your life so damn good and you make so much money in South Korea and Hanwha, the South Korean company, is spending so much money with you to advertise, then don't be the 11th highest payroll in baseball. The Tigers right now are spending more than you. The Braves, the Padres, Toronto, all these teams are spending more than you. Be a top 5 payroll, then come talk to me. I'm kind of sick of it, Dibs.
Well, I mean, they've got theaters to buy, which they've done. They've got buildings to build, which they've done. I mean, I don't know if you have ever built a skyscraper as I have. Or
you have?
I mean, so many. And I'll tell you what, those things aren't cheap now.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah, but then once they're built, you know what? That's a money machine.
You know what Kevin Dana would say? Cha-ching!
I was going to say cash me out one time. Both words.
Or Gucci.
Gucci. Rain Dan.
That's right.
Rain Dan. Absolutely.
Gucci. Cash me out one time.
Just get them all in.
Yeah.
Just get them all in. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford this summer, the summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. I see a Nick. We will get to you when we come back. If you want to join in, 888-957-9570. Plus, I want to run Dibs through, not a game, but let's just get...
Not a game.
Let's run through this with Dibs to get an idea of just how bad things are for the Giants, okay? This is a fun, actually not so fun, exercise that we can run Dibs through to get an idea of just how bad things are for the Giants. We'll do that when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy in on 95.7 The Game.
Who are you?
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's the best-looking decking you'll find on the market, trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality. But TimberTech isn't just about looking great today. Thanks to its advanced technology and unparalleled durability, the TimberTech decks you build will still look amazing decades from now. Add in industry-leading warranties, and it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. Build with confidence. Build with TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Find it locally at Ashby Lumber.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Be sure to tune into the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game following every Golden State Valkyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky highlight the teamwork play of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health, where togethering heals.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
San Francisco will be mostly clear tonight with a low of 59.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Happy Thursday. It's Willard and Dibbs. No Willard. He'll be back on Monday. Dibbs and Grandy with you until 6 o'clock. Show's flying by, Dibbs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is cruising by. No doubt.
Yeah. Steiny's. It's vacation time for Steiny. I think his meeting is definitely ended by now.
Oh, it's over. I think the boss is. I mean, Dave Fleming on the call for the boss.
God.
Exactly right. Adios, Nahingian.
I think my Fleming impression is just me doing Steven doing Flem.
Yes, and my impersonation of myself is me doing Steven doing me. I was in need of a closer. Which
it's an impersonation sensation. Cha-ching!
Absolutely, it is.
That's right. And I mean, my Kevin Dana is me trying to do Kevin Dana with the rain dance.
It's pretty good.
Not bad.
Rain dance.
It's pretty good.
I probably overdo the R.
Yeah, you hold it for a little too long.
And that's, my impersonations have always been much more like caricature than accuracy. Like Steven Risotto's Dave Fleming.
It's accurate.
Even his Joe Rizzo and his still in progress Buck Martinez. He's striving for accuracy. Mine are always like a little bit mean-spirited just because that's
fun. We did get a text earlier today at the beginning of the show. I don't know if I can go back and find it. Actually, here it is. The 408 a couple of hours ago. We need more Rizzo impressions. So anytime we can sneak in a Steven Risotto impression, we're going to do it here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and he's free to pop in at any time, especially, he's in your spot. And even when you're there and he's over in the other spot, I'm happy to always have him jump in.
Yeah. Especially in this sports desert that we're in, as you said earlier this week.
Yeah, I find myself, like, anytime somebody is named John anywhere, I find myself doing John. It's me doing him doing Dave Fleming. John. Referring to John Miller, which, whatever, it's like triple knockoff, but I can't get it out of my head.
And go ahead.
The Lazy Boy broadcast booth.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's beyond pretty good.
And your John Miller 2 is quickly approaching the elevation sensation status on this show.
And I appreciate it. Like, everything is a double play. And John Miller. And my John Miller's not good, but when you do a John, it is about, to me, it's more about the tempo and the pace. I don't have quite the voice, but I do believe it's about the tempo, ball outside.
It is.
Garage Door Opener by Liftmaster.
Is that John Miller doing
a crossover
RNS?
that I was not expecting?
That's a crazy hybrid right there.
I was not expecting that. All right, 888-957-9570. We've been talking a lot about the Giants, unfortunately, because they've been so bad. Nick in Berkeley, though, wanted to weigh in. Then I'm going to run Dibbs through a not-so-fun exercise that I think can give us all an idea of just how down the Giants are right now. So that's coming up. But first, Nick in Berkeley wants to weigh in. What's up, Nick? You're on Willard and Dibbs. It's Dibbs and Grandy.
Hey, what's up, you guys? I appreciate you guys, man. Hey, check it out. So I'm like, Lincecum throws like a perfect game or a no-hitter, and Bosey's like, yeah, the kid had his stuff working tonight. He's pretty good. Like, dude, just downplay everything, dude. Like, he didn't do anything.
That's a solid 3 right there, Nick. I appreciate that. You need to always you need to start your Bochy with a couple of grumbles. That makes it even better.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I had a cold one before work, but I don't drink before work. So yeah, if I could do Bochy really good with a cold one. But and the kid had stuff working tonight. And he did pretty good. Timely hitting. Yeah,
that was better. That was better. Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, so basically, man, as we know, like being Giants fans all these years, that it's like we've had a lot of torture going on, and we're getting back into the torture zone. We're like, we're having these long layaways without even making really the playoffs or doing anything. And it's just like, man, we need pitching. We've never won anything without pitching. Even when we had Bonds, man, we were like one short. Well, I mean, Dusty made that horrendous move and took him out of the game, gave him the game ball before the game was over. But that's something else. But anyways, man, we just didn't have the pitching, man. And then we had the pitching, and then the pitching is gone, and now we don't win the games. Like, the Dodgers are stacked with pitchers, man. How many one-run games did Bochy win, and how many one-run games are the Dodgers winning when they win 2-1 or 3-2 because their bats, weren't like putting up 8 or 9 runs every game? Obviously, no one's going to do that, but like their pitchers bail them out a lot, man. They got horses, man, and we need to find a way to get our minor league system like focused on like finding horses, man. Like, I don't understand like what's going on in the minor leagues. Like, why can't we, like we went crazy sending guys up and down before, but now like these guys are like, I feel like this team is like. There's no fear of them losing their jobs, so they're just like kind of like some of them are just ho-humming it because they're on contract. They know they're going to play. They're making millions of dollars, and that's to your point earlier.
Yeah, Nick, I think it's a very good point. I mean, I am 100% with you. I remember sitting on these airwaves, and this probably was 2.5 years ago now. It was before it was the off season. Yeah, I think before a couple of years ago, and I remember sitting here, and I got to the point where I wasn't screaming, but I was pretty aggressive. It was one of those off seasons. I forget exactly what the circumstance was, but the Giants were chasing a big name. Was it the Ohtani off season? No, it was probably the year after. But they were chasing a big name, and it was a hitter, and you could just read the writing on the wall. They weren't going to get him. It was not going to work out. And I remember sitting here and getting frustrated to the point where kind of like how I'm frustrated now. And my big takeaway was, the equation. You know what wins here. You know how you have to try to build your roster. Pitching and defense, and specifically the pitching part. Just get horses, right, as Nick said. Get dudes that can throw 7 innings a game, and I know it's easier said than done. You don't need all 5 guys to give you 7 innings every single time out, but get guys that you can rely on night in and night out for 30 starts a year that are better than average, and just try your best to scrape across some runs here and there. I know it was torturous, but hey, we won a lot of baseball games by doing it that way. That's what works in this park. So I feel, Nick, 100% dibs. I don't know why. Maybe I do know why. There was pressure from the fan base, and they wanted to be more exciting. And maybe this does go back to the front office wanting to do a little bit of fan service so they could get butts in seats and sell season tickets. But if your goal is to win baseball games, I'll put it that way. If your goal is to win baseball games, I don't know why they got away from just trying your best to have one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball.
Well, they did that prior to this year. I mean, I think about the Carlos Rodon and the Blake Snell and the Kevin Gausman, which were, Farhan, short-term signings, guys who were, ace-ish, and you had Logan Webb, and so you had dual aces, and Rodon was great. Thank you. Blake Snell was good while he was here, and obviously Kevin Gausman was fantastic, and they're not guys that you're going to sign long-term, and I don't think that that's necessarily a bad approach, but the one that kind of hurts is Kyle Harrison, where, you let him go to get Rafi Devers, and he was not great here, and he was either hurt or not pitching the way that he has gone on to pitch in Milwaukee, where maybe they adjusted his arm slot and he's become terrific, but that was a highly drafted player that they gave up on in order to get Rafi Devers. So now you're in a spot where you've got some pitching in AAA who might come up and be major league caliber, but you go into next year, and if Robbie Ray's gone, you've got Logan Webb, you've got Landon Roop, and then you've got Trevor McDonald. I do like Trevor McDonald, but it's pretty clear that he is really inconsistent, and he's yet to really lock in on, this is the pitcher I'm going to be. And I think that the start in Kansas City was a little bit sideways, and he couldn't get the feel. And now he's is he on the IL because
he's right elbow strain?
Yeah, and that's not good.
No.
When you get that elbow strain, so we don't know what that actually is going to mean.
We'll
but
probably learn more tomorrow from Vitello, is my guess.
Right. So you go out now in the free agent market this year, and you need to bring in 1, if not 2, really good frontline starters. But I don't know if ownership or Buster Posey wants to, sign a pitcher for 5 years and $165 million.
That's the thing. It comes back to ownership. And look, like going out to sign a gigantic free agent pitcher, to a 5, 6, 7 year deal, like that's also not maybe the smartest thing to do. It's good in the short term usually, but remember the experience the Diamondbacks have gone through with Corbin Burns. There was so many Giants fans clamoring for the Giants to sign Corbin Burns the free agent, Cy Young Award winner, has been great with the Brewers, with the Orioles, right? Sign Corbin Burns, bring him in, have him be the number 2 behind Logan Webb, or hell, maybe he's the number 1 ahead of Logan Webb, and Logan Webb is the 2. And then before he even really pitches for the Arizona Diamondbacks, he tears his UCL, needs Tommy John, and he's out, and we don't know how he's going to be when he comes back. So, that is also not the ideal thing, but I think maybe we're getting at what has been the real sin of the last, decade-ish. It has been the farm system, and whether it's drafting the wrong guys or it's been poor development or whatever the reason is, you have not been able to replenish your big league roster consistently with pitchers from your system that have turned out to be good major league arms. And one of them, as you mentioned, is no longer a Giant, and he's now doing good things with the Brewers and Kyle Harrison, which is even worse because maybe you did pick the right guy. Right. Maybe it was in him, and maybe you didn't ruin him developmentally, but now he's doing it for somebody else, and the guy that you got for him is the guy that you're probably okay with moving on from if the right deal presented itself.
And that's going to be a tough deal because he's got 7 more years after this one, and it's, big time money. I don't know if the owage, not ownage, but the owage is about $200 million.
It's a technical term.
Right. The pay down, if somebody was to take it, if you're going to have to pay down $100 million, I don't know if this ownership is going to be willing to go out there and do it. So really, when you think about the history of the greatness, the recent greatness of the Giants, it was Madison Bumgarner drafted, Matt Cain drafted, Tim Lincecum drafted, Jonathan Sanchez drafted.
Yeah.
Vogelsong was not drafted, but he was found.
He actually was drafted.
You're right. And
but then he was ditched, and then they got him back.
Right, but the majority of your starters, like your frontline guys that we all, consider first-name guys, like, there's Timmy and Mad Bum and Kaner, and, these were guys that you drafted.
And high picks.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
you hit on him.
Kyle Harrison was the same, right?
Right.
He was a high pick, and you drafted him, and then you turned out you didn't keep him. And so if you're looking at how it's worked in the past, and Buster Posey was here, drafted, Pablo drafted, and we can go all the way through, Brandon Crawford drafted, etc. But that was then, this is now. But if you want to make this work now, I do think that drafting pitchers is a part of how you have to build the future.
Yeah, you have to. You absolutely have to. There's no other way around it. I also think this conversation that we're having about the other reasons why you're making baseball decisions, right? We're talking about Jung-Hoo Lee and what John Shea wrote in the San Francisco Standard. Again, let me read it to you one more time. Quote, plenty of national media predict Jung-Hoo Lee will be traded, but the Giants' ownership and marketing department aren't eager to see the outfielder go because they have too much invested in him and his home country, South Korea. He's a big draw at Oracle Park, too. If Posey moves Lee, he'll tick off plenty of club officials. That general thought where you have baseball decisions being influenced by maybe the marketing wing of the franchise and perhaps the overall ownership group that maybe is protective of the bottom line, and they should be. I'm not saying that running a professional sports organization means you should not be making money, but it feels like too often the Giants are allowing other factors to influence baseball decisions, and I think with that in mind, Dibs, it's why I can never fully believe the Giants are going to do what's right at a trade deadline and sell when they should sell. You talked about Madison Bumgarner. Remember way back in the day when Madison Bumgarner was on an expiring contract and he clearly was no longer the pitcher that he once was, and the team really sucked, by the way, and they weren't willing to trade him at the trade deadline. And that is, it's kind of similar to maybe a question about Draymond Green or Steph Curry. Those guys both have accomplished way more in my mind than Bumgarner did, specifically Steph. But there is an emotional connection to Bumgarner, so I get it. But I could say the same thing for Blake Snell a couple of years ago when he was a Giant. You mentioned Gausman and Rodon and Snell. Rodon fits this bill as well. Gausman doesn't because he was great and you were great and you needed him in those playoffs and he was good in those playoffs. Didn't result in winning a series, but you're not trading him when you're leading your division at the deadline. But Rodon was amazing, was going to get Cy Young votes, was on an expiring deal. The team was going nowhere. Did you trade him and capitalize? No. With Snell, you had to forfeit a second-round pick to sign him in the first place, and he was a whole lot better in the second half. You could have traded him and got something in return for that. Did you? No, you did not. Both those guys walk for nothing. These are just multiple examples, Dibs, I think, of the Giants, whether it's because of the marketing arm or ownership saying, no, we need that guy, you're not going to trade him, or it's just, Farhan Zaidi in that moment making the decision himself, thinking there wasn't anything worthwhile to get in return. It's just multiple examples of, I think, the Giants handling the trade deadline wrong, and it's why I'm fearful they're not going to handle it right this time around either.
It's tough to look at this deadline and compare it to that because, right now, honestly, if you wanted to rip the thing down by the studs, or to the studs, rather, Rafi Devers, if it's somebody that you don't think that is going to be long-term part of your future, you got Bryce Eldridge, who you want to be your first baseman. You want DH flexibility. So would a team take Rafi Devers? Absolutely, the player, but I don't know if they'd take the contract. So to trade Rafi Devers, you would probably have to give a lot of money to pay down the contract. I don't know if they will. Willy Adames, I think, is in a similar spot. Matt Chapman, to a lesser extent, the same sort of situation. If you want to think about what you would do if nobody's salary was a thing, you'd have Bryce Eldridge at first, and you would have Casey Schmidt at third. Shortstop would be whomever. And second base, you probably would keep Luis Arraez on a short-term deal. Your outfield, you could keep Jung-Hoo Lee because, marketing, and he's really good. Center field is still kind of a mishmash, and you would keep Elliot Ramos in left. In your catcher situation, you had a great defensive catcher. Now you don't, but you like your offensive catcher. But the problem is you've got these big monster whopper contracts, and so that makes things a little bit more complicated. But honestly, the future, as we continue to borrow from Joe Shasky. And
the future!
Thank you, Victor. One of his all-time great rants. Eldridge is the future. Casey Schmidt is the future.
The future!
That's right. The present, 15 years.
The present!
And he was talking about Bryce Eldridge, he could be the next 15 years. Yep. And that's all about Bryce. And, Ramos is the future. He's the present. But unfortunately, you've got, Devers and Adames and Chapman, and they're here, and they're not bad players, but they're not the future.
The future!
Exactly.
Eldridge!
Do you want to hear Jim Bowden, who was on with the Morning Roast earlier today?
I do.
Former GM. Now you hear him talking and writing all over the place, writes for The Athletic. You hear him on SiriusXM, I believe, as well. Jim Bowden on the Morning Roast this morning on the possibility of trading Devers, Adames, and or Matt Chapman. Here is Jim Bowden on the morning.
Yeah, I think when you get down to, what it's going to take to do a deal, what's the return going to be? The return determines how much I'm willing to pay down. So, look, you've already put on your books that you have to pay Devers, Adames, and Chapman. You already know that. You have to pay that regardless. You have to look at it that way. What can I get back for them, and how much do I have to pay down to get it? Now, when people say not tradable, I heard that my whole life, and those not tradable guys always seem to get traded anyway. And remember, it only takes one team out of the other 29 to make those deals. So, if you look at the Boston Red Sox, they were won 15 of 16, and they really need a bat. Are you sure at the end of the day Craig Breslow won't take Willy Adames? There are deals that will be out there. When you work hard enough and you grind those phones and texts, you'll be surprised that a lot of times in baseball, the untradeable becomes traded.
Jim Bowden, the untradeable becomes traded oftentimes in baseball.
Yes, and I do think that they're all tradable if the price is right. And the problem is the price being right means you have to knock on one of the various Johnson's door and say, we have this deal for Rafi Devers. He's going to go to fill in the blank team. And, we're going to get prospects number 7, and we're going to get a AAA pitcher who's ready to go next year, and prospect 21 who's really young. Sounds good. Let's do the deal. Mr. Johnson.
We have to pay 75% of the contract.
We have to pay $100 million as I do my Dr. Evil. And so I think at that point, Mr. Johnson either says, where's my checkbook? Or shut the front door.
That's the response I would expect. By shut the front
door, I mean the front door to my office, and you get out.
Yeah.
So
see yourself out and then slam the door, please.
Jim Bowden is not wrong. the untradeable becomes tradable, but part of going from untradeable to tradable is having an owner who's willing to write that check, because I don't think that any team is going to take on Rafi Devers 7 more years and the full contract and give you anything worthwhile in return.
Jim Bowden also was asked about Logan Webb. Here's what he had to say about the Giants potentially considering trading Logan Webb.
You know, I understand why they don't want to trade him, and I would have the same position in there, but I'd always listen, right? I think it's your responsibility to listen on everybody and do your due diligence. And the thing that I always thought sitting in that seat, honestly, everybody's tradable at the right price. You know, if somebody wants to overwhelm me with Logan Webb, I'm going to trade Logan Webb. It's okay. If I can rebuild my franchise, I am going to absolutely do that. So I wouldn't want to trade Logan Webb, but I would listen in case somebody wants to make me an offer that I can't say no to.
And that's the right way that you should be tackling this. You're not the only person that you're probably not even picking up the phone about is Bryce Eldridge, but everybody else on your roster should be gettable.
No doubt. And I do think that if you trade Logan Webb, then you're going to have to go out there and try and get a Logan Webb, because he is your ace, and he's a guy who is 200 innings a year, basically, when he rolls out of bed. He's efficient. He's a ground ball pitcher. He fits the ballpark. He's the face of your franchise. He has so many things that you would have to go out there and try and replace. But if you get blown away by an offer, well, then, yeah, you have to actually think about it, and you have to weigh that as an option. The other one is Bryce Eldridge. So you've got a young, is he 22 yet, or is he still 21?
I don't think he's 22 yet.
Yeah, for sure he's younger than both my older children. He's almost the same age as my 4-year-old daughter, for crying out loud.
He'll be 22 in October.
Okay, so you get rid of a 21-year-old slugging first baseman with team control. Well, then you're going to go out there and look for a 21-year-old slugging first baseman with team control. Yeah. So what are we even doing at that point? So for me, Bryce is actually more untradeable than Logan Webb.
Yeah, absolutely. He should be. There's no doubt. It's time to toast the sparkling performance of the week presented by Jay Vineyards, and there's no doubt Caitlin Chen is the choice this week. She's been incredible off the bench for the Valkyries, and she shined again in Monday's loss to the Mystics, but she was awesome. She scored a career-high 20 points alongside a career-high 6 assists. It marked the 10th time Chen has scored in double figures this season. The loss to the Mystics, it's unfortunate, but hey, they had just won 9 games in a row. That's a franchise record streak for the Valkyries. They now head into the All-Star break at 19-8, the second best record in the W, and they stand second in the Western Conference behind only the Minnesota Lynx. The All-Star game Saturday at 5:30 in Chicago, and the Valkyries' Gabby Williams will be starting for Team Coop. Janelle Salam, the sharpshooter, also will be a part of the festivities, competing in the 3-point shooting contest on Friday night, and the Valks back in action a week from yesterday, next Wednesday, against the Mercury in Phoenix. So let's raise a toast to Caitlin Chen and the All-Star Valks. Jay Vineyards is proud to be the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at our winery in Healdsburg for an exceptional wine tasting experience. Jay Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle. All right. Time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. We got distracted, but I do want to run Dibs through this exercise as it relates to the Giants and all other teams in baseball. We will do that when we come back. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Outside Lands is August 7th through the 9th in Golden Gate Park. Heading to the festival? Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada during Outside Lands. Come visit them at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter.
On Saturday, July 25th, your first place Quakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy, presented by El Camino Health. NorCal versus SoCal. Then stay after the match for the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. Tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
This is Larry Gary Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
California's calling. Sun-soaked coasts, forest trails, and fun-filled city nights. With 21 hybrid and electrified Toyota models, there's a ride made for your life. Score summer deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and the 51 MPG Camry. Or get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric BZ. Go farther and spend less this summer with Toyota's hybrids, plug-in hybrids, and all-electric EVs. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 8/3/26.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is a quick aside in honor of Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
And yours will actually be quick.
Oh, we'll see. You guys were talking about Cookie Monster during the break.
Oh, yeah.
And it reminded did you see, I think Cookie Monster posted, the Cookie Monster account posted on social media. I don't know if it was Twitter or Instagram or whatever, or Facebook.
I can't tweet. I don't have fingers.
Whatever it was. Ahead of the FIFA World Cup final between Spain and Argentina, after the third place game that saw 10 goals between France and England, and he said, essentially, I'm going to eat a cookie for every goal scored in this final, and it was scoreless going into extra time.
Yeah.
It's a tough break for Cookie Monster.
Well, I wonder if they followed up that at halftime of a sad Cookie Monster, basically looking like at a plate of kale or something. You know, certainly not devouring cookies.
That's too bad for Cookie Monster.
I do love food.
Yeah, it's a tough beat for Cookie Monster. He should have done that before the third place game.
Yeah, you would have had 10 cookies.
Yeah, that's what he gets for telling the masses that cookies is a sometime food. Take that.
And yeah, I mean, don't get me started.
Yeah, what are you doing, Cookie Monster?
So Sesame Street, I believe, was launched when I was like 1 or 2 years old.
Wow.
So that was that was it. You kids don't realize, quick aside, you
On
kids
top
out
of the
there,
quick aside.
you don't realize what life was like for us kids born in the 60s, where you didn't have cable TV. You had 7 channels maybe, and you had to go up to the TV and click, 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 click. One of them was Channel 9, shout out KQED. And you might catch a Sesame Street here or there, but it was not cartoons on demand. And my daughter, who is not quite 4, every morning she gets to watch a little TV. It's like, what do you want to watch? And she has her choice of thousands of programs.
We're watching a random Royals-Tigers game in Detroit on the TV in here right now.
Yeah, and we've got Savannah Bananas over here, and we've got some wrestling something over there.
What is this, WWE? What is it? I don't know.
You're not a wrestling guy.
No, not really.
It kind of
a big UFC fight, I'll watch it, but no.
Right, but that's actually people who are competing.
Yeah, I've never been a WWE guy.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah. Do you want to go through an exercise, Dibs?
I've been waiting for this for hours.
Yeah, sorry.
You keep teasing it.
I am bad at teasing things and then just getting distracted and never getting to it, but I'm going to get to it right now. I did this earlier with the help of Steven Risotto, and I was kind of surprised at the results, and it just made me feel good about the Giants. So I figured we'll do it with you, Dibs, live on air. I just had the thought, all right, because I remember you probably have heard this drop, and Steven probably can find it. He's a wizard back there. But I remember a couple of years ago, in the middle of the Chicago White Sox, terrible stretch where they lost 100 or more games, 3 straight years. And the Giants were going through a stretch where they were, just 500 every year, and it was frustrating as hell. And at one point, Bonte on the Morning Roast, Dibs, says, you know what? I would rather be the White Sox, right? And it has actually aged pretty gracefully because the White Sox are a pretty decent team now, better than decent. They're a playoff team right now, and the Giants have gotten a whole lot worse. But anyway, I was thinking of that drop. Bonte saying, I'd rather be the White Sox.
I would rather be the White Sox.
There it is. Way to go, Steven.
Yep.
And I was wondering if I'd run through every single baseball team, what teams would I think are better positioned than the Giants, and what teams are, not. What teams are positioned in a worse spot than the San Francisco Giants. And I split it up into a few different groups. I split it up into teams clearly in a better position than the Giants, teams that are better positioned than the Giants, arguable, but they're probably in a better position than the Giants, and then these teams are not in a better position than the Giants. Can I run through my list and you can tell me if you disagree or agree with any of these?
Do you want to just knock out the clear-cut, better position than the Giants teams?
Yeah, go ahead. You list them, and I'll confirm if they were on mine, too.
Well, you would go with, American League. You would go with, Tampa, New York, and even Boston. You would go with the aforementioned White Sox, the Guardians. You would go with... the West is a little bit funky because those teams they're
struggling right now.
Well, they're on the precipice of being bad, but you can be bad like Houston, and you're only 2 games out. So we'll leave those teams aside, but like the Braves and the Phillies, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Brewers, the Cubs, the Cardinals, I would put all in the group of they're clear cut. You'd rather be them.
And this is also, I'm also looking ahead to the future a little bit too, like with an eye on what's ahead.
And then the Dodgers, the D-backs, and the Padres.
Yeah.
I would put all of them as, you'd rather be them. Clear cut.
Yeah. I have a few differences in terms of clearly versus, they're better, but those teams I all listed as better than the Giants as well, better positioned. I added the Mariners and the A's to teams that I think are clearly positioned better than the Giants. I think those teams are full of some pretty young talent. I know the A's pitching is an absolute nightmare, and we can make all the fun in the world we want, and we should, about their owner. But I do think, considering what their young talent is offensively, I think they're clearly better positioned than the Giants.
See, for me, the Athletics, they don't get that. They don't get that sort of a nod just because of the history, and the history is good young talent. Oh, you've got to go. We need to get rid of you before we have to pay you. And I know that they've paid a few players of late, and they're going to Las Vegas. And the thinking is once you get there, you're going to become a real team. But until I see it, I'm not buying it. But what you're saying is not wrong. Like, they have a better young core than the Giants do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They got superstars, plural of them, on the offensive side of the ball. I also think the Nationals are positioned pretty well. They might trade C.J. Abrams, who's their shortstop at this deadline. We'll see. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not necessarily sure, but with James Wood, that's a legitimate all-star, perennial all-star in this league, one of the best power hitters. So I think the Nationals are also better positioned than the Giants. I have the Tigers as better positioned than the Giants. They're struggling this year. We remember how good they were last year. And mostly why I say they're better positioned. They have some really good young players as well. Kevin McGonigal, who is a rookie this year, has been great. And they have one of the best assets in all of baseball right now in Skubal. Now, it's a requirement for them to handle Skubal correctly, which is to trade him and get the haul of all hauls in return for him. But you do that, you handle that well, you're going to have a lot of really young talent get added to this organization that I think, in my mind, Dibs, makes them better positioned than the Giants as well.
Certainly. I mean, it depends on what they get in terms of that haul, but part of it for me is also ownership and situation, and Detroit has never been a team, at least of late, that has shown the willingness to go out there and spend and invest and go all in when they're good. When they do well, it's usually because the guys that they've already drafted come up and perform, but then they're a little bit like the A's in that, like Skubal, there's no reason why they should be thinking about trading him, but they have to because that's their model.
Yeah. Yeah, and in a similar vein to the Tigers, I also have a team like the Pirates better positioned than the Giants, because maybe the only player worth more currently across all of baseball than Skubal is Paul Skeens. You have that guy under control for a bit still. You're probably going to get to a point where they're going to trade him too, because it's the way that baseball works, but you're going to get the haul of all hauls, and you're going to theoretically be set for years to come with a bunch of young talent. So I have the Pirates better positioned than the Giants. I have the Marlins, believe it or not, better positioned than the Giants. They have lost a bunch of games of late, but they were one of the hottest teams in baseball in June and the first part of July. I believe they're better positioned than the Giants, which is crazy. The Blue Jays are one of the more disappointing teams in baseball this year, similar to the Giants, but they were in the World Series last year. I don't look at their roster and say terrible contract, terrible contract, terrible contract, and they've shown a willingness to spend. They've spent more on their roster this year than the Giants have on theirs. I also think, Dibs, teams like the Blue Jays and even the Mets, who are maybe the most disappointing team in all of baseball this year, they've also shown a great willingness to spend money at a level the Giants have never sniffed if I'm a Mets fan, I feel better about my future despite the present being so bleak than I do about the Giants' future.
Yeah, and we are running out of teams based on what I've heard. And I don't know if you've mentioned Baltimore.
I have not mentioned Baltimore yet.
And like the aforementioned Kansas City Royals, I don't think have been mentioned.
Nope, I haven't mentioned them.
The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
They have not been mentioned.
Whatever they go by now, they have not been mentioned. And, the Reds
haven't been mentioned them either. Yeah.
And the Rockies. I mean, is that the only teams I'm missing?
So
the Twins, I don't know if you mentioned the Twins.
I haven't mentioned the Twins yet either. You mentioned the Astros as a team better positioned. I listed them in my arguable category because they kind of remind me of the Warriors, where they've got a bunch of old veterans that are trying their best, and Yordan Alvarez is still good, but it's not resulting in wins, and they've kind of got bloated contracts, and they're trying to, strike the balance between, franchise icon, do we move on? Do we give them another contract? Do we try to reset? So they're in an arguable spot for me, but I'm not going to be upset if you have them listed as better positioned than the Giants. The way that I split this up, Dibs, was I got the Orioles, the Rangers, the Astros, the Reds, and the Royals all in an arguable spot. Arguable, but they're probably better positioned than the Giants. The Royals, they're terrible. They just swept the Giants, but they're terrible. But at least they got Bobby Witt. One of the best shortstops, probably the best shortstop in all of baseball. He's young. He's under team control now. They got a long contract on him. Similar to the Orioles, they've got a lot of young talent. They haven't been good the last 2 years after they kind of exploded a couple of years ago. But I believe in their young talent, and they don't have a bunch of bad contracts holding them up like the Giants do with Devers and Adames and to a lesser degree Chapman. The Rangers, kind of in a similar boat. They got some young talent, but they also don't have a bunch of guys that make me feel like are going to hold them back from doing other things to, add more talent to the roster in the short term.
And they're in a division that team, like if you look across the division, like Seattle and Houston, the Angels are a joke. The Athletics, I think, are still a couple of years away from maybe possibly deciding they want to be serious. And so Texas is 51-51. You're in first place. You don't have to be great. It's a little bit like the NFC South, where you go 9-8, and you could beat Carolina or you could beat Tampa Bay, and you can win that division because nobody is good ever, and that's kind of where Texas is, I think.
Yeah, and that leaves us with just the category that I listed, Dibs, as not in a better position than the Giants, and we'll get to that in a second. But you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And baseball coverage here on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. If you're keeping score at home, that has left 3 teams, not including the Giants, Dibs, in the category that I have listed, not in a better position than the Giants. That leaves the Angels, the Rockies, and I've also included the Twins here. The Twins are a better team than the Giants right now, but I also think they're in a spot where I just have zero belief that they're ever going to be a good baseball team. So maybe that's a little unfair. The Angels and Rockies certainly deserve this spot. But regardless of how you feel about the Twins, Dibs, we're talking about 2-3 teams maybe across all of baseball that are worse off than the Giants when you consider the present and you consider the future. That is really, really rough and a difficult pill to swallow.
It's an embarrassing pill to swallow because you take them one by one and you look at the Los Angeles Angels, and their owner has been straight up incompetent for
years.
Decades.
Yeah.
You go back to the Rally Monkey in 2002, and they won the whole thing. And they've got one of the greatest players in the modern history of the game, Mike Trout, and he never gets to go to the playoffs. And I know he's been hurt year in and year out.
They had Ohtani and Trout together.
Correct. And
never made the playoffs once with those two.
And there's no way that you could keep Ohtani because you are not a serious baseball organization. And, the Colorado Rockies, similar to the Angels, they had the one blip where they made the World Series. I think it snowed in that World Series, and I think they got swept.
By the Red Sox, yeah.
Right, and so they aren't really a serious baseball team either, and it's been that way throughout history. And then it's the company in which you keep, and you mentioned the Giants, and, you won 3 World Series in 5 years. You're in a gigantic market. You're top 11 in payroll. You could spend more. You've got 4 players on your team who have contracts that are 9 figures in totality, more than $100 million in the total of their contract, and yet you are in that company. That, to me, is the biggest slap in the face.
Absolutely. You're in that company, and you're the San Francisco Giants. It's hard. I think that the point that I'm trying to make is, in order for the Giants, we're talking about a cornerstone franchise in Major League Baseball. Your history goes all the way back to the New York Giants. You've been around forever. You're one of the more historic franchises in this league. And Giants fans will say, well, okay, history doesn't mean anything when you haven't won a lot in a decade plus. And I hear you. But the point I'm trying to make is, when you are the Giants and you are consistently top 10 in payroll, they should be top 5 in payroll, but they're consistently top 10 in payroll. You know how hard you have to mess up in order for your future to be bleaker than the future of the Orioles, the Reds, the Royals? You have to royally F that up, not just one time, but 2 times, but 3 times. And that means you have to have bad contracts. And I know that these articles are always out there, Dibs, and I Googled to get a second opinion. Worst contracts in baseball. All right? And Rafi Devers comes in right now as the 3rd worst contract in baseball.
Wow.
And there's another one that's in the top 10 from the Giants. It's Willy Adames, the 7th worst contract in baseball. That's why the Giants are where they are. Why are the Rockies and the Angels in the one of the 2 of the 3 spots worse than the Giants? Well, the worst contract in baseball is Chris Bryant's with the Colorado Rockies, and the 2nd worst contract in baseball is Anthony Rendon's with the Los Angeles Angels. That's where you find, that's how you find yourself all the way down to the bottom with the Giants. For the Giants, though, it's different than the Rockies, because the Rockies don't spend a lot of money every single year. They can never attract pitching into Coors Field. The Giants are, again, a cornerstone organization in this league, consistently spend more money than the majority of the rest of the league, yet they're still one of the worst positioned franchises in all of baseball. That just speaks to all of the mistakes that they have built up over the last 3 or 4 years.
Right, and it's been, a lot of it has been since Buster took over, and the Adames contract felt like an overpay, and you took on Rafael Devers, and you've got him for a long time, and you gave up a good young pitching prospect, and you gave up James Tibbs, who Boston promptly also gave up, and he's now a Dodger with almost 1,000 OPS in AAA. And so, you've made decisions in a certain way, hoping that these players would pop. And, Rafi Devers still has the ability to go out there and be better than his contract would indicate. And I wonder who else is on that list, because I'm looking at the Mets right now, and you've got Juan Soto, who's making $51.9 this year, and he is signed through 2039, and I don't even know if that's a real year. I'm hoping that I get to 2039, but his contract has got to be on that list.
That's not on this top 10 list, because I think Juan Soto is at least still a really good baseball player.
Right.
There is a Met on this list, though, the 6th worst contract in baseball, and this is just courtesy of Sports Illustrated. This is not gospel, but Marcus Semion's contract with the Mets, 7 years, $175 million. There is $78 million remaining on it through 2028. So it's towards the end, and he signed that with the Rangers. He was traded to the Mets, but that is the only Mets current contract that's listed on this top 10.
I'm surprised Lindor's not on there, because I'm looking, and he's signed through 2031, and also still a good player, but he's 32. And so when you start to look at the back end of that, and Semien only has 2 more years after this one, so that to me is not too terrible. But I just was looking at the Mets and kind of fascinated by all the money they spent.
They're terrible.
And just how bad they are, because they're terrible. And are they, number 1 in payroll? Or
yes, number one. Number 1 in payroll. Oh, actually, sorry, the Dodgers are number 1 in taxable payroll, but the Mets are number 2. And they're pretty distant. 3 is distant. The Yankees are pretty far behind them. Dodgers, $421 million. Mets, $375.5 million. And then the Yankees, $336.7 million. So they got about $40 million more allotted to their roster than the New York Yankees do. You might ask, well, if the Mets are terrible, and they are, right? The Mets right now are 43-60, only a half game better than you. Yet they have, all that money tied up for years and years and years to come. Grandy, how could you possibly say they're in a better position than the Giants? I have them in the category better positioned than the Giants. Not clearly, but I would say better positioned than the Giants. Well, I would say their ownership group, led by Steve Cohen, have shown 100% more willingness to spend and spend and spend and spend than the Giants have. And this is something I was thinking about earlier when talking with the boss. The Mets are a great example, Dibs. At least I would imagine they're going to be at the trade deadline. And then next offseason, they are a great example of when you make a mistake, quickly being able to admit the mistake and move on from it. And a lot of that is, it's a luxury to be able to do that financially, monetarily, to say, well, we just handed out, $500 million contract to Juan Soto. Let's go spend more. It is a luxury to be able to do that. But you make a mistake, and a franchise like the Mets won't let that cripple them going forward because they are willing to spend more and do whatever it takes to win. And I feel like a lot of our conversations today, Dibs, are going back to ownership and the willingness to spend. And for the Giants, it just might simply not be there.
I think the willingness is there to spend, but when you make a mistake, to your point about the Mets, and I'm not saying that the Adames contract is a mistake. It feels like they paid more than they probably needed to. The reports are that Milwaukee wasn't offering anything, let alone...
did not make him an offer.
Yeah, let alone this much money. Yeah. So that might have been a little bit of a dramatic overpay, but you traded for Rafi Devers. And so, yeah, if you think that's a mistake, and I don't think that it's a mistake, I do think it's curious because you've got Bryce Eldridge, who is going to play his position. You would hope for, as Shasky said, the 15 years, he's the future, and that's where that drop comes from. But now you've got Rafi Devers for the next 7 in his place. So if you do think that that's something that you have to pivot from, or from which you have to pivot, well, does Giants ownership have the coffers or the desire to go ahead and make that move and trade him for something and pay down whatever they need to pay down in that contract? That's the part where I don't think that the Giants have that willingness, and I could be wrong, and we still have another, we've got 11 days till the deadline hits, just under 11 days because it's 3 o'clock our time. So I could be proven wrong, but you look at this current Giants team, and you've got Casey Schmidt, a third baseman, blocked. Bryce Eldridge, a first baseman, blocked. You've got three of your top prospects are shortstops, which doesn't mean they can't play other positions. But right now,
you can play short, you can play anywhere.
And
you're young enough.
Yeah, you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball.
Exactly.
So it's kind of the same idea. And you've got one of your hot prospects who just got moved up to Double-A, who's an outfielder, and right now your outfield is mostly blocked. So what are we doing in terms of the future of this offensive organization?
The future.
That's right.
It's a great question. Yeah, I don't know what it holds. And I knew the Giants were in a bad spot. As I said, I think earlier in the show, this is maybe the most frustrated I've been about a single season that I can remember. Being 30 years old, the first memories I have of Giants baseball was post, really good Barry Bonds, Jeff Kent, Rich Aurelia, Jason Schmidt era. Like I remember that a little bit. I vaguely remember the Rally Monkeys, the Rally Monkey in 02. I remember that. I remember that experience. I remember.
Because you would have been 6.
Would have been 6. Yep. But I'm sure I was sitting on the couch watching all those games with my family growing up. I remember Dusty Baker going out and pulling Russ Ortiz, and I remember my dad screaming at the TV saying, no, please don't do that. I remember the next year, the walk-off win by the Florida Marlins at the time to knock the Giants out of the postseason. I remember that. But really, my first, real time sitting down and watching the Giants for 162 times a year, it was just Barry Bonds and the chase for the home run record. That was my first real, this is what I remember. I'm sitting down, it's appointment viewing. I'm watching every single Giants game. And then quickly thereafter, he retired after the 2007 season. And 3 years later, you win it all in 2010. You have a Cy Young winner in Timmy in 2008 and 2009, and then the magic of 10 and 12 and 14, and Buster comes up and Bumgarner is dominant. And then you had 16 where you made the postseason. You had some down years at the end of of the Bochy era. You have the initial excitement of Farhan Zaidi. You have 2021 where you won 107 games, but since then it's been average at best. And then this year, you're 18 games below 500, 102 games in, and it's not just the present. As we're talking about, it's the future. And are you ever going to be able to move? Exactly. Are you ever going to be able to move off of the Devers contract, the Adames contract? I've never been more fearful or less confident that the Giants can turn this around quickly than I am right now. And you do this exercise, and I ask all of you, if you're like, please, only the Angels, the Rockies, and the Twins worse off than the Giants, look at the standings and run through each team and ask yourself, are they better positioned than the Giants? I think you will come to a really scary conclusion, which is 26 teams are better positioned than the Giants are right now.
I think that if you looked at just the Giants and if you assumed that everyone on the team was in the last year of their deal, you'd feel a lot differently.
Oh, way different.
You'd feel
Absolutely.
a lot different because the farm is a lot better than it was a year ago, and it's better than it was 2 years ago. And, you know, the draft this year, you had 2 first-round picks, and you hope that you hit on both of those. But if you want to go through the MLB.com farm rankings, the Giants are now in the middle of the pack, and they're slowly moving up, but the majority of their prospects are guys who are 2028, 2029, or 2030. Yeah. They don't have a lot of knocking on the door 2027 guys, and of the ones that they do have, like Bryce Eldridge is here, and Jesus Rodriguez is here, and so you don't have a lot coming up next year that you can look at and think, yeah, you're definitely going to be helping us. And then the other piece of it, which is I think the core of your discussion, your argument is you've got these contracts that are kind of unwieldy. And it's
weighing you down.
Yeah, weighing you down. It's Rafi Devers for 7 more years. It's Adames for 6. It's Chapman for 4. It's Jung-Hoo Lee, I think, for 3 more, although he does have an opt-out in there as well. Yeah. But like Robbie Ray's going to be gone. You've got Logan Webb for 2 more years. And honestly, you would hope that Logan would want to stay. No guarantee that he does, but the contracts that you have that are going to be here for a while are not the ones that you want to be here for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't feel good. I do not feel good about the Giants. Do you feel better about the Giants or about LeBron James choosing the Warriors?
Yeah. I feel better about LeBron James choosing the Warriors.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, in part because that's either going to happen or it's not going to happen. And, you know, the only part of that would be if LeBron choosing the Warriors is contingent on Anthony Davis getting dealt for, then I don't feel good about it. So it's 3 first-round picks, or as Steiny said earlier, is like they want Yaxel. So let's just pretend the Steiny hypothetical is actually the thing, which would be 2 first-round picks and Yaxel and the Jimmy Butler contract, and you get Anthony Davis and you sign him to a 4-year extension. So now you've got Anthony Davis for 5 years. You get LeBron for 1 year for sure, hopefully longer, but let's just say it's 1 year. And next year goes the way it goes, and then LeBron decides, now I do want to take my talents to South Beach. And
could you imagine?
You know, you've got Draymond still for an extra year. Steph signed an extension for $67 million, and Anthony Davis is here for a long time. Then I feel kind of similar to what the Giants are stuck with. Because right now, the Warriors are not saddled with anything. They've got Steph and a likely extension coming up. And because he's over, I think it's the over 38 rule or the over 37 rule. I can't remember the number, but they can't sign him to a long-term deal anymore. So Steph will get an extension. Fine. Draymond gets a rework deal for 2 years. Whatever. Horford's here for 2. He's cheap. Pods, I think, eventually will get extended. No big deal. Jimmy Butler will be gone.
No big deal.
The bigger point is you are not right now saddled with what the Giants are saddled with.
Correct. Yes. Good point. Do you want to hear the latest in the LeBron watch as it continues into July 23rd?
I mean, don't make me answer that.
You don't want to hear it?
I really don't.
Well, I'm going to force you to hear it, I think.
So why even ask me?
I'm trying to be friendly? Or put up the facade of being friendly?
That's more accurate. Like, do I want to? No. Is it my job? Yes. Does the audience want to? No. Are they going to hear it anyway? Yes. So just play the damn thing.
Anthony Slater on ESPN's NBA Today on what the Warriors have heard as far as it relates to Anthony Davis and LeBron James. Huh?
Warriors are pessimistic that that event is going to take place. They really, since the beginning, they've just not thought they're at the top of the list. I talked to somebody last night that basically said they've been given no sign or hint that it's going to happen. And while we know LeBron has been difficult at times to contact directly in this process, Steph Curry clearly has contacted him directly, and Draymond Green has been vacationing with him. So I would think that the Warriors would know if it's leaning one way or the other. And all of my indications from the Warriors side is they believe it is not leaning towards them, and they're keeping a roster spot open, and they would love to have them, but they're not planning for it.
The Warriors are getting zero indication that LeBron will choose them, says Anthony Slater on ESPN.
And that's a little bit disheartening, and I do think that Anthony Slater is as dialed in with the Warriors as anybody, and just the way he laid that out, like, yeah, Draymond Green vacationed with him, and Steph Curry is as dialed in as anyone, and if they're not getting that sense, then, yeah, if they're not getting the sense that they're even on his radar, then I guess, might be time to pivot yet. What he said there is the Warriors are keeping a roster spot open.
Keeping a roster spot open.
Just in case.
Come on, LeBron. Choose us, please. More Anthony Slater on NBA Today from ESPN. What is the Warriors' plan B if there's no LeBron? Here's Slater.
Yeah, boring. I think stable. What I mentioned, part of the Warriors' long-term plan is post-Steph right now. Let's just be honest. I know Steve Kerr came back. I know there's this belief, they're going to throw all the picks. It's all about the next couple of years. It's not really all about the next couple of years. Think about the way they have kept their books extremely clean. Beyond this season, they only have $34.9 million committed. They have a lot of fans don't like to hear this, but optionality, flexibility. They can go after future stars. They've kept their draft picks, right? I think people have wanted them to trade them. They used the 11 picks on Yaxel Lindenberg. We're seeing it right here. This is a very little money committed long term.
And that's what you were talking about earlier, Anthony Slater, talking about the limited amount of money committed long term. So the plan B, if no LeBron, as he said, is it's boring. It's stable. It's just essentially keeping your flexibility for the future. It's not about now. It's not about next year. It's about the future.
Optionality, and that's the word. And the way he said it, he's right, because, Warrior fans, you're not used to, coveting optionality. You're used to, Kevin Durant, July 4th, big splash, and, Jimmy Butler, you make that trade at the deadline, and Mark and I, Willard, were live at Splash down there at Chase Center. It was like, oh my God, they just traded for Jimmy Butler. It was a shocker, but it was, thank you. It was a big move. And, we were at Splash. Thank you for the splash. And if you don't get LeBron and you're keeping a roster spot open, and maybe that roster spot goes to my guy who I love, Graham Ike, instead of LeBron, you go to Graham Ike. That's not that sexy, but it does keep the optionality.
Yeah, no offense, Graham Ike, but I don't think Warriors fan. Friend of the show, absolutely. Great guy. Maybe one of the best people we've ever had on this station, honestly. He seems like an amazing guy. No offense to you, Graham. I love you, but I don't think Warrior fans are going to be happy for that trade. No LeBron, but instead it's Graham Ike. What about what Shams has to say, Dibs? I know you're just champing at the bit to hear the latest from Shams. This was the Pat McAfee show on ESPN. Are the Warriors in on the Anthony Davis trade possibilities? Here's Shams.
The Warriors conversation, that was definitely alive right before free agency started. That's why Draymond Green opted out. He opted out of $27.7 million. That surprised the Warriors. That surprised everyone around the league. But that was done to give the Warriors the flexibility to try to get LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Those conversations for AD have gone nowhere for the Warriors, from my understanding. I don't sense any direction that they're picking back up in. I don't think that's going to be a conversation, because it's at a point now where if the Warriors were to get in that ball game, they would have to give up multiple first-round picks, multiple draft picks, multiple swaps, all this other stuff. And then the question is just, do you want to give that price up? Now, when I talk to teams around the league, it's like if you have a chance to get LeBron James and Anthony Davis, you probably give up that price. But if you're the Warriors, that's the give and take that you have there. So the domino effect, all that stuff, that was in play before free agency started.
All right, so there's Shams essentially saying he doesn't get any sense that there's any kind of momentum that would lead towards a Anthony Davis to the Warriors trade.
And that makes sense because of everything that we're hearing. And Anthony Slater used the O word, optionality, and he talked about what you have on your books right now, which he said I think is like $38 million for next year. And so if you want to look at it from the Warriors standpoint, do you want to give up a bunch of assets, draft assets, to bring in Anthony Davis, and then you also get LeBron James. Okay, so you get Anthony Davis, and he gets a big extension. There goes some of your, if not all of your optionality financially, and you're kind of throwing everything into the one basket of this year, because I don't think LeBron would sign for a 3-year deal at a vet min. So LeBron's going to sign for 1 year, I think, no matter where he goes. And then you would be all in on Anthony Davis, and you'd have no draft picks. And so bye-bye optionality. And the other side of it is, okay, we don't want to give up that much for Anthony Davis. And if that costs us LeBron James, so be it. Well, then you go into this year, and the fans will be a little bit upset. 888-957-9570. And then you go into the year, and whatever happens, happens. But you still have the optionality. You have all your picks, and we all get to yaks poetic about Yaxel Lindeborg.
That was good. Well done.
Thank you. And then, we go into next year's draft, and maybe you're in the lottery again. Thank you. A little late, but I'll take it.
You save those draft picks because maybe you expect yourself to not be very good.
And also, you would have the Jimmy Butler salary slot.
Yeah.
And you have the...
Becomes more tradable come February, for sure.
And you could do that, or you can just let him go in free agency, and then you have that slot, and you become really the big spender come next offseason. So, I don't know, if you're weighing options, do we go all in on Anthony Davis, who tends to get hurt, and then we lose picks and optionality, or do we just lay back and play the PR game with our fans? Trades are hard, and then, try again next year.
Yeah. The 925 texts in, trading Yaxel draft picks and the Warriors' future for Anthony Davis in street clothes. What are you morons thinking? I don't think we're saying the Warriors should do that. Dibbs brought that up as the example of what the Wizards might ask for and said, no, don't do that.
Easy with the name calling.
Yaxel draft picks and the Warriors' future for AD. Yeah, no, that's a no from me.
Dog.
And that's a no from you, dog.
That was, Matt Steinmetz, 10-2. He actually mentioned that earlier from the Washington standpoint, and I don't think that he's wrong. So if you're Washington and you are looking to win finally, you're not taking the carcass of Jimmy Butler and his contract in exchange for a guy who's actually really good in the Hall of Famer. If you did do that, all right, you can give us Jimmy Butler and a couple of picks, but we want the Summer League MVP.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're the Warriors, that's going to be a
on
no.
top of that.
Right. It's going to be picks. It's going to be swaps, the Butler contract, and yaks. That's what, if I'm Washington, that would be like the centerpiece of what I'd want. They're not just going to take an injured 36-year-old and a bunch of future assets. They've done that already. Washington's ready to win. And so, Texter, I'm with you. You don't have to call us morons because we actually were saying the exact same thing.
We agree with you. Yeah. We agree with you.
Put down the phone and open up your ears.
You could keep texting us if you want, or you could call in. But
I agree with you.
We are in agreement there. No need for the name calling. It's always funny the way that, like, I brought this up to a couple of Warrior fans I was talking to the other day, and it's like, all right, trade 3 firsts for Trey Murphy, trade 2 or 3 of them for Anthony Davis, like just get it done. And we can just say, yeah, trade the 3 picks, because if you talk to Warrior fans, Dibbs, that want those 3 picks traded for X player, they will say, well, the Warriors can't draft anyway, so what value are those 3 picks? And I get it. It's easy to say that because those 3 picks are this nebulous thing. They don't have a name attached to them. You have no idea who they are. You don't know where the picks are going to convey. You don't know if it's going to be a lottery pick, if it's going to be a top 10 pick, if it's going to be the 26th pick. You don't know where it's going to be. So you can just say, to hell with those 2 picks, to hell with those 3 picks, get me AD, get me Trey Murphy. But the second that you say, all right, what if it's Yaxel and 2 first-round picks for Trey Murphy? Are you doing that? Like, just you attach one name to it, and one name that hasn't even played a regular season second yet. And suddenly, at least in my mind, it changes. It's like, oh, it's Yaxel and 2 firsts for Trey Murphy? Like, ideally, Yaxel becomes as good as Trey Murphy, or maybe better. And it's 2 firsts on top of that?
Right.
Plus the money to make it work? Like, even just the idea of who the first-round pick could become and just attaching a name that is a rookie and hasn't played yet changes it in my mind. So you saying Yaxel and 2 firsts for AD, I could not say no fast enough to something like that.
Right, because you now can put a face and a name and a wingspan to that first round pick. And so, yeah, you could talk about, we'll give up the 2029 and the 2031 first round picks. Well, the guy who's going to go in the first round of 2031 in that draft right now is probably 14 years old.
Yeah, something like that.
And so if you're looking at a 19-year-old in 5 years, right now...
Going into his freshman year in high school.
The kid is worried about, can I, make it through algebra? And I've got acne. And so Yaxel Lendeborg is now an actual thing. And so, we're not trading Yaxel. Like, we're already heavily in love with the guy because now you have had attachment to that first-round pick. And for anybody who wants to think about trading next year's first-round pick, go ahead and look at your 2027 way too early mock draft. And if you're into it, as I am, you're going to want to watch a lot of Eurobasket this year because this upcoming draft is replete with Europeans.
Replete. Good word, Dibs.
Yes, replete, which means chock full. Going to be a lot of Europeans, and I'm just looking at it here at this mock, and you've got a Slovenian, you've got an Italian, you've got a Lithuanian.
An Italian?
Yeah.
He's an Italian.
He's actually going to go to Villanova.
Oh.
Luigi Swigo.
Oh, I have heard him before.
7'4", 289, and he's listed as a wing. Still a European.
Yeah.
7'4", 289.
I want that guy.
Keep your eyes on Villanova. Luigi Swigo.
All right. We'll keep an eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
College basketball, still a number of months away, but we're getting ready for it. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. I'm going to go to Steve in 1 sec. I should say the 925 has texted in again, Dibs.
Uh-oh. What am I this time?
Let's see. Where did it go? The 925 says, I should have said the morons. Don't take it too personal. It's the dopiest trade conceivable. So he's talking about the morons that suggested it or that would do that trade, I suppose.
Yes.
Which I guess maybe he's talking about Steiny because Steiny suggested it.
He didn't suggest it, but he was playing kind of devil's advocate. And honestly, if you're Washington and you're looking at this idea of, okay, Anthony Davis, we'll trade you Anthony Davis, but we're not taking 3 first-round picks way down the road.
Yeah.
We want what we have already seen. We want what you have. And we got the Bonsa, but we also want Yaks. So I think if you're Washington and you're looking to actually be decent this year, you want more than just a contract coming back. You want a player. Yaxel's not proven, but he's summer proven.
Absolutely. And he has passed every test to this point. Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Steve's in Mountain View and wants to weigh in. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. I would argue that Yaxel is more proven than AD. I mean, what has AD done recently? I wouldn't go near AD, nor would I think about mortgaging 4 to 5 year contract to him. If anything, maybe 1 year, because that's all LeBron's going to stay. If we get LeBron here because of AD, he's only going to stay a year. So I don't want an AD longer than a year, And frankly, I'd rather just have Jimmy at the midpoint of the season than either of them. Just bring Jimmy back, midpoint of the season, keep Yaxel. Let's just move forward with the bodies that we've got. The ship that could have been had, that has sailed, could have been a deal with Boston to bring in Brown. If we had brought Brown back to the West Coast, I would have been in on that and letting go of some first-round future picks and handing keys over to Brown as being the successor to Steph. But they didn't pull that trigger. I don't want AD and Braun being what we get for our money and our picks that are currently in play.
Yeah, Steve, I think it's a fair call, and I appreciate you taking the time to make it. Like,
I don't think that trigger was there for the polling. Honestly, like
the Jaylen Brown part.
Correct.
I agree with the AD part.
Right, yeah. But he was then saying like he would have done it for Jaylen Brown, but Boston again Boston wants somebody who can actually play basketball.
What you're talking about with Jimmy Butler to the Wizards is the same thing for the Celtics. You would have to pay up even more to get them to take that on instead of Paul George, who was healthier and was part of the reason why the Sixers beat the Celtics in the playoffs.
Yes, and Paul George will play basketball this year in October, November, December, and January. And
He could get hurt, I suppose, but he's healthy right now.
Anybody can get hurt. And that, if you're Boston, you're not looking to just trade for a contract. I think that they dealt Jaylen Brown because internally something was not right between Tatum and Brown, the organization. I don't really know if we've ever found out exactly what the disconnect was, but there was something to where they felt like they had to move off of Jaylen Brown. And so when you do that, you want to get somebody back who can play because you're in the East, and Boston is still good enough and live enough to where they can compete in the East.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They're still going to be a good basketball team. They're, in my mind, worse than they were last year, at least fully healthy last year when Tatum came back. But the East is open, I think, for a number of different teams. And the East is pretty deep. We'll see how it all plays out. But, yeah, they're absolutely good enough. I think that's maybe the one message that I talked about this, I think, a little bit yesterday, or maybe it was Tuesday. I think one thing that I want to try to emphasize to Warrior fans out there is the Jimmy Butler contract. I know it's expiring, and generally that makes it intriguing for teams to acquire it. I would say it's more intriguing for that contract to teams that are bad and that have no interest in maybe trying to win right now. Like if you were to trade Jimmy Butler to the Pelicans, would they rather have Jimmy Butler or Paul George? They'd probably rather have Jimmy Butler because they know they're not going to be very good next year. Maybe a better example would be the Bulls or whoever it is. Like, just choose your bad team. Everything's going to be bad next year. Choose that team. They'd rather have the shorter-term contract so that it expires soon and they can get off that money, as opposed to Paul George, who's going to play for them, maybe make them win a few games when they might be interested in losing, potentially, to a certain degree, although the new tanking rules in effect maybe would change that a bit, but who they just want to get off the money sooner. But if you're trying to make a trade with a team that is interested in competing, and the Wizards are in that category, believe it or not, they're in that category, then they would rather have a player that's going to play this season. And the Celtics are, of course, in that category as well, which is the point that you're making as it relates to Jaylen Brown. But the Wizards are in that category. So for them to trade Anthony Davis, who is healthy in the moment, they would rather have a player that is healthy in the moment, or if they're not, it means you got to pay up more with more draft assets.
And that's where the Warriors are in a tight spot, and that's where it's not tragic, but it's kind of a sports tragedy that Jimmy Butler got hurt because you traded for him, you gave him the 2-year deal, he came here and he played, and it worked, and it looked great, and then even last year to get the ball rolling, things were in a good spot, and Jimmy Butler, he fit, and he was not the malcontent that I certainly thought that he might be. And then he tears his ACL and he's out for 9 to 12 months. And now he's in an expiring contract situation. And honestly, you don't know how the rehab's going to go and how much he can play, but he makes so much money that there aren't that many teams out there that have players that make about the same amount. And those players that do are either really, really good or they're good on great teams. There aren't that many highly paid duds out there that you could trade Jimmy Butler for and bring in. And those few players who might fit the bill, I don't think they fit this team.
Yeah.
So the Warriors are stuck.
Yeah. What is interesting, as we related back to the Anthony Davis chase and what that means for LeBron, Shams also said this on the Pat McAfee show earlier today on ESPN about Anthony Davis and how that might impact LeBron. Here's more Shams.
Now that we're 20 days in, there's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. The conversations have happened. They're not, from my understanding, my sources tell me that LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams. Wherever he ends up, I mean, you're looking at minimum deals, you're looking at exceptions. The contracts are not going to be this grand part of this deal. LeBron James was very clear from the very beginning. This is going to be based on happiness in terms of chance to contend for a championship, a chance to compete at a high level, join a culture. That doesn't come from going to a team and then gutting that team from multiple different players.
Well, now I'm confused because Shams says LeBron is not waiting for a domino to fall, and that domino being Anthony Davis potentially being traded. He's not waiting for that. Okay. Then what the hell is he waiting for, Dibs?
Right.
That's what I assumed he was waiting for.
I thought the same thing, and if he's not waiting for a domino, and I don't think that domino would fall anyway, and we can beat this Washington Anthony Davis thing all the way into the ground. I firmly believe that they're not going to trade Anthony Davis, and when we get to August 6th, I think that they probably will go ahead and extend Anthony Davis. I could be wrong. They might. The LeBron decision might happen before Anthony Davis, and Anthony Davis might get traded anyway by Washington based on what their own needs are. But if we're not waiting for another domino to fall, if the teams are the teams, and he mentioned Minnesota, Golden State, Cleveland, Miami, Philadelphia, and Minnesota, if those are the five that he's hearing are the ones that possibly could be in play, then I don't know what LeBron's waiting for. Maybe he's got a gigantic whiteboard at home with all the teams listed, and it's pros and cons. And, you know, what Shams was saying about chance to compete for a championship, not here. A chance to play and enjoy it, that's here. A chance to play in a culture, that's here. Proximity to his wife and daughter who live in LA, that's here. So ultimately, I don't know how he would power rank what he really wants when he has to make this final decision. I think about when I made my own decision back in 2011, and our station's coming up on 15 years, and it was 15 years ago and a couple of months where I had a choice to make, and I was thinking about staying at the other station or, you know, rolling the dice and getting an elevated role at this brand new station. And so I did the whole whiteboard thing and the pros and the cons, and my ex-wife, the great Chanda, I'm going through this whole exercise, and she looked at me and she goes, "Don't be such a," and it's a 5-letter word. And she's like, "What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?"
Wait, which 5-letter word?
It starts with a P.
Okay, that one.
And it ends with a Y.
Maybe it started with a B.
Well, I mean, they can be synonyms in certain situations. And so I'm going through like a cat. So I'm going through this whole thing. And finally she goes, "What are you afraid of?" And I said, I'm afraid of my career, like completely imploding and like, you know, going back to teaching PE. And that's when she said, "Meow, meow." And I said, "Did you just meow at me?" And she meowed again. And she said, "As boy." And so I said, "You know,
little ass boy.
That's right. That is my ex-wife."
Praise hell.
What? She pushed you to make the right decision.
Well, I thought so until I got fired 32 months later.
And as I learned today, the only time you got fired from 95.7 The Game, I thought it was at least 2.
It's early, but I mean,
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
The over-under on times I get fired is 1.5. Bet the over. Fade. Whatever.
I'm not leaving.
All right. 888-957-9570. Billy, I see you. We got to hit a break. We will get to you when we come back. If you want to weigh in, we've only got like 20 more minutes until we're out of here. Less than that, 15 more minutes. So if you want to weigh in, give us a call now. We'll wrap things up when we come back. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Dibs and Grandy back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Dan Dibley over here, and I'm over here because I wasn't like a cat. I turned out I made the big move, and I'm glad I did because now I get to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. I've been a customer of Fremont Banks for well over 5 years, and I made the change, didn't have to whiteboard it. It was a very simple decision. I wanted to be a part of a bank that actually cares about me. I'm not just a number at a big box bank. They know me. They know my family. They know my financial goals, and that matters to me. And when I go in there, the customer service I get is second to none. They go the extra mile to make sure that I'm comfortable and well-informed. And I love the fact that when I deposit my money with Fremont Bank, it gets gets reinvested into the community, home ownership, and philanthropy, and businesses, and all the other great things that make the Bay Area so strong. They support nonprofits, and they make meaningful grants for the betterment of the Bay Area communities. And also, they keep their money local as well. 5% of the profits from Fremont Bank get designated for charity, and that happens right here in the Bay Area. I dare you to find that out about your big box bank. You won't. It's Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating 60 years. Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Bay Area, the summer sales event is on right now at Serramonte Ford, and these deals are bringing heat today. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance and no payments for 90 days. That's a strong start. But Serramonte Ford isn't done. You'll also get a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford premium maintenance plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need something for the family, the job site, the commute, or just want a ride that looks good, pull it up anywhere. Serramonte Ford's got you covered. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus premium maintenance included. Serramonte Ford, the Bay's Ford store in Coma, Daly City, or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. You know that's my Ford store. Make it yours too, and tell them Bonte sent you.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine. Outside Lands is August 7th through the 9th in Golden Gate Park. Heading to the festival? Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada during Outside Lands. Come visit them at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter.
So, hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
That refresh you've been putting off until the right deal came along? It's here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale is happening now, so you can finally get the style you've been waiting for less. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at Wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every...
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Spain, world champions once again. This is a golden generation announcing itself on the sport's biggest stage. Spain's next wave has already delivered a title, and there may be more to come. World champions, Spain reigns over the globe once again.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Back on Willard and Dibs. No Willard. He'll be back on Monday. Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game as we try to make sense of all the latest LeBron and Anthony Davis. You want to hear from Tom Tolbert on his YouTube show? You know, of course, former Warrior, is a good friend with Steve Kerr, and I'm sure has a lot of other friends in the organization. He had this to say, Dibs. This to say about the Warriors and Anthony Davis. Here's Tom Tolbert.
Here is the only news I have for you. This person tells me Anthony Davis will not be a Warrior. The Warriors haven't even contacted the Wizards. That's what I got for you. Now, you would think if they were going to bring Anthony Davis in here, they probably would have contacted the Wizards at some point. So there is your news. It's not like they would contact the Wizards for anybody else, I wouldn't think. But the fact that they haven't called leads me to believe that Anthony Davis is not going to be a Golden State Warrior. Now, does LeBron James want to come here without Anthony Davis? No one knows what he wants. That's the thing. Does he want the lifestyle? Does he just want to have some fun and play with Steph and Draymond and just, play fun basketball and, maybe do something in the playoffs? Chances of winning a title, not high. But again, I would never say never.
Well, that's Tom Tolbert on his YouTube show, The Tom Tolbert Show, saying the Warriors have not even contacted the Wizards about Anthony Davis.
I'm not shocked by that because I don't even know if the Wizards are interested in trading Anthony Davis. And if the Wizards are open to possibly trading Anthony Davis and you're the Warriors and you're thinking, okay, it would be Jimmy Butler on the move. And the Warriors have said steadfastly that they don't want to trade Jimmy Butler. But even if they were that thirsty for Anthony Davis, well, Jimmy Butler would have to be the guy who you would dangle. And then you would have to think that they would want at least 2 firsts, maybe 2 firsts in Yaxel, or 3 firsts and a couple of swaps and the rest of it. And the one thing that we keep hearing over and over and over from Mike Dunleavy to, Anthony Slater, you played it before, it's optionality. And you look at the future of the Warriors, Steph Curry is going to be a guy who probably gets another extension, but beyond that, they don't have a lot of money on the books. And so if you are going to go out there and get somebody and you're going to have to pay them a ton of money in the future, well, some of your optionality goes away. And if you trade picks as well, you're losing a lot of your post-Steph future. So I'm not surprised by what Tom Tolbert was saying.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think the Wizards are particularly interested in engaging in that either. I just would have expected the Warriors to call. Maybe it doesn't mean that anything is going to happen, but I would have expected at least a call. All right, let's go out to the phones and we'll wrap things up today. Billy in Foster City will take us home. What's up, Billy? What do you got?
Hey, how we doing there, guys? Great show.
Thanks, man.
I just want to chime in late on regard to LeBron and the chips played by Draymond and LeBron. You didn't expect Yaxel to be this good. And what Yaxel possibly could bring is the idea of not an AD, because if he wasn't street clothes, he could be a generational player. Excuse me, I'm getting a pedicure right now. I think Yaxel's presence changes the idea of what Draymond and LeBron were trying to do with the Warriors. And it's a beautiful thing.
How much is that pedicure going to run? Just enough about your basketball takes. Your pedicure, first of all, how bad are your feet? And secondly, how much is that going to run you?
Generally, my feet are terrible. I'm in construction, but I have my beautiful Maria here buying today because I bought recently in Maui for her. But ladies, what's the name of this? What's the name? All Nails in Burlingame?
Aqua Nails
in Burlingame, guys. Yeah. So a little shout out. They have no idea what I'm really saying, but it's okay.
Yes, no. Okay. 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, great. I know. I mean, honestly, the cost, it doesn't matter. It's worth it. They do a great job.
Do you get so you get the standard pedicure, and I'm sure there's some clipping and some filing and whatnot, but do you get like a little bit of you get a little bit of that foot massage in there as well?
They get down, and I always try to liken to Bad Santa, the scene with the late great Bernie Mac, and if you remember that scene, you always got to try to pull that one off.
Absolutely. I mean, wow, that's fantastic. This is, I think, and I've been doing this now for damn near 30 years. I don't think I've ever had a call mid pedicure before.
Well, I'm going to open my room. I'm sitting here. I love you guys. You guys had honestly great show, and I just wanted to just chime in on the aspect of what Yaxel can bring and what the dynamic it does change with the LeBron and Draymond situation.
Yeah, absolutely, Billy. We appreciate the call.
I mean,
what's going on here?
What's going on is he's getting a pedicure and he's drinking rum.
He's got to open the rum.
And he's got Yaxel takes. Caller of the Year nominee? Shout out Aqua Nails where you
in Burlingame.
And I wonder if they charge a corkage where you show up with a bottle of rum and you can just open the rum and he's getting a petty and he's calling us.
That's
Billy,
great.
get it done.
Billy.
Yes.
Billy enjoying his Thursday.
Fantastic
Absolutely.
work. That was a phenomenal call.
Enjoying his Thursday.
I have no
Kurt's
idea.
got some work tomorrow.
Yeah, Kurt, you better bring it tomorrow.
I have no idea what his take was, but he's drinking rum and getting a pedicure.
The addition of Yaxel changes the calculus a little bit.
Great.
I guess.
Great.
Yeah, whatever.
I had other questions about polish